Rainy night. Rain poured down in sheets. A slender girl trembled violently in the rain, her black hair plastered against her pale cheeks, strands clinging to her reddened eyes from the force of her pounding. Her washed-out coat was already soaked through, outlining her slightly stooped back. The wet fabric clung to the unfamiliar curves of her chest, making her instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Every inch of this bodice contours pricked her nerves like needles. Only her dark, stubborn eyes still stared fixedly at the closed door. "Dad, Mom, I really am your son. Open the door," Wu Xian. But the people inside seemed determined not to respond. A month ago, Wu Xian had a car accident while trying to buy blood pressure medicine for his mother. The driver, terrified, disposed of his body. This was his memory before death. But his parents, unaware, thought he had run away from home. They were furious, believing they had raised an unfilial son. When he woke up, he found himself reborn into a girl's body. He thought his parents would be happy about his rebirth, but it was not so. Now she was locked out. "Really? I am Wu Xian. Dad, Mom, let me in." "Enough, or I'll call the police." Mother Wu's voice came from inside. Wu Xian was stunned by her mother's resolute words, disbelief in her eyes. How could this be? She was their most beloved son. Even if her gender changed, they should recognize her. "Dad, Mom, believe me. I am Wu Xian." As the girl's strength waned, she suddenly found herself unable to lift her arm. After an unknown time, the rain continued heavier than before, but the knocking stopped. It wasn't that she stopped knocking, she simply had no strength left. She didn't know why this body was so weak. "Ajong has that girl left." The woman dared not look outside, her expression complicated as she looked at the man beside her. "She should be gone." The man sighed slowly. Wu Xian left without a word, and now some girl comes claiming she's Wu Xian. Do they think we're fools? The woman shook her head helplessly. "If he dares to come back, he'll break his legs. Running away from home. I've raised him for nothing." Wu Kizhong's bronze face flushed with rage as he kicked a wooden chair, as if it were Wu Xian. Wu Xin's heart was dead. The rain grew heavier. She curled up outside the door, holding on to her last hope. She must make her parents recognize her. Girl, who are you? Why are you sitting here?" A man in his 40s looked at the curled-up Wu Xian. Second uncle." Seeing a familiar face, light rekindled in her dim eyes. She tried to stand, but found she had no strength. "Second uncle? Hagro, why are you calling me second uncle? Who are you?" The middle-aged man looked strangely at the drenched girl. "Second uncle, it's me, Wu Xian." "Wu Xian? Oh, you mean you're Wu Xin's girlfriend?" "Alas, don't be too sad. Wu Xian might be missing. His parents say he ran away, but I think..." Wu Qizhou shook his head helplessly. "No, second uncle, I am Wu Xian. I didn't run away. I died in a car accident and was reborn into this body." Unbelievable as it sounds, it's true. Wu Xian desperately wanted someone familiar to know her identity, and this second uncle was the best candidate. "Huh." Second uncle stared at the girl's earnest expression, not like a joke. He frowned. "What did you say? You say you're Wu Xian?" Wu Kiz's face showed astonishment. His mind stalled for a moment. He had been in medicine for over 20 years and had never heard of such a thing. But then he recalled a recent research topic, soul consciousness transformation. "Yes, second uncle, I am Wu Xian." Seeing that someone finally believed her, a smile appeared on her fair face, as if she had seen hope again. Come inside with me." Wu Qizhou wiped his face. "Second uncle, I can't move. Could you please help me?" "Thank you." "Qizhou, you're here. Did Ziwei come?" The Wu couple smiled when they saw Wu Qizhou, but their expressions froze at the sight of the girl beside him. Big brother, sister-in-law. "She. Why did you bring her in?" Mother Wu interrupted Wu Qizhou before he could finish. "Sister-in-law, she said she was Wu Xian, so I brought her in." Even as he said this, Wu Qizhou had his doubts. As a doctor, he had studied soul transfer, but at the current human stage, such things remained bizarre, for the existence of the soul was still unproven. Impossible. "Qizhou, have you lost your mind? Wu Xian is a boy. Look at her." Mother Wu glared at Wu Xian. "Dad, Mom, I really am Wu Xian. Girl, is there any way you can prove it?" I've got it. I was born in 2005 on the winter solstice. That day was second uncle's wedding, so Mom didn't attend second uncle's wedding rite. The few of them were stunned. Though not a secret, this was indeed something only the Wu couple had told their son. "Also, I have a cousin Wu Ziwei, just 2 years younger than me, right?" Wu Qizhou nodded, stunned, but that didn't prove much. These things could be looked up. "Do you have more substantial evidence? Something only Wu Xian and his parents would know." Wu Xian stared at the burn scar on her father's left hand, tiger's mouth, left 3 years ago when he roasted sweet potatoes for her original body. Her throat tightened. She continued, "Dad, the scar on your left hand. It happened when I was in second year of junior high and insisted you roast sweet potatoes for me. You were flipping them and got splashed by charcoal sparks. You were in pain, but still smiled, and said, 'Brat, next time you roast them yourself.'" Father Wu's pupils contracted sharply, his fingers curling instinctively. The details of that night emerged in his mind like an old photo developed by the rain. The sweet potatoes sizzling on the iron stove, his son squatting beside him, holding a cold soda, the silly look with ash on his nose. But the girl in front of him had smooth skin and spoke with a soft, lilting cadence that didn't belong to his son, making his temples throb. "Impossible. How do you know this?" Did you steal Wu Xin's diary? I didn't. Dad, remember when I was little, I almost died of illness. My nose was blocked by mucus and I couldn't breathe. Grandma sucked it out for me. And another time I had a fever of 42 degrees and was critical. The doctor said to give up, but you still borrowed money to save me. You really are Wu Xian. These words were not a questioning doubt, but laced with a hint of anger. But at this moment Wu Xian did not notice his father's displeased expression. Instead, he eagerly hoped his father would recognize him. Yes, I really am Wu Xian. Seeing his parents finally waver, believing he was indeed Wu Xian, a weight lifted from his heart. Qizhou, is what she said true? Wu Qizhou stared coldly at Wu Qizhou. For now, it's possible. Of course I can run a test to prove whether she is Wu Xian. Wu Qizhou shivered. Why did his eldest brother seem unhappy? Girl, come with me. Wu Qizhou led Wu Xian to the hospital. Second uncle. What is this? Wu Xian asked, looking at the unfamiliar instruments. Previously Wu Xian, the former you, left behind a record of your soul wavelength data. If your current soul wavelength matches with high similarity, it can prove you are Wu Xian. Wu Qizhou explained. Oh, then let's start. Wu Xian nodded obediently. Alright, sit down. Wu Qizhou activated the machine and a pale blue glow flowed across the console. When the electrode patches gently touched Shuri's temples, she suddenly felt a sharp sting, as if countless tiny currents were drilling into her brain. But to prove she was Wu Xian, she had to endure it. The instrument emitted a regular hum, and the waveform on the screen began to tremble violently. Miraculously, the soul wavelength left by Wu Xian before was almost identical to Shuri's current wavelength. This wavelength. So similar. Wu Qizhou stared at the data, his eyes widening behind his glasses. The curve on the screen almost perfectly overlapped with the archived waveform, with an error rate of only 0.3. It really is Wu Xian. Wu Xian, it's truly you. Wu Qizhou now also believed that the young woman before him was his nephew Wu Xian. It's me. Second uncle, as long as we have this proof, will my parents recognize me? Wu Xian asked joyfully. Yes. Then let's hurry back. Okay. Full of joy, Wu Qizhou and Wu Xian returned to the Wu family residence. Eldest brother. It's proven. This girl is indeed Wu Xian. Although her original name is Shuryu, she is now truly Wu Xian. Today happened to be Friday, and the grandmother had a rule that all brothers must have a meal together every Friday to maintain harmony. And this sentence happened to be overheard by the third uncle and third aunt as they emerged from the bathroom. They froze, looking at the unfamiliar girl in disbelief, then sat down on the sofa. Third uncle. Third aunt. Shuryu called softly. You are Shiner. The third aunt spoke first, starting to stand up to approach Shuryu, but her husband pulled her back, because the third uncle sensed that Wu Qizhong's expression was wrong, and it was better not to speak rashly. Hearing Wu Qiz's words, Wu Qizhong's face seemed to darken even more. Originally, the matter of Wu Xin's running away from home had already made his brothers ask questions and made him feel that raising an unfilial son was shameful. Now it had become like this, making him feel even more unable to hold his head up in front of his brothers. You say you are Wu Xian. Yuan, you're back. Go wash your hands, dinner's almost ready. Zhang Lian tried to pull Su Yuan away, but she shook off her mother's hand. Mom, that Su Yu is bringing such shame to our family. Aren't we going to do anything about it? She's your sister, but she's no, Dad. How dare you? Running away from home. Did you think that because you've become like this I wouldn't dare to hit you? Let me tell you, we'll still hit you. Hearing Wu Qizhong's words, Shuryu stepped back. Eldest brother. What are you saying? Don't frighten the child. Wu Qizhou sensed something wrong and pulled Shuryu back. No. Dad, it wasn't my intention. I was on the way to buy blood pressure medicine for Mom. And, shut up. Do you mean to say that becoming like this is your mother's fault? A grown man who becomes a woman learns to shirk responsibility. Dad, Mom, I disappeared for a month. Why do you think I ran away? Shouldn't you have called the police to find me? Don't you think I was kidnapped? Kidnapped? You? Why would someone kidnap you? Are you the child of a rich family or some big shot? Why would they kidnap you? What benefit would it bring? In Wu Qizhong's view, only important people and the wealthy could be kidnapped. Ordinary people were of no interest, and kidnapping them was meaningless. Wu Xian was momentarily speechless. For the first time, she felt that her father was impossible to communicate with. Wu Qizhong had little education and no cultural level, so such a mindset was normal. Perhaps this was his true face. His previous kindness to Wu Xian had been a pretense. Dad, no. I really was kidnapped. She paused, unable to understand why her father's attitude toward her had suddenly become so harsh. Eldest brother, regardless, let her stay for now. It's not safe for a girl to be outside. Wu Qizhou sighed. Hearing the words a girl, Wu Qizhong could no longer bear it. Qizhou, Qiyu, sister-in-law, you should go back. We won't have this meal today. Wu Qizhong's face darkened. Well, alright, eldest brother, but you must not hit or scold the child. Communicate properly. Wu Qizhou added a final warning, knowing that his eldest brother disliked girls. And now that Wu Xian had become like this, he surely could not accept it. Wu Qizhou nodded, and only then did Wu Qizhou leave. Outside the house. Second brother, what's going on? Who was that girl? She said she was Wu Xian. Is that true? Wu Qizhou sighed without answering. He was more worried that his eldest brother might do something extreme. After Wu Qizhou left, Wu Qizhou looked at Shiryu with a dark face. Wu Qizhou slammed the door as he entered, and Kai Shooting followed him in. 2 days passed. Shiryu had been waiting for Wu Qizhou to calm down, but Wu Qizhou had not spoken a single word to her, always with a gloomy face. Dad. Mom. Shut up. I'm not your father. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Wu Xian? Wu Qizhou still refused to believe that the girl in front of him was Wu Xian. Dad, I am Wu Xian. Hasn't second uncle already proven it? Proof. Very well. Not only did you run away from home, but you also turned into this. Wu Qizhou gritted his teeth. Dad, I didn't run away. I was still talking back. Being hot-tempered and the eldest in the family hearing Shiryu's resistance made him angrier. With a loud slap, a palm struck Shiryu's face. Shiryu staggered and almost fell, bumping into a chair that held peanuts, drying, scattering them all over the floor. Her ankle was painfully jammed. 5 red finger marks appeared on her fair face. She felt a burning sensation, the skin swelling, and tears nearly fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked at her father in disbelief, but received not a shred of pity. Dad. What? Shiryu stared wide-eyed at Wu Qizhou. You are utterly disgusting. With those words, Wu Qizhou walked into his room. Shiryu stood frozen for a few seconds before reacting. She touched her burning cheek. How could this happen? Shiryu could never understand how extreme Wu Qizhou's preference for sons over daughters was until one day she learned that for those with such extreme misogynistic views, having a daughter was considered a heinous crime. Inside the room, Wu Qizhou and Mother Wu were silent for a long time. Qizhou, I know you don't like girls, but after all, she is. What is she? He was a money-losing thing since childhood, constantly sick. If it weren't for the fact that he used to be a boy and could carry on the Wu family line, would I have saved him? If I had known it would come to this, I should never have saved him. Wu Qizhou gritted his teeth. There was also another important reason. He had often mocked his colleagues for not having sons, and at the construction site, as the only one with a son, he considered himself superior. But now, his son had become a daughter. How would those he mocked see him now? So he would rather not recognize her. Absolutely must not acknowledge her, understand? Yes, if anyone asks, say he died in an accident. Kai Shooting looked at her husband's cruel face and said nothing. Perhaps from the very beginning he had never regarded Wu Xian as a son, but as a tool for carrying on the family line. When his value was lost, he naturally lost his meaning. Shiryu crouched down, picking up the peanuts one by one and placing them back in order. Wu Xian, perhaps now should be called Shiryu, had never been beaten before. Even if he displeased his father, it only resulted in angry shouts and scolding. But this time she never expected her father to actually strike her. She did not cry. She simply thought that her father must be temporarily unable to accept her transformation. As long as she remained obedient, as before, he would surely come to accept her right. It must be so. After all, her father had once loved her. He was merely struggling to come to terms with it, which was why he had hit her. It was just a momentary lapse of control, not intentional. After gathering the peanuts, Shiryu curled up in the corner of the living room, hugging her knees tightly. The midnight moonlight filtered through the window, casting a pale glow on her swollen face. She stared at the cracks in the wall until sleep overcame her, and she drifted off on the cold floor. The next morning, the clatter of bowls and chopsticks came from the kitchen. Shiryu rubbed her eyes and got up, seeing her mother staring blankly at a bowl. Mom, let me serve, she said, reaching out. But her mother suddenly smashed the bowl into the sink, the shards clattering harshly against the metal. Shiyu's face froze. Her hand hung in midair, the sound of breaking porcelain, like a blade, piercing her heart. She watched her mother's trembling back, her throat tightening, unable to find words. Don't touch these bowls. Her mother's voice was hoarse, carrying an unfamiliar coldness. With the way you look now, everything you touch feels tainted. Those words stung more than her father's slap. Shiyu stepped back, her nails digging deep into her palms. Mom, I'm Shiner, how can you say that? Don't mention his name. What's all the noise? Wu Qizhou emerged from the bathroom, seeing his trembling wife and Shiyu. He caught sight of his wife's reddened eyes and snorted coldly. What are you crying for? Haven't we been shamed enough? He grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the table, lit one fiercely, and the smoke filled the living room, making Shiyu cough incessantly. I'm going to work, Kai Shooting said, grabbing her bag and leaving without even glancing at Shiyu. Shiyu stared blankly at her father. What are you staring at? If you feel wrong staying here, then get lost. Hearing her father's words, Shiyu's expression stiffened. The chill from the porcelain bowl seeped through the air into her skin. She slowly withdrew her hand, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks on her palm. The kitchen window was not fully closed, and the wind carried morning mist inside, scattering the steam from the stove. Wu Qizhou crushed the cigarette, but into the ashtray, sparks flying at her feet. As the door slammed shut, Shiyu finally collapsed, falling onto the tiled floor. After an unknown time, she picked herself up, eating alone. When dusk turned the iron gate of the Wu home a leaden gray, Wu Qizhou's hand, clutching a liquor bottle, suddenly froze. Fragments of gossip drifted through the hallway like countless steel needles seeping through the crack of the door. Did you hear? Old Wu's son turned into a girl. How bizarre, isn't it? The other day I saw the girl pounding on the door claiming she was Wu Xin. She's pretty enough, but it's a pity. Old Wu has always favored boys over girls. I wonder what he'll do to her. Tisk old Wu used to show off so much, now he's lost all face. Wu Kitong's Adam's apple bobbed as he downed the last swig of liquor. The alcohol burned his stomach, but it couldn't scorch away those stinging words. He kicked open the door, a wave of strong liquor fumes rushing out. She was wiping the table. Seeing her father return, she greeted him with a smile, having thought of ways to cheer him up. But Wu Qizhong, already humiliated by the neighbor's gossip, was infuriated by her feminine demeanor. He grabbed Shiyu's hair and slammed her head viciously against the table. You jinx. Now the whole neighborhood is laughing at us. Shiyu's forehead struck the corner of the table, blood trickling down her brow, blooming like red plum blossoms on the white tablecloth. Her scream was drowned by her father's roar. In the struggle, she knocked over a teacup, and the scalding tea splashed onto her bare calf, leaving a large red burn. Dad, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I shouldn't have run away. Shiyu cried as she reached for her father's arm, thinking he was still angry about her so-called running away. To appease him, she shouldered the blame. But Wu Qizhong kicked her away. As Shiyu's back hit the refrigerator, she heard a faint crack from her ribs. Wu Qizhong panted, loosening his tie, and smashed the liquor bottle on the coffee table, leaving cracks. Stop pretending. That brat used to talk back to me, and now you're playing pitiful. Those words were like an ice pick driving into her heart. Shiyu felt a chill throughout her body. But Wu Qizhong did not stop. He grabbed an iron rod from nearby and struck her on the head. The blow was unhesitating, and Shiyu had no defense. The rod hit her hard, and she felt a sharp pain in her head. Blood streamed down Shiyu's forehead, tracing a shocking red line on her pale cheek. She staggered backward, the back of her head hitting the coffee table's edge with a dull thud. Her mother, who had just come home and opened the door, trembled at the sound. She stared at the blood flowing from Shiyu's head, her mouth agape, but she did not take a step forward. Shiyu raised her hand with difficulty, her blood-stained fingertips hovering near her father's clothes, but ultimately unable to fall. She heard her own broken voice swirling in her throat. Dad, it hurts. Have you forgiven me? Before she finished, darkness engulfed her. She collapsed heavily to the floor, but no one reached out to help her up. It was not until Wu Qizhou arrived that he helped her up. After an unknown time, perhaps from hunger, the smell of food woke Shiyu. She found herself lying in bed. She remembered. She had been beaten, and without hesitation. The door opened, and Shiyu came out. Wu Qizhong saw her face and was reminded of his colleague's mockery. Dad, Mom, I'm hungry. Shiyu forced a smile, trying to soothe her father's anger. She walked to the table and was about to sit down when Wu Qizhong and his wife both stood up. Shiyu's face froze. They walked into the room without a word, and the loud slam of the door startled her. She did not know what she had done wrong, nor how to earn her parents' forgiveness. Only then did Shiyu notice that her head and arm were wrapped in bandages, yet she felt no pain. The professional bandaging told her her uncle had come. Just as she thought, the bedroom door opened. Her mother walked out and approached Shiyu. Seeing her mother coming toward her, Shiyu's eyes lit up. Mom. Shiner. You should leave. Shiyu stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, what are you saying? Shiner, I can prove my identity. I don't want to leave. It'll be good. Enough. Wu's mother suddenly raised her voice, her tone carrying suppressed anguish. Look at what this family has become. Your father is being pointed at by workers at the construction site. They mock him behind his back, and on the way home, he suffers the neighbors' ridicule. Shiyu felt a chill, her lips trembling. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to become like this. But that's the reality. Wu's mother turned away, unable to meet Shiyu's eyes. Look at you now. I raised you with such difficulty, and yet you. At that moment, Wu Qizhong burst in from the room, grabbing an iron rod. Zhong, stop. Do you want to kill her? She's already like this. Wu's mother could no longer bear it. She turned to Shiyu. Shiner, I beg you, leave. If you don't, he will beat you to death. Don't anger your father anymore, just go. Big brother. Wu Kiz's voice came from outside. He had come to check on Shiyu's injury, only to witness another scene. Qizhou, take her away. Quickly. Kai Shooting pleaded urgently. Wu Qizhong swung the iron rod, disgust in his eyes. Wu Qizhou rushed forward, shielding Shiyu behind him. Big brother, she is Shiner. How can you be so heartless? I only have one son, Wu Xian, and he is male. Wu Kitong's roar echoed through the entire building. Shiyu struggled to get up from the ground, stumbling toward her mother. Mom, I won't leave. Mom, don't you remember? When I was sick as a child, you stayed by my bedside for 3 days and nights, and you sang lullabies to me. She choked, but before she could finish, Kai Shooting pushed her away forcefully. Stop it. Go. Pretend we never had a son like you. Hearing Kai Shooting's words, Shiyu slumped in despair. I finally came back. I thought you'd be happy, I thought. Wu Qizhou looked at the grief-stricken Shiyu, his heart full of pity. He crouched down, gently helping Shiyu up. Come, Shiner. There's no place for you here anymore. Shiyu was practically dragged out by Wu Qizhou. She understood now. Her elder brother and sister-in-law would never acknowledge her again, not even if she were beaten to a pulp. As a doctor, Wu Qizhou had witnessed countless familial betrayals in the hospital, but he never imagined such treachery would strike so close to home. Seeing Shiryu bruised and battered with not a single patch of skin left unmarred, Wu Qizhou suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. Second uncle. Why did you hit yourself? Shiryu was stunned, grabbing her uncle's hand to stop him from hurting himself further. If I'd known it would come to this, I would never have brought you inside. It's your second uncle's fault. Second uncle. Don't say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even gotten through the front door. I'd probably have frozen to death outside that night. Thank you. Wu Qizhou let out a helpless sigh. Such a sensible child. Did gender truly matter that much? Could the world not spare her even a shred of kindness? Was this fate something she had chosen for herself? To be honest, he found his elder brother's extreme preference for sons over daughters utterly baffling. He knew their father had been relentlessly strict with the eldest son, which was one of the reasons for his distorted mindset. But that was no excuse to take it out on a child. The child was innocent. After a long silence, the second uncle let out a slow sigh. Sure. Shiner, what do you plan to do from here on? He had thought about taking Shiryu to stay at his place for a while, but he had a wife and children of his own. How would he explain the sudden appearance of a girl to his wife? Tell her she was Wu Xian. Even if she believed it, would she despise her just like her brother and sister-in-law did? Would she subject her to a second round of trauma? The events of these past few days had given him a new understanding of human nature, and he dared not gamble. I don't know. My parents don't want me anymore. Even knowing I'm Wu Xian, they still refuse to acknowledge me. Shiryu's eyes held a trace of desolation. She had no idea where to go. Sigh. Wu Xian. Never mind, I'll just call you Shiryu then. Wu Qizhou felt it odd to call a young girl Wu Xian. Shiryu, on the other hand, couldn't care less. A name was just a label to her now. You also have a condition called myasthenia gravis. These are the meds for it. Remember to take them on time, every day. Otherwise it could lead to muscle atrophy. And in severe cases. Wu Qizhou couldn't bear to finish the sentence. Oh, Shiryu bit her lip, though it was unclear if she was really listening. Shiryu, this illness is very serious. Are you listening? You must take your medication on time, her second uncle urged again. I understand, second uncle. Good. Hey, race, 3,000 yuan. Take it. I checked. Your identity is still a student and school starts soon. No matter what, finish your studies. That's the only way to have a future. Don't blame your second uncle for being heartless. This is all I can do for you. The road ahead is yours to walk alone. Wu Qizhou said helplessly. Thank you, second uncle. Thank you. Shiryu choked back her tears and bowed deeply to Wu Qizhou. This bow was not just a farewell to the Wu Xian she once was, but also marked her formal abandonment by the Wu family. Watching Shiryu bow to him, he was at a loss for words. This girl before him, both unfamiliar and familiar, was so sensible it tore at his heart. Wu Qizhou felt a nameless ache in his chest. Her heart must be in agony, yet there was nothing he could do to help her. Shiner, this is the last time your second uncle will call you that. Don't give up on the goodness of this world just because your parents treated you this way. I believe that one day you will find someone who truly cares for you. Second uncle, thank you. I miss Grandma. I want to see her before I go. Shiryu bit her lip. Grandma, is it not okay? Her eyes were pleading. It's fine. They'll take you there. Wait, second uncle. A thought struck Shiryu, and she ran off to the corner store to buy some candies. Miss, what happened to you? The store owner was taken aback by the injury on Shiryu's head. He was a kind-hearted man who had often given Wu Xian treats when she was still Wu Xian. Shiryu just shook her head and smiled at him. It's nothing, boss. Just tell me how much. 5 yuan. Shiryu paid and ran back to her second uncle's side. The store owner stared at her retreating figure, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That child. Wu Qizhou looked at the candies and Shiryu's hand momentarily taken aback. For Grandma. Grandma likes sweet things. Wu Qizhou smiled softly but said nothing, driving Shiryu toward the nursing home on the outskirts of the city. The bumpy road seemed to jolt her fractured heart with every turn. Plane trees blurred past the window, their dappled shadows flickering across her pale face. Shiryu traced the cold pill bottle in her pocket, her fingernails scraping faint scratchy sounds against the plastic. The iron gate of the nursing home creaked open and the mingled scent of disinfectant and fresh grass wafted over them. Wu Qizhou pointed to the westernmost room on the second floor. Grandma's legs have been giving her more trouble lately. Be gentle when you go in. Shiryu's hand trembled as she gripped the doorknob. The moment she pushed the door open, sunlight slanted across the wicker chair by the window. An old woman with a head full of silver hair dozed with her eyes half closed. A yellowed photo album spread across her lap slipped, revealing a corner of a picture showing a grinning Wu Xian in a school uniform. Grandma. Shiryu's voice came out raspy, as if scraped by sandpaper, barely forming a coherent sound. The old woman's eyes snapped open, her cloudy pupils suddenly contracting. A trembling hand reached up to touch Shiryu's face. Child, whose girl are you? Grandma. My name. Shiryu. Wu Zin's friend. Shiryu didn't dare admit she was Wu Xian, afraid the shock would be too much for her grandmother. And even more afraid her grandmother wouldn't acknowledge her. Oh, Shiryu, is it? What happened to you? Grandma looked at Shiryu with pained concern, taking in her bruises. It's nothing, Grandma. I was just being clumsy and fell, Shiryu said, tugging at her clothes to cover her wounds. Clumsy. My little Xian was a handful too when he was young. He hasn't come to see me in a month. Grandma misses him. As she spoke, her hand gently stroked Shiryu's hair. He misses you too. Shiryu's tears and emotions finally broke through her control. There she was right before her, yet unable to reveal the truth. Especially that one sentence, Grandma misses him, shattered her completely. Child, why are you crying? Did Grandma hurt you? No. It's not that. Grandma, I'm not crying. Grandma Wu Xian hasn't come to see you. Do you blame him? The old woman shook her head. No. I don't blame him. Shiner must be busy with something important. He's a filial boy. Her eyes reddened. But, what if he could never come to see you again? Would you blame him then? The old woman's hand stiffened at the question. Has something happened to Shiner? Her expression shifted to one of sudden worry. No, Grandma. Wu Xian. He's fine. He just went to work in another city. I see. Well then he must be busy. Too busy to come see Grandma. Right. The old woman stared intently at Shiryu, yet her gaze was nothing but gentle. Shiryu sniffled and nodded. Grandma, can you not blame Shiner? It's not like she doesn't want to come see you. If it were possible. Just then a caregiver walked in. Granny Wu. Time for your medication. Shiryu stood up from the floor. Hello, miss. Just give the medicine to me. They'll feed it to Grandma. Who are you? The caregiver eyed her warily. She's my granddaughter. My own flesh and blood. Shiryu froze and whirled around to see the old woman beaming with a kind smile. Shiner is my grandson, and since you're his good friend, that makes you my granddaughter too. Oh, alright then. He'll leave Granny Wu's meds to you. Shiryu nodded and walked over to the table, deftly sorting out the pills. After all, she had done this for her grandmother on every visit. The old woman watched Shiryu's practiced movements, utterly stunned. Shiryu gently placed the medicine and the perfectly warm water into her grandmother's hands. Grandma, see if the water temperature is right, Shiryu said, cautiously afraid of burning her. It's fine. It's fine. The old woman stared at Shiryu, feeling an inexplicable shadow of Wu Xian in this girl. Was it just her imagination? No, she knew her grandson well. But, take your time. Watching her grandmother take the medicine, Shiryu smiled softly. She remained silent, simply gazing at her grandmother, wishing time could freeze in this very moment. Shiryu rested her head on her grandmother's lap, basking in her warmth, as if transported back to childhood, when her grandmother would tell her stories to lull her to sleep. Grandma, will you tell me a little story? Of course. Her grandmother patted Shiryu's shoulder gently. Once upon a time there was a little prince. He lived on a tiny planet with only himself, a proud, yet fragile rose, and 3 small volcanoes. Every day, he tended to the rose with care, watering it, shielding it from pests, listening to its thorny, yet tender words. But the rose's pride puzzled the prince. He couldn't understand why they hurt each other with sharp words, when they clearly cared so deeply. One day the prince decided to leave his planet, and travel, hoping to see the world, and understand his feelings for the rose. He visited many planets, meeting a vain king, a drunken fool, a mercenary businessman. These strange adults only deepened his confusion until he finally arrived on Earth. On Earth the prince met a fox. The fox told him, you must tame me. Then we shall need each other. To me you will be unique in all the world. To you I shall be unique in all the world. The prince began meeting the fox every day. They strolled through the golden wheat fields and watched the sunsets together. Gradually the prince understood. Love is about forging a bond, feeling each other's joys and sorrows with all your heart. At that moment her grandmother's voice echoed softly in Shiryu's ears. She looked up at her grandmother's face lined with wrinkles, yet infinitely gentle, and whispered, Grandma, did the little prince finally find the answers he was looking for? Her grandmother smiled, stroking Shiryu's head, and continued. Later on the prince remembered his rose back on his planet. He suddenly realized that despite her proud demeanor, she was the most precious thing in his heart. So he decided to return. After a long and arduous journey, when he finally arrived, he found the rose trembling in the wind and rain. Her grandmother looked at Shiryu, now asleep on her lap, a complex expression flickering across her face. She gently touched the wound on the girl's head. Poor child. It must have hurt so much. Just then Wu Qijo walked in. Mom. Shoo. Let her sleep. Her grandmother looked tenderly at the girl lying on her lap, only then noticing her head was also wounded. A piercing pain stabbed through her heart. How could anyone be so cruel? After some time Shiryu woke up, finding herself resting on her grandmother's lap. Grandma. I'm sorry I fell asleep, Shiryu said, scrambling to her feet. It's alright. Shiner used to love sleeping on my lap too. Shiner. A name both foreign and familiar. She longed to tell her grandmother she was Shiner, but she couldn't. She didn't want to make her sad. Her grandmother surely wouldn't want to see her grandson turned into a girl. Grandma. What is it, child? May I have a meal with you? Since her return, Shiryu hadn't eaten with her family. She truly yearned for a meal with her grandmother. Of course, child. But I eat slowly. Hope you don't mind. Her grandmother still looked at her with that kind, gentle gaze. That's fine, Grandma, I don't mind. Thank you. They'll cook today's meal. Shiryu flashed a sweet smile. She busied herself and prepared a table full of dishes, all her signature recipes. Looking at the abundant table, she felt content. Little girl, that's enough. Don't make more. The two of us can't eat all this. Her grandmother quickly stopped Shiryu from starting another dish. Okay, Grandma. Shiryu wheeled her grandmother to the table and locked the wheelchair in place. Grandma, taste my cooking. Shiryu caught herself mid-sentence and quickly corrected, taste my cooking, see how it is. Good. You eat too, child. You look so thin. Shiryu stared at her grandmother like a child waiting for praise. The cooking is good. Very similar to Zeiner's. I can't tell the difference. Did Shiner teach you these dishes? Shiryu froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Grandma. If only Shiner were here. I wonder where he is now and if he's doing well. Hearing this, Shiryu's hand froze and placed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. But to avoid worrying her grandmother, she forced a smile and said, Grandma, Shiner is doing very well. He's working hard to make big money. Remember, Grandma, when Shiner was little he loved riding in tricycles. He even said that when he grew up he'd buy a 3-wheeled car and take you everywhere. I remember. Her grandmother seemed to recall something and chuckled along. The two of them ate and chatted, the scene warm and cozy. Yet happy moments are always fleeting, and Shiryu knew this place didn't truly belong to her. Though she desperately wanted to tell her grandmother she was actually Wu Xin, she was afraid her grandmother would reject her like her parents had. So let it be. Don't break the illusion. At least there's a beautiful memory, isn't there? At least. Her grandmother still loves her now, doesn't she? At least in her grandmother's heart, she was still that good grandson. She couldn't bear being abandoned again. So, Grandma, forgive Shiner for not daring to reveal the truth. Please don't blame Shiner. Suddenly remembering something, Shiryu pulled out some candy from her pocket. Here, Grandma. Her grandmother's face lit up at the sight of the candy, delighted like a child. Girl, how did you know I love sweets? Wu Xin told me. Eat it, Grandma. Shiryu unwrapped the candy for her. Her grandmother had bad teeth, a result of eating too much sugar in her youth and never seeing a dentist as she aged. Wu Qizhong forbade her from eating candy, but Shiryu knew. How many more years could the old woman enjoy sweets? So she often secretly bought candy for her. Grandma, is it sweet? Sweet, very sweet. You kids really care for me. You and Wu Xin are alike. Both buy me candy, both love me. Her grandmother savored the candy, utterly content. Then, Grandma, when I come to visit you, we'll keep bringing you candy. Shiryu laughed along with her. Just then Wu Qizhou walked in. Seeing his nephew getting along so well with his mother, his emotions were complicated. He truly didn't want to ruin this beautiful moment. Shiryu, it's time to go. Your ride leaves in an hour. Wu Qizhou checked his watch and reminded her. Shiryu rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with reluctance, and then spoke with a hint of apology. Grandma, I have to go. I might not be able to visit you for a while. Grandma paused, gazing at Shiryu, and gave a gentle nod. All right, go on. Uncle M entrusting Grandma to you. Shiryu smiled at her uncle. All right, Xin. Shiryu, rest assured I'll take good care of Grandma. Then, Grandma, I'm off. Please take care of yourself. Shiryu bowed deeply to her grandmother, then turned and ran out. She dared not look back, fearing that if she did, Grandma would see her reddened eyes. Grandma, take care. It's unfilial of me, Shiner, not to be able to care for you. May you live a long and healthy life. I will always remember you, but you must remember me too. Grandma watched Shiryu's receding figure, her heart aching as if pierced by knives. Suddenly her heart felt as if seized by something. Qizhou has something happened to Shiner. Grandma's clouded eyes fixed on Wu Qizhou. Wu Qizhou remained silent, unsure how to answer his mother. Seeing Wu Qiz's silence, Grandma grew even more suspicious, certain her son was hiding something from her. So it's true. I may be old, but am not foolish. That girl just now was Shiner, wasn't she? Wu Qizhou was taken aback, looking at his mother in surprise. Mother, how did you recognize her? The way she fed me my medicine, that table full of dishes, and her little mannerisms. I saw them all. Qizhou, what happened to Shiner? How could she turn into a young girl? Wu Qizhou recounted everything that had happened to Wu Xin after her transformation, including how she was cast out of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Grandma was shocked, clenching her hands as she suddenly recalled the old man's callous demeanor. This is a sin. None of this is Zeiner's fault. Why did they treat her like this? She probably feared you wouldn't be able to accept it, so she didn't dare tell you. I know. Shiner is a sensible child. But what will happen to Shiner now? She's still just a child. Do her parents not want her anymore? Can she manage on her own? Mother, don't worry. She's going to school. Shiner is strong, and I believe she can live well on her own. You go see her off. Don't let her leave all alone. I'm too old to protect Shiner anymore. Go quickly. All right, Mother, I'm going now. Wait. Grandma pulled out an engraved token from her clothes, a memento from her dowry years ago. Give this to Shiner. Tell her, Grandma will always be with her. She will always be my good grandchild. Tell her to remember to visit Grandma often. Grandma doesn't mind what she's become. Wu Qizhou nodded and hurried after her, catching sight of the frail, slender girl ahead. Hearing footsteps, Shiryu looked up at the approaching figure. Uncle, what's the matter? Shiryu, you forgot your medicine. Thank you, Uncle. Let me walk you. All right. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle. They walked all the way to the station, where Shiryu turned to Wu Qizhou. Uncle, you should head back. You'll be fine on my own. Shiryu said with a smile, her gaze drifting towards the direction of her home. Deep down she yearned for her parents to come running over to hold her and say, Shiner, don't go. We were wrong. We shouldn't have hit you. We shouldn't have disowned you. No matter what, you are our child. But a fantasy was merely a fantasy destined to never come true. Seeing the direction of Shiryu's gaze and her forced smile, Wu Chijo felt a pang of complex emotions. Shiryu. Live well. There's no obstacle in life you can't overcome. Thank you. She didn't know if she would ever return after this party. Perhaps she would, perhaps she wouldn't. One more thing. Grandma. She recognized you from the very beginning. Shiryu's fingertips curled involuntarily, her nails digging deep into her palms. She stared at the sky dyed in twilight, hues of bitter rusty taste rising in her throat. Then Grandma. Shiryu's gaze turned tense. She feared Grandma wouldn't accept it, would come to despise her. She couldn't bear to lose the last shred of love her grandmother had for her. Grandma said, you will always be her good grandchild. She gave me this for you. She said whenever you see this you'll think of her, and shall always be with you. Grandma. Shiryu's hands trembled as she held the silver locket's surface seeming to shimmer with the image of her grandmother's smile. Shiryu boarded the bus, glancing sideways, yet still not catching sight of the familiar figure she longed to see. The vehicle moved off, slowly journeying for half an hour. The girl's eyes were vacant, staring out the window. Alone, and without support, where was she to go from here? Arriving at the South Station, Shiryu still had to transfer to another bus to reach her school. She boarded the nearest bus, heading towards Nanxing General High School. After getting off, the air felt fresh and clean. Shiryu walked through the school gates, pausing at the entrance to gaze up at the large characters displayed above. Nanxing High School. Could this be where her new beginning would unfold? Hey, move it. A boy's voice cut through her thoughts. Shiryu, lost in contemplation, hadn't caught what he said. She snapped back to reality and looked at him. Huh? What is it? I said move it. The boy's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Oh, sorry. Shiryu stepped aside. In truth, she hadn't been blocking his way, he simply didn't want to walk around her. Idiot. The boy strode off, but she still caught his muttered insult and the contemptuous look on his face. The campus was filled with students in groups chatting and laughing together, a stark contrast to Shiryu's solitary figure. Whether by fate's cruel joke or sheer coincidence, this year's freshman class had 253 students with 6 per dormitory. When the room assignments were made, Shiryu ended up alone in her dorm. It felt as though she was the extra one, the one who didn't quite belong. Perhaps she truly didn't belong here. Entering the dorm, Shiryu carefully put away the medicine her uncle had given her. She didn't know the severity of her illness, but since her uncle had stressed its importance, she decided to take it seriously. The single room felt somewhat oppressive, dusty from being unoccupied for so long. She walked to the window and opened it, letting a beam of sunlight stream in. When one is lonely or bored, they often seek something to do, perhaps to prove they are still alive. Shiryu began cleaning the room by herself. After cleaning for a while, she started to feel tired, her energy waning. It was then she remembered that her current body couldn't handle prolonged physical activity. No strength left. Having trouble breathing, Shiryu staggered over to where she had placed her medicine. She picked up the bottle, grateful that her exertion today hadn't been too strenuous, leaving her with some energy. She looked at the pills one or two at a time and swallowed them. Afterwards, she kept the bottle on her just in case. The dorm room looked cleaner after the cleaning, but even though it was daytime, Shiryu still felt the surroundings were dim. She switched on the light, and the room instantly brightened. This feels much better. She smiled faintly, even knowing no one else could see it. The smile was more for her own comfort. She touched the silver lock her grandmother had given her, her only remaining tether to home. She sat on the bed, unsure of what to do, then walked over to the mirror to examine herself. The girl in the mirror had a delicate face, flowing black hair, fair skin, large, beautiful dark eyes, and rosy lips. However, the swelling on her face had yet to fully subside. So this was what she looked like now. Pretty fitting right into Shiryu's aesthetic. She hadn't eaten since she arrived, and hunger gnawed at her. Deciding to grab a meal, she stepped out of the dormitory. The hallway buzzed with small groups of girls chatting, and when they noticed Shiryu emerge, their eyes flickered toward her. Shiryu couldn't decipher the meaning behind those glances, only that they felt piercing. She was no different from them, so why did they look at her that way? She had already covered her wounds. They shouldn't be able to see them. Lost in thought, she made her way to the cafeteria and ate a few bites. Because she arrived early, the place was nearly empty, and she didn't return to the dormitory until very late. She hadn't gone anywhere in particular, as she simply couldn't bear to stay in that room alone. Night deepened, and while laughter and chatter drifted from neighboring dorms, Shiryu's room was shrouded in silence. She decided to wash her hair. Though her head was injured, she thought she could manage if she was careful. The sound of water echoed in the cramped bathroom. Shiryu carefully avoided the gauze on her forehead, lathering shampoo into foam. Girls' hair was so much thicker than boys', and she felt a pang of discomfort. She had never washed such long hair before, and the dripping water soaked her clothes before she even finished. For the first time, she stripped off her clothes to examine her unfamiliar body. The pale skin startled her, and her breath quickened. Slowly, she removed her undergarments and grabbed a towel to dry herself. But after wiping clean, she realized she had no clean underwear to change into. She had heard that girls' underwear must be kept meticulously clean. It seemed she would have to buy some tomorrow. No, maybe she should order online. Shiryu couldn't yet bring herself to enter a lingerie store. She picked up her phone unsure of her size and chatted with customer service before finally deciding. After placing the order, she pulled the covers over her head. Meanwhile, at the Mu family residence, the household sat around the dinner table. The scene appeared harmonious, but each person harbored secret thoughts. Mu Ivanian stirred his soup with a silver spoon, the clink of porcelain against metal echoing sharply in the silent dining room. He lifted his eyes to Mu Chun across the table, his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses as sharp as a scalpel. The transfer to the Key Middle School will be processed by next week. Pack your things and stop hanging around with those disreputable people. Mu Chun's chopsticks paused mid-air, the sauce from the spare ribs dripping onto the plate. Without looking up, he curled his lips into a cold smile. Dad, I'm perfectly fine at Nanching Middle School. No need to bother. Fine. Mu Ivanian slammed the spoon onto the saucer, splattering soup. Fine enough to rank at the bottom of the class. Or fine enough to call hoodlums your brothers. He pulled a report card from his suit pocket and threw it onto the table. The paper bore the heading Nanching Middle School, and Mu Chun's name stood prominently among the top 5. Don't think I don't know you failed on purpose, hiding in a lousy school to escape. Lin Wanjuan, Mu Chun's mother, put down her chopsticks and softened her voice to mediate. Lao, let's eat first. We can talk slowly. Look at him, wallowing in self-degradation. What a disgrace. Lao, why are you so angry? Can't we talk civilly? Lin Wanjun was not a submissive woman, she could be just as firm. Mu Chun fell silent, knowing further argument was pointless. He had already made up his mind. After this meal, he would go to Nanching Middle School. Once he finished his studies there, what could they do to him? After dinner, Mu Chun quietly slipped away, taking his admission letter to Nanching Middle School, 10,000 yuan, and his backpack. 2 days remained before school started. During those 2 days, Shiryu roamed like a lone wanderer. No one wanted to accompany her, and no one spoke to her. Fortunately, the delivery arrived quickly the next day. But the school's strict regulations prevented the courier from entering, so Shiryu had to fetch the package herself. She hurried back to the dormitory with it. She tore open the package containing the underwear. The sound of plastic ripping was unusually loud in the silent room. Shiryu stared at the pink lace peeking out from the seam. As the bra strap slid into her palm, she noticed a card tucked inside. Dear girl, may this pink be the soft light on your armor. The handwriting was round and cute with a smiley sticker at the end. Shiryu touched her burning earlobe and shoved the card into the deepest drawer. Trying it on proved harder than expected. The metal clasp at the back refused to latch, and the scar below her collarbone ached with every movement. How do you even wear this? There must be instructions. She covered her body with a towel, leaving just her bare shoulders exposed, and began reading the manual. Following the diagrams, she gritted her teeth and finally fastened the clasp, only to find the cups left 2 red marks on her skin like stifled sighs. Is this considered fitting? She knew no one would answer, and she knew she was asking herself. Shiryu turned around, the cotton pajama shorts and lacy bra creating a strange contrast. She used to wonder why girls twirled before mirrors. Now she understood. It was an instinct, and she had unconsciously started doing it too. In the mirror, the girl with half-dry hair and a faint blush on her cheeks looked utterly adorable. This should be fine. I've solved the underwear problem. She smiled at her reflection. If anyone had been watching, they would have thought she was crazy. On the first day of class, students were free to choose their seats. Shiryu arrived early, so she had plenty of options. She picked a seat by the window in the second-to-last row and opened her new textbook. Time passed, and the classroom was almost full, but no one wanted to sit next to her. Most of the students who sat together were either roommates or had come from the same school. That was why no one chose the seat beside Shiryu. Eventually, when all other seats were taken, a girl reluctantly and slowly came over to sit next to her. As soon as she sat down, she rested her head on the desk and fell asleep, not even glancing at Shiryu. Shiryu paid close attention during the first lesson, a habit she had cultivated for years. It wasn't an act, as she had once been a top student. A top student? Perhaps. After all, poor grades meant scolding. So subconsciously she still listened intently. Though she didn't have to, any more years of habit kept her focused. The first lesson also had an important task: electing the class monitor. The candidate nominated was a boy named He Hun Tao. No one knew how he had gotten so many recommendations. Maybe he had already become familiar with everyone in the class group chat. He was tall and thin with glasses that made him look scholarly. His appearance suggested he might be shy, but his behavior was the opposite. He was anything but socially anxious. In fact, he was a social butterfly. This was a perfect example of never judging a book by its cover. He Hun Tao didn't decline the nomination, so the homeroom teacher appointed him. It was a bit hasty, but no one else seemed eager to compete, so everyone accepted him as the class monitor. Thus the monitor of class 9 was decided: He Hun Tao. After class, Shiryu was copying the notes the teacher had just written. The girl beside her glanced at Shiryu's diligent note-taking and let out a snicker. Shiryu paused and looked at her, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Are you serious? Why are you trying so hard? You don't actually think you can learn anything in this school, do you? The girl's eyes were incredulous as she stared at Shiryu. Shiryu was taken aback. The girl didn't look like a poor student, but her words were baffling. If we're not here to learn, then why are we here? Sure you didn't know where she found the courage to retort. You're an interesting one. If you really want to study, go to a decent school. Who here is actually serious about studying? The girl's face was full of contempt as if to say stop pretending. Who in this school loves to study? Sure you was stunned. The girl was right. So what was she even trying to achieve? Meanwhile, at the Wu family home, Wu Qizhong had spent days trying to explain away the fact that Wu Xin had become a girl. He finally managed to pass it off as a death, claiming the previous girl was an imposter. Since the truth was so bizarre, most people believed Wu Qizhong, that Wu Xin was dead. Under Wu Qizhong's coercion, Wu Qizhou also admitted that the earlier diagnosis was false. Let's get a divorce. Kai Shooting hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. No. Wu Qizhong roared, slamming his hand on the table. Our son is gone. What are you holding on to? This marriage will never bring happiness. Tears welled in Kai Shooting's eyes. Our son is gone, but we can have another. Divorce is absolutely out of the question. Wu Qizhong believed divorce was a disgrace, and he would never allow it. Huh. Have another. What if it's a daughter? Would you beat her to death too? Kai Shooting sneered. Impossible. The child Wu Qizhong father will definitely be a son. You're beyond saving. I've already contacted the court. Hey, race the divorce agreement. Sign it, and we can be done. No. Wu Qizhong suddenly looked up at Kai Shooting. You're so eager to divorce. Do you have another man? You're insane. Something's definitely wrong. Give me your phone. Now. He snatched the phone away. Who is this man surnamed Luo? A lawyer. A lawyer. Wu Qizhong scrolled through the chat history. The content infuriated him. It was all about consulting how to get a divorce. Are you that desperate to divorce? Do you want to disgrace the Wu family? Wu Qizhong's face turned ashen. No one cares about the Wu family's reputation. You're just paranoid. Shut up. Don't try to fool me. I'm telling you divorce is impossible. That night the Wu family argued until dawn, all because of one man's so-called dignity. I never imagined this would be our first embrace, your gentle smile, as you promised to stay with me until we grew old, far from the world's clamor. The cicadas of September chirped through the dappled plane tree leaves. On the third day of school my deskmate was still sleeping in class, but every time after class she would leave. At first Shiyu thought she was like herself, friendless, but it turned out her friends were just not in this class. She went to find them. Oh, her name is Lu Xiaoqiao. For some reason Shiyu dared not take the initiative to talk to Lu Xiaoqiao. She always felt Lu Xiaoqiao was not easy to get along with, hoping it was just a misconception. Major news, major news. At that moment a sharp shout tore through the afternoon quiet. Hululu wearing sneakers screeched to a halt at the back door of the classroom. She was a super gossip enthusiast. Everyone in the class adored her gossip, and she had great potential as a journalist. What news? A girl responded, and then several others gathered around, eagerly awaiting what Hululu would bring them. Prick up your ears, and listen carefully. Muchuan is also attending this school. The girls fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Who is Muchuan? He is the celebrated figure with the highest scores in the entire city. The myth of perfect scores in the city-wide exams, a genius who won math competition gold medals so easily, that name always appearing on the education pages of newspapers. Who didn't know him? Moreover, he was also very handsome. But such a person could never in any case be associated with this school that was a gathering place for laggards. Come on, what a joke. How could Muchuan attend a shabby school like ours? I think you've gone crazy with infatuation, a girl said crossly. Exactly, Muchuan is the city's #1. Coming to our school, unless he's out of his mind. Haha, Lulu, are you secretly reading romance novels again? A boy in the back row laughed. No, at first I didn't believe it either, but I asked the teacher and checked the roster of class 1. It really is Muchuan. Hululu swore, patting her chest. Give it up. I think you're just a hopeless romantic. Wake up, girl. It's true. Don't disbelieve me. He's in class 1. I swear if I'm lying he'll never get married, alright. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this solemn oath, especially given their age. They still believed in such vows. Lulu, you're serious. Really? Muchuan really came to our school to study. A girl seeing Hululu make such an oath began to waver. Of course, how could I joke about my own lifelong matter? Great, Muchuan is in the same school as us. In that case, rounding up him also quite impressive. You really understand rounding. Do you think with Muchuan being so brilliant this school will be elevated to a higher level because of him? Not that far. Who here came to study with good grades? Except for that one. A girl said, glancing toward Shiyu, who was quietly reading in the corner. The crowd looked at Shiyu and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Wu Qizhou thought it over and was still worried about his nephew, wondering how he was doing. He called, but no one answered. He called several more times, still no answer. When she returned to the dormitory, Shiyu saw several missed calls on her phone and saw they were from her second uncle. She called back. Beep. After 2 or 3 rings the call connected. Hello. Second uncle. Shiner, you answered. Why didn't you pick up earlier? I was in class, so I didn't bring my phone. Oh, how have you been lately? Is the money enough? If not, just tell me. Yes, it's enough, second uncle. How is grandma's health? Is she okay? Grandma's fine. But you remember to take your medicine on time, understand? Understood, second uncle. If grandma says she misses me, you'll go back. Alright then, I won't disturb your class. Call me if anything happens. Unknowingly, half a month had passed since school started. During this half-month Shiyu had almost gotten used to being alone. She thought it would continue like this until graduation. One day during a break Shiyu walked to the stairwell at the corner and seemed to have discovered a nice spot. She felt this place suited her, quiet, comfortable, perfect for someone like her. As soon as she stepped up she heard the sound of tearing open a package. Perhaps the other person also heard her footsteps, and he hastily tried to hide something. This scene was caught by Shiyu. Shiyu didn't know what he was nervous about. She walked up pretending not to see him because she hadn't expected anyone to be here. If she left now it would seem too deliberate. So she slowly walked in and leaned against the railing since it wasn't as if the place was reserved for someone. The boy frowned slightly then slowly walked toward Shiyu and asked softly, "Did you see something?" Shiyu was taken aback, not expecting the boy to initiate a conversation with her since no one had spoken to her for half a month since school started. "If you want some just say so. You followed me up but didn't say anything. Here, take it. Don't tell anyone." He shoved a chocolate bar into Shiyu's hand. Shiyu blinked looking at the person who had given her chocolate with a confused expression. It took her a few seconds to realize he thought she had come to ask him for snacks. How could he think that? Shiyu blinked and looked at the boy. "You've misunderstood. I didn't come to ask for snacks. I just came up to get some sun." As she spoke she handed the chocolate back. The boy was also stunned when she returned it. "Really? I thought you were another girl trying to get close to me to share my snacks." He seemed relieved but then carried a hint of arrogance. Are you famous?" Shiyu looked at the somewhat arrogant boy. "You don't know me?" The boy seemed a bit surprised. Shiyu shook her head. Seeing her reaction, he seemed a little annoyed, his expression as if saying, "How can a girl not know this handsome guy? My name is Muchuin. Remember it?" A smile played on Mukin's face. Beneath his high nose bridge his thin lips curved in a carefree grin. His slightly messy black hair hung over his sword-like eyebrows, swaying gently as he tilted his head. Shiyu had met many confident and even narcissistic people, but this guy indeed had the capital for narcissism. "Oh, Shiyu, why are you here?" His question had two meanings. First, she looked like a good girl, not someone who would appear in a school like this, but rather in a key school. Second, this remote stairwell wasn't a place a girl like her would hang out. "Bored just taking a walk," Shiyu said with a polite smile. "Is that so? I thought you like me were hiding from people." He guessed wrong again, then sat down on the wooden crate below. "Hiding from people?" Shiyu's beautiful dark eyes showed confusion. "Yeah, what can I do? I'm handsome and good at academics. Those girls are so annoying, always trying to get close to me by any means." He seemed both helpless and proud. "Oh, the school heartthrob." Shiyu suddenly thought of a term and blurted it out. "Which class are you in? How come I've never seen you?" "Class 9. Class 9. No wonder. I usually don't go there. I'm in class 1. Since you don't know me, have you at least heard of me?" Shiyu had never cared about school gossip, so she truly hadn't heard of him. "You haven't heard of me? No way." He was a bit taken aback. He thought all girls would know him. Shiyu's appearance shattered his self-perception. And so they chatted one word after another. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. Two strangers suddenly start talking after an encounter. Just then the class bell rang. "Are you coming back next break? I have lots of delicious snacks. They'll bring some for you later," Muchuin said, making a gesture of hiding something. "Okay. I admit that love once appeared, but you just couldn't see it in that moment." The moment, back in the classroom, Lu Xiaoqiao was still sleeping on her desk, ignoring her. This class was English. The English teacher gave everyone a diagnostic test and graded it on the spot. As a result, sure, you got the highest score, so she was appointed as the English class representative. It seemed a bit hasty, but actually it was fine. After all, there were many poor students. Lu Xiaoqiao gave a cold snort. "I didn't expect you to have some skills." Class ended. She sat there hesitating for a while, then stood up and walked towards that place. Just as she approached, "Why are you so late?" Mu Chun sat on a wooden crate, swinging his legs, watching. "Sure, yes, slow pace. Sorry. The teacher kept us late." "Kept you late? Interesting. Here, this is what I brought," Mu Chun said as he tossed a pack of Wangzai QQ candy to Shiryu. Shiryu didn't react in time and failed to catch it. It fell to the ground. Mu Chun was taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. She's so slow. Shiryu felt a bit embarrassed. She finally reacted, bent down to pick it up. In the moment she bent over, Mu Chun seemed to notice the injury on her head. His mouth slightly opened, but he closed it again. "Sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't expect you to toss it suddenly." "Sorry." Shiryu bit her lip, not daring to look up at Mu Chun. She didn't know what expression he wore at that moment. Anger, or... She recalled the angry look of that man, and she shrank back. "It's fine, open it. Girls should like this." He wasn't angry. Shiryu held the Wangzai QQ candy, but didn't make a move to tear it open. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Mu Chun saw her motionless and thought she didn't like it. "No, I want to keep it. Is that okay?" Shiryu stared at the pack of QQ candy and asked. "It's okay, but I have plenty more. If you like it, I can give you some." Mu Chun revealed a sunny smile. "No need, one pack is enough." "Thank you." Shiryu took a deep breath. What a strange person. Mu Chun found her interesting. Strange person. She smiled, this time a genuine smile. Back in the classroom, Shiryu found her notebook on the floor. She paused, picked it up. There seemed to be a shoe print. She thought someone must have accidentally knocked it over. She didn't pay it much mind and just picked it up. Lu Xiaoqiao sneered at the sight. The classroom was noisy. The girls loved gossiping while the boys talked about games, bragging about how they could 1v5 and get pentakills. Shiryu listened to their conversations and found it amusing. During evening self-study, Lulu dropped another shocking piece of gossip. Hey, have you heard? There's a crazy murderer in the neighboring city who's been killing people near schools. Many girls have died at his hands. Really? How can such a thing happen? Really. Everyone should be careful when walking. Don't ever encounter him. The originally quiet classroom fell silent because of Lulu's words. Everyone dared not speak, all thinking about the crazy murderer. After that parting, they never met again. Shiryu went there several times, but never encountered him. It seemed their meeting that day was just a coincidence. Sure enough, her first friend had fizzled out. In those days, Shiryu hadn't found a good friend to eat with. She didn't want to stay in the dormitory either, because every time she went out there were strange looks directed at her. So she stayed out until very late, only entering the dormitory just before it was locked. It was Friday. She went to the cafeteria, as usual. After getting her meal, she stopped by the convenience store to buy a bottle of water. While paying, she inadvertently saw a familiar person sitting at a table not far away. It was him. Lin Chen seemed to have noticed her too, and he waved to her. Shiryu. He walked over quickly. She didn't expect him to remember her. Why are you eating alone? Where are your roommates? He asked, curiously taking the initiative. Lin Chen noticed that she was always alone. They've already eaten. I got out of class late, so our schedules don't match. Shiryu responded flatly. She didn't have any roommates, but she didn't want the only person willing to talk to her to think she was too strange, so she lied. This time they were closer than before. Lin Chen could see the wound on Shiryu's head more clearly. Have you not been to that place recently? Shiryu hesitated, but still asked. Which place? The place where we first met. Oh, that place. I went there that day to sneak some food. I don't usually go there. Shiryu thought, so that's how it was. Huh. You mean you went there afterwards? He looked at her incredulously. No. Shiryu's voice was very soft, not sure if he heard. I remember you're from class 9, right? He asked again. Shiryu nodded. That's a coincidence. In the afternoon PE class, our class will join with class 9. Oh, I've never heard of combined PE classes. Last week's PE classes were each on their own. It's because the Ministry of Education requires one PE class every day. Probably the PE teacher finds it too tiring, so they combine 2 classes. He explained. Oh, it seems there really is such a regulation. Shiryu nodded, understanding only vaguely. Lin Chen suddenly chuckled and said, You're so slow to catch on, it's really amusing. Slow to catch on. Shiryu responded with a polite smile. See you this afternoon, and I'll introduce you to some friends. He finished eating quickly, then winked at Shiryu. In the afternoon, during physical education class, the heat radiated from the sports field in waves. Over 60 students crowded into an uneven formation. Shiryu stood at the edge of the third row of girls, her height of 165 meters, placing her right in the middle of the group. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Lin Chen patted her shoulder. She turned around, and the sunlight slanted across the boy's broad shoulders, gilding his slightly tousled black hair with a golden edge. His deep-set eyes curved into a pleasing arc. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his thin lips held the familiar, uninhibited smile. His wheat-colored skin gleamed with a healthy luster in the sun. Oh, nothing, Shiryu replied with a polite smile. Let me introduce you. This is Ise, my best buddy, Lin Chen said, draping an arm around the other boy's shoulder, the action stirring a faint scent of lemon. The Pulating youth was tall and slender, a clean waistline visible beneath his light, gray athletic tee. His short, neat hair had slightly upturned tips with a bold streak of bright yellow at the ends. When he smiled, 2 canine teeth showed, and his eyes curved into crescents. Hello there, classmate Shiryu. Ise. You can call me Xiao Zhe or Ise, whatever you like. Shiryu finally noticed the other boy's presence. Hello, I'm Shiryu, she responded politely. Haha, great. You're my friend now. Well, you two chat him off to find my girlfriend. With that, Ise ran over to stand behind a tall girl in the third row. This guy. He's such a flirt. Forget him. He'll stand behind you, okay? Shiryu nodded. Peep. A sharp whistle tore through the sweltering air of the field. The PE teacher's whistle had sounded. A tall figure strode over quickly. Under the sunlight, the teacher's high ponytail swung side to side with her steps, the deep blue-dyed tips of her hair tracing sharp arcs in the wind. The PE teacher was a woman, usually wearing a single ponytail. Her name was Zhou Yin, and she was only 28. She was gentle and straightforward. Many didn't understand why a woman would choose to be a PE teacher, but watching her during class, she was clearly happy and fulfilled. That was enough. She lived for herself, not caring about others' opinions. Yet the question of whether one lives for others or for oneself has never had a definitive answer. Some believe living for oneself is selfish, arguing that as humans we have responsibilities. Others disagree, insisting they are their own person and shouldn't be swayed by others. Attention. Dress right, dress. Alright. Since we have a larger combined class today, everyone needs to get along. Minor scrapes are normal. Let's start with a warm-up lap around the track. After hearing this, Shiryu pulled a pill bottle from her pocket. A few days prior, worried that her health might cause trouble, she had explained to the teacher that she couldn't run. But today she wanted to run. She shook out a few pills and swallowed them with water from her bottle on the ground. Lin Chen stared at her stunned. Why are you taking medicine? I can't do prolonged exercise, but with this I can manage to run. Mu Chun was taken aback by her words. Classmate Shiryu, you don't have to run. Zhou Yin said, looking at Shiryu. Some unaware students from class 10 turned to look. Feeling awkward under the scrutiny, Shiryu raised her hand slightly. Teacher, I want to run. Zhou Yin was surprised and walked over. You? Are you sure? Don't push yourself. You have special circumstances. Even if you don't run, I won't say anything. Zhou Yin knew Shiryu wasn't in good health, so for safety, she didn't let her do strenuous exercise. After all, she was just an employee, no need to make things hard on a student. If something happened, she couldn't bear the responsibility. Teacher, I brought my medicine today. They'll be fine. All right then. You there, please keep an eye on her. If anything seems off, make her stop, Zhou Yin said to Mu Chun, who was behind Shiryu. Okay, Mu Chun replied. He deliberately slowed down to walk behind Shiryu. What illness do you have that's so serious you can't even run? I'm not sure. I think it's called myasthenia gravis, but as long as I take my medicine on time, it's fine. Shiryu explained patiently. Oh, I've never heard of that. They'll look it up later, Mu Chun mused. You go ahead, and run'll be fine on my own, Shiryu said with a strained smile. I can't do that. Teacher told me to watch you. I'm responsible if something happens, Mu Chun said with a strong sense of duty. Shiryu smiled. Then he'll trouble you. Hey, who's that girl? Why is Mu Chun following her? Dunno. Heard she's got some illness. Illness? Is she faking it? She doesn't look sick to me. Trying to get Mu Chun's sympathy with a sob story. That's a clever trick. Tisk, what's it to you if she's faking it? Don't tell me you're jealous. I just can't stand these green tea types who deceive our boys' feelings. As Shiryu and Mu Chun jogged, a faint elusive scent of lily of the valley drifted by. A girl's figure came up behind them. She wore a light blue athletic skirt, the hem fluttering lightly with each step, revealing shapely calves. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, smooth as black satin. A pearl butterfly hairpin caught the sunlight, glinting softly as she moved. This tall, graceful girl turned her head to look at Shiryu. Her almond-shaped eyes curved like crescent moons, the corners tilted slightly upward, as if holding a pool of spring water. Hello, you're Shiryu, right? I'm Luo Jiuchuan. Shiryu was startled. She hadn't expected this pretty girl to greet her proactively. Hello, I'm Shiryu. Nice. Mu Chun told me had met an interesting girl. She was very enthusiastic, so much that Shiryu felt a bit uncomfortable. Is that so? Shiryu glanced at Mu Chun, who smiled back at her. Great, finally another girl. It was always just me arguing with those two boys. Now that you're here, it's finally balanced. Luo Jiuchuan affectionately grabbed Shiryu's arm. Her soft hair brushed against Shiryu's cheek, and the fresh, clean scent of her perfume lingered in the air. Shiryu's arm stiffened, and her face flushed instantly. You're so cute. You even blush. No wonder Mu Chun said you're interesting. Shiryu looked at Mu Chun, who just gave her a friendly smile. Finally the lap was over. They stopped, and after finishing the warm-up exercises, everyone was dismissed for free time. Luo Jiuchuan seemed to have already claimed Shiryu as her ally, while Shiryu was still bewildered. You're so obedient, Luo Jiuchuan teased, playing with Shiryu's arm. Are you three always together? Shiryu pulled her arm back. Yeah, we're from the same school. By the way, how did you meet Mu Chun? She asked, blinking her eyes. Rather than suffer, it's better to part ways, each heading left and right. Our romantic encounter at the pavilion when we were 18, that serene parting after the rain. I don't yearn for friendship, but I long for this moment to linger. The pavilion. Shiryu glanced at Mu Chun, who gave a slight nod, signaling that she could speak. Once I ran into him in the hallway. He was secretly snacking and offered me some when he saw me, Shiryu answered truthfully. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, Mu Chun is quite a character. He looks so formidable, doesn't he? Luo Jiuchuan's personality was more amiable than Shiryu had imagined. From the moment they met, she hadn't shown a hint of aversion, which eased the tension Shiryu had been holding for days. Shiryu nodded. He's indeed formidable, but he shouldn't have ended up here. You know, he was the top student at our school. His parents kept pushing him to go to a key school, but he found it so unbearable that he refused, and came to this school out of spite. Luo Jiuchuan finished, eagerly awaiting Shiryu's reaction. I see. Shiryu murmured, then looked at Mu Chun. Is that all you have to say? Don't you think it's a pity? Such a promising student not going to a key school, it's a loss of talent. Luo Jiuchuan was puzzled by Shiryu's unexpected reaction, since most people would find it unbelievable that the school's top student had made such a choice. Shiryu smiled, and said, perhaps to most people it does seem like a pity. After all, in the common view, it's natural to strive for higher ground. But no one knows if he truly wanted to walk that path. In the end, it might just be the wishful thinking of those who don't understand him, or even his parents. Upon hearing Shiryu's words, both Luo Jiuchuan and Mu Chun were stunned. Seeing their stunned expressions, Shiryu realized she might have spoken out of turn, blurting out her innermost thoughts. Sorry. What I meant was. You really are different from the others, Luo Jiuchuan said, liking Shiryu even more. Shiryu was taken aback, then smiled softly at Luo Jiuchuan's laughter. She envied her cheerful personality. A girl so outgoing must be cherished by her family. Luo Jiuchuan seemed to have an endless stream of things to share with Shiryu. Perhaps there were things she couldn't easily say to the boys, and having found a girl willing to listen, it was like a floodgate had opened, and she poured it all out to Shiryu. Shiryu listened intently, her own emotions swaying with Luo Jichuan's words. Hizei grew displeased with how close Luo Jiuchuan and Shiryu had become. He followed Luo Jiuchuan around like a lost puppy, but she paid him no mind. Oh no. Xiao Jiu is ignoring me. What do I do? Hizei complained to Mu Chun. It's time you two spent some time apart. You're always stuck together, Mu Chun replied, taking a sip of his cola. You don't get it. I really like her. You'll understand when you find someone you love, Hizei said, taking a drink as well. Mu Chun took another sip of cola. Don't worry, they're just talking about girls' private stuff. But they only met a day ago. How can they have so much to talk about? Don't ask me, I don't know either. After school, they didn't head home, immediately choosing to stay a while longer. Hizei and Luo Jiuchuan were day students. It only took them 10 minutes to bike home, so they usually lingered at school for about an hour before leaving. We should get going. Sure you stay in the dorms, right? Luo Jiuchuan checked the time, reluctant to leave, as if she still had so much to say. Sure you nodded. Aren't you going home this weekend? Luo Jiuchuan asked, leaning against the balcony railing, noticing Shiryu wasn't in a hurry to leave. At the mention of going home, Shiryu's heart clenched. Go home? Where was home? Did she even have one? My home is quite far away. So I stay here all the time. They'll probably only go back during long holidays, Shiryu said, forcing a smile. I see. Mu Chun doesn't go home on weekends either. You two can hang out together, Luo Jiuchuan suggested. Well, we're off then. She called out to Hizei. Hizei, let's go. Coming. Hizei scurried over to Luo Jiuchuan like an eager puppy. All done talking. You two talked for 3 hours, impressive, Hizei said, rolling down his sleeves. Shiryu and I hit it off right away. Watching their playful banter, Shiryu felt a warmth in her heart. They teased and wrestled with Hizei, completely dominated by Luo Jiuchuan, not daring to fight back. As their figures disappeared from her sight, a wave of inexplicable loneliness washed over Shiryu. For some reason, she too yearned for someone to share such carefree moments with. Want to grab dinner together? I've got basketball practice later, Mu Chun suddenly asked. Sure. The two headed to the cafeteria. There were fewer people than usual today, but the food selection was more abundant. The braised pork looks good today. By the way, do you eat fish? It's Friday, so they have fish, Mu Chun said, his eyes lighting up. He was from a coastal family and loved fish. That's fine, Shiryu said, having initially planned to just grab a simple bite, but now her appetite was piqued. Alright, I'll get some for you. Mu Chun said this because the fish was almost gone, so he hurried to grab it first. Shiryu noticed it was running out as well, and didn't decline. They each took a tray and found a seat. Try this fish, it's really good, he said, looking at Shiryu. Thank you. Shiryu picked up a piece of fish. It was fried to a fragrant, crispy, and crunchy perfection. Although this cooking method masked the fish's original flavor, it was still a treat. Oh, you're quite adept at eating fish. Seems like you've had your fair share, Mu Chun observed, surprised by her skill. My family lives near the sea. So we eat it often, Shiryu said, remembering how her mother would buy fish and make soup. Back then she even got tired of it. Is that so? My family is by the sea too. Where are you from? Haliafing. I'm from Iching. That's pretty close to us. Do you play basketball often? Shiryu asked, recalling his earlier mention of it. Yeah, it keeps me fit. I play for about 2 hours every day, he said between bites. Oh, that's good. It's great for your health, Shiryu said, taking a mouthful of rice. Yeah, if you're free you should come watch. A lot of girls come to see us play. Not sure if you'd be interested. Yeah, sure. After finishing their meal they sat for a while. Isn't it time for you to take your medicine, he suddenly asked. All right. I almost forgot, Shiryu said, patting her pocket and pulling out her pills. You really are something, forgetting that. They'll wipe away my inadvertently shed tears and pretend that everything is of no consequence. Ice rain. In truth, Shiryu wasn't in the habit of taking medicine, and she did occasionally forget to do so. I'm off to play ball. Where are you headed next? Back to the dorm, asked Mu Chun. I thought I'd spend some time reading in the library, Shiryu replied with a smile. All right then. They'll head off to play ball first, Mu Chun said as he stood up. After Mu Chun left, Shiryu also made her way toward the library. Truth be told, she had been going there after class every day lately, as she couldn't think of anywhere else to go. Fortunately, the quality of the books in the library was quite decent, likely donated by someone who had a deep appreciation for Camus and Socrates. And since some point unknown, Shiryu had unexpectedly developed an interest in these books. Engaging in dialogue with the great souls of humanity was a fascinating endeavor. Yet for some reason Shiryu couldn't find peace of mind while reading today. She kept thinking about how Luo Jiuchuan had interacted with her earlier. Her enthusiasm, her friendly gestures towards her. At this moment, she wished Luo Jiuchuan were by her side to read and converse together. To share their worries, to exchange secrets to. She, actually, also yearned for a friend she could open her heart to, and wanted to confide the things weighing on her mind to someone else. But for her now, even having a normal friend was a luxury, let alone a kindred spirit. Humans truly are greedy, and she was no exception. When a person grows accustomed to solitude, they may not realize their own loneliness. Yet when a group of people suddenly enters their life and then departs, that feeling becomes overwhelmingly intense. Shiryu's gaze swept across the bookshelf, and she picked up a book she had read before opening Camus' work. Some things only reveal their true meaning once you've experienced them. If one hasn't understood it, then they are fortunate, and may they never have to. Do not walk behind me, for I may not lead. Do not walk ahead of me, for I may not follow. Walk beside me, and be my friend. True redemption is not the victory won after a bloody struggle, but the ability to find the strength of life and tranquility of the soul amidst suffering. Real generosity towards the future lies in giving everything to the present. One cannot love life without having despaired of it. When the yearning for happiness becomes too urgent, pain rises from the depths of the human heart. My soul is so distant from me, yet my existence is so real. The important thing is not healing, but living with one's afflictions. Besides useless physical suicide and spiritual escape. Is anyone still here? We're closing up now, called out the senior student on duty. Only then did Shiryu slowly rise and walk out. The campus was nearly deserted by now, though the occasional sound of basketballs could still be heard from the playground. She looked up and gazed into the distance, wondering if he had already left. What are you looking at? A voice suddenly came from behind Shiryu, startling her. She didn't scream, but she flinched. Shiryu turned around to look. It was him. What? Did I scare you? Mu Chun asked, noticing her reaction. No. How come you're here? Weren't you playing ball? Shiryu looked at Mu Chun. Hadn't he gone to play? Why wasn't he sweating? Just finished. Was checking if you'd headed back. Looks like the library's closed. Want to grab some late-night snacks together? Late-night snacks. Shiryu had never been in the habit of eating late at night. She hesitated, but at the same time, she didn't want to return so soon to that empty room. She was about to agree. Oh, I forgot. Girls can't eat after 9 o'clock. He scratched his head and said. Shiryu paused for a moment, a slight change crossing her face. It's not exactly that. It's just that I don't usually eat late-night snacks. But having one occasionally wouldn't hurt. Great. Let's go then. The cafeteria on the first floor was already closed, only the second floor was still open. As soon as they entered, the sound of rowdy male shouts hit their ears. Shiryu instinctively closed her eyes, flashes of an angry, raging man surfacing in her mind. Shiryu couldn't stand this kind of loud noise. It wasn't because she was timid, but because her body couldn't handle high volumes of sound, and it inexplicably made her feel irritable. Yet what could she do about it? She could only endure it, since she could hardly march over and say, hey, keep it down, which might very well get her beaten up. They were drinking and shouting loudly, seemingly playing some kind of dice game. What's wrong? Are they bothering you? It's nothing. If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. Huh? Isn't the cafeteria the only place? Can we go somewhere else? She looked at Mu Chun with confusion. Haha, follow me. A smile curled on his lips. Shiryu thought he was going to take her somewhere specific, but when he led her to a wall, she froze. This is... We climb over the wall. Go eat outside. Climb the wall. Shiryu stared at the wall, which was considerably taller than her, and froze again. I can tell you've never climbed a wall before, you obedient little one. They'll go first, and you follow. As he spoke, he stepped on a protruding stone and swiftly vaulted over with practiced ease, clearly a repeat offender. Shiryu was stunned. She never imagined that the idolized prince in everyone's eyes had this side to him. Shiryu stood at the base of the wall, looking up at the swaying weeds on top. The night breeze carried the distant clamor of the basketball court onto her face. Mu Chun crouched on the other side of the wall, popping his head over and waving at her. Don't be scared. Step on that protruding brick, it'll catch you. She took a deep breath and, mimicking Mu Chun, rose onto her tiptoes. Her fingertips had just grazed the rough cement when hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from behind. Who's there? The security guard's flashlight beam pierced the darkness. Shiryu flinched, losing her balance and falling backward. The expected pain never came. Instead, she fell into an embrace tinged with the scent of sweat. Mu Chun wrapped one arm around her waist and covered her mouth with the other, his warm breath brushing past her ear. Don't make a sound. The two hid in the bushes by the corner of the wall, the guard's footsteps pacing back and forth outside. Only after the footsteps completely faded did Mu Chun release his hold, awkwardly stepping back half a pace. Sorry about that, it was an emergency. The tips of his ears flushed red moonlight, casting delicate shadows through his lashes. Shiryu, for her part, didn't seem to react much, perhaps lacking any awareness of her own femininity. Yet she noticed that the knee he had scraped during the game was still oozing beads of blood. You're injured, she blurted out. Mu Chun glanced down and laughed dismissively. It's nothing, just a scratch. Let's go. Wait. Shiryu fished a band-aid from her pocket and handed it to Mu Chun. Use this, or the wound might get infected. Mu Chun was taken aback, looking at Shiryu in disbelief. You actually carry these around with you? I get hurt often. So, I'm used to having them. Plus, having one on just makes me feel a bit safer. Mu Chun froze for a moment. I see. Well then, thanks a lot. It's nothing. You got hurt because of me anyway. He led her to a skewer shop. As Mu Chun lifted the curtain of the barbecue joint, a rich aroma of cumin mixed with charcoal smoke rushed out to greet them. Under the warm yellow light, a metal fan where lazily faded posters covered the walls, and an old Hong Kong film played on a television in the corner. The owner came over with an order pad. Folks, we're packed today. Just mark down what you want. Alright, order whatever you like. My treat today. He pulled a crumpled tissue from his pocket, carefully wiped the table clean, and then handed the menu to Shiryu. Shiryu's fingers skimmed over unfamiliar names like grilled pig brain and beef fat skewers before hesitantly settling on a few corn and mushroom skewers. Mu-chan raised an eyebrow with a grin so light. I thought we were indulging tonight. Without waiting for her reply, he added 10 skewers of cartilage and 5 skewers of kidneys to the order. As they waited for the food, a stirring background score suddenly blared from the television. Chow Yun-fat's character Mark strolled through a hail of bullets with a toothpick dangling from his lips. Mu-chan began humming along, tapping his foot rhythmically against the floor, his injured knee swaying gently with the motion. The skewers arrived one after another. Mu-chan deftly sprinkled on chili powder and handed her a golden grilled corn skewer. Try it. Their secret sauce is pretty good. Shiryu took a bite and her taste buds were instantly overwhelmed with delight. No wonder people loved late-night snacks. So this was what indulging felt like. Well, pretty good, right? You seem really familiar with this place. Do you come here often? Yeah, I usually sneak out here with Ise or the guys from the dorm. You're the first girl I've ever brought here. Care to have a beer? You do drink, don't you? Mu-chan turned to Shiryu and asked. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Alright, let's have a bit then. Okay. Mu-chan had the waiter bring over half a dozen bottles of beer, considering Shiryu was a girl, and probably couldn't handle too much, then looked at her with a chuckle. Hey, you're really something. What? Shiryu looked at him puzzled. You seem unable to refuse anyone. Whatever I say, you just agree to it. Mu-chan said in his usual nonchalant manner. Shiryu froze, her fair slender fingers stiffening in place. Just then Mu-chan's phone rang. He glanced at it, hesitated for a few seconds, and then pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. You little brat. Finally picking up the phone, are you? How dare you sneak off to school like that? If your father finds out you've come back, he'll break your legs. What nonsense. Come back home, he'll transfer you to another school. The woman on the other end launched into a torrent of scolding, chewing Mu-chan out thoroughly. Her voice was loud enough that even Shiryu sitting nearby, without the speakerphone on, could hear every word clearly, and it was evident she was furious. Mom, I'm not transferring. I'm doing just fine here, free and easy. Mu-chan replied with a grimace. Fine, you little brat. Keeping secrets from your own mother. Just you wait until you come home. They'll deal with you then. The woman's voice remained just as loud, clearly belonging to a rather domineering personality. Mom, just leave me alone, alright? I have my own plans. Besides, I'm out having dinner with a friend right now. Give me some face here. Out this late. This just proves how poor that ordinary school's management is. If they're letting you out at this hour, I'm going to file a complaint against the school. Alright, Mom. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up now. You? Mu-chan. I know you're sulking, blaming your father and me for being too controlling. But if you ever change your mind about transferring, just tell me. Her voice finally softened. After all, he was still her child. Alright, I got it. I'm hanging up now. Mu-chan ended the call and let out a relieved breath. Sorry you had to see that. That's just how my mom is, loud and blunt. Mu-chan rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. It's fine. Your mother just cares about you. To be honest, Shiryu felt a twinge of envy. She wished she could chat with her own mother too, but she would never have that chance again. Hell, let's keep eating. Want some chili? Mu-chan said, taking a sip of his beer. He sprinkled some chili powder onto Shiryu's portion. Shiryu picked up a bite, but as soon as she swallowed, she was hit by the spice and started coughing uncontrollably. Mu-chan blinked, caught off guard. You okay, eh? Shiryu shook her head and offered a faint smile. I'm fine. It's just been a while since I've had chili. Went down the wrong way, that's all. Then have a sip of beer? It'll help with the spice. Alright. Shiryu picked up the beer and took a drink. But the moment it hit her tongue, a wave of bitterness washed over her, and she choked again. She felt embarrassed all over again. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should stick to a soft drink instead. Mu-chan looked a bit flustered. Thank you. Mu-chan handed her a bottle of soda. That settled things much better. It seemed her current body just wasn't cut out for anything but beverages. The two exchanged a smile. So let me ask you something. When did Ise and Luo Zhochuan get together? Mu-chan raised an eyebrow at her question, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh, didn't expect you to be the type to gossip about others. He had assumed that a good girl like Shiryu wouldn't bother with such things. He continued, it was around graduation from middle school. Right before they finished, Ise was the one who confessed. Though honestly, I never expected someone as free-spirited as Luo Zhochuan to actually say yes to him. A look of disbelief crossed Mu-chan's face as he spoke. Huh, why do you say that? Even though Shiryu wasn't particularly close to Luo Zhochuan or Ise, she thought Ise seemed to treat Luo Zhochuan quite well. I've always felt the two of them just don't quite fit together. How come? From what I've seen, Ise treats Luo Zhochuan pretty well. Shiryu recalled the playful, bickering dynamic the two of them had, and it seemed fine to her. He does treat her well, it's true. But, forget it. Zhochuan is also my friend. Ooh, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. Oh, Shiryu noticed he didn't want to elaborate and didn't press further. Why the sudden interest in them? What's up? You thinking about dating? Got your eye on someone? Want me to put in a good word? Mu-chan suddenly tilted his head, looking at Shiryu with a sly grin. No, it's not that. Just curious, that's all. Shiryu shook her head. Yeah, that figures. A well-behaved girl like you wouldn't just jump into a relationship with anyone. By the way, is your hand still hurting? No, it's fine now. Don't worry about it. Mu Chun flexed his fingers to show he was good as new. Sure, you nodded. Oh right, one thing I'm curious about. How did you end up at this school? I'm sure you figured out my reason by now. I chose this place on purpose just to get away from my parents' plans for me. What about you? Don't tell me it's the same story. Mu Chun asked, genuinely curious. Me? Sure, you searched through her memories, but she had no idea how she had come to this school. She had no memories tied to this body at all. In fact, the only memories she had were those of Wu Xin. The reason she was studying here was simply because her uncle had arranged it. Seeing Sure You go silent, Mu Chun assumed she had something she didn't want to talk about. It's alright. It's not like you have to go to a top-tier school to get into university. Wait until we both ace our college entrance exams. That'll really shut everyone up. Mu Chun flashed a roguish grin. Sure You was taken aback. She stared at him as if she had suddenly found something to hold on to. In that moment it felt like the heavy sunken feeling in her heart stirred slightly, as if a faint glimmer of hope for life had been rekindled. Getting into a good university together. That actually didn't sound bad at all. Sure, that sounds good. But how did you figure out I'm actually good at my studies? Sure You tilted her head, asking curiously. Just a gut feeling. Gut feeling? Huh. Sure You checked her phone. It was already 11 p.m. The dormitory gates would close at 1130, and she needed to get back before then. It's 11 o'clock. I should head back. The dorms lock at 1130. Sure You said. Alright, let's get going then. Mu Chun clapped his hands together and rose to his feet. Boss check please. Mu Chun called out to the owner. Let me pay. No way. I'm the one who dragged you out for late night snacks, and I said it's on me. How could I let you pay? Besides, you're a girl. There's no way I'm letting you spend a single cent. Alright. After settling the bill, they found themselves back at the school wall. Mu Chun studied it carefully. The outside of the wall lacked the protruding bricks that made climbing easy from the inside. If he were alone, he could easily scale it, but with a girl around it was a bit of a challenge. How about you step on me to get up first? You go up first then pull me up. That works too. Mu Chun pressed his hands against the top of the wall, pushed off with his long legs, and vaulted over the ledge in one fluid motion. Moonlight traced a silver outline along his back. He leaned down, extending his hand palm up. Take my hand. Sure You reached out gently, using his grip to pull herself up and climb over the wall with ease. Not bad. You're already getting the hang of wall climbing on your second try. Mu Chun praised. I don't think that's exactly something to be proud of. Sure Yes cheeks flushed slightly. Fair point. Well, I should get going. You should head back too before the dorm gates close. Mu Chun. What's up? We're friends now, right? Of course we are. Then, can I come hang out with you sometime? Absolutely. Great. Sure You returned to the dormitory and pulled out her diary from the drawer. In the diary she wrote, today, I made a good friend. His name is Mu Chun. He's a very kind person and the only one at school willing to talk to me first. His grades are actually excellent. The reason he came to this school is that he's hiding from his parents. He's different from me. A very interesting person. She hoped this friendship would last forever. Then she drew two little stick figures, and a smile blossomed on Sure Yes' face. Living alone in the dorm had its perks. She could turn off the lights whenever she pleased without worrying about anyone else. Thinking about it that way, it didn't feel so bad after all. Sure You rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, until the dorm matron's check-in snapped her out of it, and she turned off the light to sleep. During the first homeroom class on Monday, after the teacher gave a long speech, they were left to self-study. Sure You was reading when Lu Xiaoqiao nudged her with her elbow. Hey! Sure You was startled. She hadn't expected Lu Xiaoqiao to initiate a conversation. What's up? Sure You looked at her. You know that Mu Chun guy, right? Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled as she spoke, as if talking about someone remarkable. Sure You nodded. Yes, I know him. We're friends, I guess. Do you have his phone number? Can you give it to me? Lu Xiaoqiao said with a smile, though it was clearly insincere. His number? I don't have it either. Sure You shook her head apologetically. What? Aren't you two friends? How can you not have his contact? Lu Xiaoqiao frowned, her face turning sour, then she sneered. Don't tell me you just don't want to share it. I really don't have it. Fine. Don't give it to me then. Lu Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes, her ponytail sweeping across Sure Yes' textbook. Sure You froze. So that's why she had talked to her. She just wanted Mukin's contact info. After class, when Sure You returned from the restroom, she found her notebook on the floor again, this time with a shoe print on it. She had a good idea who did it, but she chose not to make a fuss, not wanting to cause a scene over something so petty. But that didn't mean she would endure it forever. Her parents could hit and scold her, and she'd accept it, but she wouldn't let others bully her. Did you do this? What? The girl was still pretending, examining her nails. Too childish to own up to it. Sure You let out a cold laugh. What did you say? The girl slammed the desk and stood up, drawing everyone's attention. What's going on here? A girl walked over, apparently close to Lu Xiaoqiao, followed by a small crowd. She says I messed with her stuff and stepped on her notebook. Lu Xiaoqiao spoke first. Do you have proof? The other girl asked. Every time I come back it's like this. No one else would have a reason to do this. Oh, so you have no proof? Then how can you accuse her without evidence? Sure You was taken aback looking at them. These girls always hung out with Lu Xiaocao not because of anything else, but because they were kindred spirits. And they had always held a prejudice against Shiryu. In their eyes, being a loner who loved studying made her a weirdo. Just like Lu Xiaocao had initially said, if she loved studying so much, why didn't she get into a better school? Proof. The shoe print is right here. We can compare it. Lu Xiaocao's expression changed instantly, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She immediately put on a pitiful act. Shiryu, I really didn't knock your notebook down. You have to believe me. Her eyes turned red and she began to cry. Xiaocao, don't cry. We believe you. Shiryu, look at what you've done. Yeah, without proof you can't just blame her. Could it be that you staged this yourself? Lu Xiaocao is a nice person. As for you, maybe you've made an enemy. Shiryu was stunned. This sudden turn of events caught her off guard. She had no way to deal with a woman like this. After all, she wasn't even a woman herself. And now with so many people chiming in, it suddenly seemed like she was the one in the wrong. Shiryu stared at Lu Xiaocao's suddenly reddened eyes, a bitter feeling rising in her throat. The murmurs from the surrounding classmates felt like sharp needles piercing her eardrums. She bent down to pick up the notebook, her fingertip tracing the uneven creases around the shoe print. Forget it. Shiryu shoved the notebook into her drawer, her nails digging deep into her palm. Look at you pretending to be so magnanimous. Feeling guilty, are we? Wang Lu flicked her permed ponytail with a sarcastic tone. Get lost. Shiryu's gaze suddenly turned fierce. What did you say? You reek of arrogance. Who do you think you are? Wang Lu raised her hand about to slap Shiryu. What's going on here? At that moment the teacher walked in and happened to see Wang Lu about to strike. Oh teacher. Shiryu said Lu Xiaocao stepped on her notebook, but it's just her guess. I don't think Xiaocao would do such a thing. It probably just fell on its own. It's all a misunderstanding, Wang Lu quickly explained. You're making a scene over such a trivial matter. And you were about to hit someone. Shiryu, come to my office. The teacher's face darkened. Shiryu followed the teacher to the office with Wang Lu's muttered remark trailing behind her, such a fake crybaby. Only the teacher would fall for that. What happened? Teacher Li asked with a frown. It's nothing serious. My notebook just fell on the floor. Shiryu, we're all classmates. You should get along well with everyone, understand? I've heard you don't like to interact with them. If you keep this up, you'll be isolated. The teacher lectured her with a self-righteous, earnest tone. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Yes, teacher. I'd like to change my seat. Change seats. Shiryu, it seems you haven't taken my advice to heart. Doing this will only make them isolate you even more. No, teacher. I just want to study hard and get into a good school in the future. So I'd like to sit closer to the podium. It has nothing to do with them. The teacher was momentarily taken aback by her words, a puzzled expression on her face. The same look Lu Xiaocao had given her, as if saying, if you love studying so much, why didn't you get into a better school in the first place? Now you want to study. What were you doing before? However, as a teacher, she couldn't voice these thoughts. I see. But it's not easy to rearrange seats just like that. Suddenly moving someone to the back would cause complaints. How about this? If you do well on this month's exam, I'll arrange the seat change then. Okay, thank you, teacher. Alright, that's settled. You can go now. Remember to get along well with your classmates. Every step I take looking back on the road I've traveled has been walked in solitude. Epiphany. After class, as Shiryu was heading to the cafeteria, alone Mu Chun suddenly appeared before her. Hi. Mu Chun still wore that sunny smile on his face. He always appeared unexpectedly whenever she was feeling down. Mu Chun. Shiryu looked at his bright face, and the gloom in her heart began to lift. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. Mu Chun noticed her troubled expression and asked. Shiryu shook her head. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a bit tired after class. Alright, then let's go eat together. He and Luo Jiuchuan are already waiting for us. Okay. Shiryu and Mu Chun headed to the cafeteria together. A few girls whispered behind them. Tisk, that Shiryu really latched onto Mu Chun. No wonder she acts so high and mighty. She's got backing now. Hey, over here, over here. He with sharp eyes spotted Mu Chun and Shiryu and waved his hand at them. Mu Chun and Shiryu walked over smiling at He and Luo Jiuchuan. Luo Jiuchuan stood up upon seeing Shiryu. Shiryu, Mu Chun. Luo Jiuchuan greeted them happily. What do you two want to eat? We'll get the food. Mu Chun said, grabbing He by the collar. I can get it myself, thanks. Shiryu replied politely. It's fine, let them go. It's too crowded right now, hard to squeeze through, Luo Jiuchuan said, pointing at the crowd by the window. Shiryu looked over and indeed saw it was packed. Alright, anything is fine. He'll have the same as Jiuchuan. Thanks a lot. Got it. He was dragged off by Mu Chun to get the food. Shiryu, it's been 2 days? Did you miss me? Luo Jiuchuan enthusiastically grabbed Shiryu's arm. Shiryu nodded in response. Really? You know we never finished our last conversation. You're the only one who actually listens to me talk. Every time I try to tell those two boys something they think I'm annoying, haha. Luo Jiuchuan held Shiryu's hand, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Well, I quite like listening to stories, so I'll always listen to what you have to say. If you ever have anything interesting, just tell me. He'll be your audience. Shiryu responded with a sincere look. I'm awesome. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Let me tell you. Luo Jiuchuan began chattering away again, recounting amusing anecdotes about the two boys, leaving Shiryu utterly captivated. After listening to her for over 10 minutes, Shiryu had gained a bit of insight into Mu Chun. Just then Mu Chun and Heizei returned carrying trays. This is all they had today, but they've got most of what Zhichuan wanted. Here you go. Thanks. After school, Shiryu went to the supermarket to buy some things. On her way back, as she reached the bicycle parking area, she thought she heard a cat's meow. Meowed. Shiryu thought she heard a cat, but then reasoned that schools couldn't possibly have cats. Meowed. Another cat's cry, very faint. Shiryu froze. This time she was sure she hadn't misheard. There was definitely a cat meowing. She carefully followed the sound. Meowed. The cry sounded again. Shiryu traced it to a corner and finally found the source. Little cat. She stared at a dusty gray ball of fur curled up in the corner. It was a small calico cat. Meowed. It seemed to be calling out to Shiryu. Shiryu paused, then smiled at the cat. Don't be scared. I won't hurt you. Shiryu spoke softly, afraid of startling it. The cat seemed to understand her. It cautiously crept out and rubbed against her feet. It was a sign of affection. The cat seemed weak, as if it was starving. Shiryu crouched down, her fingertips gently brushing against the cat's soft fur. Little one, what are you doing here? Where's your owner? The cat meowed again, as if responding to her concern. It was pitifully thin, its ribs visible beneath its sparse fur, yet its amber eyes held a faint glimmer. Shiryu looked around. How could there be a cat in the school? Had it wandered in from outside? Seeing the frail kitten stirred a strong protective instinct in Shiryu. She remembered the uneaten bread in her backpack, quickly pulled it out, and broke it into small pieces on the ground. The cat immediately scurried over and devoured it hungrily, its little head constantly rubbing against Shiryu's hand, as if in gratitude. Watching the cat eat so eagerly seemed to dispel some of the gloom in Shiryu's heart. Where's your owner? Meow. Did you run in from outside? Meow. If you don't mind, I'll take care of you from now on. Shiryu realized for the first time that she could be talkative too. It turned out she wasn't naturally quiet, she just hadn't found someone she could talk to. Shiryu smiled, wondering if the cat understood her. Meow. Little cat, let me give you a name. Since you're spotted, I'll call you Huahua. Meow. Huahua. Meow. Shiryu laughed. Indeed, cats were the most healing creatures. But then she faced a dilemma. Should she bring it back to the dorm? The dorms were checked every night. If the dorm manager found out, the cat would definitely be thrown out, since the school didn't allow pets. But leaving it here meant it would eventually be discovered. Meow. Just as Shiryu was pondering, Huahua suddenly darted away. Before Shiryu could react, it had vanished. Shiryu rushed out trying to find Huahua, but saw no trace of it. A sense of loss washed over her. Well, I guess it's gone. It probably just wandered in by mistake. Just as Shiryu was about to leave, Huahua suddenly reappeared. Meowed. Huahua's sudden return startled Shiryu. Seeing the cat again, she felt a mix of annoyance and joy. Annoyed that it had run off, but happy that it had come back. You? Didn't you leave? Meow. Huahua's eyes showed confusion. Shiryu blinked. Could it be that the cat was playing hide and seek with her? Are you playing hide and seek with me? Meow. I see. You want to play with me? Shiryu put down her bag and started playing with Huahua. The one-person cat duo had a great time. It was probably one of the few times Shiryu felt truly carefree. With Huahua's company, her mood improved considerably. Huahua, thank you for today. I feel much better. It's getting late, I'll come find you to play tomorrow. Meow. From that day on, Shiryu spent every day after school with Huahua, and Huahua stayed with her for the entire summer. Meanwhile, in the office at the end of the third floor of Nanjing Hospital, the cold white fluorescent light hummed with a faint electric current. Wu Qizhou, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, unconsciously rubbed the yellowed edges of the papers in his folder. The glass desk was covered with dense formulas and charts with 2 photos nestled among them. One of Shiryu, her eyes gentle and warm, the other a candid shot of Wu Xian in sportswear on the basketball court, his brilliant smile even more dazzling than the sun behind him. Dr. Wu, why have you dug up your research topics from a few years ago? Chun Nin pushed the door open with a medical record folder in his arms, his gaze sweeping over the cluttered desk, a slight frown forming on his brow. As a core physician in neurosurgery, he had never approved of Wu Qiz's research into supernatural fields like soul wavelengths, always feeling that those waveform charts and EEG data were merely metaphysics disguised as science. Wu Qizhou took off his glasses and pressed his knuckles against his aching brow. It's nothing, just developed a recent interest in this area. His deliberately light tone concealed a barely perceptible tremor. Oh, just don't let it interfere with your work. This stuff is nothing but vague illusions. Better to focus on the real tasks. Chun Nin placed the medical records on the desk. The metallic clatter of the clips was jarringly loud in the silent office. I'm heading home now. It's not your shift today, is it? Want to grab dinner together? No thanks. I need to head home soon. Wu Qizhou lowered his head to organize the materials, but as he closed the folder, his fingertip lingered half a second longer on Wu Xin's photo. Only after the sound of Chun Nan's footsteps completely faded did he whisper softly into the air, Shiner. Are you doing all right? At Wu Qiz's home. The electronic clock by the entrance showed 1017 p.m. As the security door opened, warm yellow light mixed with the aroma of home-cooked food enveloped him. His wife Shoyue poked her head out from the kitchen floor, still dusting her apron. Honey, what have you been up to lately? Why are you coming home so late? She noticed the dark circles under his eyes and his slightly askew shirt collar, as if he had thrown it on in a hurry. There have been more patients at the hospital lately, so I've been a bit busy. Wu Qizhou loosened his tie, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the bitterness. Zhou Yu wiped her hands as she walked out of the kitchen, hesitating before speaking. Oh, I've heard some rumors. Are they true? They say Wu Xian is dead. Wu Qiz's hand froze midair, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his slippers. He didn't know how to answer his wife's question. I don't know. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit suddenly seized him. He bent over, pressing his elbow against his chest, a rusty metallic taste spreading across his tongue. Are you alright? Why have you been coughing so badly lately? Zhou Yu hurried over and patted his back. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Wu Qizhou straightened up, forcing a smile. Just then the sound of a wooden door opening came from the second floor. Dad, are we not going to Uncle's house these days? Wu Zuwei peeked out, wearing dinosaur pajamas, his soft hair sticking up like a bird's nest. There are some things going on at Uncle's house, so we won't go for now, Wu Qizhou replied to his son with a smile. The boy clattered down the stairs, holding the railing, his eyes sparkling as he asked, what about Brother X? He promised to teach me how to assemble a drone, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Wu Qizhou felt as if his throat was clogged with cotton. Your brother Xin has gone abroad to study. He won't be back for a while. Oh, okay. In the season of withering blossoms, sorrow lurks behind, quietly savoring the tenderness of the tatami. The wilted sunflower still waits foolishly, perhaps, for my whispered plea to stay. The end of the month arrived swiftly. On the day before the monthly exam, Shiryu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. At first she paid it no mind, and went to class as usual. In the season of withering blossoms, sorrow lurks behind, quietly savoring the tenderness of the tatami. The wilted sunflower still waits foolishly, perhaps, for my whispered plea to stay. The end of the month arrived swiftly. On the day before the monthly exam, Shiryu suddenly felt, my stomach just started hurting terribly this morning, Shiryu said, clutching her abdomen, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Stomach pain. Is it that time of the month? Luo Jiuquan seemed to have a sudden realization. That? What do you mean by that? Shiryu blinked, still clutching her stomach, clearly not grasping Luo Jiuquan's meaning. Are you? Luo Jiuquan nearly yelped, quickly clamping a hand over her mouth. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she looked at Shiryu. Shiryu? You're bleeding down there. Luo Jiuquan's gaze inadvertently flickered to Shiryu's chair. Shiryu looked down, and instantly a look of horror dawned on her face. It was her period, wasn't it? You didn't bring a sanitary pad. Luo Jiuquan looked at Shiryu with slight astonishment. Someone her age really shouldn't have forgotten something like this. This kind of situation only happened to those who were experiencing it for the first time. I forgot. Shiryu quickly made an excuse, feeling for the first time how exhausting it was to be a girl. Just earlier it had taken her half an hour to dry her hair after washing it. And she remembered from biology class that this thing, it came once a month. Oh heavens, didn't that mean she had to be on guard for its sudden ambush every single month? Wait here, don't get up yet, Luo Jiuquan said and dashed off. Before long she returned carrying a jacket and a pack of sanitary pads. Use this to cover up for now, then go to the restroom and change. He'll follow behind you and block the view, Luo Jiuquan said. Thanks. Don't mention it, we're best sisters, aren't we? The bathroom tiles were icy cold against her skin. Shiryu stared at the sanitary pad, utterly clueless about how to proceed. Hey Jiuquan, are you out there? Yeah, are you done? I brought a black plastic bag. You can put your pants in here later. How do you use this thing? Shiryu fumbled with it for a while, but still couldn't figure out how it worked. What? Luo Jiuquan seemed not to have heard her clearly. I don't know how to use it. What? You've never used a sanitary pad before. Luo Jiuquan's voice filtered through the crack in the door, trembling with disbelief. This? How was she supposed to explain it? It was indeed strange for someone her age not to know how to use a sanitary pad. After all, girls usually got their first period around 14, unless there were special circumstances. Claiming this was her first time now would be utterly unbelievable. Open the door, I'll teach you. Shiryu's hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. Fortunately, Luo Jiuquan didn't press further. She slipped inside, locked the door behind her, and her gaze swept over the bloodstains on Shiryu's legs and the injuries on her body. Her eyes suddenly reddened. These wounds are... Seeing Shiryu looking like a lost little girl, Luo Jiuquan was stunned. She had heard from Muchuan that Shiryu was a bit slow, but these injuries... Had she been bullied? Who? Why would they do this to her? Who did this to you? These are all old wounds. Don't worry. Just teach me how to use this first. Alright. With Luo Jiuquan's help, Shiryu finally learned how to use the sanitary pad. Thanks. It's nothing. Luo Jiuquan still found it strange and asked, Shiryu, maybe you should see a doctor. Huh? Why? Your period came way too late. I'm worried there might be something wrong with your body. Shiryu was taken aback. She hadn't expected Luo Jiuquan to circle back to this topic. How was she supposed to explain? She really didn't want to lie to Luo Jiuquan, but if she told the truth, would she even be believed? And if she was believed, would she, like her parents, abandon her and leave? I'm not really sure either. Don't worry about me, Jiuquan. Let's head out. Wearing the sanitary pad felt strange to Shiryu, yet somehow a bit comfortable. At that thought she suddenly blushed. Pervert. During the break, Muchuan leaned against the wall looking utterly bored. Tomorrow's the first monthly exam. What rank do you think you'll get? Muchuan asked the girl before her curiously. The girl shook her head gently. Not sure. Not sure. Why so little confidence in yourself? I think you'll get first place at least in your class. Sure, you hesitated. Hard to say. What about you? He'll definitely be first, Muchuan said with a raised eyebrow, her expression brimming with confidence. True. It seems like you get first place no matter which school you attend. So are you going to go easy on us? Ever since Shed learned that Muchuan was that legendary top student, she found her almost unbelievable. No way. Muchuan waved her hand. The whole city knows my grades. If I deliberately did poorly, it would definitely be noticed. I see. So what's the difference between this and being in a key school? I thought you'd stopped caring about grades since you came here, the girl said with a composed expression. It's definitely different. Key schools are super strict. Lights out at 9 p.m. sharp every night, and the campus is completely enclosed. Even on weekends you can't get out. And you know what, if you're caught wandering around at night you get demerit points or punished. It's basically a prison. You have to do everything exactly as the teachers say. That's strict. Sure, you seem to recall something. Sleeping at 9 p.m. and not being allowed to go out and play. Wasn't that who she used to be? So she could understand the feeling Muchuan described. Of course. So what does it matter where you study? Even though I came here, it doesn't mean I've given up on myself, you know. I understand. Not giving up on oneself. Meaning sneaking out over the school wall late at night with a girl to grab a midnight snack. The results of the monthly exam were out. Sure, you didn't get first place, she came in second. The first place went to a boy named Chen. Although sure you knew she might not get first, she wondered who this Chen was. In this class, there was actually someone who worked harder than her. It seemed she wasn't such an odd one out after all. Perhaps because she felt there was another odd one like herself. Sure, you unconsciously scanned the room searching for this so-called Chen. Wow, Ching, you're amazing. You got first place. I never would have guessed. Just as she was thinking about it, exclamations of admiration from the girls rang out from the desk near the podium. Yeah, I didn't expect our class to have a top scholar. Your grades aren't even worse than Yukin's. Hu Lulu and the others sat beside Shun Yicheng, showering him with praise. Shen Yicheng let out a light chuckle, then shifted his gaze towards Shiryu. Shiryu froze for a moment, quickly lowering her head and pretending to tidy her things. Tisk, you study so hard, and still only got second place. And what does second place get you? Nobody's here to flatter or suck up to you, Lu Xiaoqiao sneered from the side, as if looking at a pitiful joke. In truth, Shiryu bore no grudge against Lu Xiaoqiao. She knew that Lu Xiaoqiao simply disliked her for no particular reason. Shiryu couldn't be bothered to argue with her. She headed to the office. Anyway, the seats were being changed today, so she wouldn't have to sit next to Lu Xiaoqiao anymore. Teacher, the exam results are out. I ranked second. The homeroom teacher stared at Shiryu in surprise, having only mentioned it casually earlier, never expecting her to actually achieve such good grades. Is this really your score? The teacher still couldn't believe it, looking at Shiryu. Shiryu nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the teacher's doubt. The teacher frowned. No cheating. No. Shiryu shook her head again. She glanced at the report card, a complex expression crossing her face, but since she had already spoken, she couldn't take it back. Alright, I'll move you to sit behind Shen Yicheng then. Okay, thank you, teacher. As Shiryu carried her textbooks to the new seat, Shen Yicheng was spinning a pen and gazing at the camphor trees outside the window. Sunlight slanted across his profile, casting tiny shadows beneath his eyelashes, his white shirt collar slightly open, revealing the slender collarbone of a youth. Shen Yicheng smiled at her. Shiryu was momentarily stunned, then offered a polite smile in return. She sat behind Shen Yicheng, the second-ranked student behind the first, nothing amiss. Class began. Her new deskmate was an ordinary boy, not as troublesome as Lu Xiaoqiao. He didn't initiate conversation with Shiryu, perhaps because he was shy and introverted. If one looked closely, his face was flushed red. Most of the class slumped over to sleep, but Shen Yicheng and Shiryu listened attentively. The teacher's professional level was actually not bad, no worse than those key schools. Sitting in the back row, Shiryu watched Shen Yicheng's back and found it strange. What was the deal with this Shen Yicheng? With such excellent grades, why would he come to this school? Mu Chun came because he was dissatisfied with his parents' arrangements, but what about him? On the rooftop? How was this monthly exam? What rank? Mu Chun leaned against the rusted railing. Second. Not bad. Who's first? Seems to be called Shen Yicheng. Shen Yicheng. Hearing the name, Mu Chun suddenly smiled. What? Why are you smiling? Do you know him? Shiryu looked up at Mu Chun. Not exactly. I've seen his name on the city-wide list before. Oh, what's wrong? You look so down and gloomy. Mu Chun noticed Shiryu seemed off. No, I'm always like this. Shiryu looked up at Mu Chun. She indeed appeared less lively, but there didn't seem to be anything that could cheer her up. It's okay. Try harder next time and beat him. Shiryu didn't know what to say, just nodded in response. How about you? You must be first, right? Shiryu asked with a smile. Of course. He was very confident, as if stating the obvious. For some reason, Shiryu felt a sense of loss inside. Just then Shiryu's phone vibrated. She was startled, not expecting anyone to call her at this hour. Apart from delivery, no one ever called. She pulled out her phone from her pocket and stared at the unfamiliar yet familiar number. It was her second uncle. For some reason she had a bad feeling. I need to take this call. Okay. Shiryu ran to the corner wondering why her second uncle was calling now. Hello. Second uncle. Xin. Shiryu. Are you in class? Her second uncle's voice sounded hoarse. No. Just finished class. What's wrong, second uncle? Shiryu. Your grandmother. She passed away. Shiryu's phone fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the noise, Lin Chen rushed over to find Shiryu slumped against the wall, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Shiryu. Lin Chen bent down to pick up the phone, stunned by Shiryu's pale face. What's wrong? You look terrible. Shiryu's lips moved, but no sound came out. She didn't cry. Not because she wouldn't, but because when grief reaches its peak, tears don't come. After a few minutes, Shiryu snatched the phone, her eyes reddening, her voice choked. I'm sorry. She covered her welling tears with her arm and ran toward the dormitory. Lin Chen stood frozen, watching Shiryu leave. She sat numbly in the dormitory, clutching the silver lock her grandmother had given her. Half an hour earlier, in the nursing home, mottled sunlight filtered through the carved window lattice. Grandmother's withered fingers traced the edge of a photo frame, the glass reflecting the deep wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The boy in the photo wore a blue and white school uniform, a smear of cream on his lips. Chijo, has Shiner been doing well lately? Have you called her recently? Is she eating well at school? Grandmother stroked the photo, her cloudy eyes soft with affection. She should be fine. Wu Chijo was wiping a cup, not noticing anything unusual about the old woman. Is that so? That's good. Grandmother's eyes suddenly brightened. Chijo, go get some red envelopes. Red envelopes? Mom, what's wrong? Why the sudden request? Wu Chijo asked, puzzled. Just go when I tell you. Cough. Grandmother grew agitated. All right, Mom, don't get worked up. They'll get them right now. Wu Chijo quickly returned with the red envelopes. Mom, what are you going to do? Bring me my money. Okay. Wu Chijo didn't know what his mother was up to, but he had to comply. Carefully, grandmother stuffed the red envelopes one by one, muttering to herself, as if pouring all her love into them. She looked at them with satisfaction, touched them, as if recalling the scene of little Shiner holding a red envelope, and wishing her a happy new year. Shiner will be as happy seeing these as she was when she was little. Chijo, this is next year's New Year's money for Shiner. Remember to give it to her. And this. Even though she's a girl now, she's still my good grandchild. This is my dowry for her. I hope she'll meet someone who truly treats her well. My only regret is that I won't get to see her. Grandmother's words trailed off. Her gaze stared straight ahead. It was unwillingness and regret for her own powerlessness, unable to protect her grandchild who had been beaten and abandoned by her own son. Mom. Sure, you didn't know how she made it to the office. She had grown up with her grandmother and was deeply attached to her. But recently, as her grandmother aged, her father had sent her to the nursing home. Now she hadn't even seen her for the last time. How was her grandmother when she passed? Had she suffered? Had she missed her? If only she hadn't left. If only she had stayed with her. At the door, Shiryu struggled to compose herself. Teacher, I'd like to ask for 2 days off to go home. Leave? What's wrong? The teacher thought these students sure had a lot of trouble. My grandmother passed away. I want to attend her funeral. The teacher paused, sighed with sympathy, and wrote out an approved leave slip. Go ahead. My condolences. Thank you, teacher. Half an hour later, at the Wu family ancestral hall, Shiryu paced back and forth outside, unsure of what identity she should use to enter. But since she had come this far, she at least wanted to kowtow before her grandmother's spirit tablet. Before leaving, for her grandmother was the one who had loved her the most. She looked at her uncles, aunts, and cousins. They stood not far away, yet she couldn't call out to them. They were all her own flesh and blood. But she couldn't reveal her identity. Grandmother, how can I tell them that I am also your grandchild? But would they believe that I am Wu Xian? Would they think him a liar just like Mom and Dad did? Just then Shiryu looked up and saw a familiar figure. She froze for a moment. It was the person she missed day and night. Xian. Kai Shooting instinctively called out. Then her expression suddenly changed drastically. What are you doing here? Mom. I'm asking you, why are you here? I am also grandmother's grandchild. Why can't I be here? The girl's eyes showed a stubborn glare as she looked at the woman. Grandchild? You still remember you're a grandchild. Leave. This place no longer belongs to you. Get out of here now. Kai Shooting's emotions were getting out of control. I want leave. Mom, why? I don't understand. Why don't you want me? Just because I've become like this. It's not that we don't want you. You did this to yourself. You refused to be a man and insisted on becoming a woman. That's not it. Mom, I was forced. I was buying medicine for you. And then, Shiryu's mind suddenly flashed back to before the accident. Her head throbbed with pain, and she clutched it. Enough. Stop pretending. What's done is done. Why are you doing this? The Wu family no longer acknowledges you. Why bother coming back? The Wu family may have rejected me, but grandmother loved me. I came back to see grandmother. Is that so? Then why don't you go in? And what identity would you use to enter? Shiryu was at a loss for words. Indeed, what identity would she use to attend her grandmother's funeral? At that moment, a pair of strong, powerful hands grasped Shiryu's hand. She looked up and saw her second uncle. Come inside with me. He looked somewhat aged after just a few days apart. She didn't know what he had been through, but the pressure must have been immense. See, can I? Yes, you can. You are grandmother's adopted granddaughter, so you have the right to enter. However, you must not tell anyone you are Wu Xin, understand? Understood. No, Chijo. If your elder brother finds out, who knows what he might do. Kai Shooting quickly tried to stop him. Wu Chijo was taken aback thinking of his brother's furious temper. He felt helpless. Kai Shooting looked at Shiryu. Forget it. You should leave now. Pretend you never came. I just want to kowtow to grandmother. Is even that not allowed? Sister-in-law. She came all this way. Just let her kowtow and leave. Wu Chijo let out a sigh. Kai Shooting clenched her hands and turned her head away. Xin. Shiryu, hurry up. Go kowtow to grandmother and come right out after. Receiving permission, Shiryu nodded and ran inside. Seeing her grandmother's portrait hanging in the morning hall, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Grandmother. I'm sorry. Shiner came too late. Shiryu recited silently in her heart, not daring to make a sound as she knelt on the ground. The Wu family members were stunned, wondering who this girl was crying so pitifully. Young lady, whose daughter are you? A middle-aged man approached and asked Shiryu. He was her cousin uncle. She's mother's adopted granddaughter. Wu Kiz's voice came from behind. Oh, I see. I never heard Aunt mention it. The cousin uncle nodded in response. Shiryu prostrated herself, her forehead touching the ground, where she smelled the scent of incense, ash mixed with candle wax. When she reached for the incense sticks on the altar, her cousin uncle suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Young lady, your filial piety is admirable, but the Wu family rules state that granddaughters do not offer incense. Shiryu's hand froze in place. She slowly stood up. She stopped crying, for she knew that no one here would sympathize with her tears. She nodded to the uncles, aunts, and cousins, then turned and ran off. Wait. Wu Chijo grabbed Shiryu's hand. Don't leave just yet. There's something I need to give you. Come with me. Wu Chijo led Shiryu back to the old family home. It was where they had lived before moving to the new house. No one lived there now, and it had only been cleaned up after grandmother's passing. Pushing open the old creaky door, a pungent smell of disinfectant hit their noses. On the table lay several red envelopes, particularly conspicuous. They looked very familiar. They were the same style grandmother gave her every year. What's going on? Second uncle. Wu Chijo walked over to the table, picked up all the red envelopes, and brought them to Shiryu. Second uncle. These are. Shiner, grandmother always missed you dearly. She worried about you so much. You know, before she passed, she personally prepared many red envelopes for you. Look, this one is your New Year's money for next year, this one for the year after, this one for the year after that, and this one is for the year after that. Looking at these red envelopes, Shiryu's eyes reddened. Grandmother. And there's this. This is the dowry grandmother prepared for you. She said. She hoped you would one day meet someone who truly cherishes you. She said her only regret was not being able to see you happy. Hearing this, Shiryu's tears overflowed once more. She had told herself she wouldn't cry again, but why couldn't she stop? Grandmother. I'm sorry. I should have revealed myself to you sooner. Grandmother. Shiryu sniffled. This would be her lifelong regret. Shiner, how have you been at school lately? Fine. Second uncle, your hair. Shiryu had noticed earlier that her second uncle's hair had turned an unnatural shade of white, especially since he was only in his 40s. It's nothing. It's a natural phenomenon. Shiryu paused, not pressing further. After all, her second uncle was a doctor. He should know his own body better than anyone. Second uncle, please take care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. I understand. You too. Are you taking your medication on time? Since there's no one by your side, now you need to learn to take care of yourself. Wu Chijo sighed, feeling helpless. I will. Just then rapid footsteps approached from afar. Dad, what are you doing here? Wu Zuwei burst through the door, his sportswear stained with grass clippings and his bangs damp with sweat. The boy still had a childish innocence about him. He curiously examined Shiryu. Who is this sister? I've never seen her before. Shiryu looked at the boy's youthful face, and for a moment she saw the little shadow who used to follow her around, calling her Brother Xin. She opened her mouth, the name, away, lingering on the tip of her tongue. In the end, she could only manage a smile and look at Wu Zuwei. She is your adopted sister. Her name is Shiryu. Wu Chijo noticed Shiryu's awkwardness and introduced her. Oh, what a pity. If Brother Xin were here, that would be great. I miss Brother Xin. Wu Zui's eyes dimmed slightly as he spoke. Both Wu Chijo and Shiryu were taken aback. Shiryu's lips trembled slightly. This was the younger brother she had grown up playing with. What's wrong? Is something the matter? All right. The uncles asked me to come get you. They said there's something at the morning hall that needs your attention. Wu Zuwei suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. All right, let me have a few more words with your adopted sister, and he'll be right there. Okay. Wu Zuwei ran off after speaking. Once he was gone, Shiryu finally spoke up. Second uncle. Doesn't the family seem to know that I've become a girl? Including Awei. She paused, her voice trembling. What did Awei mean by what he just said? Shiryu, stop asking. This is no longer any of your business. Outside the house, just as Shiryu was about to leave, she overheard her aunt talking to her mother. Shooting, you're pregnant now. You need to be careful. Wu Xian is gone, so you must take good care of yourself. Her aunt's words exploded in Yes' mind. Pregnant? How long had she been gone? And already pregnant. Yes' hands clenched tightly. Her steps felt heavy. So they would rather declare her dead and have another child than acknowledge her. So they had never even considered letting her come back. So what was she even fantasizing about? Still dreaming that one day they would come to take her back. Yes, from the day she was cast out she should have stopped harboring such fantasies. It was all just self-deception. Sister, why don't you come eat with us? Wu Zuwei ran over to ask Yu, who was standing alone. Yu looked at the innocent Wu Zuwei and gently patted his head. I'm not hungry, you go eat first. Yu planned to stay until the day of her grandmother's funeral. Although she knew she couldn't attend the ceremony, she still wanted to see her grandmother off one last time. After all, her grandmother was her only remaining tie to this world. Oh, okay. Wu Zuwei ran back to the dining table. On the day of the funeral, Yu stood outside watching. This was her final farewell to her grandmother. But she didn't have the right to attend the ceremony. Wu Zuwei watched Yu standing outside. Dad, isn't that sister coming with us? Wu Zuwei noticed that Yu had been eating alone these past days, not joining them, just quietly staying by herself. She's grandmother's adopted granddaughter. She can't go. Why not? Isn't an adopted granddaughter still a granddaughter? Wu Zuwei asked curiously. The real reason wasn't that at all. It was mainly to prevent Wu Qizhong from finding out. Afraid he'd act impulsively and hit Yu again. Wu Zui's eyes darted around, and he broke free from Wu Qiz's grasp. Wu Qizhou was stunned. Zuwei, where are you going? We're about to leave. Come back quickly. Wu Zuwei ran to Yu and pulled out the biscuits and candies he'd taken from the memorial hall. Sister, I grabbed an extra share. This is for you. Wu Zuwei shoved the biscuits and candies into Yu's hands. Yu froze, staring at Wu Zuwei, her hands stiff. Away. She called out softly. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like you're unhappy. Is it because Grandma's gone? I'm sad she's gone too, but Grandma passed peacefully in her sleep. I don't think she'd want to see you like this. Yu was taken aback. She hadn't expected a mere 14-year-old boy to say such things. Sister, you know what? I have an older brother named Wu Xian. He was always good to me, always giving me things. But I haven't seen him in a long time. At first my uncle said he ran away from home. But I know Xian Ge was too obedient to run away. Then a few days later my uncle said he was dead. But I always felt he wasn't. He must be living well somewhere else, right? Yes' nose tingled with sadness listening to him. Sometimes innocent words are the most suffocating. Yes, she said, smiling at her young cousin. I knew it. Oh, and if you're feeling down you should eat some candy. I'll cheer you up. Here, take them all. Be happy, okay? I gotta go. Wu Zuwei said, pressing the candies into her hands. Away. Yu finally called out. Wu Zuwei turned his head sharply at the familiar name, thinking his brother Xian had returned. But it was a girl calling him. What's up, sister? Wu Zuwei looked at Yu with a bright, innocent smile. Study hard. When you grow up, it'll take you to find your Xian Ge, alright. It was a promise, though she knew it might never come true. But she didn't want her disappearance to dampen her brother's spirits. Really? Okay. He didn't doubt her for a second, as if promises from adults always came true. Watching the funeral procession grow distant, Yu sighed. Perhaps this was truly the end. Yu had been away from school for over a week. When she returned, no one asked where she'd been. She listened quietly to the teacher's lecture. Shenicheng, sitting in front, occasionally glanced back at her, as if wanting to say something, but not knowing how, so he remained silent. She had been back at school for 2 days. During those days, she'd dashed straight back to the dormitory after class. Then one day after class, Muchuan suddenly appeared and blocked her path. What's wrong? You disappeared for a week. And you've been running straight back to the dorm these past 2 days. Did something happen? Muchuan looked at the dejected girl. She'd been acting strange ever since that phone call, though she was already a bit odd to begin with. It's nothing. Muchuan. Thanks. They'll head back to the dorm now. Why go back to the dorm? Muchuan already knew. Had gone to the girls' dormitory a few days ago to find her, only to discover she didn't actually have any roommates, and no one knew where she'd been. But he didn't call her out on it, giving her an out. Can't you tell me? Muchuan looked at the silent girl, waiting for her answer. You didn't know how to begin. She didn't want Muchuan to know about her family situation. But she really wanted someone to confide in, to share the secrets she'd been holding on to for so long. But how could she tell him? That she used to be a boy abandoned by her family for becoming a girl, that her parents would rather have another child than acknowledge her. It's nothing. Maybe it's because the second monthly exam is coming up and I'm afraid I won't beat Shiniching, so I'm a bit stressed. You made up a random excuse. It sounded absurd, but it was also somewhat plausible. She didn't mean to deceive him, but her real situation was even more unbelievable. I thought it was something serious. So that's all it is. He believed it. Yeah, but I think if you try you can surpass him. Don't be so hard on yourself. He patted Yes' shoulder. Oh, I bought a new phone. Let me give you my number. He took out his new phone and recited his number to Yu. Wait, my phone's dead, and I didn't bring it today. Let me grab a notebook to write it down. Hold on. Yu said, running into the classroom. Shinicheng watched her rush off, wanting to ask her something, but had never spoken to her before. Yu noticed Shinicheng staring at her, and looked up at him. He smiled at her. Yu was taken aback. It seemed like every time he'd just smile at her for no reason. As Shiryu ran inside, Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly appeared. Muchuan, is it really you? Lu Xiaoqiao's face flushed as she looked at Muchuan, clearly excited. Muchuan gave a polite smile to the girl who greeted him. Muchuan, what are you doing here? She asked knowingly. He was obviously there for Shiryu. I need to discuss something with Shiryu. Lu Xiaoqiao thought, just as I suspected. That bitch actually managed to snag the school heartthrob, and even got him to come looking for her. Oh hey, did you get a new phone? By the way, Muchuan, could I get your contact info? Lu Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled. Muchuan frowned at her. We're not close. Why would I give it to you? He wasn't wrong. His number wasn't for just anyone. Lu Xiaoqiao felt embarrassed. She was about to take out her phone, but put it back. Just then Shiryu ran out, and saw Muchuan and Lu Xiaoqiao talking. Her steps slowed. Muchuan saw Shiryu, and walked towards her. What took you so long? Got it. 1579. Shiryu listened and wrote down the number which Lu Xiaoqiao happened to overhear. Got it. Let me see. He took the notebook to check. I'm good. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction. I'll get going then. See you tonight. Tisk, what a scheming bitch. Lu Xiaoqiao muttered under her breath. Shiryu froze at Lu Xiaoqiao's words. Muchuan, who was just about to leave, stopped dead in his tracks, and turned to look at her. What did you just say? Mukin's expression turned fierce. He was fiercely loyal, and would never allow his friends to be insulted, especially right in front of him. Back in his 3rd year of middle school, someone insulted his friend, and he got into a fight over it. If the person hadn't been a girl, he would have slapped her too. Lu Xiaoqiao hadn't expected such a reaction from Muchuan, and was startled. I didn't say anything. She suddenly felt scared. Do you even know her? You're just gossiping. And remember, I approached her, not the other way around. Who I choose to be friends with is none of your business. Who are you to judge? Though his words were directed at Lu Xiaoqiao, they were meant for everyone. The class was stunned. Muchuan found it baffling. Why should anyone care who he chose to be friends with? Did his life need others to decide for him? Shiryu was also stunned by Mukin's words. So this was what it felt like to have someone stand up for you. She was almost moved. She had never felt this before. She had always been the one trampled upon. Lu Xiaoqiao didn't dare make a peep, just hung her head. Muchuan took a deep breath, seemingly realizing he'd been a bit impulsive. He glanced at Shiryu, smiled, and turned to leave. After Muchuan left, Lu Xiaoqiao ran into the classroom and started crying in grievance. But this time no one came to her aid. Perhaps they all didn't want to offend Muchuan. Seeing no one come to comfort her, Lu Xiaoqiao slammed the desk in frustration, but still no one paid her any attention. Shiryu was deeply grateful to Muchuan for standing up for her. Believing in repaying kindness, she silently noted this debt, resolving to aid him in the future should he ever face hardship. Though she mused someone like him likely never would. On National Day, everyone went home, but she had no home to return to. Stuck at school for both the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day with the canteen closed, Shiryu had to make do with instant noodles. The second monthly exam arrived swiftly. As if fate were mocking her, it coincided with the first day of her period. Shiryu endured the agonizing pain through the first exam. The discomfort was so severe that she could only complete half of her essay before time ran out. Afterwards, she sought out Luo Jiuquan, asking if she had any remedies for the pain. This menstrual cramp was truly unbearable. Drawing from her own experience, Luo Jiuquan shared some tips that brought Shiryu some relief. It wasn't a complete cure, but it dulled the pain enough to be bearable, at least not as intense as during the first class. What's wrong? Are you okay? Upon her return, Shin Yicheng noticed Shiryu's pale complexion and asked, marking the first time he had ever spoken to her. I'm fine. Shiryu shook her head, forcing a polite smile. Are you sure? You look unwell. Can you make it through the next exam? He was gentle, a stark contrast to Muchun's personality. Back in the dormitory, Shiryu curled up on her bed, clutching her stomach. The pain was excruciating, piercing her to the core. The monthly exam results came out. Shin Yicheng, as always, secured the top spot. As for her, it was clear she had bombed this one. Her ranking plummeted to beyond the top 10, and her essay only scored 10 points due to insufficient length. She had always been a liberal arts student struggling with the sciences, and the pain had made it impossible to concentrate. For some reason, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Previously, she dreaded failing because she feared her father's anger. But now no one cared about her grades. Even if she scored a 0, no one would bat an eye. So what exactly was she feeling so disappointed about? Shin Yicheng watched Shiryu stare at her report card with a dejected look, unsure how to console her. He knew she hadn't been in good shape that day, but he hadn't expected her ranking to drop so drastically. What had she gone through that day? Shin Yicheng, being a bookworm, was naturally oblivious to matters concerning girls. Occasionally, he would quietly watch this daydreaming girl, wanting to talk to her, but lacking the courage. Whenever she caught him looking, he would simply offer her a smile. As Shiryu walked, she spotted a familiar figure and instinctively turned to retreat. For some reason, she was now terrified of encountering Muchun. Hey! Muchun tapped her on the shoulder. He was always so quick that she never had a chance to escape. Muchun. She could only manage a soft smile and a quiet greeting. What's this? Running away the moment you see me. Muchun frowned. Oh no, I just remembered I forgot something. Alright, how did the exam go? Muchun asked shamelessly, as if the answer wasn't written all over her face. But that was just his way, of whether he was playing dumb or genuinely clueless was anyone's guess. Not great. Even worse than the first time. Dropped over 10 places. Shiryu let out a bitter laugh, wondering what expression he wore: surprise, disappointment, or perhaps a realization that she wasn't all that special. He was silent for a moment, then leaned against the railing of the teaching building. I see. Well, it's no big deal. Which subject is giving you trouble? I am not good at any of the sciences. Her decent performance in the first monthly exam was only because the content was basic and commonsensical. The second one was much harder, which was why she had always disliked the sciences. I see. It can be tough for girls, but don't worry, it's still early days, isn't it? Wait until the midterms. You did well on the first exam, which shows you have the ability. She envied his calm confidence. Perhaps he was truly one of God's favorites. Oh, by the way, there's a basketball game against Class 3 tonight. It's a bet match. Wanna come and cheer me on? Mu Chun suddenly invited her. Huh. Shiryu was taken aback by the unexpected request. What? Not willing? No, it's not that. I've just never done that. What does cheering you on entail? Being a cheerleader? It was the first thing that came to her mind. A cheerleader? Don't overthink it. Just come and watch. Besides, with your clumsy hands and feet, could you even manage being a cheerleader? Mu Chun joked, looking her up and down with a feigned serious expression. Hearing this, the budding smile on Shiryu's face faltered. Seeing her expression change, Mu Chun quickly added, Hey, don't be mad. I'm just kidding. You're not clumsy at all. Shiryu shook her head and mustered a smile. It's fine, I know you're joking. Good, I knew you weren't so petty. Of course I wouldn't have you come for nothing. The other guy said if I win, he'll treat me to half a month of meals, anything I want. I figured why turn down free food, right? Shiryu smiled. He was always so confident, already declaring victory before the game even started. She envied that. If only she could have half his self-assurance. That evening after dinner, you went to watch Mu Chun play. The game was an Onion showdown. A sizable crowd had gathered to watch, with some of Mu Chun's buddies there to support him as well. She figured her presence didn't really matter, but since she was there, she decided to watch the game seriously. The view from this spot was actually pretty good. The reason for this bet was rather cliché. A guy from Class 3 liked a girl who happened to like Mu Chun. The guy, fueled by jealousy, challenged Mu Chun to a Onion. Naturally, Mu Chun's games attracted many female spectators. Shiryu, as the invited guest, sat with Mu Chun's friends, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Are you a friend of Mu Chun's? A tall guy named Han Meng came over to ask. Shiryu nodded. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Han Meng. And you? I'm Shiryu. Oh, so you're Shiryu. I've heard Mu Chun mention you. Shiryu was stunned. He had talked about her to others. It's rare, you know. Mu Chun actually inviting a girl. See those girls over there? They're all staring at you. Han Meng said, giving Shiryu another once-over. She seemed like a frail girl, not particularly remarkable. Shiryu followed his gaze, and indeed saw a group of girls glaring at her with venomous eyes. She shuddered. Haha, don't be scared. Relax, they won't do anything. They're just jealous. Han Meng waved his hand dismissively. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief at his words. The game continued. Mu Chun had a commanding lead on the court. He slammed a dunk. Wow. So cool. The girls shrieked, and Mu Chun's friends joined in, but Shiryu remained silent. Han Meng noticed her lack of reaction, and looked at her puzzled. How come you have no reaction? That dunk by Mu Chun was awesome. Shiryu was slightly taken aback, her gaze falling on the agile figure leaping on the court. She unconsciously clutched the hem of her school uniform. It wasn't that she didn't find Mu Chun's skills impressive, it was just that she had never truly learned how to express such fervent excitement. Moments of screaming for idols or shouting for a game felt like scenes from another world to her. It was cool. She hesitated before managing a few words. Han Meng burst out laughing. Haha, that was way too half-hearted. You don't react like a girl at all. It wasn't that Shiryu was being insincere. She had been watching Mu Chun play intently the whole time, as she just didn't know how to express herself. Though thinking about it, he wasn't entirely wrong. Her reaction wasn't very girlish, after all, she wasn't one to begin with. Watching the score, Shiryu felt a flicker of excitement. Even though she knew Mu Chun would win, she still found herself rooting for her friend. Given Mu Chun's complete dominance, the game was essentially decided in his favor. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The opponent suddenly collapsed to the ground. If life held no regrets and no ripples, would you forever postpone the day of farewell? The sound of a basketball striking the ground came to an abrupt halt. Late spring sneakers screeched against the concrete as he instinctively braked, his gaze landing on the boy who had collapsed across from him. The boy curled up like a shrimp, clutching his knee, cold sweat beading on his forehead as gasps erupted from the crowd. Shiryu froze. She had seen everything clearly. This was a clear case of faking an injury. Mu Chun hadn't even touched him. What's going on? Several boys from Class 3 rushed onto the court, hastily helping the injured student to his feet. Shiryu noticed the boy's ankle swelling at an unnatural angle. Mu Chun, you did that on purpose. The PE representative of Class 3 shoved Mu Chun, who had been trying to check the injury. If you're going to drive past, just drive past. Why did you trip him? Mu Chun stepped back half a step, his brow furrowing deeply. I didn't even touch him. He twisted his own ankle, changing direction. Bullshit. The boy on the ground suddenly shouted, his voice trembling with pain. You elbowed me in the back. Or why would I have lost control? Shiryu jerked her head up. She had clearly seen Mu Chun maintaining a standard defensive stance the entire time with no unnecessary physical contact whatsoever. But at this moment the murmurs of the crowd surged like a tide. Mu Chun always acts tough. He's probably gone too far this time. I heard he sent someone to the hospital in middle school and got the school's conduct rating deducted. The school heartthrob's image is crumbling. Turns out he's this sneaky. Surrounded by the whispers, Mu Chun himself wore an utterly indifferent expression as if he were used to it all, as if they were talking about someone else entirely. Shiryu clutched the silver lock pendant against her chest, gripping it tightly. Grandma, I want to help him. Suddenly she stood up and called out to the boys from class 3, the surveillance camera is right above the podium. Just pull up the footage and ITLL, all be clear. The boys froze at her words, but the PE representative stubbornly retorted, that camera's been broken for ages. We filed a repair request after last week's storm. What are you all playing high and mighty for? A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Shiryu then noticed that Lu Xiaoqiao had squeezed her way to the front row at some point, her phone aimed at Mu Chun as she snapped photos, a faint elusive sneer curling at the corner of her lips. Mu Chun just apologized and be done with it. The dean had arrived at some point, pushing up his glasses. You're all classmates. Making a big scene helps no one. Mu Chun laughed. What kind of attitude is that? The dean, enraged by Mu Chun's lack of deference, thundered. Report to the moral education office tomorrow for a self-criticism essay. You're banned from playing basketball this semester. Han. Mu Chun started to speak, but then he heard Shiryu's voice. Wait. Teacher, I can testify. Shiryu suddenly stepped forward, her clenched fists slick with cold sweat. I was watching the whole time. Mu Chun didn't foul. His movements were clean. That guy lost his balance on his own when he changed direction. The entire court fell silent. The abrupt click of Lu Xiaoqiao's camera shutter pierced the stillness. Shiryu saw Mu Chun whip his head around to look at her. Words are cheap. Do you have proof? Yes, I have video. Shiryu strode purposefully over to Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao froze as Shiryu approached, but quickly masked it with a look of disdain. What? Give me your phone. No way. Why should I? Who do you think you are? Lu Xiaoqiao snorted coldly. Don't you like Mu Chun? Now he's being framed, and you want help him. At that, Lu Xiaoqiao was reminded of the scolding Mu Chun had given her before. None of my damn business. He had it coming. Shiryu's voice turned icy cold. She took a step forward and Lu Xiaoqiao instinctively recoiled, her lower back pressing against the iron railing of the stands. The surrounding chatter suddenly hushed, so quiet that the wind whistling through the basketball hoop was audible. You filmed the whole thing, didn't you? Shiryu stared at Lu Xiaoqiao's hand clutching the phone. Your lens was pointed at the court the whole time. I saw the flash go off. Lu Xiaoqiao's face turned instantly pale. Tu didn't film it. She craned her neck and backed away, the phone slippery with cold sweat in her palm. Don't you dare slander me. Then let the dean check your photo album. The dean walked over and looked at Lu Xiaoqiao, whose eyes darted nervously. Young lady, if you do have the video, it would be best to hand it over. Gritting her teeth at Shiryu, Lu Xiaoqiao pressed play. In the footage, the basketball traced a silver arc through the twilight. Mu Chun's figure cut into the three-point line like a cheetah. As the opposing player made a sudden stop and change of direction, his left ankle visibly twisted inward, and he stumbled to the ground from a complete loss of balance. Throughout the entire play, Mu Chun's right arm stayed glued to his side. He hadn't even brushed against his opponent's clothing. The murmurs in the crowd rose again, louder and more chaotic than before. So Mu Chun really didn't foul. That guy was lying. That's going too far, isn't it? Mu Chun shrugged his shoulders, seemingly unfazed by the opinions of others, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Then he flashed a smile at Shiryu. The boy, humiliated by his exposed schemes, shrank away, and even the girl didn't spare him another glance. Let's go. And so the matter came to a close. The boy was disciplined for defaming a fellow student. On the rooftop railing, which had without any verbal agreement become their secret haven. Thanks for today. Mu Chun perched on the rooftop railing and took a sip of cola. No problem. You helped me out once before, so now we're even. Shiryu offered a faint smile, surprised that she'd repaid her debt so soon. I never would have guessed. You're usually so quiet, but you've got real courage. Mu Chun seemed to see Shiryu in a completely new light. He had always thought of her as timid, but her actions today had genuinely startled him. Hearing his words, Shiryu was taken aback too. Honestly, she had no idea where her sudden bravery had come from, marching up to Lu Xiaoqiao like that, especially when they never got along anyway. How well you could have handled it yourself even without me, right? Shiryu asked, observing his unhurried demeanor. He always seemed so fearless. That's right. I was actually going to have Han Ming grab the video, but then you spoke up out of nowhere. I was wondering what you were up to. He remained completely composed, as if everything was going according to his plan. Shiryu realized sure enough that she had done something unnecessary. But she didn't regret it. She would have regretted doing nothing far more. Because he was her only friend in this school, the only one who had ever willingly spoken to her. Or perhaps Mu Chun was her light. Without him, she would be a stagnant pool, forever unable to find the sun. You never seemed scared of anything. When they were framing you, weren't you afraid? This is nothing. I've been through worse in middle school. There was this guy I used to run with. He tripped and broke his leg, then insisted I pushed him. My family ended up paying 2,000 yuan in compensation. I knew he just wanted the money, but I was too young to understand back then. Besides, everyone thought the weaker person was always right. His family was pretty poor, so I didn't pursue it further. Shiryu was stunned. So had been through something like that. You have such a good attitude. Getting first place in the whole city's exams after all that. I think my mental state would have collapsed if I were you. Nah, I think you're way more resilient than me. Want some? Mu-chan shook the can of cola in front of Shiryu. Shiryu shook her head. Worried about getting fat. Shiryu shook her head again. No, I can't drink too many carbonated drinks. It might trigger my condition. Mu-chan nodded in understanding, as if a piece of the puzzle had clicked into place. It's getting late. Don't you have dorm inspections to get to? Mu-chan hopped off the railing. Alright, get some rest. Good night. See you tomorrow. Good night. I transform into a beam of light and a gust of wind encircling you. All the wounds you've suffered shall be healed by me, and every memory will carry on into the next century. Meanwhile, at South City Central Hospital, Wu Qizhou continued his research into the so-called problem of soul reincarnation, yet every piece of evidence suggested that it was all highly implausible. He had also hired investigators to look into the circumstances surrounding Shiryu's car accident, but after several days the Hitandran driver remained unfound. He massaged his temples glancing at the photos of Shiryu and Wu Xian pinned to the whiteboard. Upon closer inspection, they actually bore a slight resemblance. 3 days before the midterm exams, Shiryu sat in the classroom staring at a complex physics problem, a throbbing headache setting in. She had never had an affinity for physics, whether as Wu Xian or as Shiryu. This was why she admired those who excelled at it, and often wondered what their brains were made of, like her deskmate Shinicheng or Mu-chan. When Shinicheng returned from outside and saw Shiryu's distressed expression, an idea seemed to strike him. He quickly walked back to his seat and flipped open his notebook. As Shiryu tidied her desk preparing to go feed Huahua, as usual Mu-chan suddenly blocked her path. Mu-chan, Shiryu said, stopping in her tracks to look at him. Let me see your chemistry, biology, and physics notes, Mu-chan said with a smile. Oh, okay, wait a moment. Shiryu turned and ran back inside. Though she was unsure of his intentions, she retrieved the notebooks and handed them to Mu-chan. Mu-chan examined Shiryu's notes with serious attention, a smile playing on his lips as he flipped through the pages. What is it? What's so funny? Shiryu leaned in to see. The notes are well made, but they're a bit messy. You girls always tend to overcomplicate simple things. No wonder your exam scores aren't great. Come on. Where are we going? Shiryu looked at him with a hint of surprise. To the classroom. Didn't you say you weren't good at the sciences? They'll teach you how to solve problems quickly. So he had remembered what she said all along. Of course, she also remembered his words about studying hard together to get into a good university. Though he might have forgotten, as it was probably just a casual remark back then. Oh, okay, let me grab my textbooks and notebooks. Shiryu ran back to fetch her physics, chemistry, and biology books along with her bag. Soon after, the two of them headed to an empty classroom. Mu-chan switched on the ceiling fan, which hummed in a steady rhythm overhead. Seeing Shiryu sitting so far away, he let out a chuckle of exasperation. Why are you sitting so far? How am I supposed to teach you from over there? Shiryu was about to retort that she thought he'd be teaching from the blackboard, wondering what her seating had to do with it. Before she could answer, Mu-chan continued, sit next to me. Don't you want to rank first anymore? The two sat closely together, closer than they had ever been. Following Mu-chan's guidance, Shiryu began sketching out force analysis diagrams on the scratch paper. Here, use the equivalent resistance substitution. It's 3 times faster than calculating step by step. Mu-chan tapped the eraser end of his pencil on her error, bits of rubber crumbs falling onto her open notebook. You always break down the steps too finely, like you're explaining things to an ant. Hearing his words, Shiryu's ears grew warm. She recalled how, when handing him her notes earlier, his fingertips had brushed over the pages filled with her annotations, and he had suddenly burst out laughing. The ceiling fan churned the muggy air, but it couldn't disturb the steady rhythm of the boy's fingertip tapping out solutions on the paper. For this one, use the extreme value method. Mu-chan suddenly pressed down on her hand just as she was about to draw an auxiliary line, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the silver lock pendant that Shiryu wore around her neck, a gift from her grandmother. The instant his fingertips touched the silver lock, Shiryu recoiled her hand, as if struck by a plucked string. This is quite an antique charm, looks like something from the last century. I see you wear it all the time. Does it mean a lot to you? Mu-chan asked, noticing her protective reaction. Yes, it's the only thing my grandmother left me. Shiryu's slender fingers traced the silver lock as memories of her grandmother resurfaced. She had always regretted not being able to see her grandmother one last time. Although her second uncle had told her that her grandmother recognized her before passing, she still wished she could have said it herself, that she was actually Wu Xian. But that chance was lost forever. Looking at Mu-chan, she suddenly recalled what her second uncle had said. Shiner, this is your grandmother's dowry for you, she said. She hopes you'll one day meet someone who truly cherishes you. At that thought, Shiryu's cheeks flushed hot. She had never really pondered the deeper meaning of her grandmother's words before. So what her grandmother meant was, she should find a good man to marry. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Are you okay? Mu-chan reached out to feel her forehead. am fine. Oh, by the way, Shiryu suddenly remembered something and pulled a strawberry-flavored Truth Stick candy from her pocket. Want one? Mu-chan blinked at the candy in her hand. Sure. He unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. Seeing him accept it, Shiryu broke into a sweet smile, and he resumed explaining the problems to her. Under Mu-chan's tutelage, Shiryu finally managed to overcome her physics challenges. Not bad, that's right. As long as you use this method to solve problems, you'll definitely be fine this time. You've got physics down now. I knew you could do it, you just weren't using the right approach. Next up is chemistry. You know your chemical symbols, right? Yes, Shiryu nodded. Chemistry is probably the easiest of the science subjects. At its core, it's like liberal arts. As long as you memorize and study, you'll get it, Mu-chan explained. When the 1030 bell rang, theirs was the only classroom in the teaching building still lit. Mu-chan closed the exercise book with a crisp snap of pages. So did you learn it using my method? Yeah, I think I've got the hang of it. Shiryu had indeed grasped his technique. In comparison, her previous efforts seemed utterly futile. This was what a true top student looked like. She was merely a fake one relying on rote memorization. She chuckled wryly at herself. Great, so you're confident you can outscore Shiniching on this exam, right? Mu-chan looked at her with full confidence, awaiting her response. Oh, that might be a bit tough. She had realized that Shiniching and Mu-chan were on the same level. These two top students happened to be in the same school. Were they destined to be natural rivals? Why so little confidence in yourself? You need to believe in yourself. You're my disciple now. You can't let me down. Alright, I'll try my best. Despite her words, Shiryu genuinely hoped to rank first, as it was the only path she had left. 3 months had passed since that day. The 300 yuan her second uncle had given her was nearly depleted. Spending about 500 yuan a month plus buying necessities like sanitary pads, her remaining money could last her at most another 3 months. She had to get the financial aid. But she knew that securing the aid wouldn't be easy. At the very least, she needed her teacher to acknowledge her academic performance and recognize that she genuinely needed the money. However, Shiniching was just too extraordinary. Like Mu-chan, he was someone like her could never hope to surpass. Let's head back, Mu-chan said, patting Shiryu on the shoulder. Yeah. Shiryu nodded. As they gathered their things and prepared to leave, a sudden clap of thunder echoed from the sky. A sudden clap of thunder made Shiryu tremble, and before she knew it, a torrential downpour began without warning. Startled by the unexpected thunder, she flinched, and the notebook in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. Mu-chan instinctively reached out to steady her shoulder, his touch finding her even more fragile than he had imagined, as if a gentle squeeze could break her. An inexplicable wave of pity surged within him. He quickly withdrew his hand, pretending to look nonchalantly out the window. The rain had come without warning, and neither of them had brought an umbrella. This rain is really sudden, Mu-chan muttered, his gaze sweeping over the storage room at the end of the corridor. Wait here for a moment, I'll go see if there's an umbrella. Another clap of thunder boomed. Wait. He'll come with you. Shiryu followed behind Mu-chan. He glanced back at her, a faint smile touching his lips as he noticed her delicate frame. Perhaps she was scared, he thought, and silently allowed her to follow. The two hurried towards the storage room, splashing through the puddles on the corridor floor. The rusty lock on the iron door gleamed dully in the twilight. Mu-chan's fingers brushed against the rusted lock twice, then he picked a paperclip from his keyring, straightened it, and inserted it into the keyhole. Shiryu's eyes widened as she watched him twist his wrist, hearing a soft click from the lock. The iron door swung open. She never imagined the top student would know such tricks. It was another surprise from him, constantly revealing new facets of himself. A musty odor mixed with the smell of rust hit them. She couldn't help but cover her nose and mouth, but Mu-chan had already crouched and slipped inside. The beam from his phone's flashlight danced across the dusty shelves. Found it. His voice came from the corner, accompanied by the rustling sound of fabric. When he turned around, he was holding a tattered black umbrella. The canopy was covered in layers of patches, though the ribs were still sturdy. It was, however, a single-person umbrella, too small even for Shiryu's petite frame to be fully shielded. They continued searching for another one, but after scouring the room, none could be found. This umbrella is a bit small. How about you take it and head back first? He'll wait until the rain stops, Mu-chan said, offering the umbrella to Shiryu. No, that won't do. How about we wait until the rain eases up a bit? Shiryu didn't want to leave Mu-chan behind, especially since he had stayed because of the tutoring session. Alright, let's head back to the classroom then. The rain is too heavy to leave right now anyway, Mu-chan said, looking at the gloomy sky as they made their way back. By the way, do you want to watch a movie? I downloaded a few on my phone earlier. Mu-chan pulled out his new phone. Sure, that sounds good. Shiryu sat at the desk watching his silhouette as he fiddled with the projector at the front of the classroom. Ready. He pressed the remote, and Makoto Shinkai's Your Name appeared on the white wall. Mu-chan paused, turning to look at Shiryu, the screen's blue light reflected in his eyes. This movie is about body swapping. Have you seen it before? Body swapping. Shiryu's heart felt like it had been struck by lightning. Her fingers clutching the silver lock tightened suddenly. The classroom curtains weren't fully drawn, and the rain streaked silver lines down the window pane. The projector's light flickered across her face, and when Mitsuha and Taki called out each other's names on the twilight hilltop, she felt her own heart pounding like a drum. Your name is... The line from the movie mixed with the sound of rain as it reached her ears. Shiryu was suddenly reminded of that rainy night when she had curled up in front of the Wu family's door shouting, "I am Wu Xen." The body-swapping premise was a romantic adventure for most, but for her, it was a nightmare soaked in cold water. When Taki stared into the mirror confused by his changed body, Shiryu felt a sharp pang of resonance in her chest. Those nights, spent wiping wounds in front of the mirror, clumsily learning how to use sanitary pads, held the same bewilderment as the movie. Look, even their food preferences change after they swap bodies. Shiryu watched the scene of Mitsuha tying her sash, remembering the awkwardness of figuring out the clasps on her first bra in front of the mirror. The characters in the movie were troubled by the gender swap, while she was exhausting herself trying to be a proper girl. The shame of buying sanitary pads, the embarrassment of not changing clothes in gym class, and Lu Zikyo's remark about her playing innocent. All of it turned into fine needles in the flickering light, making her eyes sting with unshed tears. The projector's beam flowed over Mu Chun's glasses, and he suddenly noticed Shiryu's knuckles turning white as she clutched the silver lock like a daisy bent by the storm. When Taki wept under the starry sky of Itamori, Shiryu's nails dug deep into her palm. "Are you alright?" Mu Chun asked with concern, a hint of barely perceptible tension in his voice. "I'm fine, just remembered something and got a bit emotional," Shiryu said, shaking her head gently. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tracing the hem of her clothes. "Do you have any snacks?" Mu Chun asked, suddenly his tone lighter, as if to break the slightly heavy atmosphere. "Yes," Shiryu replied, opening her backpack. The sound of the zipper was unusually clear in the silent classroom. Inside the backpack were neatly arranged chocolates, Jinji bars, and the QQ candies Mu Chun had given her. "Oh, you still have these QQ candies?" Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise and delight flashing in his eyes. Shiryu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. "Eat them now, what if they expire?" Mu Chun reached for the bag of candies, but Shiryu quickly shielded them. "I can't eat these. They're your gift to me. Let's keep them. If you want some, have this instead," Shiryu said, handing him a chocolate. Mu Chun smiled and nodded. "All right." They continued watching the movie, the light shifting across their faces as the story's finale spanned a decade. Until the rain finally lessened and the sound of raindrops tapping on the window became softer. "The rain has let up. Let's head back," Mu Chun said, standing up and stretching his legs, which had grown numb from sitting. Shiryu stood up as well, packing her backpack in a leisurely manner. They walked out of the teaching building together, and the humid air hit them, carrying the scent of earth and fresh grass. "Let me walk you back to the girls' dormitory first," Mu Chun said, taking the umbrella from her hand and naturally walking on the outside. Shiryu nodded. Though the rain had lightened, it was still falling, fine misty threads barely visible under the dim yellow streetlights. By the time they reached her building, Mu Chun's clothes were already soaked through rainwater, dripping from his hair and leaving dark marks on his collar. It's fine, I'll just go back and change," Mu Chun said, nonchalantly wiping the rain from his face with a casual swipe of his hand, offering a wide smile in an attempt to reassure Shiryu. Shiryu bit her lip, her eyes filled with deep concern. "They'll get going then. Get some rest." Mu Chun turned to leave, but just as he was about to take a step, a loud clap of thunder echoed through the sky. The rain suddenly intensified, large droplets hammering down, splashing into tiny fountains on the ground. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, looking at the cascading curtain of rain before her. A strange impulse surged within her. "It's raining again," she murmured to herself. Looks like we have to wait it out." Mu Chun retracted his foot, letting out a helpless sigh, his gaze uncertainly fixed on the rain. "Why don't you stay at my place for the night?" The words were out before Shiryu could stop them, and she startled even herself. "Huh, that's not appropriate." Mukin's eyes widened, his face a mix of shock and hesitation. "It's fine, actually. I have the dorm room all to myself. And the rain is so heavy it's too dangerous for you to go back," Shiryu explained hastily, her hands nervously twisting together. Mu Chun knew she lived alone, but the proposition still felt absurd to him. "We can cover your face with the umbrella, no one will notice." The more Shiryu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, a determined glint in her eyes. As if the heavens were conspiring with her, the rain intensified, accompanied by lightning that split the pitch-black sky, followed by deafening thunderclaps. "The thunder is too strong, it's really dangerous." Shiryu seized the opportunity to persuade him, a hint of barely concealed anticipation in her voice. "Then, they'll trouble you." Shiryu held the umbrella to shield his head. The dorm matron's office glowed with a warm yellow light, appearing both cozy and starkly bright against the rainy backdrop. Shiryu clutched the back of Mukin's school uniform. "Duck your head," she whispered, her voice laced with a mix of nervousness and tenderness. Mu Chun obediently bent down, the tips of his hair brushing against the back of her hand, the gentle touch making Shiyu's heart skip a beat. The umbrella canopy shielded most of their faces, but suddenly the dorm matron emerged from her office, causing both their hearts to pound wildly. The matron squinted, her gaze lingering for 2 seconds on Mukin's lowered head. "Feet. Feet." Shiyu signaled for Mu Chun to cross his legs. He complied, striking a feminine pigeon-toed pose. Out so late in this thunderstorm. Get back inside, don't wander off. Shiyu forced a calm smile, got it ma'am. It wasn't until they reached the stairwell that she realized her hand clenched around Mukin's was slick with sweat. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the relief of having narrowly escaped a close call. We're here. Shiyu pulled out her keys, the metallic clinking echoing sharply in the silent corridor. Muchuan looked up at the dorm number on the door. Faint light seeped from the neighboring rooms, but this one was pitch black. As the door swung open, a faint clean scent of soapwort rushed out. Muchuan followed Shiyu into the room, hearing her fumble for the light switch. Go on in. After checking the hallway, once more Shiyu quickly closed the door. She then pulled some men's clothing from her wardrobe, clothes she used to wear likely a similar size to Mukin's. Take off your clothes. He'll wash them for you. You can change into these. Huh, you have men's clothes. Muchuan stared at the outfit in surprise, catching a faint scent of laundry detergent on the sleeves. Well, there's a hairdryer in there. Do you want to wash your hair, or take a shower? It'll make you feel better. Muchuan was taken aback. This girl was certainly not one for modesty. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? He thought most girls wouldn't let a strange man use their bathroom so freely even if they were on good terms. It's fine. The exams are in 3 days, and it wouldn't be good if you caught a cold. Alright, if you don't mind, neither do I. Okay. He took the men's clothes Shiyu offered and headed to the bathroom. Warm light glowed through the frosted glass door. Shiyu slid down the wall to sit on the floor, listening to the rustle of fabric from within. She stared at her intertwined fingers, her nails digging crescent-shaped red marks into her palms. Laughter and chatter from the neighboring dorm filtered through the corridor, mixing with the distant rumble of thunder, but none of it could drown out the frantic drumming of her own heart. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of the door hinge turning broke the silence. Muchuan emerged in his change of clothes, the loose hoodie draping over his lean frame, the hems pooling in folds around his ankles. His hair was still damp, a few unruly strands falling across his forehead, giving him a more languid air than usual. Give me your clothes, I'll go wash them. Shiyu reached out for them, never in her wildest dreams imagining she'd be doing laundry for a man. Don't you have a washing machine? Muchuan leaned against the rusted iron bunk bed, his gaze sweeping over the plastic wash basin stacked in the corner. No, it's just me. I hand wash everything. It's a waste to buy a washing machine for one person. The school didn't provide washing machines as students had to buy them themselves. Other dorms had them because 6 people split the cost. A machine costing over 1,000 yuan would only be about 100 and change per person. But for Shiyu, living alone, buying one meant footing the entire bill, which wasn't worth it. So she chose to hand wash. Muchuan found her reasoning sound. Well, thanks for the trouble. It's nothing. Consider it a thank you for the tutoring session earlier. Shiyu replied calmly. Muchuan nodded, accepting her gratitude. Hey, aren't you surprised? Shiyu's fingers rubbed against Mukin's clothes. About what? Muchuan looked at her, puzzled. That I don't have a roommate, that I'm alone in this dorm. Shiyu expected him to be surprised, but his reaction suggested he already knew. Oh, I've known for a while. During the week you were gone, I came looking for you, but I didn't know where you'd gone. Shiyu's nose tingled with emotion as she stared at him, stunned. So during that week she was missing, there was someone who cared. So where did you go that week? You never told me. Muchuan seemed to still be hung up on it. My grandmother passed away. I went back to see her. I see. I'm sorry. Mukin's voice carried a clumsy apology. It's fine, it's in the past. Shiyu touched the silver lock pendant on her chest, as if it brought her grandmother closer. You should go shower too, don't catch a cold. Muchuan reminded her. Shiyu walked in with her change of clothes. The glass door of the bathroom closed with a soft click. She adjusted the water temperature to be slightly hot, letting the stream wash over her flushed cheeks. The cherry blossom scent of the body wash filled the steam, and she stared at her increasingly blurred reflection, her fingertip tracing the faint pink scar below her collarbone. The towel left a subtle tingle as it grazed her skin. She slipped into a pale pink undergarment, the straps carving a soft arc over her collarbones. Her figure in the mirror was hazy from the steam, her shoulder blades rising and falling gently with each breath. The moment she opened the door, she collided with the sight of Muchuan, hastily averting his gaze. His ears were bright red, a detail that made her heart inexplicably skip a beat. Let's get some sleep. Which bed should I take? Mukin's voice was deliberately steady, but it trembled slightly at the end. Any is fine. Take the one next to mine. Okay. Muchuan walked over to the bed, and Shiyu brought over some bedding to make it up for him. Muchuan laid down as the rain hammered against the windows. The night deepened, the motion sensor light at the end of the corridor flickering erratically. Shiyu lay in her own bed, staring blankly at the wooden slats of the bunk above. She looked at his silhouette in the dark. This was the first time someone was sleeping beside her, even if separated by a gap. But it was enough. Since her rebirth, she had endured countless nights alone. Tonight she didn't feel lonely because he was there. A warmth spread through her chest, yet a flicker of greed emerged. She wished he could stay by her side always. Dawn had yet to pierce the clouds, and the dormitory building was still shrouded in a gray-blue mist. Shiyu curled up in the corner of her bed, traces of sleep still clinging to her lashes, her jet black hair spread across the pillow like seaweed. Muchuan crept closer on tiptoe, and the moment his fingertips brushed her shoulder, her clear, apricot-shaped eyes snapped open. Mu Chun. Her voice carried the dampness of the morning mist, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks from being suddenly awakened. I might need to head back early, otherwise it might get troublesome later. A smile curved at the corners of Mu Chun's lips as he spoke. Okay, I'll walk down with you, and keep an eye out. Shiryu quickly threw on her jacket, grabbed the black umbrella shed used in last night's rain, and followed behind Mu Chun. The motion sensor light at the end of the hallway cast a dim yellowish glow in the faint 6 o'clock light, their footsteps echoing sharply in the silent corridor. When they pushed open the dormitory door, the rain had already stopped, and the air was thick with the scent of damp grass. Shiryu tilted the umbrella towards Mu Chun, her gaze sweeping warily towards the dorm supervisor's office. The light was still off, the auntie probably hadn't woken up yet. Duck your head, she whispered, her fingertips lightly tugging at the hood of his sweatshirt. He obediently hunched his back, burying his chin into his collar, revealing a small patch of pale skin on the back of his neck. Just as they reached the corner of the stairwell, the sound of dragging slippers echoed from the end of the hallway. Every muscle in Shirye's body tensed instantly. She instinctively reached out, grabbing Mu Chun's wrist and pulling him into the shadows. Hey, you there, the auntie's voice came from behind. Shirye's entire body went rigid. But Mu Chun suddenly stumbled, deliberately stepping into a puddle. The splash of water pattered against the glass, blurring the auntie's view. Watch where you're going. The auntie's grumbling was swallowed by the rain. Only then did Shiryu realize her palm, clasping Mu Chun's hand, was slick with sweat. They stopped under the old locust tree in the corner of the playground. Shiryu bent over, gasping for air, while droplets from her hair splashed onto the back of Mu Chun's hand. He reached out and gently brushed the wet strands of hair away from her face, his fingertip grazing her reddened ear. His touch was as light as if he were handling a frightened butterfly. Go change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Shiryu looked up and saw the raindrops clinging to his lashes, refracting tiny fragmented glimmers of light in the morning glow. Shiryu responded softly, pushing the umbrella into his hands. Go on, hurry. Someone will be coming soon. Alright, see you later. With that, Mu Chun quickly ran off. Watching his retreating back as he sprinted away, a smile bloomed on Shirye's face. 2 days before the exam, Shiryu went to see Huahua, as usual, crouching down to look for her. Huahua, meow, as if understanding her. Huahua rubbed against Shiryu, tickling her. Huahua. Huahua curled up on the old towel Shiryu had laid out, resting her small head on Shirye's lap, purring contentedly. Shirye's fingers gently combed through her increasingly plush fur, feeling the warm, soft texture beneath her fingertips. Seeing Huahua so languid, Shiryu suddenly felt the urge to tell her secret to the cat, even though she knew Huahua couldn't understand. Huahua, do you want to hear a story? Huahua's ears twitched. Her amber eyes in the dim light looked like two warm, polished gems, watching Shiryu quietly. Huahua. Shirye's voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the rare tranquility. You know what? I wasn't always like this. Before. I was a boy named Wu Xian. Shiryu paused, as if checking to see if Huahua was listening. The kitten extended a pink tongue and licked her finger like a silent encouragement. I had a home. I had a dad, a mom, and a grandma who loved me so much. My dad. He had a bad temper, always strict, but back then towards me he was okay, I guess. Shirye's voice held a flicker of uncertainty. My mom. She would cook delicious food for me and stay by my side when I was sick. I thought that was my whole world. She lowered her head, resting her chin gently on top of Huahua's head, drawing a sliver of warmth and courage from the small creature. But then something happened. I was trying to buy medicine for my mom and I got hit by a car. When I woke up, I was like this, a girl named Shiryu. I thought if I came back my parents would be happy. I was still alive, just in a different body. Shirye's voice began to tremble as the memories she had so carefully suppressed came flooding back, overwhelming her. The cold rain lashing against the locked door, her mother's resolute voice from behind it, her father's gaze filled with utter disgust, and the searing pain and bone-chilling cold from the iron rod that fell without mercy. But they didn't want me anymore. They said I was disgusting, that I brought shame to them. Dad hit me so hard. My head was split open, blood everywhere. And Mom just watched. Her tears fell silently, dropping onto Huahua's soft fur. They'd rather believe their son was dead, rather have another child, than accept me as a girl. Shirye's voice choked, barely able to speak. She held Huahua tightly, as if the cat were her only lifeline in this cold, cruel world. Sensing her profound grief, Huahua stopped purring and nudged her cheek with a wet nose, letting out a soft, comforting mew. Huahua. It hurts so much. Here. Shiryu pressed a hand to her heart. It hurts more than being hit. Grandma recognized me. She was the only one who did. But she's gone too. She left me so many red envelopes and a dowry. She said she hoped I'd find someone who truly cherished me. But Huahua. Am I really that terrible? What? Why don't even my own parents want me? Her sobs overtook her. The pent-up grievance, fear, and despair of abandonment long suppressed burst forth like a breached levee in this corner where only a stray cat kept her company. She was no longer the Shiryu who strived to maintain composure in front of Mu Chun, nor the Shiryu who forced a smile beside Luo Zhichuan. At this moment she was just a soul utterly abandoned by the world, wounded and adrift, pouring out her deepest sorrows to a fellow creature without a home. Hua remained still, letting Shiryu hold her, conveying silent comfort through her small body. The evening breeze swept through the bicycle shed, bringing a chill and stirring the loose strands of hair on Shiryu's forehead, revealing the faint scar that had yet to fully fade. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Shiryu's emotions finally began to settle, leaving only intermittent sniffles. She wiped her face and, looking at Wawa's worried eyes, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Did I scare you, Wawa? I'm sorry. I've never told anyone about any of this. Mu-chun doesn't know, Jiuchuan doesn't know either. I'm too afraid. Afraid that if I tell them they'll think I'm a monster, that I'm disgusting just like Mom and Dad did, and then they'll leave me. She gently stroked Wawa's back, feeling her steady breaths and warm body. Only you, Wawa. Only you don't judge me, don't think I'm strange. You're my first secret and the only friend who knows my entire past. Thank you for listening to me say all this. She buried her face in Wawa's for taking a deep breath. They'll try my best to live on with Grandma's blessings. I'm still going to take the college entrance exam to leave this place to support myself. Wawa, let's do it together, okay? Meow. Wawa let out a soft cry as if making a solemn promise. She extended a small paw and gently placed it on Shiryu's hand. The night fell gently, enveloping the huddled figures of the girl and her cat in a silent, warm darkness. After pouring out those heavy burdens to a companion who couldn't answer, they no longer felt so suffocating. Though the road ahead remained uncertain, at least for now, she was no longer alone. The day before the exam, Shiryu no longer wore the worried expression she had the day before. Perhaps it was because of Mukin's tutoring the previous evening that she had gained a new understanding of the sciences. Shiryu, these are the notes I organized for you. Take a look. I hope they might be helpful. Shen Yicheng suddenly placed the notes in front of Shiryu. Shiryu looked up startled and stared at him for a moment. Thank you. She hesitated for a few seconds before politely accepting them. It's nothing. We're classmates. He smiled warmly. Shiryu opened Shen Yicheng's notebook. On the flyleaf was neatly written, Physics Common Mistakes Compilation, the handwriting pressing firmly through the paper. Beside each example, annotations in different colored pens explained the reasoning. She noticed several key points circled in red, precisely the quick problem-solving breakthroughs Mu-chun had emphasized during the tutoring session last night. Two different styles of notes overlapped in her mind. Thank you, these are very useful. Shiryu looked up, meeting Shen Yicheng's smiling face, his ears slightly red. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the cuff of his school uniform as if he wanted to say something more. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. Thanks a lot. Shiryu nodded, a warmth spreading in her heart. Shiryu worked seriously on the exam papers. Shen Yicheng would occasionally steal a glance at her, wondering if she might ask him a question. But even when she didn't understand something, she never asked. And so it continued until the midterm exams arrived as scheduled. Perhaps it was Mukin's problem-solving techniques that were truly effective, or perhaps after pouring out her heart, a weight had been lifted from her soul. Whatever the reason, Shiryu felt her thinking was exceptionally clear during the exams. The physics formulas and chemical equations that had once given her headaches became orderly and distinct under Mukin's principle of reducing complexity to simplicity. She answered the questions calmly and composedly, transforming her knowledge into the words and symbols flowing from her pen. On the day grades were announced, Shiryu stood before the bulletin board, her heart beating a little faster. Her gaze passed over the crowded students ahead and finally landed on Class 9's score list. First place, Shiryu. Second place, Shen Yicheng. Her name was prominently displayed at the very top. She had done it. She had actually done it. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Only a long-lost pure joy and sense of accomplishment surging through her chest. Mukin's and Shen Yicheng's problem-solving methods had truly been effective. To express her gratitude, Shiryu planned to buy them some snacks, and of course to get some treats for Hua as well. Shiryu carried the newly purchased cat food and dried fish treats for Hua, her steps light and quick as she walked around the teaching building. The joy of getting first place rippled like tiny bubbles in the still lake of her heart. She couldn't wait to share the news with Hua, to rub its fluffy head, and to tell it that she was one step closer to fulfilling her promise of living well. Shiryu carried the newly bought cat food and a bag of Wawa's favorite dried fish treats, her steps slightly lighter than usual. The news of getting first place was like a tiny pebble dropped into a still lake, stirring a barely visible ripple. She even imagined the satisfied purring of Hua as it rubbed against her calf, as if that fluffy warmth could momentarily dispel the chill deep within her. However, the noisy voices coming from the direction of the bicycle shed pierced through that faint warmth like invisible ice shards. Laughter, chatter, some kind of ominous commotion. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat, then pounded wildly, slamming against her ribs, making it almost impossible to breathe. A cold premonition crept rapidly up her spine. She quickened her pace, breaking into a run, pushing through a few curious onlookers. In the center of the crowd, on that familiar patch of concrete, Wawa's small body lay there, its limbs sprawled in an unnatural rigid posture like a discarded broken doll. Its once lively amber eyes were now hollowly open, reflecting neither the gray-blue sky nor her own shadow. A trace of alarming white foam remained at the corner of its mouth, and beneath its body a small, ominous dark stain had spread. Time seemed to freeze. Shiryu came to an abrupt halt, her body stiff as a stone. The bag of cat food and dried fish treats slipped from her hands and hit the ground with a muffled thud, the fish treats scattering and rolling to rest beside Wawa's cold paws. The sounds of the world faded away, leaving only the roaring rush of her own blood pounding in her ears. Wawa. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, trembling with disbelief. There was no response. Only a profound silence pressing down, heavy and suffocating. She slowly, ever so slowly, crouched down. Her knees met the cold, hard ground, but she felt no pain at all. She reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling violently, hovering a few centimeters above Wawa's lusterless fur, unable to bring herself to touch it. The familiar softness still seemed to linger in her memory, but the cold and rigidity before her now cruelly announced the end. The surrounding sounds gradually seeped back into her ears, as if muffled by thick glass. Whispers arose nearby. What happened to the cat? It twitched a few times, and then collapsed. It's a stray, right? Probably ate rat poison. Tisk, what bad luck dying right here. Just a stray, dead is dead. Those words, just a stray, pierced like needles tempered in ice, striking precisely into the most vulnerable part of Shiryu's heart. To her, Wawa had never been just a stray. It was the only light she could cling to in the boundless darkness, the silent vessel for all her secrets and tears, the warm presence that sustained her promise to keep living. It knew who she was, where she came from, what she had been through. It was her only confirmed, unstealable anchor in this bitterly cold world. And now it lay here, cold and still, silent. Even its death was so insignificant, earning nothing more than just a stray. An immense, icy despair surged over Shiryu like a black tide. It was not a violent flood, but a slow, viscous, suffocating ice water that rose from her feet, gradually devouring her warmth, her senses, and the last of her strength to struggle. Her shoulders trembled violently, yet she bit her lower lip hard, refusing to let out a single sob. Only rapid, suppressed breathing like a worn-out bellows sounded harsh in the dead silence. Finally trembling, she carefully, ever so gently, cupped Wawa's small, cold body in both hands. The weight of it was so light it broke her heart. She held it tightly to her chest, pressing her cheek against its cold forehead, as if she could warm it with her own body heat. But the coldness seeped through her skin, piercing straight into her marrow, telling her it was all in vain. Wawa. She murmured, her voice shattered and hollow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I came too late. Please wake up, okay? I bought you a new flavor of cat food. She couldn't continue. She only held the cold little body tighter, curling herself into a ball, like a leaf withering in the winter wind. She clutched the silver lock hanging on her chest. The cold metal bit painfully into her palm. The blessing from her grandmother on that lock now felt like a cruel mockery. A cleaning lady carrying a broom and dustpan walked over with a frown. Hey, little girl, stop holding that dead cat. It's dirty. Move aside, I need to sweep this up. She impatiently poked Shiryu's shoulder with the broom handle. Shiryu's body flinched violently, as if struck by an electric current. She slowly, ever so slowly, raised her head. Her eyes, washed clean by tears, no longer held ferocity. Instead, they were filled with a profound, heart-stopping emptiness and despair. There was no anger in them, only a frozen wasteland of silence. She stared straight at the cleaning lady, her gaze unfocused, yet as if piercing through her, looking towards some more distant void. The cleaning lady felt a shiver of unease under that gaze, and instinctively took a step back, muttering psycho. But she still, with a harsh and disgusted manner, used her broom to push the small body from Shiryu's arms aside, then quickly scooped it up with the dustpan, her movements as rough as if she were handling a piece of trash. Shiryu did not resist. Her arms still maintained the encircling posture, but her embrace was now empty. She watched helplessly as Wawa's small body was dumped into the green dumpster nearby that reeked of sour, rotten odors. That soft clatter sounded like thunder in her otherwise dead silent world. The security guard dispersed the crowd. The surroundings returned to normal. Students walked away chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Indeed, just a cat. Who would care? But it had truly accompanied her for 3 months. During those 3 months, every day after class, she would come to see it. It had almost become her daily routine. Why did even this tiny bit of warmth have to be taken away? What had she done wrong? Shiryu remained in that curled-up position, sitting on the cold concrete floor. Her arms were empty, and so was her heart. Shiryu's gaze was somewhat distant as she walked back towards her dormitory. Hey, congratulations on getting first. Mu Chun's words trailed off as he saw Shiryu's red-rimmed eyes. Shiryu. She looked up at him. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Who? Tell me, I'll go beat them up for you. It's nothing. No one bullied me. Oh, could it be you're too excited about getting first place? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow. Shiryu's lips trembled slightly as she struggled to steady her emotions. Mu Chun. I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. I'm tired, I want to go back to the dorm and rest, sorry. Shiryu handed the things in her hands to Mu Chun, though some of them were originally his. She had no heart to sort them out now. Wait. Shiryu. Mu-chan called out to her, sensing something was off. The moment he grabbed her arm, her body stiffened, as if she had lost control of herself. Shiryu tried to reach for her medicine, but found herself devoid of strength. Damn, I missed the time to take my medicine. Shiryu. Mu-chan immediately sensed something wrong. Her already pale face drained of its last trace of color, becoming as white as paper. Her eyes, usually carrying a hint of timidity or stubbornness, now had dilated pupils, and her body fell limply backward like a broken marionette. Shiryu. Mu-chan's heart sank. With quick reflexes, he opened his arms and caught her collapsing body with force. The sheer momentum made him stagger, and to steady himself, he instinctively let go of the new phone he was holding in his other hand. Crack! A sharp, piercing shatter echoed startlingly in the silent corridor. Mu-chan's brand new phone screened down, slammed hard onto the cold, hard concrete floor. At that moment, however, Mu-chan paid the phone no heed whatsoever. He knelt on one knee, carefully cradling Shiryu in his arms, letting her lean against his elbow to prevent her from hitting the ground directly. He could feel the girl in his arms was unnaturally heavy, her breathing weak and rapid like a worn-out bellows struggling to work. Shiryu, wake up. Can you hear me? Mu-chan called out, anxiously, gently patting her cheek, which felt icy and clammy to the touch. He immediately remembered she had mentioned she suffered from severe myasthenia gravis and needed to take medication on time. Medicine. Where's her medicine? He quickly fumbled through the pockets of her thin coat and soon found the familiar bottle. He swiftly unscrewed the cap and poured out a few pills. But Shiryu's jaw was clenched tight, her consciousness fading, making it impossible for her to swallow. Damn it! Mu-chan cursed under his breath and made a split-second decision. With one hand, he pressed firmly on her philtrum, while with the other, he carefully supported the back of her neck, attempting to pry her jaws open. Sweat trickled down his temples as he shouted at the students who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Quick! Go call the school doctor. Tell them she's having a myasthenia gravis attack. Hurry! The corridor erupted into chaos. Mu-chan, ignoring everything else, focused entirely on the unconscious girl in his arms, calling her name, repeatedly feeling her faint but still present heartbeat and breath. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps only minutes, but excruciatingly long for Mu-chan, Shiryu's clenched jaw seemed to loosen slightly, and her breathing became a bit smoother. Seizing the opportunity, Mu-chan carefully slipped a pill into her mouth, then took his own water bottle and painstakingly fed her a small sip to help the pill go down. The school doctor arrived, and following his instructions, Mu-chan carried Shiryu to the infirmary. The scent of disinfectant stung her nostrils. Shiryu's consciousness felt like it was sinking deep in the ocean, struggling to surface. Her eyelids were as heavy as lead as she managed to pry them open, a sliver her blurred vision filled with the harsh glare of fluorescent lights and the swaying white ceiling. She let out a weak moan, her throat dry and raw. Awake! A familiar, weary voice sounded beside her. Shiryu struggled to move her eyes and saw Mu-chan sitting by the hospital bed. He looked haggard with faint dark circles under his eyes, but his gaze held undisguised concern and immense relief. Shiryu's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. What happened? You had a myasthenia attack and fainted in the corridor. Mu-chan's voice was gentle as he handed her a cup of warm water with a straw. Drink some water first. Don't rush to talk. Shiryu obediently took a few sips, the warm liquid soothing her throat. Fragments of memory slowly pieced themselves together. The sudden weakness, the suffocating feeling, the world spinning. And Mu-chan's anxious face, and the crisp shattering sound when he caught her. Shiryu's eyes flew open, her muddled thoughts suddenly clear. She struggled to sit up, but Mu-chan gently held her down. Don't move, you just stabilized. The phone. Shiryu's voice was laced with panic and urgency, looking at Mu-chan. Your phone. Did it break? Did I knock it off? She remembered that when she fell, Mu-chan seemed to have let go of something to catch her. That shattering sound must have been the phone. Mu-chan was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, just a phone. What matters is that you're okay. No way. Shiryu became agitated, a flush of guilt coloring her pale cheeks. I broke it. I have to pay you back. She struggled to get up, but was held firmly in place by her own weakness and Mu-chan's hand. Really, it's fine, Shiryu. Mu-chan said firmly. That old phone was due for an upgrade anyway. It's not your fault. The most important thing now is for you to rest. It is my fault. Shiryu shook her head stubbornly, a crushing weight of guilt pressing down on her heart. Mu-chan was the only one willing to get close to her to help her, and she had not only caused him so much trouble, but also destroyed his new expensive phone. A thought crossed her desperate mind. With trembling hands, she fumbled at her own neck. I don't have money. Her voice was thick with tears which welled in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. She fumbled and unclasped the thin red string around her neck. But this. She extended her trembling hand, offering what she held in her palm to Mu-chan. It was a small, weighty silver lock. The surface was engraved with an ancient pattern of intertwined lotus vines. Due to years of wearing and touching, its edges had been worn smooth and round, emitting a warm, subdued luster. It was the only keepsake her grandmother had left her before she passed her soul connection to a warm past. Mu Chun was stunned for a moment looking at the guilt-ridden girl. He remembered how important this silver lock was to her. From the day he had met her, she had never been without it. And every time she was upset she would instinctively reach for it, showing how much she cherished it. Moreover, during the conflict with Lu Xiaoqiao last time, the way she fiercely protected it made him realize its profound significance to her. He felt both joy and anger at that moment. Joy that she was willing to entrust him with something so precious, and anger that she would so casually give it away. I told you don't need to pay me back. And isn't this thing very important to you? It was given to you by your grandmother. How can you just give it to someone else? But she dared not look into Mu Chun's eyes, lowering her head. The small silver lock lay in her palm like a heavy and humble heart. Shiryu, his voice was low and clear, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Listen to me. First, don't mention the phone again. Mu Chun looked directly into her eyes. I told you it doesn't matter. I can afford a new one. It broke, so it broke. It's not your fault. I just didn't hold it steady. Secondly, his gaze fell upon their clasped hands, the silver lock lying quietly in her palm, now wrapped in his warm hand. This was left to you by your grandmother. It is 10,000 times more precious than any phone. It carries your grandmother's love for you. It's a keepsake. It's priceless. You keep it safe, and don't you ever think about using it to pay for anything again, understand? Or else I'll look down on you. Shiryu stared blankly at Mu Chun. What's wrong with you? How could you forget to take your medicine? Don't you know how dangerous that is? What if I hadn't been there? Huahua is dead. Huahua. Who is that? Mu Chun heard the name for the first time and frowned. A cat. A cat. You have a cat. No, it's not my cat. I met it near the bicycle shed. Mu Chun then noticed the many packets of cat food in Shiryu's bag. He didn't know how to comfort Shiryu, but he knew she was deeply grieved at this moment. Perhaps silent companionship was the greatest solace he could offer her. After an unknown span of time, the ringing of the bell jolted Shiryu back to reality. It struck her then. There was something important she was supposed to do today. I've kept you waiting again. Isn't this afternoon the midterm commendation ceremony? You should be up there receiving your award. Shiryu lowered her head, too ashamed to meet Mu Chun's gaze. So you do remember. Can you make it? Mu Chun had been waiting for Shiryu to pull herself together, but he was never good at offering comfort. I can, but I don't want to go anymore. Shiryu bit her lip in response. That won't do. You're first in class 9 and top 3 in the grade. How could the ceremony go on without you? It was just a fluke that I got first place. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Nonsense. This is your strength. Why do you keep selling yourself short? His gaze was unwavering as he looked at her, as if stating an undeniable truth. Her strength. Did she even have any? She wasn't sure of it herself. Let's go. His eyes remained fixed on her with that same certainty. Shiryu was taken aback. How could he believe in her so effortlessly? She followed behind Mu Chun into the packed auditorium. As soon as they entered, a swarm of girls locked their eyes on him. After all, he was the school heartthrob, the object of countless crushes. When those girls noticed Shiryu by his side, their glares were sharp enough to devour her whole. Mu Chun gave Shiryu's shoulder a gentle pat. Don't keep your head down. Straighten up, be confident. A lot of people are watching you. You're the top student of class 9. Shiryu looked at him, momentarily speechless. This oblivious fool. Didn't he see that those girls were glaring at her with pure envy? It was obvious they were jealous that she was standing next to him. They found 2 seats and sat down side by side. This year's exam results were so outstanding that even officials from the Education Bureau had shown up. The principal was stunned when he learned that 3 students from the school had broken into the city's top 50. I'm delighted. This year's midterm exams, our school has truly broken new ground. 3 of our students have made it into the city's top 50. A feat never accomplished since our school's founding. The principal, visibly moved, rambled on at length before finally calling out the 3 names. Mu Chun's name was called out repeatedly to the point where the entire school knew him by heart. Finally, 2 hours later, additionally this year we've added 2 more slots for scholarships and financial aid. Those in need can fill out the forms and submit them. Shiryu had been staring blankly at the auditorium ceiling, but the words financial aid and scholarship hit her like a switch being flipped. She snapped to attention, her eyes lighting up. Mu Chun, did the principal just mention something about financial aid and scholarships? Shiryu asked. Yeah, why? Are you planning to apply? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, looking at her with interest. Shiryu nodded lightly. Mu Chun looked puzzled, giving her a once-over before probing cautiously. Are you short on money? Shiryu bit her lip and slowly shook her head. Mu Chun paused, then pressed on. Your family doesn't give you money. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Shiryu remained silent, hanging her head even lower as stray strands of hair fell forward, veiling her expression. At the front of the auditorium, the application forms were being handed out one by one. Just as the last form was about to be taken by a male student, Mu Chun dashed up like a gust of wind, flashing his signature radiant smile. Teacher, I'll take this one. Both the boy and the teacher were stunned by Mu Chun's sudden move, momentarily at a loss. The teacher adjusted his glasses and looked at Mu Chun, speaking earnestly. You? Mu Chun, financial aid is for students in need. You should be going for the scholarship. Mu Chun waved his hand, dismissively grinning as he explained. It's not for me, teacher. I'm picking it up for someone else. Who? The teacher asked curiously. It's for Shiryu, of course. With that he grabbed the form and strode briskly back toward Shiryu. Shiryu looked at the form Mu-chan held out to her, her voice tinged with gratitude. Thank you. No problem. Mu-chan replied casually, his easy smile still in place. The students around them cast curious glances their way, whispering among themselves. Who's that girl? Mu-chan actually got a form for her. No idea. Never seen her before. Just then a booming voice cut through the chatter. Whoa bro moo, that was smooth. Following the sound they saw Han Meng striding over with his hands in his pockets. Mu-chan spotted Han Meng and raised an eyebrow, teasing. Hey Han Meng, you're still here. Waiting for someone. Han Meng replied, his gaze scanning the crowd before locking onto a corner of the auditorium. Following his line of sight, Shiryu saw a girl leaning alone against a pillar. She wore a cream-colored knit cardigan over a high-waisted plaid pleated skirt, her voluminous curls tied into a loose low ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her delicate profile. Pearl earrings swayed gently with her movements, and her understated makeup couldn't hide the cool aloofness in her eyes. Han Meng gave Shiryu a friendly nod in greeting, then bellowed, Su Lu. Su Lu. The girl called Su Lu cast him only a cold, dismissive glance, without slowing her pace. Seeing this, Mu-chan's curiosity was piqued. Like an eager gossip reporter, he tugged Shiryu along. Come on, let's go check it out. Han Meng chased after Su Lu, calling out repeatedly, Su Lu, wait up. Su Lu stopped and asked with undisguised irritation, what is it? Su Lu, how about we go get some bubble tea? My treat. Women on that. Mu-chan slapped Han Meng on the shoulder. Han Meng waved his hand generously. Sure, no problem, but only if Su Lu comes along. Su Lu, come on, free bubble tea. Why not? Mu-chan winked. Fine. Su Lu agreed. Shiryu, let's go? Someone's buying us bubble tea. Mu-chan turned to Shiryu. Shiryu was taken aback. I'm going too. Of course. Don't worry, Han Meng's family is loaded. 1 cup of bubble tea won't hurt him. Come on, the more the merrier. Han Meng didn't mind at all. His only concern was that Su Lu would come. The 4 of them headed to the bubble tea shop together. The glass door of the bubble tea shop swung open, and a wave of sweet milky fragrance mixed with the clinking of ice filled the air. Han Meng made a beeline for the counter with practiced ease while Mu-chan nudged Shiryu's arm with his shoulder. Don't just stand there. Order the most expensive thing. His family owns a mine. That's nonsense. My family just runs a small business. Han Meng turned to retort, but stopped short when he saw Su Lu hesitating in front of the menu. He straightened up immediately. Su Lu, would you prefer a fruit tea or a cheese foam? Either is fine. Su Lu replied flatly. Then let's go with this one. Han Meng ordered an iced cheese foam tea for Su Lu, then turned to Mu-chan and Shiryu. What about you two? Mu-chan tilted his head toward Shiryu, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What are you having? I'll have the strawberry cheese foam. The 4 of them found seats by the window. Sunlight slanted through the glass, casting dappled patches of light across the table. Han Meng leaned back in his chair, eyeing Shiryu with interest. Still as shy as ever, little miss. Han Meng remarked, recalling the dazed look Shiryu had when they first met. That's just how she is. She's a good girl. Mu-chan replied with a soft chuckle. Oh, so does bro Mu prefer the sweet type or the spicy type? Han Meng asked, flashing a gossip-hungry grin. Me? Mu-chan glanced at Shiryu, the meaning of that look unreadable, then continued. I obviously prefer the spicy type. Shiryu was taken aback by his answer, her beautiful eyes widening with unmistakable disbelief. He likes the spicy type. That was not the answer she had expected. Well, then I better protect my Su Lu. Han Meng declared, striking a protective pose in front of Su Lu. Hearing this, Su Lu stomped hard on his foot, making him yelp in pain. Screw you. Who's your Su Lu? Don't talk nonsense. Su Lu's face flushed bright red. See, girls are way more interesting when they've got some fire in them. Mu-chan laughed, watching the 2 of them bicker. Back in the dormitory. He likes gyro girls. What are gyro girls like? Shiryu made a fierce expression at the mirror, trying to look spicy. Hey, come here, am I spicy enough like this? She stared at her reflection for a few seconds, then burst out laughing at her own feigned ferocity. What was she even doing? It had nothing to do with her if he liked gyro girls. Shiryu was still bothered about breaking Mukin's phone. Although Muchuin said it was fine, it was still broken because of her. So she came up with a plan she thought was a win-win solution, one that wouldn't make her seem irresponsible nor sever the connection they had. She arrived at class 1 her first time in Mukin's classroom. A few unfamiliar gazes fell upon her, making her scalp tingle and her cheeks flush. Hey, who are you looking for? A cute girl approached, curiously, seemingly the class study representative. Hello, could you tell me where Muchuin sits? Upon hearing she was there for Muchuin, the girl's expression flickered slightly. She looked a bit resigned, thinking to herself, another admirer of Muchuin. This school wasn't lacking in studious students. People often had a stereotype about bad schools, assuming the students there didn't like to study, but that wasn't the case. Many were like her, aiming to get into university. Take this girl in front of her, for instance. Her grades were decent. Oh, he sits over there. The girl pointed to the 9th seat in the 5th row. Shiryu was taken aback. She didn't expect Muchuin to sit so far back. Could he still get good grades sitting that far? Thanks. Shiryu walked over, placed the envelope neatly on Mukin's desk, and then quickly rushed out. After she left, the students in class 1 began to murmur. Who was that girl? She looks kind of familiar. Oh, isn't she the top student from class 9? What did she give Muchuan? A love letter. That's bold. And Muchuan will probably just throw the envelope away when he gets back. Plenty of girls have written to him before, and that's how it always goes. Not sure about that. I think I saw her getting the application form for financial aid with him yesterday. Sure, yes, envelope lay conspicuously on the desk. Muchuan, returning from the restroom, paused at the sight of it. He initially meant to toss it, but the handwriting made him stop and the contents felt somewhat solid. This is her handwriting. What's she up to? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Muchuan actually opened the envelope. Huh, he actually opened it. This piqued the curiosity of the surrounding students. It seemed out of character for him. Inside, he found a silver lock. He was stunned for a moment. There was also a small note. Muchuan, I know you'll be angry, but since I broke your phone, I can't rest easy without paying you back. So I'll leave this silver lock with you for safekeeping. When I have the money, you'll come back for it. Looking at Yes' handwriting, Muchuan smiled. What a silly girl. What are you smiling about? Han Meng slapped his shoulder. Hey, another girl wrote to you. What girl? Don't let your mind wander. It's just a friend. She accidentally broke my phone, but actually it had nothing to do with her. I dropped it myself. She insisted on paying me back. What a silly girl. Muchuan shook his head, thinking of Yes' stubbornness at times. Oh, is it that dazed-looking girl? She's not dazed, she just has trouble expressing herself. She's actually quite smart, just not very confident. She always sells herself short. Han Meng looked at Muchuan surprised. How do you know that? She got first place in her class. What do you think? Oh, that is impressive. I remember someone didn't come back to the dorm 3 days before the exam. You didn't go stay up all night studying with her, did you? Guess. Shiryu was nervous in the classroom, wondering if he had seen the letter, and if he had, whether he would be angry. She fidgeted with her hands. Congratulations on getting first place. Shen Yicheng suddenly turned around, his cool minty scent mixed with a faint smell of paper and ink. Shiryu was startled, then smiled and nodded at him. Thanks. She suddenly remembered something and added, thanks for the notebook. Shen Yicheng smiled. No problem. Glad it was useful. She wasn't very familiar with Shen Yicheng. Since they met, they probably hadn't exchanged more than 10 sentences. Just then the math teacher Zhang Yiming walked over. The first thing he saw was Shiryu and Shen Yicheng. Shiryu, Shen Yicheng, come to the office. The teacher called out. Both of them were taken aback and followed Zhang Yiming to the office. In the office, Zhang Yiming took a sip of tea and then slowly began. So it's like this. For the upcoming math competition, we originally planned to send Shen Yicheng, since he's always been the top student in our class. But since Shiryu got first place this time on the midterm, I have a new idea. I wanted to hear your thoughts. A math competition. Shiryu was taken aback. This was something she had never considered, thinking it had nothing to do with her. She had never participated in any competition. Besides, getting first place once didn't mean she would again, and math wasn't her strongest subject. If she messed up, she would embarrass the class. She definitely wouldn't go. Teacher, let Shen Yicheng go. Shen Yicheng was stunned. He looked at Shiryu, thinking she was just being modest, and said, Teacher, I think Shiryu is more suitable. She looked up, abruptly meeting Shen Yicheng's gentle gaze. There was no competitive edge in his eyes, but rather a hint of encouragement, as if he had expected her to back down. The math teacher twirled his pen and chuckled. What's this? You two don't think much of my math class, is that it? Passing the buck back and forth. No, teacher, I'm not trying to get out of it. I have to prepare for the physics competition soon, and the schedule might clash with the math one. So it's better for Shiryu to take part in the math competition. Shen Yicheng explained. Oh, I see. In that case, we'll arrange for Shiryu to go to the math competition. The math teacher decided on the spot, without asking Shiryu's opinion. He had no choice, the two of them were the only ones with good grades in the class. Shiryu wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. How had she ended up in a math competition so inexplicably? Shiryu and Shen Yicheng walked out. Seeing her gloomy expression, Shen Yicheng asked, What's wrong? Shiryu shook her head. Nothing. After class, Luo Jiuchuan unexpectedly came to find Shiryu, and they went to eat together. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and she thought Luo Jiuchuan had already forgotten her. After all, Luo Jiuchuan had many friends, as she was just one of them. Long time no see, what have you been up to? Luo Jiuchuan walked towards the cafeteria, using her phone to take selfies and reapply her lipstick. The setting sun streamed through the glass curtain wall of the corridor, refracting colorful speckles on her newly done manicure. Nothing much, just studying, Shiryu said, lowering her head to avoid the camera. Heard you got first place. Way to go, Shiryu. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly stopped, giving her shoulder a heavy pat. Keeping it under wraps, huh? What's wrong? Not happy about getting first place? Luo Jiuchuan tilted her head, her eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow under her eyes. She reached out and pinched Shiryu's cheek. No, it's nothing. Let's go eat. The cafeteria was filled with the aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs. Luo Jiuchuan weaved through the crowd with her tray. Where's Zhe? Isn't he with you? Shiryu looked at the half-empty window, thinking of that tall boy who always followed Luo Jiuchuan around. He's so annoying, like a stubborn stain. It's much quieter with you, Luo Jiuchuan said, looking troubled, yet a trace of happiness she didn't even realize bloomed on her face. You two have a great relationship, Shiryu said softly, a hint of envy she didn't notice hidden in her voice. Great. You want this blessing? Luo Jiuchuan rolled her eyes, then suddenly lowered her voice and leaned in. Is it really that bad? What did he do to you? Nothing much, I just find him annoying. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I came here to escape the noise, and now you've brought it up again. Luo Jiuchuan had a lot to talk about, even though it mostly had nothing to do with Shiryu. But Shiryu was used to her storytelling. Shiryu listened attentively to her story. Actually, Luo Jiuchuan was also quite annoying. An annoying person hating another annoying person. Was that the so-called disliking those who are like yourself? Thinking about it, Shiryu smiled. It seemed Luo Jiuchuan was completely under Heze's control. Just as she was thinking this, Heze and Mu Chun appeared in the cafeteria. Luo Jiuchuan froze. Damn, the clingy one is here. She grabbed her bag and bolted for the side door, but not before turning back to warn, don't say you saw me. The strap of the pink canvas bag brushed against Shiryu's hand, leaving a slight sting. Mu Chun and Heze spotted Shiryu immediately and walked over. Why are you eating alone? Mu Chun asked, glancing at the table where Luo Jiuchuan's tray was still uncleared. Shiryu, where's Jiuchuan? I didn't see her, Shiryu said, looking a bit nervous. A sign she was lying. Heze frowned, looking at her. Shiryu, you've learned to lie now? She left without even clearing her tray, he said, then glanced at Mu Chun. Seems like hanging around someone has been a bad influence on you. Quick as a flash, Mu Chun smacked Heze on the forehead with a plastic spoon. Who are you talking about? I'm right. Heze exaggeratedly clutched his head and dodged the plastic chair, scraping loudly against the floor. Dad, take it easy. His yells immediately drew the attention of the whole area. A few girls in school uniforms giggled behind their hands, and a man at a nearby table froze with his instant noodles halfway to his mouth. Shut up, don't yell like that. Mu Chun added another slap. Shiryu finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Oh, sister, sure you can smile too, Heze said, a bit incredulous as she was always so glum. I'm done eating, I'll head back first, Shiryu said, standing up. Okay, Mu Chun nodded. It was 5 p.m. Shiryu needed to prepare for the math competition. She had never participated in one and didn't know what they entailed. She went to the library to see if there were any records or notes left by predecessors to study. Excuse me, do you have any materials on past math competitions? Shiryu asked the librarian. The librarian pushed up her reading glasses and pointed to an iron cabinet in the corner. Photocopies are on the 3rd shelf, but they're quite old. Oh, they actually had them. Shiryu hadn't really expected them to. If they didn't, she could just read something else. Thank you. Shiryu walked to the iron cabinet in the corner. 3rd shelf. 3rd shelf. Shiryu muttered to herself. Found it. She picked it up, dusted it off, and sat down at an empty table. The yellowed pages rustled as she flipped through them, the printed formulas surrounded by dense annotations from previous students. After almost an hour, despite the notes, Shiryu still found it overwhelming. She was really just asking for trouble. If it were him, these problems would probably be easy. Why was he so smart? What was his brain made of? She really wanted to crack it open and see. Shiryu thought of Mu Chun's calm and confident demeanor. When she looked up, she thought she was seeing things because he was standing not far away, walking towards her. Mu Chun. Shiryu called out uncertainly. What are you looking at, this old thing, he said, snatching it away and flipping through a few pages. On math competition problems. You're entering the math competition. Nice, one should look at a scholar with new eyes after 3 days. Doing it for the class is a good thing. Mu Chun flipped through a few pages, then suddenly pointed at a geometry problem. This solution is too clumsy. He pulled a pen from his bag and drew 2 auxiliary lines on a piece of scratch paper. See, if you split it into 2 similar triangles like this, you can solve it in 3 steps. Shiryu stared at the diagram on the scratch paper, feeling a newfound appreciation for the man before her. Impressive. Pretty good, right? But studying this is useless, it's too old. Let me find you some newer ones, wait here. With that, Mu Chun walked over to the neatly organized knowledge section. In a short while, he came back with a stack of books. Read these, they're much more useful than those. He sat down and took out a True Love lollipop, handing it to Shiryu. Here, you gave me one last time, it was good, so I bought a few myself. Thanks. Amidst the rustling of the candy wrapper under Shiryu's fingertips, Mu Chun had already opened the top book on competition problems. His pen tapped lightly on the page, then he suddenly turned his head to look at her. What are you spacing out for? This type of problem had a variation in last year's provincial competition. Try using Lagrange's theorem to derive it first. She hastily unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into her mouth. The sweet, almost bitter lychee flavor exploded on her tongue. The formulas on the scratch paper looked like swimming tadpoles. She held her pen, drawing and erasing next to the auxiliary lines, eraser shavings falling onto her school uniform sleeve. Mu Chun suddenly reached out and held her wrist. Not like that, you need to construct a function first. Forget it, I'll explain it to you. He pulled out a new sheet of scratch paper and started deriving from the law of sines. Shiryu watched the formulas flow from his pen. Using the law of cosines here would make the transition smoother. Mu Chun drew a smooth arc on the paper. See, if you set this angle as theta, it corresponds with the triangle on the right. What are you spacing out for? Mu Chun lightly tapped her forehead with the tip of his pen. This step is crucial. If you can't remember it, use the mnemonic with 2 sides, and an included angle. The sine law will untangle. He suddenly pulled a fruit candy from his pocket, the wrapper crinkling crisply between his fingers. Strawberry flavor better than lychee. Actually, competition problems aren't that hard. Mu Chun closed the book and turned to her. What you lack is just the method. For example, this solid geometry problem. Using the vector method is 3 times faster than the traditional way. He stopped abruptly, staring at the eraser shavings on her sleeve, and laughed. You work on problems like a little hamster digging through wood shavings. That's enough for today. Cramming too much at once only makes it harder to retain. Besides, isn't the competition still a month away? Let it sink in gradually. Mu Chun closed the competition materials that still carried the scent of fresh ink, the pages rustling softly against the library's glass wall. Shiyu felt as though she had absorbed too much knowledge, as well, her mind buzzing under the strain. Shiyu stared at the dense formulas in her notebook, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Her temples throbbed persistently. She murmured in response. A sudden thought crossed her mind. He hadn't seemed angry about the silver lock she had secretly given him. It seemed he had silently accepted her apology. Just then Mukin's phone rang. He had gotten a new one. Hey Mu, where are you? Come out for some late-night snacks. Han Meng's voice crackled through the speaker. At the library, Mu Chun replied, leaning back in his chair. The library? On a Friday night? Don't tell me you're with Shiyu. Han Meng's tone rose with playful mischief. Maybe, Mu Chun said, his gaze dropping to Shiyu. Then bring her along. The barbecue joint just got in some plump crayfish. We've known Shiyu for ages and never hung out with her outside of school. All right, Mu Chun agreed and ended the call. Want to grab some late-night food? Han Meng and the others are going, and they specifically want you to come. Shiyu figured she had nothing to do back home anyway, so she agreed. Perhaps there was another reason, one she couldn't quite name herself. The neon sign of the barbecue stall flickered in the night, the 4 characters for Midnight Diner, grayed by years of cooking smoke. Luo Zhochuan waved from a distance, his bangs blown upward to reveal a smooth forehead. Beside him, Hizei carried a case of drinks. The group included Luo Zhochuan and Hizei Su Lu and Han Meng, 2 couples. Then what did that make him and her? Shiyu? Luo Zhochuan immediately abandoned Hizei and bounded over to her side. Mu Chun, you sit with Hizei? I want to sit with Shiyu. Luo Zhochuan adored Shiyu, and Shiyu didn't mind her either. The two were like natural-born best friends. Fine, Mu Chun agreed without a second thought. Hizei shook his head at his obliviousness, but said nothing since it was Luo Zhochuan had asked. So are you all drinking alcohol or soft drinks? Han Meng asked, twirling a bottle opener. Shall have a soft drink, Mu Chun said, remembering how Shiyu had choked on alcohol last time. She clearly couldn't handle it. But he knew her nature. She never refused anyone, always going along with whatever was said. So he spoke up for her. Mu Chun, so concerned about her, are we? No, it's just. Last time we had a late-night meal together, she choked on her drink, Mu Chun explained. I see, Han Meng said, reaching for a cigarette. Only for Hizei to slap it out of his hand. That's quite a habit you've got. There are ladies present, so put the cigarettes away. 3 girls are sitting here. You want them breathing in secondhand smoke. Oh, get off your high horse. Can't I even take a whiff? Han Meng grumbled, but he obediently tucked the pack back into his pocket. Heh. The 2 girls let out cold laughs. Luo Zhochuan turned to Shiyu. Shiyu, do you know Su Lu? I met her once before. Shiyu didn't dare greet Su Lu directly, afraid of being rejected. No one is born socially anxious. Humans are inherently social creatures, so how could social anxiety be innate? It's just that some people forget they were never respected as children, mistaking their learned fear for an inborn trait. Why are you so stupid? Why can't you even speak properly? Your opinions don't matter. Most people are simply snobbish. They never encourage their children in times of hardship, only tear them down further. These are the true culprits behind social anxiety. Su Lu offered Shiyu a gentle smile. Let's get properly introduced. Su Lu, this is Shiyu, Luo Zhochuan said. Hello. Hello. They exchanged greetings. It seemed Su Lu was only cold toward Han Meng. She was perfectly friendly with everyone else. Su Lu, why don't you come sit over here? You two aren't even officially together yet, and you're already sitting side by side. Luo Zhochuan teased with a raised brow. Su Lu nodded. Though she and Shiyu weren't close, there seemed to be an instinctive warmth between girls. Birds of a feather flocked together. It was true that anyone who could get along with Mu Chun was generally a decent person. So not everyone was like Lu Xiaoqiao after all. As Luo Zhochuan and Su Lu chatted, Shiyu gradually found herself drawn into their conversation. Though it was supposed to be a late-night feast, the girls barely ate a few bites, probably worried about their figures. Han Meng belched and checked the time. It's still early. Who's up for some KTV? My treat. Young Master Han, how could we say no? Though it was supposed to be a late-night feast, the girls barely ate a few bites, probably worried about their figures. Han Meng belched and checked the time. It's still early. Who's up for some KTV? My treat. Young Master Han, how could we say no? At the KTV, they booked a private room. A waiter brought in a fruit platter. As expected, the mic hog Han Meng had commandeered the microphone. Of course, had offered to treat everyone to KTV. The truth was, he just wanted to sing himself. Listening to Han Meng's off-key warbling, Shiyu was stunned. It felt like listening to Nobita's friend John sing. Then it was everyone else's turns. Hizei, Su Lu, Luo Zhochuan, and even Mu Chun all sang. She savored Mukin's song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. I pray for a transparent heart, and eyes that can cry give me the courage to believe again, to cross through lies and embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the dark night. Her darkness was dispelled by the light he brought. It was his arrival that rekindled her hope for life. He was the star in her night sky guiding her forward. Shiyu? Shiyu. Luo Zhouchuan waved a hand in front of her face. Huh, what is it? Shiyu snapped back to reality and found everyone looking at her. You're the only one who hasn't sung yet. Want to do a song? No thanks. I can't sing. Shiyu waved her hand in refusal. Alright then. We should head back. It's getting late, and I need to get the girls home, Han Meng said, glancing at his watch. Shiyu, let's go. He called out, and she followed him. A fine drizzle was falling from the sky, and the weather was beginning to turn cold. She hid under the eaves of self-doubt, while he stood at the crossroads of courage. Rain soaked their clothes, yet neither knew how long the other had been drenched for the sake of the other. Where shall I go, a girl who has transformed? After the midterm exams, winter began. The weather turned cold gradually, with occasional drizzles. Shiryu had no long-sleeved clothes, and had to buy some online. She typed, autumn clothing for men, into the search bar, but after flipping through a few results, she felt something was off. They just didn't appeal to her. Then she changed it to autumn clothing for women, and that was it. Shiryu herself hadn't realized that she no longer liked wearing men's clothes. She found women's clothing much more pleasing to the eye. Shiryu looked at the medicine bottle. There were only 15 pills left, enough for 5 days. It seemed not much, as she had to take them on time, or else the situation last time might repeat. Last time her uncle had given her a strip, and she thought it would last a long time. After searching, she found 300 yuan for 4 boxes, each with 60 pills, which could last 80 days. There was only 1,200 yuan left in her bank card, and it would soon run out. She didn't know when the scholarship would be dispersed. A few more days passed. There was only 1 week left until the math competition. The tension of these days made her a bit nervous. She also had a dream. In the dream, her mother made fish soup for her to nourish her brain for the competition, and gently stroked her. Her father was there too. Everything was in the past. Nothing had changed. The weather grew colder and colder. Even wearing new clothes, she still felt the chill. Shiryu stood in the corridor of the classroom, letting the wind blow over her. Though the cold wind was biting, it felt refreshing. It's so cold and you're out here enjoying the wind. A gentle male voice sounded beside her, though with a hint of nonchalance. Mu Chun. Shiryu looked at him and smiled. For some reason, every time she saw Mu Chun, she felt inexplicably happy, as if his presence alone could calm her heart. Here. Mu Chun handed her a warm cup of milk tea. What's this? Shiryu stared at him in surprise. The competition is coming up. Consider it a little encouragement. Good luck. Get a good result. Thank you, you too. Shiryu was a bit flustered by the sudden blessing. Should she also wish him well? Let's work hard together. Although the weather was cold, Shiryu's heart felt warm. The class bell rang, and they each returned to their own classrooms. Shen Yicheng saw Shiryu holding the milk tea and smiled at her. From Mu Chun. Shiryu held the milk tea. So how's the preparation for the math competition? Shen Yicheng regained his smile. It's okay. I just don't know how the competition questions differ from regular ones. Have you taken it before? How is it different from regular exams? To be honest, Shiryu felt uncertain. After all, this was her first competition. Actually, it's not that bad. Most math competition problems are about thinking creatively. Just open your mind and don't confine yourself. In short, try a few times and it'll be fine. You can ask me if you don't understand something. Shen Yicheng explained patiently. I understand. Thanks. Shiryu nodded, half understanding. Shen Yicheng turned around and continued flipping through physics problems. Shiryu, on the other hand, kept reviewing math problems over and over, afraid of missing any mistakes. After all this time, she was representing the class, even though the teacher might not care much. On the day of the competition, Mu Chun and Shiryu were in the same classroom. They both took the math competition. Since the seating was arranged by ranking, Shiryu sat at the back, while Mu Chun sat in the first seat of the first row. So they were far apart. Shiryu stared at the questions. Many of them were problems Mu Chun had explained to her, just with some wording reversed. She buried her head and started solving. Mu Chun secretly glanced at Shiryu, seeing her focused on the problems, and thought she should be fine. Classmate, no whispering. The teacher reminded Mu Chun. All the students followed Mu Chun's gaze. Since the invigilator was external, he didn't know Mu Chun. After the exam, the competition went smoothly. Shiryu was in good shape, and it seemed not as difficult as she had imagined. How was it? You seem to have done well. Mu Chun walked over. And you? Although Shiryu knew it was pointless to ask, he must have done well. Not bad, just so-so. He remained confident, as always. Soon another month passed, and the competition results came out. Shiryu ranked around 60th in the city, which was decent considering there were over 500 participants. On the winter solstice, the aroma of dumplings from the cafeteria mixed with the cold wind hitting her nose. This day was special for Shiryu because it was her birthday. When she took out her phone, she was surprised to find that Wu Xian and she shared the same birthday. On her way back after leaving the cafeteria, she bought a steamed bun and a candle, then returned to the dormitory. Shiryu quietly pulled open the curtain. Moonlight streamed through the gap, casting a silver-white patch on the desk. She placed the bun on a metal lunchbox and lit the candle with a lighter. The orange flame flickered in the cold wind, casting shifting shadows on her face. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. Today was her birthday. Would her parents remember her? After so long had their anger cooled? Thinking this, she actually made a call to Kai shooting. Sure yes finger repeatedly hovered over the word mom in her phone contacts. The blue glow of the screen made her eyes look gray. She had saved their numbers hoping that one day they would call her. Sure you didn't dare to disturb them, but today she wanted to hear a happy birthday. She bit her lower lip and pressed the call button. The ringing in the earpiece was like a heartbeat growing faster. Hello? Who is it? Kai shooting's voice sounded. Mom, it's me. Her voice trembled, her nails digging into her palm. Today is the winter solstice. The person on the phone fell silent, no response. Mom, today is my birthday. Sure you heard her own voice, as thin as paper ready to shatter in the wind. Could you just say happy birthday? Before she finished, the call was hung up and the line went dead with a beeping sound. She slowly lowered her phone, staring at the call ended prompt on the screen. She froze for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Heh, forget it. Sure you looked at the bun. The candle was almost burned out. She quickly made a wish over the bun. Grandma, today is my birthday. I miss you so much. I remember you used to cook long-life noodles for me. The taste, you'll never forget. Thank you for raising me. I hope you have no pain in the other world, and are happy every day. And after you left me, I often wonder if you're doing well, if you have new friends to play with. Even though you're not with me anymore, you'll always be my most precious furry child. May you have delicious food and joy every day, and dog star cat star free and happy. Second uncle cousin away. Mu Chun. Luo Jiuchuan. He's a Han Meng Su Lu. Sure you clasped her hands, her eyelashes lowered, candlelight dancing in her eyes. And Mom and Dad. May you be healthy and happy forever. The wax dripped down the candle, forming tiny amber drops on the bun. Sure you blew out the candle and took a bite of the long cold bun. Suddenly a strange noise came from under the bed in the dormitory. Sure you was startled at first, but then she thought it couldn't be anyone since she had always lived alone. The noise came again. Sure you froze, then stood up warily. Who's there? It's me, Sure you. Luo Jiuchuan crawled out from under the bed covered in dust. Sure you stared at her in shock. Jiuchuan. You. How? Why are you here? You. Sure you was stunned. Sorry Sure you, I wanted to surprise you. Luo Jiuchuan grinned sheepishly. Surprise. Sure you looked at her bewildered. Yet today is your birthday. I plan to surprise you and celebrate with you. Luo Jiuchuan said with a smile. Sure you was taken aback again. How did you know it's my birthday? I caught a glimpse of your ID info while looking at the competition leaderboard today. I see. So how did you get in? Well, I told the dorm matron I was here to pick up something for you. She scratched her head sheepishly. Sure you. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly wrapped her arms around Sure you. Sure you stood frozen, her eyelashes trembling violently, but she didn't push her away. She only said softly, what's wrong? Luo Jiuchuan's eyes suddenly reddened, losing her usual straightforwardness. Her gaze turned serious, as if she wanted to say it in another way, but she spoke in a light tone instead. I thought I was the only one in this world who had it rough, but it turns out you're just like me. She let out a soft chuckle. Jay, just like you. I heard everything. If I'm not mistaken, your family situation is probably similar to mine, right? Similar? Yeah, I've never told anyone about this because I don't want people to think I'm seeking pity. But today, Sure you, I want to tell you. My parents are just like yours. They both don't like girls, right? Yes, she had heard it all. Sure you had been begging her parents to just say happy birthday to her, but they had hung up the phone. Sure yes, throat tightened, and her breathing grew labored. But the difference is your parents are still alive while mine are gone. Though honestly, your situation isn't much different. She let out a bitter laugh. Sure you know what? I've always thought my parents were the stupidest people. They had a wonderful, obedient, and sensible daughter, yet they never cherished her. If they had treated me better, maybe that day wouldn't have happened. You know, when I was 15, Luo Jiuchuan's voice was as light as a feather. My father and grandmother died in a car accident. That very morning, they were still arguing about whether to send me to the countryside to be my cousin's child bride, because I couldn't carry on the family line. Sure you froze. The words sounded so familiar. She saw the bitter smile on Luo Jiuchuan's lips. See, I didn't even get the chance to be abandoned. I became an orphan just like that. Everyone waited to see me wail, and cry to see me wither away like a weed in the mud. Luo Jiuchuan let go and pulled a piece of fruit candy from her pocket, popping it into Sure Yes' mouth. But I refused to let that happen. I dug out the money my grandmother had hidden under her pillow, signed up for a street dance class, poured all my father's unfinished liquor down the toilet, and planted a cactus in an empty bottle. Guess what? All those people who waited to see me become a joke now have to call me Sister Chuan. She suddenly grabbed Sure Yes' shoulders, her nails almost digging into her thin frame. Sure you, the reason I was so close to you the first time we met isn't because you're beautiful or pretty. It's because I saw myself in you, and you were willing to listen to my rambling. My father always said girls were a loss. Even on the day he died, he still had the application for my school withdrawal in his pocket. But now, I bought my first lipstick with my own money, and I donated 10 quilts to a nursing home with my street dance prize money. All those people who said I was worthless are either dead or old now, and am living more vibrantly than any of them. Juchuan. Shiryu was stunned. She never imagined this usually carefree girl had such a past. She had assumed Luo Jiuchuan had a perfect family with loving parents. Seeing Shiryu staring at her in a daze, Luo Jiuchuan paused then smiled. Shiryu, I'm telling you this not to show you how miserable I am. I don't want anyone's pity, and I've never told anyone this. The reason I'm telling you is just to say a person must first learn to love themselves, you know. Understand? You're such a fool. I heard you recite your birthday wishes just now. How could you leave yourself out of them? Come on, make a new wish. From behind the curtain, Luo Jiuchuan brought out a 7-inch strawberry cake she had prepared for Shiryu long ago and lit the candles for her. The moment Shiryu saw the cake, her eyes welled up with tears. This time you have to wish for your own wish. Luo Jiuchuan returned to her usual open demeanor and gently pushed Shiryu toward the table. Shiryu stared blankly at the cake sitting there for a long time. She realized she had never really had any wishes because for so long she had only ever thought of others, never of herself. Being asked to make a wish now, she couldn't think of one at all. What's wrong? Can't think of one. Then let me help you. Wish to become the world's richest woman, how about that? It's a bit tacky, but it's down to earth. Luo Jiuchuan raised an eyebrow. Shiryu almost laughed at her words. Then she said seriously, or, wish to marry Muchuan. How about that? Huh? Shiryu was stunned. Haha, I'm just kidding. Of course I wish our Shiryu gets more beautiful every day and stays happy always. Luo Jiuchuan snuggled affectionately against Shiryu's arm. After blowing out the candles, Shiryu cut a slice of cake for Luo Jiuchuan. Here. You have some too. Is it sweet? Sweet. Sweet is right. Eating something sweet lifts your spirits. Shiryu, you know when I was little I loved a lyric that when a faint glimmer of light in the lonely night, I don't care who sees me shining bright. The wind blows the clouds in different directions, no matter how much pain, I will still take flight. That sounds like a song from a cartoon, something like The Adventures of Kiki and Kiki. Huh, you know it. I cried my eyes out watching that show as a kid. It was so heartbreaking. Ugh, in the end the sister died. Even though it was a dinosaur anime. Shiryu remembered crying buckets over that show back then. True kindness is seeing the darkness of life, yet still choosing to become the light. Ever since Luo Jiuchuan's heart-to-heart talk with Shiryu, he would come by, after almost every class, to chat and confide in her, sometimes even bringing her delicious snacks. Shiryu felt a bit uneasy under Luo Jiuchuan's enthusiastic attention, but she knew his intentions were kind and didn't refuse. In truth, Luo Jiuchuan seemed to regard Shiryu as a little sister. Shiryu, lend me your English notes. Luo Jiuchuan knew Shiryu was strong in English, and more importantly her notes were meticulously detailed. Something even Muchuan couldn't rival. So occasionally even Muchuan would borrow her English notes. Oh, alright. Shiryu took the notebook from her bag and handed it over. Thanks. They'll treat you to something to eat later. Luo Jiuchuan waved the notebook and returned to her own class. Lu Xiaoqiao still harbored a grudge against Shiryu for her earlier meddling. Seeing how well Shiryu and Luo Jiuchuan got along, jealousy began to fester within her, and that day she deliberately came looking for trouble. Shiryu, however, was in the throes of her period, the pain so severe she clutched her stomach. Lu Xiaoqiao walked over with a deliberately calm expression and said, Shiryu, lend me your English notebook. Shiryu, who was slumped over her desk, was taken aback. She had thought she'd never have any interaction with Lu Xiaoqiao again. Ever since they stopped being deskmates, they had kept a clear distance from each other. After all, she got along well with her new deskmate. Shiryu fumbled for her notebook, but the pain in her stomach was so intense she lacked the strength to respond. Besides, she had too many notebooks to tell which one was which. Seeing no reaction, Lu Xiaoqiao assumed Shiryu was ignoring her and began to sneer. Shiryu, what's your problem? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge over what happened before. No. Fine, don't lend it then. It's not like you're the only one with English notes. With that, she turned and walked away. Shiryu knew she was just picking a fight, but she had no energy to argue. She just thought, why did it have to be now? If it weren't for her period, she could have given her a piece of her mind. Whatever. She and Lu Xiaoqiao were never meant to be friends, so she didn't care about her opinion anyway. Why had things turned out this way between them? She didn't really understand. There never seemed to be any real conflict. From their very first meeting, Lu Xiaoqiao had inexplicably taken a disliking to her, and suddenly they were at odds. Perhaps some people are just destined to rub each other the wrong way. After the winter solstice, it grew even colder. Shiryu's period still hadn't ended. Because they switched seats weekly, she found herself by the window this time. The combination of her menstrual cramps and the winter chill was utterly agonizing. Suddenly Shiryu realized she hadn't seen Muchuan for days. She wondered what he was busy with. Then she thought it wasn't like Muchuan had any obligation to come see her every day. She wanted to go see him, but was afraid of disturbing him. It was Christmas Eve. The whole class was supposed to be in evening self-study, but no one had their mind on studying. Everyone was preoccupied with their own little thoughts. Class monitor He Huntao was handing out apples to everyone, each receiving his well wishes. Wow, this apple is so big and red. A girl in the class had already unwrapped He Huntao's apple and praised it. Some had already started eating. It was nothing special really. Apples were meant to be eaten, weren't they? Surely no one would be foolish enough to treasure them like she always did. Monitor, I didn't expect you to put so much thought into this. I thought you'd just buy a few random apples to fob us off. A classmate said, munching on an apple. What are you talking about? Every single apple was carefully hand-picked by me. It took me over 3 hours just to wrap them all. He Huntao replied. Monitor, you're truly a man of feeling. Having a monitor like you is a blessing. Hehe, you flatter me. He Huntao continued handing out apples. Suddenly Shinicheng turned around to look at Shiryu. Shiryu, Merry Christmas Eve. In his hand was a beautifully wrapped apple, the packaging exquisite. He placed it gently in front of Shiryu, as if it had been prepared long in advance. Shiryu was stunned. She hadn't expected Shinicheng to give her an apple, considering they were barely more than nodding acquaintances. Thanks. Shiryu was at a loss for words. You're welcome. Best of luck for the coming year. Shinicheng said with a smile. Thank you. Shiryu, Merry Christmas Eve. As Shiryu was lost in thought, He Huntao had already walked over to her. Seeing the apple on Shiryu's desk, He Huntao chuckled. Oh, someone was faster than me. Who gave you this? He Huntao treated everyone in the class equally. He never ostracized anyone. He treated Shiryu the same as any other classmate, considering her a part of the class. It was Shinicheng. Shiryu didn't hide it. Shinicheng. I see. He Huntao gave Shiryu a knowing, ambiguous look, then glanced at Shinicheng and raised an eyebrow. Anyone with half a brain could tell what that expression meant. He chuckled and went on to distribute apples to the other students. Shiryu stared blankly at her desk. 2 apples had appeared out of nowhere. She hadn't expected that. Shiryu. Shiryu. A voice came from outside the window. It was Luo Jiuchuan. Shiryu looked up and saw that Luo Jiuchuan seemed to have put on makeup today. Her face shimmered, making her look much prettier than before. You're... Shiryu stared at Luo Jiuchuan, her gaze focused intently on her. Haha, pretty right. Luo Jiuchuan looked especially adorable. Shiryu nodded. Let me tell you, on my way here, so many guys were staring at me. I must have charmed them all. Luo Jiuchuan said with immense confidence. Indeed, with makeup on, Luo Jiuchuan looked much more attractive. Shiryu smiled. Oh, got 2 apples already. As expected of my dear Shiryu, impressive. Luo Jiuchuan joked. They're just from classmates. They were indeed from classmates. It doesn't matter who they're from. The more apples the better. Luo Jiuchuan was quite popular in her class, so she received far more apples than Shiryu. It suddenly occurred to Shiryu that it might not be nice to leave Luo Jiuchuan standing outside alone, so she stood up and walked out. Why did you suddenly put on makeup today? Shiryu asked, curious, looking at Luo Jiuchuan's delicate makeup. It's a holiday, so no one's stopping us. I'm not the only one either. Lots of senior girls are all dolled up waiting for the guys they like to confess. Several couples have already formed. Luo Jiuchuan explained. I see. The 2 girls leaned against the wall chatting. Just then a familiar voice drifted up from the stairwell. It was He Zhe and Han Meng talking along with another familiar figure. It was Muchuan. They seemed to be dragging something, a basket full of apples. Although she already knew, someone as handsome and gentle as him was bound to have many girls crushing on him. Geez, Muchuan, how did you get so many girls giving you apples? If you sold these, you'd make a fortune. Muchuan frowned at He Zhe. Shiryu's gaze involuntarily fell on Muchuan. He was carrying a basket overflowing with apples, walking from the corner of the stairs, flanked by He Zhe and Han Meng. The youth wore a dark gray hoodie, the tips of his hair slightly tousled, glowing with a soft sheen under the warm yellow corridor lights. His profile was elegantly defined, his eyes half flitted beneath his brow bone, his lips pressed together in a slight impatient frown. Less joking around. Muchuan kicked He Zhe's calf, the apples in the basket swaying gently with the movement. Help me distribute these to the basketball team, guys. I can't eat them all myself. Yeah, right. This is clearly a trail of romantic debts. Han Meng teased with a wink, then suddenly caught sight of Shiryu and Luo Jiuchuan leaning against the wall. He immediately elbowed Muchuan. Hey, isn't that Shiryu and Jiuchuan? Muchuan's steps halted abruptly. He looked up towards the end of the corridor, where Shiryu was wearing a newly bought cream-white sweater. The soft knitted fabric wrapped around her slender shoulders, the ends of her hair curled slightly in the cold wind. Shiryu. He Zhe waved eagerly. Merry Christmas Eve. Want an apple? Our boss here has plenty. He Zhe, are you crazy? You're giving Shiryu the apples other girls gave him. Luo Jiuchuan smacked He Zhe on the head. What a blockhead. So what? It's called resource optimization. Can't let them go to waste. He Zhe had no idea he was about to face the consequences. Resource optimization, huh? Resource optimization, huh? Luo Jiuchuan pinched He Zhe's arm, leaving several bruises instantly. Seeing this, Shiryu couldn't help but smile. It seemed those two would bicker every time they met. A real pair of bickering sweethearts. Muchuan noticed Shiryu watching them and walked over to her side. Shiryu, Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. On the eve of New Year's Day, the school organized a variety show. The biting wind swept fine snowflakes across the playground as Shiryu pulled her school uniform tighter, letting Luo Jiuchuan drag her through the cheering crowd. On stage, a warm yellow spotlight pierced the twilight, and the opera singer's exaggerated arias mingled with the chorus harmonies, woven impenetrable web in the night sky. Shiryu had little interest in any of it. She was only there to keep Luo Jiuchuan company. In truth, she wanted to ask Luo Jiuchuan why she wasn't with He Zhe. Could it be, as Muchuan had suggested, that she didn't actually like him? But if she didn't like him, then why were they together? If she did like him, then in a moment like this being with the one you love should bring even greater happiness. Or so she believed at least for now. The playground buzzed with noise, yet sure you felt utterly out of place amidst the revelry. Just then a graceful girl appeared on stage dressed in a pristine white gown, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. That's Luo Li, the school beauty. So beautiful. Truly worthy of the title. Luo Li. Shed heard that name somewhere before. The school beauty, yes, but Shed never seen her. She shared the surname Luo with Luo Jiuchuan. Was there any connection? For some reason the word school beauty made sure you think of Muchuan. School beauty, school heartthrob. In others' eyes they seemed like a match made in heaven, yet Shed never seen Muchuan and Luo Li together. Perhaps they weren't even in the same circle. Her name is Luo Li. Sure you asked. Yeah, pretty name isn't it? She shares your surname. She's not related to you, is she? Unknowingly sure you had also learned to make small talk. Haha, how could that be? Look how beautiful she is. Nothing to do with me at all. Luckily Luo Jiuchuan was a good sport, or it would have been awkward. True, sharing a surname didn't mean they were related, sure, you had just been asking casually. You're pretty too. Suddenly screams erupted from the stage as a handsome boy took Luo Li's hand. Fortunately that boy was a Muchuan. A perfect match. Luo Jiuchuan mused, stroking her chin. One performance after another failed to spark sure yes interest until Luo Jiuchuan tapped her on the head. What's wrong? Not interested. You will be soon. Luo Jiuchuan said with a smile. Sure you stared at her with puzzled dark eyes, not quite grasping her meaning. It wasn't until a familiar figure appeared on stage, Muchuan holding a guitar, that her attention snapped into focus. Sure yes eyes lit up instantly, a change she didn't even notice herself. Luo Jiuchuan let out a low hum, looking as if Shed expected it all along. Just as I thought, your eyes only see him. But sure you was too absorbed to hear her words. The moment Mukin's fingertips swept across the strings, the first note rang out as crisp as an ice crystal striking the ground. Screams erupted from the crowd in waves, but sure you couldn't hear the clamor around her. She only saw his atoms apple bob gently as he hummed, and the melodies hidden within the guitar case like warm winds surged through the crowd straight toward her. So this was what it meant to be so composed and confident, to be adored by so many. Everyone beneath the stage was cheering for him. When the guitar music came to an abrupt halt, Luo Jiuchuan suddenly waved a hand in front of her eyes, her teasing tone tinged with sourness. Your soul been whisked away. He played well. The compliment was offered as praise for a friend. Since New Year's Day fell right before the weekend, the holiday stretched to 3 full days. With 3 days off, students gradually headed home. Though Luo Jiuchuan no longer had a home, either she would go back with Hise during the holidays. Sure you didn't quite understand their relationship. Luo Jiuchuan was willing to go home with him, but rarely spent time with him otherwise. It was strange. Aren't you going back? Sure you was standing by the teaching building lost in thought as she watched students head home when a familiar male voice suddenly reached her. She looked over. Muchuan. Their teaching buildings were the same one. Class 1 on the 3rd floor, Class 9 on the 1st. So Muchuan could basically see sure you every time he came downstairs unless she wasn't there. Why are you still standing here? Aren't you going home today? It's a 3-day holiday, you know. Sure you froze for a moment. Perhaps for others holidays were a blessing, but for her they were a curse. Was it that she didn't want to go back? She had no home to return to. If Grandma were still alive, she could go back to visit her. But Grandma was gone. What was the point of going back now? I'm not going. Why not? Too far. So you're just staying here for 3 days. It's normal for people not to go back during New Year's, right? By the way, you played the guitar really well. Sure you changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on going home. A smile appeared on her face, pretending it was all perfectly ordinary. You heard it. Muchuan didn't think much about why she wasn't going back. The whole school was watching you. I want to hear more. He'll play another one for you. Sure you was taken aback. This blessing came out of nowhere. Sure you smiled, and replied, sure. I wander through the mortal world searching for your paradise. Time flew by, and at last the final exams arrived. The school-wide unified exams marking the end of the first semester of freshman year, which happened to fall on the beginning of spring. Spring in fact has 3 stages: early spring, mid-spring, and late spring. Late spring. What a coincidence. Come to think of it, his name even carried that meaning. And then it was time for the holidays again. Holidays were the thing sure you dreaded most, because they meant she would be alone once more. During class at least she could be with her classmates. Today a light drizzle fell, biting cold to the bone. The only regret of the South was that it never snowed in winter. Sure you had never seen snow either. As a child she had only watched it on TV, longing for winter to bring snow, so she could build snowmen, have snowball fights, and play with snowballs. But as she grew older she realized that the city she lived in would never see snow. So some things were destined to be regrets from the very start. Even if you took a bus to another city to see it, it still wasn't the snow of this place. Why aren't you going back again? Lost in thought, Shiryu was jolted back to reality by Mukin's voice. When Shiryu saw Muchuan, her gaze began to waver again. She didn't know why, but lately this feeling had been growing stronger and stronger. It was inexplicable. She couldn't quite make sense of it herself. After all, she had once been a boy, so it never crossed her mind to think along the lines of romance between a man and a woman. He'll go back later. Sure, yes, eyes darted away evasively. In truth, she couldn't stay at school much longer anyway. Once winter break began, the school would close completely, the teachers would be gone, and the cafeteria would shut down. Then where would she go? Then I'll wait with you, Muchuan said, sitting down beside her without noticing her unease. No, you go ahead, don't wait for me. Sure, you grew a bit flustered. It's fine, I don't want to go home early either. If I do, my parents will just nag me with a bunch of stuff. It's so annoying. Muchuan waved his hand dismissively. Sure, you froze. What on earth was she supposed to do now? Oh, right here, this is yours, Muchuan said, handing the silver lock back to Shiryu. Shiryu was stunned when she saw him returning it. Why? Are you giving it back? Didn't you say you'd keep it for a while? Don't you accept my apology? Her hands clenched tightly. What are you talking about? I never blamed you. I'm going home, and I'm afraid I might lose it. Then I'd have to watch someone cry about it again. Shiryu's face flushed bright red at his words. What did he mean by that? Did he think she cried that easily? It did seem like she'd become a bit more tearful since becoming a girl. Taking advantage of Shiryu's distraction, Muchuan fastened the silver lock around her neck. Shiryu froze, her whole body going stiff, her ears burning hot. It really does look better on you. Consider it yours. Muchuan nodded, looking at Shiryu. Shiryu lowered her head slightly. You don't have to stay with me. I'll head back in a bit. Muchuan didn't respond. Shiryu could feel his gaze resting on the top of her head, carrying a gentle curiosity. The rain pattered softly, and in the distance a parent's car horn blared, making the corridor feel all the more quiet. She stole a glance upward, and saw fine droplets clinging to his eyelashes, the tips of his hair, curled slightly from the dampness. You never leave during holidays. Muchuan suddenly spoke, his tone not questioning, but certain. Last New Year's you stood downstairs watching everyone else go home. Shiryu's head shot up, her pupils contracting slightly. So he had noticed all along. The confusion and helplessness she thought no one had seen. He had seen it all. A hollow panic rose in her stomach like an alleyway pierced through by cold wind. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt tight, and no words would come. Is it? Muchuan paused, his voice growing even softer, that you have nowhere to go. The last few words brushed against her heart like a feather. She quickly lowered her head, rubbing her eyes with her school uniform sleeve, only smearing the dampness further. This was the first time someone had asked her so directly. The loneliness she had buried deep within her chest burst forth like a sprout breaking through soil, sharp and aching. How could that be? Don't worry about me. I'm actually just like you. Afraid my parents will nag me. All right, you go on ahead. Shiryu said with a smile. She had lied again, and even made up a reason similar to his. All right, in that case, I'll head off then. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. If one day I leave your world, I permit you to forget me. Do not weep, for you deserve better. Wu Qizhou crouched in the hospital laboratory, his eyes red and swollen, rubbing his temples. Ever since his nephew's incident, Wu Qizhou had been tirelessly unraveling the mysteries of the soul and reincarnation, yet he remained stuck without progress, sensing something was amiss. His nephew had been hit by a car, but he had someone check the surveillance footage from those days, and no accident had occurred at all. It was baffling. Could the truck driver have evaded the cameras? That was absurd. Practically impossible. Unless it was premeditated. But why would Wu Xian believe he died in a car crash? Wu Xian was incapable of lying, he knew his nephew well. Besides, even if the footage was missing, what about the body? The body could always be found, right? There were no eyewitnesses, no corpse, and no surveillance footage. Only Wu Xin's claim of being struck by a vehicle. Qizhou off work now, right? It's not your shift today, is it? A hospital colleague approached and asked. I still have things to finish. You go on ahead, Wu Qizhou replied. What's going on with you? Ever since you brought that girl here 4 months ago, you've been staying in the lab after work. What happened? The colleague asked with concern. It's nothing. You go ahead. All right, take care of yourself then. I'm off. Wu Qizhou watched his colleague leave, then resumed staring at the baffling documents. Does the rebirth of a soul and consciousness truly exist? He sighed, wondering how Shiner was doing. It should be around the holidays by now. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. It was a message from the person he had commissioned to check the surveillance footage. Hello. Well, did you find anything? No, we didn't find any vehicle-related accident in those days. The answer over the phone was the same as before. Wu Qizhou sighed. Oh, all right. Thank you. No problem, Dr. Wu. If you hadn't saved my mother, she would have died long ago. Helping you is the least I can do. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. Wu Qizhou hung up and stared blankly at the documents again. Wu Qizhou knew that while he couldn't do much for his nephew, he at least had to find his killer and seek justice for him. He had naturally considered going to the police, but Shiryu's situation was far too peculiar. He feared that reporting the matter would cause her secondary harm, so he truly didn't know what to do. Xian, what should your uncle do? He desperately wanted to ask Shiryu for specific details, yet he was afraid of hurting her. But without her cooperation, his experiments couldn't proceed. After much deliberation, he decided to call Shiryu. Hello, Shiryu. Wu Qizhou tried to make his voice sound gentler. Uncle. Shiryu paused, surprised he was calling again. Shiryu, how are things at school lately? Pretty good. What's wrong? Uncle. Why the sudden call? Has something happened? She asked cautiously. Nothing's wrong. By the way, sure you are you on winter break yet? Yes, I am. Where are you now? I have some things I'd like to ask you in person. Are you available? I'm at school. Uncle, do you want me to come back? Wait for me there. He'll drive over to pick you up. Half an hour later, dusk flowed gently along the folds of sure, yes, school uniform skirt. Wu Kiz's black sedan sat quietly beneath the camphor tree, its windshield wipers swinging mechanically like a pendulum slicing the streetlight into fine golden flakes across the glass. The moment Wu Qizhou rolled down the window, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He couldn't believe how much Shiryu had changed in 4 months. Before him stood a young woman with a light purple backpack, her flowing hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. The boy from his memory, always in loose sportswear with a hoarse voice, had transformed into a silhouette sculpted from moonlight, making him wonder if he had mistaken her for someone else. Shiryu? Uncle. The girl's voice was crisp as raindrops falling from the eaves, carrying a tenderness that didn't belong to the past. Wu Qizhou reached out and opened the car door. Come get in. Let's find a place to talk. Shiryu nodded and got in. He drove to an antique-style tea house. With carved wooden doors and windows, blue brick floors, and the faint aroma of tea lingering in the air, it felt like stepping back in time. Wu Qizhou effortlessly ordered a few snacks, precisely the shrimp siu mai and chicken feet in black bean sauce that Wu Xian had loved in life. The delicate dishes arrived quickly, the siu mai were crystal clear, and the chicken feet glistened enticingly. Come Xian. Sure you eat. Look how thin you've gotten. Why haven't you been taking care of yourself? A barely perceptible sigh laced Wu Kiz's voice. Thank you, uncle. Shiryu picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the siu mai, the soft glutinous wrapper embracing the tender shrimp, a familiar flavor bursting on her palate. She then picked up a piece of chicken feet, it melted in her mouth, the rich marinade spreading across her tongue. Just as Wu Qizhou was about to pour tea for her, Shiryu quickly set down her chopsticks and reached for the teapot. Uncle, let me do it. You're the elder. But Wu Qizhou didn't let go. His gaze locked onto her eyes filled with scrutiny and complexity. Forget it. At a time like this, those old rules are better left unheeded. Tea steam curled into a hazy cloud above the celadon-lidded bowl. Shiryu stared at the tea tray with its spreading cracks while the shrimp dumplings Wu Qizhou had pushed toward her still steamed, the sweet freshness of shrimp mingling with the savory aroma of chicken feet. Shiryu, your uncle wants to ask you a few questions. Don't overthink it. Just treat it as casual conversation, all right? Shiryu's heart tightened. After a moment's hesitation, she said softly, Go ahead, uncle. Wu Qizhou paused for a few seconds before slowly speaking. All right, let me ask you. Do you have any memories of this girl from before, like her family or her habits, anything like that? Or rather, do you have any of her previous memories at all? His words were slow and deliberate, yet he feared misspeaking and triggering her. Shiryu was taken aback, her mind sweeping through a blank expanse. She shook her head. No. Indeed she didn't. She had even had to learn how to put on a bra and use sanitary pads during her period with Luo Jiuchuan, teaching her step by step. Now that she thought about it, it was strange. She had no memories of being a girl at all. In fact, all her memories were Wu Zin's. What did her uncle mean by asking this? Are you sure there's nothing? Think again. Wu Qizhou refused to let it go, leaning forward slightly, his gaze burning as he stared at Shiryu. He was reluctant to accept the second conclusion he had deduced. Honestly, uncle, I don't have any memories of this girl. What's wrong, uncle? Is there a problem? A growing unease gnawed at Shiryu's heart. She lifted her head to meet his gaze. No memories. Then let me ask you, Shiryu. Why do you believe you were hit by a car and reborn? Shiryu froze, struggling to recall the scene. Why was I hit by a car? I remember I was buying medicine for my mother. I went to the pharmacy I usually visit, but they said it was out of stock. They told me to follow them to another location to get it. I was in a hurry, so I went along. Then, where did I go? Right, I was in the pharmacy. And suddenly a violent pain struck Shiryu's head like a heavy hammer. She clutched her head, her face turning as pale as paper. Shiryu. What's wrong? Wu Qizhou quickly rose and came to her side, asking anxiously. Uncle, I can't remember. I remember going to the pharmacy, but I also remember being hit by a car. But why did I suddenly jump from the pharmacy to being hit by a car? I don't know which is real and which is false. Then I couldn't remember anymore. I woke up like this. Shiryu's voice trembled with tears, large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she curled up in pain on the chair. All right, Shiryu. Don't think about it now. I won't ask anymore. Wu Qizhou gently patted her back, his tone softening. Uncle, have you discovered something? Shiryu looked up, her voice barely a whisper. No, Shiryu. Don't overthink it. I was just asking. Wu Qizhou avoided her gaze, returned to his seat, and took a light sip of tea. Could it really be what he suspected? That would be too terrifying. He instinctively glanced around. I understand. Shiryu's eyes dimmed. She had actually sensed something when Wu Qizhou asked, but dismissed it as impossible. Then she added, Is Zoe being obedient? Very obedient. He keeps talking about you. Wu Qizhou set down the teacup, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Talking about me? Does he mean Wu Xian or that foster sister? Shiryu murmured, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Both. Shiryu replied, and fell silent again. Wu Qizhou was now almost certain that Shiryu's memory had been tampered with. After all, altering memories was far simpler than soul rebirth. Recently, there was a robot technology that had implanted human memories. Such a possibility was not out of the question. He made a bold conjecture: Wu Xin was never truly reborn. Her body had been modified and someone had tampered with her memories, making her believe she had been reborn, even changing her identity. What was the purpose of all this? The more he thought, the more chilling it became. Could someone be? To prove his theory, there was only one way: DNA. He had never considered that Shiryu's body might be a modified version of Wu Xin's, so he hadn't checked the DNA. After all, two different people couldn't have identical DNA. Verifying it would have been pointless. But now his thinking had changed. He felt it was necessary to test Shiryu's DNA against Wu Xin's. A sudden clarity dawned on Wu Qizhou. He had been trapped in a dead end all along. But if it was true, this wasn't just a simple accident. It could be. He dared not continue the thought. Shiryu, you're on break, right? How about coming with me to the hospital? I need your help with something. Are you willing? Okay. Shiryu nodded. She had nowhere to go during winter break anyway, so going to the hospital with her uncle might give her a place to stay. She sat in her uncle's car as they arrived at Nanhai People's Hospital. Shiryu obediently sat and watched him busily move about. Wu Qizhou stood in the shadow of the lab, the image of Shiryu sitting obediently on the corridor bench still lingering before his eyes. He clutched a test tube containing a few strands of hair, his fingertips tapping an erratic rhythm on the metal table, a reflection of his chaotic thoughts. The cold white light of the lab fell unsparingly on his face, deepening the dark circles beneath his eyes. He recalled that stormy night. The girl curled up by the door, droplets of water from her hair, mixed with blood blooming into dark red flowers on the floor. 3 days later, the cold fluorescent lights of the lab were blinding. Shiryu clutched the hem of her clothes, watching her uncle Wu Qizhou repeatedly adjust the precision instrument that emitted a faint blue glow. Various tubes and wires intertwined, and the subtle hum of the machine echoed distinctly in the silent space. Uncle, what are you doing? Shiryu finally broke the silence, her voice tinged with unease and curiosity. I don't know yet. He'll tell you when the results come out. Wu Qizhou secretly hoped the outcome wouldn't be what he feared, but he truly had no leads now. Wu Qizhou closed his eyes. The moment the DNA comparison results appeared, the liquid in the culture dish suddenly trembled violently. He staggered, steadying himself on the lab bench, the reflection of the perfectly matching base pairs on the screen burning into his pupils. Impossible. How can this be? His voice was swallowed by the hum of the ventilation system. The words 100 on the experimental report pierced his eyes, shattering all his hypotheses about soul transfer in an instant. Wu Qizhou swayed, as if all strength had been drained from him. Uncle, what's wrong? Shiryu sensed his distress and rushed over, her eyes filled with worry. It was the first time she had seen her uncle so undone. The calm, composed medical authority on the operating table now like a helpless child. Wu Qizhou shook his head, his throat as if clogged with cotton, unable to utter a sound. He truly didn't want to tell her this cruel truth. Staggering to his feet, he stumbled out, his leather shoes making frantic, chaotic sounds on the tiled floor. Dr. Wu, what's wrong? Chun Nen asked with concern, noticing his colleague's distraught expression. Dr. Chun, I have a question I need to ask you. Wu Qizhou grabbed the other man's arm, his fingernails nearly digging into his flesh. Tell me, is it possible for two people in this world to have completely identical DNA? Huh? Why would you ask that? That's impossible. DNA is formed by the random arrangement and combination of A, T, C, and G. Even among identical twins, due to epigenetic differences and somatic mutations, there will be minor variations in DNA. It's impossible for two people to have identical DNA. But what if there were? What if their DNA was the same? Wu Qizhou's voice grew quieter, yet carried a stubborn, almost obsessive persistence. Then that would only mean they are the same person. Before Chun Nen could finish his sentence, Wu Qizhou had already released his grip and staggered back 2 steps. As a physician with over 20 years of experience, how could he not know this himself? Identical DNA simply did not exist in this world. He just hadn't been willing to accept the truth. Wu Xin. Uncle, I'm already like this. I can handle it. Just tell me, what's really going on? The girl's gaze remained stubborn, so reminiscent of Wu Xin that the unyielding spirit in her eyes pierced Wu Qizhou's heart. Wu Qizhou hesitated for a few seconds before slowly speaking. You promise your uncle don't get agitated, all right? He recalled the past, remembering the resolute look in Wu Xin's eyes. Now it was exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, Shiyu's features truly bore a resemblance to Wu Xin's. All right, uncle, I'm listening. Shiyu said softly, tightly clasping her hands together as if to give herself courage. Wu Qizhou's throat bobbed as he spoke with difficulty. Perhaps you were never reborn, but rather altered by someone. And the memory you have of the car accident was likely implanted. Shiyu's hands froze in place, her face instantly turning deathly pale. These words struck her mind like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Altered. Shiyu's voice sounded as if it had been scraped with sandpaper. So, I wasn't reborn. I was turned into a monster. Wu Qizhou suddenly grabbed her shoulders, the cuff of his white coat brushing against the unhealed scar on her forehead. Don't say that, Shiyu. You are a living, breathing person. You are not a monster. His Adam's apple bobbed as he crumpled the printed DNA report into a ball. I will find out who did this. Find out. And even if you do, what then? I'm already like this. Will finding out change me back? Shiyu's emotions were reaching their breaking point. She had originally believed that being reborn into Shiyu's body was a cruel twist of fate, but now she was told it was all part of a meticulously crafted conspiracy. No wonder she had no memories of being this girl, not even how to wear undergarments or use sanitary pads. It turned out she had always been herself. Shiyu? Didn't you promise your uncle you wouldn't get agitated? The girl's face was ashen. The light that had been painstakingly rekindled by the late spring had been extinguished once more. I'm sorry, uncle. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. She lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. Her uncle was the only person in the world who truly cared for her now. Shiyu, don't say that. This isn't your fault. Uncle will find the people who hurt you and make them pay. Shiyu gave a faint, bitter smile and shook her head. No need. Uncle, it doesn't matter anymore. Even if you find them, what's the point? I'm already. Her tone was steeped in despair and helplessness. It does matter, Shiyu. We can't let those criminals get away. They have crossed the line of the law. They have committed crimes. Wu Qizhou said sternly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Shiyu didn't respond, just stared blankly at the floor. Shiyu, do you remember that pharmacy? Wu Qizhou suddenly asked, trying to find clues from her memories. I only remember the front of it. I don't remember the inside. And I'm not even sure if that's right. Shiyu had begun to doubt her own memories. Where is it? Behind the Ronghua restaurant on Fuchin Road. Draw it for me. Wu Qizhou took out a pen and paper and handed them to Shiyu. I understand, Shiyu. Stay in the hospital for the next few days. This time Wu Qizhou chose to report the case to the police, knowing he was no match for those criminals on his own. As a physician with over 2 decades of experience, Wu Qizhou was quite well known in the local area. The police took his words seriously, as he often collaborated with them on certain matters. So upon receiving the report, the police quickly dispatched officers to the location. But by the time they arrived at the designated spot, the place was already deserted. While criminals weren't exactly going to wait around to be caught. Captain Chen, they're gone. And they've been gone for a while. Captain, we found some suspicious residue. An officer wearing gloves handed the residue to Chen Yinbai. The Captain Chun in question was Chen Yinbai, the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit. He was a legendary figure, having solved countless baffling cases over his 10-year career, earning him the nickname modern-day D. Rengia. As a seasoned detective, he immediately sensed that something was off about this case. Captain Chen, I have one more request. Can you keep this case out of the media? If it gets reported, I'm afraid it will cause further psychological trauma to the victim. That's beyond my jurisdiction. Of course, no media will get wind of this until the case is fully resolved. It was the 29th of the 12th lunar month, and the festive atmosphere of Chinese New Year's Eve permeated the city. The streets were sparsely populated, with only the occasional crackle of firecrackers set off by children breaking the silence. Inside the Public Security Bureau, however, the lights were blazing. Captain Chen Yinbai and Dr. Wu Qizhou were discussing the case involving Wu Xi and Shiyu. We need to conduct an interview with the victim, Chen Yinbai said seriously. The investigation had stalled due to a lack of leads, and he hoped to extract more details from Shiyu. Wu Qizhou, however, looked troubled. Captain Chen, you know, it's not that I'm unwilling to cooperate. It's just that this situation is too unique. Her mental state can't handle any more shock. I can provide whatever information you need, but I must ask that you not contact her directly. He recalled the breakdown Shiyu had suffered upon learning she might have been altered, and feared that police questioning would only reopen her wounds. But Dr. Wu, at this rate, will never make any progress. Chen Yinbai frowned. The existing chain of evidence broken, with the only eyewitness lead coming from Shiyu's fragmented memories. The truth is, she knows very little. Wu Qizhou sighed. I've asked her. She only remembers fragments from the pharmacy. Even if we talked to her, it wouldn't get us far. For months had passed, and the surrounding surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The case seemed to have hit a dead end. Just then a shout from the intelligence division broke the deadlock. Captain Chun. Major discovery. Everyone immediately gathered around the computer, where 3 blurry figures flashed on the screen. An intelligence officer pointed at the image. After extensive comparison of surveillance footage, we found these 3 individuals had contact with Wu Xin before the incident. Dr. Wu, look, is this your nephew? Wu Qizhou stared at Wu Xin's figure on the monitor, an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart, his eyes instantly moistening. Yes. He is my nephew. Your nephew was in contact with these 3 people before the incident. Immediately lock onto these 3 individuals and investigate their information. Chen Yinbai ordered. Soon the facial scan results showed all 3 are outsiders with prior criminal records. Find their current locations. Found them. In the interrogation room. The first to be apprehended was a man in his 40s, arrested while having dinner at home. Officer, what's this about? I haven't broken any law. Su Xinglong shouted, his voice carrying a forced toughness that failed to conceal its tremor. His deliberately straightened back and tense shoulders betrayed his unease. Chen Yinbai crossed his arms, his piercing gaze fixed on the suspect, a trace of a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Eager to clear himself right off the bat, such a blatant act of protesting too much was a clear sign to the seasoned officer that Su Xinglong was a repeat offender. He sneered inwardly. Su Xinglong from Jiangxing, male, 43 years old, correct. Chen Yanbai's voice was low and forceful, each word striking Su Xinglong's heart like a nail. Yeah, that's right, officer, what's the matter? Su Xinglong's eyes darted away, unable to meet Chen's gaze. He unconsciously licked his dry lips, trying to alleviate his inner tension. Chen Yanbai didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a photograph from his folder and slapped it onto the table with a sharp crack. In the photo, a boy in a school uniform smiled shyly at the camera, his eyes clear and full of youthful vitality. It was the missing Wu Xian. No, I don't know him. Who is he? Su Xinglong glanced at the photo, and his initially composed face instantly turned ashen. Where were you on August 22, 2024? Chen Yanbai slammed the case file onto the table, the thud of the craft paper startling the suspect, making his shoulders flinch. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply, his Adam's apple bobbing. August. I was farming in my hometown. If you don't believe me, go check. Your hometown. Chen Yanbai let out a cold laugh, pulling out a surveillance screenshot and tossing it over. In this photo, you're standing at the back door of Ronghua Restaurant on Fuchin Road, just 10 meters from the pharmacy where Wu Xian disappeared. At 3:17 p.m. that day, you were wearing this blue plaid shirt, and there's red paint on your cuff that fell off the pharmacy's sign. Staring at his blurry figure in the photo, Su Xinglong unconsciously scratched the edge of the table. I was just passing by to buy a pack of cigarettes. Passing by. An intelligence officer pushed open the door and slammed a test report onto the table. We found a syringe in your trash can. This kind of drug is a controlled psychotropic substance. Where did a farmer like you get this? What controlled syringe? I don't know what you're talking about. That's for my dog, Su Xinglong retorted loudly, his face flushed red, but his shifty eyes made his defense seem feeble. We've already caught your two accomplices. We know you're not the masterminds, but if you tell us who's behind this, it will count as a major meritorious service. Su Xinglong, however, shook his head firmly, clenching his jaw in silence, though his trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. You should know that what you're doing is illegal human experimentation. If you stay silent, and we find the evidence, it's the death penalty. Chen Yanbai's voice rose an octave, laden with menace. Su Xinglong's fingers scraped several marks into the table's edge. At the words death penalty, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Still not talking? Bring him in. As the words left his mouth, the interrogation room door opened, and an officer escorted a handcuffed man inside. Su Xinglong looked up and saw it was Li Laosan. Li Laosan hung his head, avoiding eye contact with Su Xinglong, muttering, "Brother Xinglong, they know everything. We should just talk, or well, rot in prison for sure." A wave of dizziness washed over Su Xinglong, as if he had been punched hard. He knew that once his defenses crumbled, severe punishment from the law awaited. But now, faced with irrefutable evidence, he no longer had the courage to deny it. If I talk, will my sentence really be reduced? That depends on whether the information you provide is true and helpful to the case. All right, I'll confess. Su Xinglong suddenly slumped in his chair, his voice filled with despair. We were instructed by a man called Professor Zhang. He said he'd pay us a large sum of money if we helped him find suitable test subjects. We didn't know it was for human experiments at the time. By the time we found out, it was too late to back out. He had something on us. Professor Zhang. Chen Yanbai exchanged a glance with the officer beside him. What's his full name, and where does he live? We only know his surname is Zhang. We don't know his full name. Su Xinglong shook his head. He usually contacted us through encrypted calls, and our meetings were in remote places. He always wore a hat and a mask, so we never got a clear look at his face. However, he did mention a place once. Their experimental base in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. An abandoned factory. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Chen Yanbai pressed. I only know the general area, at the foot of the western hills surrounded by woods. Every time we went, he'd have us blindfolded and driven there by a dedicated driver. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew tense. Chen Yanbai knew this was a significant breakthrough. Though they still didn't know Professor Zhang's true identity, they had at least found a lead to the experimental base. Also, Su Xinglong hesitated for a moment before continuing. On the day Wu Xian went missing, he had actually sensed something was wrong and tried to run. Professor Zhang ordered us to catch him, saying he was a rare test subject and couldn't be allowed to escape. When we chased him to the pharmacy, he had already taken some pills. We don't know what they were. Later, Professor Zhang arrived and took him away. We don't know what happened after that. Then why did you target that boy? Wu Qizhou suddenly burst through the door, his eyes bloodshot, his voice trembling. He had been waiting outside the whole time, and upon hearing Su Xinglong's confession, he could no longer contain himself. Startled by Wu Qizhou's sudden entrance, Su Xinglong stammered under his furious gaze, "We didn't specifically target him. He just happened to be there at the time. Besides, he was fair-skinned and delicate-looking, clearly not someone who would put up much resistance. The perfect material for transformation into a woman." These words were like a blade, instantly piercing through the last shred of Wu Qizhou's rationality. He lunged forward, his hands clamping tightly around Su Xinglong's neck, and roared, "You monsters!" Two officers quickly rushed over, and with considerable effort pulled the distraught Wu Qizhou away. "Dr. Wu, please calm down." Chun Yanbai stepped forward to steady Wu Qizhou's trembling shoulders, but was shrugged off. Gasping for air, his chest heaving violently, Wu Qizhou finally asked in a hoarse voice, "Then what about the car accident? Why does the victim remember the memory of a car accident?" "We don't know about that. We were just responsible for capturing people. We weren't involved in the technical aspects. You should know that providing false information or false leads will result in a heavier sentence." Chun Yanbai stepped forward, his shadow looming over Su Xinglong, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Officer, I'm not lying." Su Xinglong suddenly broke down in tears, snot and tears streaming down his face. "It was all because I was blinded by greed. I only wanted the money. Officer, I was deceived too. We really don't know anything." Chun Yanbai waved his hand wearily, signaling for the officers to take Su Xinglong away. As the iron door clanged shut, Wu Qizhou collapsed into his chair, covering his face with his hands, muffled sobs seeping through his fingers. Chun Yanbai patted his shoulder, a silent comfort spreading through the stillness. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could such atrocities occur? The night in the western suburbs was like a velvet cloth soaked in ink, so thick it refused to thin. Chun Yanbai sat in the passenger seat of the police car, his fingertips tapping on the satellite map on his tablet. The intelligence division, through Su Xinglong's vague descriptions combined with records of illegal electricity usage in the western mountain area over the past 6 months, had finally locked onto a target: an abandoned machinery factory shrouded in dense forest. The barbed wire fence around the factory's perimeter was rusted and mottled. Several dilapidated workshops crouched like slumbering beasts, casting sinister shadows in the moonlight. All units converge from the 4 directions: north, south, east, west. Priority is to secure the 3rd-floor laboratory in the main building. Chun Yanbai lowered his voice, and a crisp chorus of acknowledgments crackled back through the walkie-talkie. The assault teams surged into the factory grounds like a black tide. The shattering of glass and the clash of metal exploded in the silence. The lights on the 3rd floor of the main building suddenly went out, but a ghostly blue glow seeped through the slats of the blinds, accompanied by the low hum of machinery. The moment Chun Yanbai kicked open the iron door of the laboratory, the pungent stench of disinfectant mixed with rust assaulted his senses. The eerie blue light came from the surgical lamp hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the central operating table. On the stainless steel surface lay scattered syringes, forceps, and gauze stained with dark red fluid. Beside the table, in a glass petri dish, floated several semi-transparent pieces of tissue, quivering slightly in the nutrient solution. "Search." The team members fanned out with their guns, raised the beams of their tactical flashlights, cutting through the darkness. An iron cabinet in the corner was pried open, revealing rows of controlled substances whose labels glinted coldly. Among them, a vial of sedative still bore a fresh fingerprint on its surface. Wu Qizhou followed behind Chun Yanbai, his gaze sweeping over the anatomical charts hanging on the wall, when he suddenly froze. Beside a human neural node circled in red ink on the chart. "Captain Chun, look here." A team member pointed towards a one-way glass partition deep within the laboratory. Through the glass, 2 metal hospital beds were visible, and the screen at the head of one was still lit. Chun Yanbai pressed close to the one-way glass. The data stream on the screen was still slowly scrolling. An EEG reading showing a chaotic, jagged pattern labeled with the identifier Subject Beta 7, and a hasty annotation: Memory Implantation Test 17, Car Accident Scenario Compatibility 68. Wu Qizhou grabbed the edge of the screen, his knuckles turning white with the force. Car accident memories. So it really was them who implanted it. A team member pried open the lock on the partition door, and a silver USB drive rolled out from a groove in the metal bed. When plugged into the tablet, a document titled Human Body Modification Experiment Log appeared. August 22, 2020. Subject Wu Xin Beta 7 exhibited signs of rejection, resisting the feminization modification directive, and attempted to escape. August 23, 2020. Professor Zhang personally administered a sedative and initiated the memory overwrite program, implanting traumatic car accident memories to weaken the subject's resistance. August 24, 2020. The subject developed adverse reactions. It has been discovered that the underlying cause includes myasthenia gravis. August 25, 2020. Subject Beta 7 Wu Xins myasthenia gravis symptoms continued to deteriorate. Muscle weakness in the proximal limbs intensified, and the frequency of eyelid drooping increased. August 26, 2020. Intravenous immunoglobulin therapy showed no significant improvement. The subject developed dysphagia and coughed when drinking water. Fiber optic laryngoscopy revealed normal bilateral vocal cord movement, but significant secretion retention in the valleculae and piriform sinuses. An emergency nasogastric tube was inserted and nutritional support was switched to enteral feeding. A ventilator is on standby. Vital capacity changes are being closely monitored. During the morning meeting, Professor Zhang stressed, "We must keep the subject alive. If the memory overwrite fails, the Shiyu identity replacement plan will be all for nothing." At 3 a.m. on August 27, 2020, the subject suddenly developed respiratory distress, and blood oxygen saturation plummeted to 82. Emergency endotracheal intubation was performed, and the subject was connected to a ventilator for assisted ventilation. Blood gas analysis showed PaCO2 65 mm of mercury, PaO2 58 mm of mercury, diagnosed as type 2 respiratory failure. The subject's consciousness gradually faded, and the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS score dropped to 9 EDV3M4. EEG monitoring showed diffuse slow waves with no epileptiform discharges. August 29, 2020. The subject is now nearly back to normal. The test results are conclusive. The subject's memories of the laboratory have been erased. The subject is now indistinguishable from a normal person. The subject has been released, and returned their memories reset to the point before the car accident. Wu Qizhou stared at these logs, unable to fathom the torment Wu Xine must have endured. He's on the run. Someone must have tipped him off. Seal all exits immediately, and look for any suspicious vehicles. Yes, sir. Chen Yanbai personally took command of this battle. This car. Check its travel records. His finger struck heavily on the surveillance screenshot on the tablet, which showed a black commercial van speeding out from a hidden dirt road on the west side of the factory. The tire tracks over the gravel gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and the dust kicked up from the rear of the van had not yet settled. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard, and a holographic projection immediately displayed the vehicle's information. The license plate is fake, but its travel route shows it passed through the Western Suburb Highway toll station 15 minutes ago. The ETC is bound to Xingyao Biotechnology Co. Ltd. He's trying to leave the country. Contact the SWAT team immediately. Disable his vehicle. If he gets out of the country, we'll never catch him. Chen Yanbai's pupils contracted sharply. As he fastened his tactical helmet, its metal buckles clicked with a crisp, decisive sound. A harsh crackle of static came through the walkie-talkie. He tore open his collar and wiped the sweat from his brow. His skin under the camouflage uniform chilled by cold sweat. All units be advised, the target may be armed. Operation Severed Tail is now in effect. The rotor wash from the helicopter shredded the treetops, and 3 armored vehicles shot out of the mountain road like black leopards. Chen Yanbai's knuckles were white as he gripped his pistol, his gaze locked on the blinking red dot on the navigation screen. The black commercial van was tearing along the winding mountain road towards the customs checkpoint. The ETC records showed it had stopped at a highway service area for 3 minutes. Report on the service area situation. He barked into his earpiece. Surveillance shows a man in a duckbill cap got out, carried a silver metal case into the restroom, and returned empty-handed. 2 minutes and 17 seconds later, the technician's voice trembled. Based on gait analysis, this person's right shoulder tilts slightly, matching the profile of Professor Zhang from the Xingyao Biotech Lab surveillance. As the convoy neared the toll station, Chen Yanbai suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. In the moonlight, the glass of the toll booth reflected an eerie glare. 7 heavy trucks were fanned out to block the exit, and the outlines of gun barrels were faintly visible under the canvas covers of their beds. Calling command, we've encountered an armed group. Requesting air support. Before he could finish, the rear compartment of the commercial van burst open, and 6 drones shot into the air, trailing flares, their bullets raining down on the armored vehicles like a storm. Chen Yanbai rolled into a drainage ditch, bullets whizzing past his helmet. The smell of singed hair mixed with gunpowder stung his nostrils. A distorted roar came through the walkie-talkie. Found a tunnel entrance on the east side. The target abandoned the vehicle. He wiped the blood from his face and advanced along the damp walls of the tunnel. Wait. Chen Yanbai squinted. This is a decoy, a cicada shedding its shell. The target is over there. Chen Yanbai identified Professor Zhang via the facial recognition system on the SkyEye network displayed on his tablet. He switched the tablet to thermal imaging mode, and a red dot deep in the tunnel flickered at an eerie frequency. He moved along the moss-covered stone walls, his tactical boots crunching over rat bones, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and oily machinery. As he turned the third corner, infrared beams suddenly projected a crisscrossing grid onto the walls. Chen Yanbai's pupils contracted. He instantly raised his ballistic shield. Dozens of steel needles pierced the shield with a buzzing sound, throwing up tiny sparks as they hit the ground. He grabbed a smoke grenade and hurled it at the beam emitters. As the white flash erupted, he pulled the trigger of his silenced pistol. Bang! The acrid smell of burned electronics mixed with gunpowder exploded in the air, and the net of beams vanished. Catching a glimpse of a white lab coat flashing around the corner in his peripheral vision, he immediately rolled and gave chase. The damp tunnel suddenly opened up. Hanging from the vines above were dozens of glass culture dishes containing contorted limb tissue submerged in an eerie blue liquid. Professor Zhang, there's no escape. Chen Yanbai's voice echoed in the cavernous space, his gun barrel locked steadily onto the shadows ahead. The man slowly turned around. His gold-rimmed glasses glinted coldly in the flashlight beam, and the corner of a silver metal case peeked out from his lab coat pocket. Heh, you got me after all. Worthy of the title modern-day Judge D. You almost fooled me with that decoy. Losing to you. I have no regrets. Through relentless pursuit, In Shun Yanbai's years of investigative experience, Professor Zhang was finally brought to justice. Professor Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Yuanying, was a visiting professor from Harvard University who had been repatriated due to conducting too many bizarre experiments there. Why did you do human experiments? Zhang Yuanying was pressed into the interrogation chair, the stainless steel handcuffs biting into his wrists, yet it couldn't match the fervor churning in his eyes. He looked up, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks behind his glasses under the fluorescent light, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why? He repeated the question, his knuckles tapping the table, the metallic sound like a morbid rhythm. What would people like you understand? Don't you think it's a great accomplishment to turn a man into a woman? And she can even bear children just like a normal woman. In today's world, who else can do that? But this is a crime. Do you realize how many families and children you've destroyed? Science always requires sacrifices. Shun Yanbai slammed his hand on the table. And you still think you've done nothing wrong? What wrong have I done? Which of my experiments isn't beyond modern technological levels? You people just don't understand. Do you know how many boys want to become girls, but can't? But I succeeded, and now I can fulfill their wishes. You're twisting the argument. Those people were kidnapped by you. They weren't volunteers. So what? The argument raged on, but regardless of the debate, Zhang Yuanying's crimes were undeniable. He was to be transported to a detention center pending trial. Wait. Captain Shun. Can I ask him a few questions? I need to give the victim some closure. Wu Qizhou asked. All right. Go ahead. Shun Yanbai patted Wu Qizhou's shoulder. Wu Qizhou nodded. At that moment, he desperately wished he could kill the demon before him, but he trusted that the law would be just. He didn't sit down, he asked directly. Since you have the ability to alter memories, why didn't you just erase all of Wu Xin's memories? Erase them? If I erased them, how could I observe his changes? My original intent was to see how a man transforms into a woman. If I had made him aware from the start that he was a girl, the experiment would have been meaningless. Then weren't you afraid he would go to the police after you let him go? Since I was confident enough to send her back, I had taken full precautions. She won't remember. In her memory, she only recalls being hit by a car and reborn into a girl's body. She won't remember being modified. I've even set up her identity, including her school. As long as no one deliberately guides her, she won't think about it. After all, she only believes she was in a car accident, not that she was altered. Besides, even if she did start to remember something, her memory would just replay the moment of the car accident. I doubt anyone would willingly dwell on their own painful memories. But why didn't you give her a social network? Wouldn't a person appearing out of nowhere raise suspicion? I've thought about that. But social relationships are too complex. To fabricate her social circle, I would have had to alter the memories of others. That's nearly impossible. Then how did you fix her information? She had no birth certificate, no household registration book. How did she get a legitimate identity? How did you get her ID card? Huh? And you call yourself a doctor? Haven't you heard the saying, money makes the world go round? An identity is something I can change however I please. Qin Yanbai was stunned. What did you say? You also bribed someone in the household registration department. Zhang Yuanying just smiled and said nothing. Captain Qin, you're quite skilled. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught. He gave a mysterious, chilling smile. I'm done with my questions. Zhang Yuanying's case was to be prosecuted. For now, this matter was temporarily closed. On the Longjing Bridge, the river wind, thick with moisture, swept across Yes' face. The streetlights stretched her shadow long and thin, pressing it against the rust-eaten railings. Longjing Bridge was once a beautiful structure. People used to swim and catch fish and shrimp beneath it. Yet at some point it became dirty, much like the hearts of certain people. The girl's eyes were vacant as her fingertips traced the carvings on the railing. She gazed toward the bridge's edge, recalling her mischievous childhood when her grandmother would chase after her. Grandma, Sheener misses you. It's New Year's Eve today. It's a bit cold, and I long to lie in your arms. I wonder, do you miss Sheener too? Yes' voice was torn to shreds by the river wind, mingling with the distant sporadic crackle of firecrackers scattering across the ink-black river. A gust surged from beneath the bridge, blowing her skirt like a tattered cloud. Suddenly the wind whipped up with shards of ice, and you shuddered violently. Grandma always said, Sheener, the wind is strong by the bridge, don't come here alone. Now she truly stood by the bridge alone. The river water on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month was as black as ink, reflecting the sparse lanterns on the opposite bank, their flickering lights stinging the eyes. She slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees, yet afraid to cry aloud lest she startle the faint warm glimmer on the river's surface. You gradually climbed onto the bridge's railing. Grandma, do you remember? When I was little, I loved to climb this railing too. You said it was too dangerous, that I shouldn't climb it, and what if I fell? Look, I've grown up now. No need to fear falling anymore. Grandma, they say people become stars after they die. She looked up at the night sky obscured by smog. But why can't I find you? Is it because you think I've become too ugly now and you don't want to recognize me? But I never wanted to become this way. What did I do wrong? Why does heaven punish me like this? Grandma, I want to come find you. Maybe this should all end. Just then her phone vibrated. Her slender fingers gently tapped the screen. Muchuan, you Happy New Year. You was stunned by the message from Muchuan. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to see him. If only he were here. Muchuan. Her eyes instantly welled up. Why did he have to appear at this moment? Sure you. Don't do anything foolish. Suddenly a warm hand clamped tightly around her wrist, the metal cuff scraping against the railing with a harsh screech. Second uncle. Sure you stumbled as she was pulled from the railing. Sure you, your second uncle promised you the culprit has been caught. Don't do anything foolish. The man's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, his hand gripping her shoulder firmly. Sure you was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook her head, tiny ice crystals forming on her lashes. Second uncle. You misunderstood. I wasn't doing anything foolish. I just came to see the bridge. It's been so long since I've been here. But you can't climb up there, it's too dangerous. The words echoed around Sure you just like her grandmother's scolding when she was a child. Second uncle. Sure yes voice suddenly choked, as if a shard of glass were lodged in her throat. Sure you listen to your second uncle. This isn't your fault. Wu Qizhou didn't know how to comfort her. Second uncle, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. Even though I might not be able to accept it at first, but sure you thought of the Happy New Year message Muchuan had sent her. That's good. Shiner, today is New Year's Eve. Your second uncle wanted to take you to my home, but your aunt. You know how she is. So your second uncle brought you some dumplings. The moment the insulated lunchbox opened, a cloud of steam fogged up Sure yes glasses. The aroma of 3 delicacy filling mixed with the scent of dried tangerine peel. Her favorite recipe since childhood. It's okay, second uncle, don't blame yourself. I understand. Sure you accepted the dumplings. Hey, it's cold by the river, and you're not in good health. Don't stand here. As Wu Qizhou reached out to pull her shirt, yes phone vibrated in her palm once more. Muchuan busy. Why aren't you replying? Sure you was taken aback by the message. She had intended to reply earlier, but had forgotten after her second uncle arrived. Sure you sorry. Something came up. Was that too cold? Should she add an emoji? Muchuan, good to hear you're okay. All done. A grinning emoji. Sure you Muchuan, what are you doing? Sure you with family. Who is it? A classmate. Wu Qizhou asked, noticing a rare smile on Sure yes' face. A classmate. Sure you nodded slightly. Male or female? Wu Qizhou inquired. Male. Oh, a boy. How does he treat you? Pretty well. That's good then. Wu Qizhou nodded. Somehow the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. Seeing the natural expression on Sure yes' face, he knew as someone with life experience that it was affection. He certainly hoped his niece could move on and find someone who would cherish and love her, yet a sense of worry also crept in. Eat the dumplings while they're hot. They won't taste good once they get cold. Sure you took a bite. Seeing her eat so earnestly, Wu Qizhou's eyes unconsciously moistened. She was so obedient, he truly wished he could take her home. Second uncle, have you eaten? Sure you asked, holding the dumplings out to him. Your second uncle has eaten. You go ahead. Sure you nodded and blew on a dumpling. All right. Wu Qizhou suddenly remembered something and pulled a large red envelope from his chest. Sure you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you, second uncle. But I'm grown up now. You don't need to give me a red envelope. Sure you felt a bit embarrassed. In our family, as long as you're not married, you can still receive them. Your second uncle prepared this especially for you. Then. Thank you, second uncle. Wu Qizhou noticed her silence. She had become so quiet. When she was little, she was always chattering away, full of words. Back then, she was always asking him, her second uncle, questions because he was the only one who would answer her. He should spend more time with her. New Year's Eve was a time for family reunions, but she had no home to go to. Second uncle, will your hair ever recover? Sure you looked at Wu Qizhou's hair, still as white as before. Probably. But it's fine, I think I look pretty handsome like this. See how young guys nowadays like to dye their hair silver. How do I look? Is your second uncle handsome? Sure you couldn't help but laugh. Handsome second uncle is the most handsome. Haha, I knew it. Wu Qizhou laughed heartily, feeling like he was chatting with his own daughter. Sigh. That foolish elder brother of his. Sure you was such a good kid. It's a pity she was born into the wrong family. If she were his own child, maybe things would be different. Sure you. Wu Qizhou's expression suddenly turned serious. What's wrong, second uncle? Nothing. Wu Qizhou let out a sigh. Oh. A long silence followed. Sure you. Wu Qizhou called out again. So, when does your school start? Probably on the 10th. Sure you answered after thinking for a moment. I see. The 10th. Then you should leave earlier. Leave on the 5th. Otherwise there might be too much traffic and you won't be able to go. Sure you had wanted to say shed leave on the 9th, but she wondered if she was being a burden to her second uncle, which was why he was telling her to go. Okay. I understand. Sure you bit her lip. Seeing the hurt expression on Sure yes' face, Wu Qizhou's heart tightened. He knew she had misunderstood, but he had to continue. And also don't come back. Never come back again. Hearing this, Sure you was stunned. What did her second uncle mean? Was he abandoning her? Sure you didn't look up, nor did she speak. She stopped eating the dumplings. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, the hospital corridor reeked of disinfectant mingled with sporadic firecracker sounds from outside, fermenting into a bitter taste in Sure yes' nostrils. She had been living in the hospital these past days, occasionally receiving messages from Mu Chun and Luo Zhichuan. Thankfully, her second uncle was there, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to get through this winter break. That day as usual Shiryu went to Wu Kiz's office intending to bid him farewell. After all, her second uncle doted on her the most. When she pushed open the door to his office, the morning light slanted obliquely across the empty desk. Shiryu gazed at the neatly stacked medical folders, her fingertips brushing over the reading glasses her second uncle often wore, the frame still faintly warm with residual body heat. Before leaving, she had gone to the local gymming temple to get a protective charm for him, hoping he would stay safe and sound. She clutched the farewell charm until it was wrinkled, intending to slip it into the pocket of his white coat when he arrived. By 10 o'clock, Wu Qizhou still hadn't shown up. Her ever-diligent second uncle was actually late. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Still her second uncle hadn't come. What's going on? Does he not have a morning shift? But the schedule shows his name. Her second uncle never skipped work, nor would he ask for leave. The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt. She stepped out of Wu Kiz's office and overheard two nurses whispering. Alas, Director Wu probably won't make it this time. The whispered gossip from the nurse's station wrapped around Shiryu's ankles like thorny vines. Yes. A month ago he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Knowing he wouldn't live long, he refused treatment, afraid of burdening his family. It can't be helped. Dr. Wu is too honest, he never accepts red envelopes, and his family has little money. A buzzing sound struck Shiryu's mind like a thunderbolt. Her mind went blank. What? Cancer? Second uncle. Hey young lady, who are you? The nurse couldn't stop Shiryu in time. Shiryu didn't know how she did it, but she rushed straight into the ward. Wu Qizhou lay quietly on the bed with an oxygen tank with his wife and Wu Zuwei standing beside him. Her legs trembling, she fell to her knees with a thud. Second uncle. Second uncle, wake up, it's me, Shiner, wake up. Though her emotions were agitated, her voice was very soft. So soft, she didn't know if her second uncle could hear her. Wu Qizhou slowly opened his eyes, his cloudy pupils reflecting Shiryu's tear-streaked face. He tried to raise his hand to wipe her tears, but couldn't lift it even an inch. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully. Shiryu. You. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to go to school? Why didn't you listen to your second uncle? Second uncle. How could this happen? Why didn't you tell me? You'll be fine, won't you? Shiryu buried her face in it. Don't cry. Your second uncle is fine. Just too tired. He'll be fine after some sleep. You're the bravest child I've ever seen, so don't cry. Wu Kiz's voice was as light as willow fluff in the wind, his dry lips pulling into a smile that was uglier than crying. Silly girl, why are you so prone to tears? Really? Second uncle. They said. Shiryu dared not continue, tears glistening in her eyes. Of course. It's true. When has your second uncle ever lied to you? Wu Qizhou tried to force a smile, but lacked the strength. I'm sorry. Your second uncle is really lying to you this time. From now on I can no longer protect you. Shiryu, you must be strong. I really want to keep protecting you. But I can't hold on anymore. Then, you need to get better soon, okay? I still want to eat the dumplings you make. Okay. Don't cry, Shiryu. Your second uncle only wants to see you happy. Then get better quickly, and you'll be happy every day. Qizhou. A familiar voice rang out. It was Wu Kizhong's voice. Hearing it, Shiryu's whole body trembled slightly. Wu Qizhong was startled to see Shiryu there, but he had no time to deal with her. Wu Qizhou quickly spoke up. Shiryu. Go out first. I need to speak with your parents. Okay. Shiryu slowly stood up, looking back every few steps. She was somewhat dazed. Second uncle, please don't let anything happen. Shiryu waited outside the ward, not knowing how long had passed, until from inside the ward came the mournful cries of her aunt and her younger cousin Wu Zuwei. In an instant, Shiryu felt it hard to breathe. She wanted to step into the ward, but her feet wouldn't move. In her mind suddenly appeared her second uncle's kind smile, and his warm words filtered through her world one by one. Shiryu, it's New Year's Eve. Eat quickly, the dumplings won't taste good when cold. Shiryu, you must be strong. Shiryu. Happy New Year. Shiryu. Until the voice grew fainter, as if being drawn away from her world. She didn't know how she got through it, nor how she walked step by step to her second uncle's side. When she gazed at his cold body, she knew that no one in this world would ever love her again. Grandma was gone. Second uncle was gone too. After tonight, no one would ever say to her, Shiryu, have you eaten? Her aunt wept all night outside the mortuary, and her cousin kept comforting her, but he was only a 14-year-old boy. He was also terrified. Shiryu didn't know when she had come to stand there. She didn't cry, just quietly watched her second uncle lying there. Even the man who usually cared so much about his pride now shed tears. However, Wu Qizhong, seeing that Shiryu wasn't crying, suddenly became furious. He glared at her cold expression and roared, Why aren't you crying? Shiryu was startled by Wu Kizhong's loud voice. Her aunt and Wu Zuwei were also taken aback. With a sharp smack, Wu Qizhong without a word slapped Shiryu across the face. Cry. Shiryu's cheek was struck to the side, her ears ringing. The harsh white light of the mortuary illuminated Wu Kizhong's flushed face as he breathed heavily, as if pouring all the shame and frustration of years into that slap. Your second uncle doted on you in vain. Now that he's gone, you don't even shed a tear. Her aunt's sobbing abruptly stopped. Wu Zuwei fearfully grabbed his uncle's sleeve. Uncle, don't hit my sister. After a long silence, Wu Qizhong seemed to recall something and looked at Shiryu. What are you doing here? Shiryu said nothing as if she had expected it. You jinx. Why did you come back? It's you who killed second uncle. Shiryu froze. This time she didn't refute because she suddenly felt he was right. It seemed that everyone who was good to her had left. Grandma. Hua Hua. Second uncle. Could it really be that she had killed second uncle? Big brother. What are you talking about? Who is she? How can you hit her? Her aunt didn't know that Shiryu was Wu Xian. But she called her husband second uncle, and the way big brother treated her sent a chill down her spine. I don't know. Wu Qizhong almost forgot that they didn't know Shiryu's identity. But her aunt wasn't stupid as she vaguely guessed something. Are you Wu Xian? When her aunt said this, she was also shocked because she thought it was absurd. But it seemed to be the only explanation. Shiryu's body stiffened for a moment, then she quickly shook her head. No, I'm not Wu Xian. I'm not Wu Xian. You've mistaken me for someone else. She ran away. She had to get away from them. Yes, she was a jinx. Everyone who was good to her had died. She couldn't drag them down. Her grandmother's funeral had been attended under the guise of being second uncle's adopted daughter. Now at his own funeral, what identity would she have to attend as? No one would grant her one, so she couldn't attend. But she remembered his kindness to her, and she held it dear in her heart. That night she bought candles and a lantern. On the Longjing Bridge, she lit the candle and placed it upon the lantern on which she had written the name Wuchizhou. Second uncle. Go in peace. She knelt and kowtowed 3 times, yet still felt something was missing. I'm sorry, second uncle. This is the only way I can bid you farewell. I hope you don't blame me. She curled up on the bridge. Tonight she had nowhere to go. With second uncle gone, the hospital naturally had no place for her. After all, a hospital is not a charity. The night's chill gnawed at her, stirring a deep longing for her second uncle. She desperately wished he would suddenly appear and say, Shiner, I was just joking with you. I'm perfectly fine, and then hold her tightly. But a biting gust of wind shattered the illusion. Perhaps she should have listened to her second uncle and returned to school earlier. Even if she was alone in the dormitory, at least she wouldn't have frozen. So being cold was her own fault. When she woke up the next morning, she didn't linger and took a bus straight back to school. On the 10th day of the new year, school finally started. It felt like everything had returned to the starting point. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for so long, the atmosphere among the classmates was a bit awkward. In the first class of the second semester of freshman year, the teacher announced the final exam results and the matter of choosing between liberal arts and sciences. Sure, you didn't know whether to choose liberal arts or sciences, neither seemed to make much difference to her now. Of course she leaned toward liberal arts, but she was waiting for a reason to decide. As soon as the bell rang for the first class, Luo Jiuchuan rushed over to Shiryu's desk like a gust of wind, her ponytail swaying with a lively bounce. Shiryu, did your teacher mention the subject division? Are you picking liberal arts or sciences? Luo Jiuchuan remained as cheerful and lively as last semester. Shiryu paused her pen, looking up hesitantly. I haven't fully decided yet. Oh. Luo Jiuchuan's shoulders slumped slightly before she broke into a grin. I thought you'd pick sciences. I want to do liberal arts, but I figured you'd go for sciences since someone else is also picking that. Someone else. Shiryu knew exactly who Luo Jiuchuan meant. The air stilled for a moment. Shiryu suddenly put down her pen, her voice clearer than usual. I choose liberal arts. Huh. Luo Jiuchuan seemed taken aback by her answer. In truth, Shiryu had secretly decided to study sciences before the winter break, hoping to be in the same class as him. But the events of the break had left her confused. Are you serious? If you choose liberal arts, you won't be in the same class as him. Luo Jiuchuan asked with concern. Shiryu's reply was resolute. Shiryu, what happened? You seem off somehow. Though Luo Jiuchuan appeared carefree, she was actually quite perceptive. It's nothing. I just think liberal arts is a good fit for me. And my liberal arts scores are better than my sciences ones, right? Look at my notes, so densely written, clearly the mark of a liberal arts student. That's true. I was being a bit love-struck not thinking about you. Well then I hope we'll be in the same class. In the final exam, Shiryu took first place again, with Shen Yicheng second. It seemed that since the midterm exams last semester she had naturally surpassed him. But Shen Yicheng's gaze held no resentment, only a hint of admiration. He remained the same, as before, unchanged. As they returned to the classroom, Shen Yicheng suddenly turned and asked, Have you decided on your subject track? Liberal arts or sciences? Liberal arts, I suppose. It suits me better. She could now converse with him normally, as if they had become study partners through some unspoken agreement. Shen Yicheng listened, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing more. After today they would part ways here. Perhaps some would never cross paths again, for most people tend to prefer making new friends. On desk moving day, the classroom buzzed like a stirred-up hive. The homeroom teacher shouted from the podium, Slow down. Don't push. Mind your hands while carrying those desks. After a whole semester they had grown attached to their desks, so everyone chose to carry their own. There were too many people, and Shiryu wasn't one to jostle through crowds, so she decided to move hers a bit later. There was no rush. The boys, full of youthful vigor, would voluntarily help the girls after moving their own desks. It was a time of pure youth, naive, without ulterior motives or hidden agendas. There was only curiosity about the opposite sex, a simple human instinct. When the crowd thinned out, Shiryu hoisted her desk and headed toward her new classroom. Before leaving, she instinctively glanced toward the window. Lu Xiaoqiao was quietly packing her bag, her ponytail resting on her shoulder like a silent ink-black tassel. That was her first deskmate. At first she thought they might become good friends, but unfortunately it didn't turn out well. Shiryu let out a soft sigh, then carried her desk out. Though the crowd had thinned, she still stepped aside to let others pass whenever someone came near. There was no need to hurry. Shiryu, let me help you. Shen Yicheng suddenly appeared in front of her. Shen Yicheng, no need. I can manage on my own. Let me. You're not in good health. They'll carry it for you. Shen Yicheng insisted again. Shiryu's strength had indeed waned, even though she had been frail when she was male. And this desk was genuinely heavy. If she refused again, it would seem overly deliberate. Well then. Thank you. Shen Yicheng remained quiet along the way. Shiryu suddenly asked him, are you going to sciences? Shen Yicheng shook his head. Not sure yet. Oh. When they arrived at the new classroom, the curious gazes of the new classmates turned toward the newcomers. Thanks. Just leave it here. You're welcome. I have a few things to take care of, so we'll head back now. See you, Tomer. Head meant to say tomorrow, but then he thought better of it. Perhaps he'd give her a surprise tomorrow instead. Wait. Shiryu pulled a piece of candy from her pocket. Here, consider this a thank you gift. Shen Yicheng was taken aback, then smiled as he accepted the candy. Luo Zhouchuan popped her head in with a sly grin. Girl, not bad. You're already getting men to do your bidding. No. He was just being kind. Haha, I'm just teasing you. I knew my Shiryu still has her charms. Meanwhile, at the administrative office. What? You want to transfer to the liberal arts class? The teacher looked at Shen Yicheng in shock. Yes. Shen Yicheng's face was serious. But your grades are more suited to the sciences. I'm tired of the sciences. I want to study liberal arts. Teacher, please let me go. If I stay in the science class in a bad state, it'll be useless anyway. The teacher hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed. All right. Shen Yicheng nodded. Thank you, teacher. Which class did you get assigned to? Shiryu asked Luo Zhouchuan. Luo Zhouchuan scratched the back of his head, his school collar hanging loosely to one side. My grades can't compare to yours. I got thrown to class 7 at the end of the corridor. But at least we're still on the same floor, so I don't have to climb up and down. I see. Shiryu's eyelashes trembled, her stray hair falling down to cover half an eye. If only we could be in the same class. Only then did Shiryu realize her hair seemed a bit long. She'd forgotten to get it cut. It looked like she'd have to visit the barber on the weekend. After being a girl for 4 months, she truly hadn't cut her hair once. It's fine, I can still come find you after class. After the class bell rang, Luo Zhouchuan returned to her class. Shiryu's deskmate was still absent, no one sitting beside her this time. But it wasn't because Shiryu was bad, it was because she was too good and others didn't dare get close. Shiryu sat in the class. Changing classes felt no different from before. Students chatted, slept, and occasionally some talked about movies they'd seen during the holidays. The only difference was that a few boys in the class would secretly steal glances at Shiryu, then discuss her amongst themselves. 3 hours passed like this until it was finally time to leave school. Perhaps because it was the first day back, many were still immersed in the holiday mindset and hadn't adjusted. The classes weren't in great shape, and Shiryu was no exception. Her seat was by the door, so when she looked up and turned sideways, she could see outside. Suddenly, she seemed to spot a familiar figure walking towards her. A smile hung on the newcomer's face. Mu Chun. The figure was dazzling, so bright it made her eyes squint. Yes, that was her light, the light that belonged to her alone, unseen by others. Though she hadn't seen him for over 20 days, the moment she laid eyes on him again, her nearly dead heart began to beat once more. Shiryu didn't know why she felt this way. Her fingertips dug deep into her school skirt, pale knees scraping 2 faint red marks against the desk underneath. Mu Chun. She wanted to call his name, but her throat felt blocked, as if stuffed with cotton. Shiryu. He called her name. His voice carried the sound of plane tree leaves from the corridor, the ending slightly rising like a thin string vibrating against her eardrum. Step by step, he drew near until the footsteps ceased. He stood very close, then sat down, right beside her. Are you okay? His first words were a concern for her. Shiryu didn't react, wondering why he'd asked if she was okay. He continued, I sent you so many messages, why didn't you reply? Mu Chun's fingers unconsciously tapped the desk, producing a steady rhythmic sound. Shiryu nervously pulled out her phone and saw it was dead. Indeed, since the day her second uncle passed away, she hadn't touched her phone again and had forgotten to charge it. My phone's dead. Forgot to charge it. Though it wasn't a lie, she was still nervous. What would his reaction be? Several days without charging. Would he believe her? Oh, it was just dead. That's good to hear. I thought something had happened to you. Seeing you safe now, I'm relieved. Mu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Sunlight streamed through his slightly wavy hair, and a gentle breeze carried his fresh scent into Shiryu's nostrils. Did you get into class 1? Shiryu tugged at her school skirt, the fabric edge already pilling. Yeah. He nodded, then added, you chose liberal arts. I thought you'd go for sciences. He seemed a bit surprised, but also somewhat disappointed. Shiryu suddenly gave a bitter smile. With my level, choosing sciences is out of the question. I'd just get crushed by the science prodigies here. I'd rather stay put in my comfort zone. True, you're more suited for liberal arts. But sister sure, don't be so hard on yourself. You're my student after all. The words sister sure pierced her like a needle stabbing the softest part of her heart. Blood rushed to her head, then froze solid in the next second. She saw her reflection in his pupils. Long hair, school skirt, wrists so slender he could encircle them with one hand. But that wasn't the real her. She wasn't any sister. She was a man. If he ever found out that she had been a man, what would he do? She had thought she was reborn into some girl's body, and then her secret would never be discovered by Lin Chen, because in his eyes, she was just an ordinary girl. But now it was different. She had actually been altered. If Lin Chen found out, would he despise her like her father did, hate her, even leave her, and stop talking to her? At the thought, she shrank back. What's wrong? Lin Chen's fingertips brushed across the back of her hand, like a feather skimming a pond's surface. His eyes were filled with tenderness, so warm it made her want to cry, yet so hot it made her want to flee. Sure, you yanked her hand back, her back hitting the cold wall. Her throat felt clogged with water-soaked cotton, and she couldn't utter a single word. She could only lower her head, letting her bangs hide her reddened eyes, allowing her school skirt to be twisted so hard it nearly tore, leaving deep purple marks on her palms. I'm fine. She sniffled, not wanting Lin Chen to notice her distress. She turned her face away. That night on her way back to the dorm after dinner, sure, you hugged her books. Suddenly, she noticed the light below seemed brighter than usual. Looking up, she was amazed to see the moon. She gazed at it, and beside it there seemed to be stars moving. Second uncle. Grandma, is that you? Sure, yes. Mouth suddenly felt bitter. She pulled a candy from her school skirt sleeve. Unwrapping it, she popped it into her mouth. It was much sweeter now. Perhaps this was why Grandma loved sweets. She quietly watched the moon, which seemed to move, yet also seemed still. The moon looked so close, yet was so far away. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't. Slowly she raised her hand, pale and slender, towards the moon, as if with a gentle touch she could pluck it from the sky. Sure, you. A familiar male voice broke her reverie. Looking down, she saw a figure running towards her against the streetlight. Lin Chen. He followed her gaze to the night sky, his crescent-shaped smiling eyes curving even more. Watching the moon. The moon is so bright tonight. I haven't seen one this bright in a long time. Sure, yes. Voice drifted away on the wind. Moonlight flowed over his hair, whirl, condensing into frost on his eyelashes, even the fine hairs on his nose tip edged with silver. The moon wasn't full, but it was bright, a waxing crescent. This is called a waxing crescent moon, usually appearing around the 7th or 8th day of the lunar month. Lin Chen lightly flicked sure yes hair with his finger, his voice as clear and moist as if steeped in moonlight. The old saying, the moon rises atop the willow, people meet after dusk, fits the occasion well. Sure yes. Fingertips clutching the candy wrapper trembled slightly. The scent of mint mingled with the soap smell from Lin Chen's sleeve lingered in her nose as she watched the moon shatter into silver foil in his pupils. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen suddenly leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her reddened ear tip. Sure, you hurriedly stepped back, half a step, her back hitting the cold lamppost. Nothing. Want the moon? Lin Chen suddenly spoke, his fingertip pointing at the sky. Huh. Her gaze followed his hand and saw the silver crescent hanging on the eaves of an old building. He suddenly smiled. Come on, let's go pluck the moon for you. Where are we going to pick it? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet her gaze unconsciously followed his hand. Mutsuin suddenly smiled, the sound of his laughter like a pebble dropped into a still lake. He withdrew his hand, but his fingertips casually hooked around her wrist, his touch as gentle as if he were afraid of shattering some fragile treasure. Just follow me, and you'll see. The warmth of his palms seeped through her school uniform sleeve, so scorching that Shiyu's heart missed a frantic beat. She stumbled forward as he ran, the wind rushing into her collar, mingling the scent of soap from Yukin's clothes with the sweet fragrance of roadside locust trees, filling her senses. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separating like a living silhouette painting. They ran out of the school gate and turned into a secluded alley. The alley was paved with bluestone slabs, and the potholes held puddles from the recent rain, reflecting the slender crescent moon above. Mutsuin suddenly stopped and pointed to an old building ahead covered in vines. Look, the rooftop terrace. Can we even get up there? She looked up, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The dampness of the stone path still lingered under her feet, but the warmth of Yukin's palm remained on her wrist. Before Shiyu could ponder further, Mutsuin was already pulling her into the stairwell. There were no lights inside, the darkness was as thick as ink with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through a window at the corner, casting a long narrow patch of light on the floor. Shiyu could smell the dust and the dampness of the walls, and above it all the crisp scent of soap from Mutsuin, clear and distinct in the dark. Mind the steps. His voice came from ahead, laced with a hint of a smile. Shiyu's heart pounded like a drum, not from fear of the dark, but because they were so close. She could feel his fingertips lightly hooked around her wrist, and with each step his back would occasionally brush against her nose, sending that clean scent rushing into her senses. She recalled the moonlight that had shattered into silver foil in his pupils under the street lamp, and the smiling eyes he had when he said, "They'll take you to pick the moon," and her heart felt as if it were being squeezed then slowly released, leaving a faint tingling ache. Finally reaching the top floor, a rusty iron door creaked open, and the night wind rushed in carrying the unique open-air feel of the rooftop. Shiyu followed Mutsuin out onto the rough concrete floor. The city lights in the distance were like scattered stars, and the crescent moon above seemed closer than it had in the alley. Look! Mutsuin suddenly stopped, pointing to a galvanized iron bucket at the edge of the rooftop. The bucket held half a bucket of rainwater, its surface as smooth as a mirror. The silver moon was perfectly reflected within, swaying gently with the night breeze like a piece of fractured jade. Shiyu was stunned. She wondered if he had prepared this in advance, or if it was just there. Had he planned this? He didn't seem like the type to scheme, and this didn't seem like him either. Mutsuin was the kind of person who acted on a whim, so this must have been a Spiro-femin idea. The moonlight fell into her wide eyes, reflecting a myriad of tiny glimmers. She had never imagined that picking the moon would be like this. A few fallen leaves clung to the edge of the bucket and a tiny speck of dust floated on the water, but the reflection was astonishingly clear, even the shadows on the moon's surface were visible. So, Mukin's voice held a hint of pride as he crouched down, his fingertip gently touching the water's surface. Ripples spread, instantly shattering the moon's reflection into a bucket full of silver scales. The ancient said, "Moon in the water, flowers in the mirror. Touching it doesn't count as picking it, but at least." He looked up at Shiyu, his gaze remarkably gentle under the moonlight. "At least you can see its true form." Shiyu crouched down beside him, her knees pressing against the cold concrete. She looked at the swaying moonlight in the bucket, then at Mutsuin beside her. His profile was exceptionally soft in the moonlight, his eyelashes long, casting a tiny shadow. She suddenly remembered how he had held her hand in the stairwell, walking up step by step in the darkness, and her heart began to race uncontrollably again. Why is it beating so fast? What's wrong with me? Stop it. Please stop. He's not someone you can dare to want. Are you okay? He asked again. I'm fine. You've been acting strange today. It's like you're reverting to the person I first met, all dazed and distant. Mutsuin looked at Shiyu with a hint of concern. The words dazed and distant made her nose sting slightly. Was he calling her stupid? But she had no reason to always be smiling. If she forced a cheerful facade, she would only look more foolish. She lowered her eyelashes, her voice as light as the wind. Maybe it's because the break was too long, I haven't gotten back into the school rhythm yet. Mutsuin laughed at that, his eyes curving into a gentle arc. I see. That's good to hear. Thank you for taking me to pick the moon. Shiyu suddenly looked up, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. It's nothing. As long as you're happy. He looked at her, his gaze deep. The moment their eyes met, Shiyu instinctively looked away. Go ahead, he replied readily. Do you ever feel nervous when you see someone? She stared at the water, not daring to meet his eyes. Mutsuin was taken aback. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, and he suddenly realized that Shiyu looked exceptionally beautiful. Go ahead, he replied readily. Do you ever feel nervous when you see someone? She stared at the water, not daring to meet his eyes. Mutsuin was taken aback. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, and he suddenly realized that Shiyu looked exceptionally beautiful when she was serious. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he let out a low chuckle. Maybe. Sometimes. I see. A bell rang in the distance, signaling the imminent closing of the school gates. Come on, we should head back. The next morning, as the sunlight crept over the classroom windowsill, the homeroom teacher's chalk paused on the blackboard before she turned and announced, "We have a new student joining us today." As she spoke, a tall, lean figure emerged from the shadows by the back door. White shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, his eyes beneath tousled hair, sweeping casually across the room until they met Shiyu's. A faint smile touched the corner of his lips. Shun Iching. Someone whispered in surprise, and there was a soft clatter of chairs scraping against the floor from the back rows. The girl in front of Shiyu whipped around, her pen jabbing a blot of ink onto her notebook. Didn't he place in the top 10 in the city for the physics competition? Why would he come to a liberal arts class? Shun Iching's choice of the humanities shocked everyone. Can I sit here? Shun Iching asked, looking at Shiyu. Sure. Shiyu nodded. He sat down, and as he rummaged through his pencil case, he said nonchalantly, I had to argue with the dean for 2 hours yesterday, before he finally agreed to let me switch to the liberal arts track. He suddenly looked up. Science was too easy. I wanted to try chewing on a harder bone. Shiyu didn't know how to respond. Truly, the brain of a top student worked differently from others. Science was too easy. Was that even human language? The second period in the afternoon was PE class. The PE class was as usual combined with Mukin's class. During free time, the boys organized a basketball game. Shiyu stayed on the sidelines watching them play. Hise Hanming and Mutsuin were on one team, while the other team was from Shiyu's class. According to them, it was a friendly match to get to know the new class. Shiyu was curious how Hise Hanming and Mutsuin had all ended up in the same class. Mukin's movements on the court were impressive, dunks, rebounds, all in one fluid motion, without any hesitation. The three of them coordinated well, clearly a result of playing together often. Hey, that silly girl is here to watch you play. Hanming noticed Shiyu watching from nearby and nudged Mutsuin. Actually, Shiyu had nowhere else to go. The other girls were playing badminton or volleyball, but due to her health, she couldn't do strenuous activities, so she could only watch. Mutsuan tapped Han Meng on the head. What silly girl? You're the silly one. Oh ho, defending her already. Come on, tell me, have you taken a liking to her? Mutsuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Han Meng to joke like that, especially about Shiyu. He remembered that yesterday she had asked if seeing someone could make you nervous. Did that mean she had someone she liked? She probably has someone she likes, Mutsuan said with a faint smile. Oh, and who do you think it is, eh? Han Meng feigned ignorance. How would I know? She hasn't told me. Han Meng was momentarily speechless, a mix of surprise and not so surprise on his face. Han Meng actually understood that the person Shiyu liked was probably Mutsuan. Why else would she keep following him around and come to watch him play? But judging by Mukin's reaction, it seemed he had no idea Shiyu liked him. But a quiet girl like her probably wouldn't confess even if she liked someone, Mutsuan added, taking a shot. Glad you know. Han Meng rolled his eyes. Shiyu? Han Meng suddenly shouted at her, his voice as booming as ever, drawing the attention of everyone around. Startled by the shout, Shiyu froze, but instinctively walked over to ask what he wanted. What's up? Shiyu asked. Nothing, just felt like calling you, Han Meng said with a raised eyebrow, nudging Mutsuan. Shiyu felt speechless and walked back. After class, Luo Zhochuan came to find Shiyu. She planned to eat out today and dragged Shiyu along, claiming it was to celebrate their reunion after the new semester. But Shiyu knew she just wanted to spend more time with her. After all, if it were a real gathering, why wouldn't she bring her boyfriend? But she hadn't appeared with Hise in a long time. Could they have broken up? Shiyu wanted to ask, but feared it might affect her mood if they truly had, so she kept quiet. After they finished eating, they noticed a newly opened milk tea shop. Shiyu looks like a new milk tea shop. Want to try it? Luo Zhochuan's eyes sparkled. Shiyu looked at the shop and shook her head. Not really in the mood, but I can go with you if you want. See, Shiyu baby loves me the most. Luo Zhochuan pulled Shiyu into the shop. The new shop was named Cute Cat Milk Tea, likely an independent store, not a franchise. The atmosphere inside was quite pleasant, judging by the decor. The owner must be a girl. Upon entering, Shiyu froze, spotting several familiar figures, Mutsuan and Han Meng, and another girl who felt both familiar and strange. That girl seemed to be the school beauty Luo Li. She had seen her last time at the New Year's party. Shiyu's gaze cut through the rising milk steam. She saw Mutsuan leaning against the dark green counter, Luo Li's tilted chin tracing an elegant arc, a cherry red ribbon in her hair brushing against his slender, well-defined hand. They were chatting and laughing. It was the first time Shiyu had seen Mutsuan so patient with another girl, though he seemed a bit reserved. So they knew each other. Of course, the school beauty and the school heartthrob, how could they not? And he seemed quite nice to her, his gaze even gentler than the one he gave her. After all, towards her he always acted so nonchalant. Han Meng, with his arm around Hise's neck, looked over, a straw dangling from his lips. Oh, if it isn't my silly little sister. Han Meng's voice boomed, drawing the eyes of girls at nearby tables. Silly little sister. What kind of title was that? She lowered her head, but could feel Mutsuan nudge Han Meng. He shot Han Meng a glare, and only then did Han Meng realize he had spoken without thinking. Haha, sorry, Han Meng said, patting his own mouth. No, I came with Luo Zhochuan, Shiyu explained. What would you like? Mutsuan asked, his gaze shifting to Shiyu. Mango flavor, I guess, she answered, not knowing why. The moment the words left her mouth, Luo Zhochuan bumped her shoulder. Didn't you just say you didn't want anything? Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Huh, you're not drinking, he asked. No. Tisk, prioritizing friends of the opposite sex over me. I ask you to drink, you say no, but a guy asks and you say yes. My feelings are betrayed. Luo Zhochuan said, making a dramatic gesture of a broken heart. It's not like that. What girl doesn't love milk tea, he said, returning to the counter. However, he was a bit surprised. He thought so she could refuse. Mutsuan had always assumed Shiyu was someone who couldn't say no. Luo Li followed him up, standing beside him without any apparent self-consciousness. Perhaps this was what being with someone equally outstanding was like. Luo Zhochuan pulled Shiyu to sit down. As soon as she sat, her gaze stuck on a sticky note on the wall. Because of regret, therefore beautiful. Because of regret, therefore beautiful. What does that mean? Why is regret beautiful? Shiyu, what does it mean? You're good at Chinese, what's your understanding? Luo Zhochuan asked Shiyu. Take the moon, for example. She suddenly spoke, her voice as light as the milk foam on the cup's rim. When you see it hanging in the sky, you can never touch it. A crescent moon makes people miss it more than a full one. Oh, you mean something that's right in front of you, but you can't touch? Luo Zhochuan responded. Shiyu didn't answer. She saw Mutsuan suddenly turn his gaze, finding her through the crowd by the counter. The scent of soap on his sleeve seemed to drift over through the steaming milk tea air, mingling with the sweet cherry blossom perfume in Luo Li's hair, twisting into a fine, intricate net in the atmosphere. So regret is something to be looked at, she murmured, lowering her eyes to the small gold lettering on the cup that read, because of regret, therefore beautiful. The unattainable moon is the only one worthy of shining in one's pupils. Yeah, I guess something like that, she added. Luo Zhochuan was stunned. She looked at Shiyu, following her gaze, and seemed to understand something. Here, Mutsuan handed the milk tea to Shiyu. Thanks, Shiyu took it. He sat down across from her, and Luo Li followed suit. For some reason, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Shiyu stayed silent, just listening to them talk. Among these people she only really knew Muchuan and Luo Jiuchuan. As for Han Ming, she wasn't familiar with him, only knowing he had a loud voice and liked to tease people. And their conversation was something she couldn't follow, it belonged to their world. Her presence felt like that of an outsider. As they chatted, they seemed to become aware of Shiyu's presence. Oh, what's this junior's name? Why so quiet? Luo Li suddenly turned her gaze towards her, tapping her milk tea cup with her fingertip. Before Shiyu could answer, a gentle male voice spoke up first. Her name is Shiyu. She's a quiet person. Muchuan replied. Shiyu, Luo Li's eyes curved into a smile upon hearing this, her fingertip lightly tapping the rim of her cup, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness and 7 parts elegance. Good rain knows the season, when spring arrives it comes. The name Shiyu seems to have stepped right out of Du Fu's poetry. Spring rain comes timely, nourishing things silently. It truly fits your quiet nature. Shiyu said nothing, just smiled in response. Nice one, Senior Luo Li. A literature major indeed, you speak so elegantly. I wouldn't have known Shiyu's name had such a meaning if you hadn't said so. Han Ming chimed in from the side, then added, how about you do the same for Muchuan? Tell us what Muchuan means. Luo Li twirled the cherry ribbon at the end of her hair, her gaze shimmering like spring water. The words Muchuan. She suddenly looked up at Muchuan. In the Analects it says in late spring, when the spring clothes are made, 5 or 6 grown men and 6 or 7 boys bathe in the Yi River, enjoy the breeze at the rain dance altar, and return home singing. It's the most carefree time between spring's end and summer's start. The mu in your name isn't about decline, it's about the most vibrant afterglow as spring colors fade like. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Shiyu's hand, clutching the milk tea cup, like the last drop of spring dew hanging on a branch after a sudden rain stops. It seems ready to fall, yet it holds the light of the entire spring. Shiyu's fingertips tightened abruptly, the condensation on the cup sliding through her fingers, forming a cold line at the base of her thumb. She heard Han Ming click his tongue. Whoa, Senior Luo Li, that comparison is amazing. Makes me want to change my name to Muchuan. Muchuan, however, didn't respond. His gaze rested on Shiyu's whitening knuckles before he suddenly spoke. That's a novel interpretation. He turned back to look at Luo Li, his tone flat and even, but my mom didn't think that deeply when she named me. She just said I was born during Guyu catching the tail end of spring, so she picked it casually. Han Ming immediately propped his elbows on the table. What about me? Any special meaning to the name Han Ming? Luo Li paused, twirling the cherry ribbon around her finger, then suddenly looked up with a smile that revealed small dimples. Are you sure you want to know? Yeah. Does your dad happen to like drinking quite a bit? How did you know? Han Ming was so shocked he nearly knocked over his milkshake. Muchuan and Luo Jiuchuan hadn't initially thought deeply about Han Ming's name, but hearing Luo Li's question, they both struggled to hold back their laughter. Shiyu also seemed to catch the underlying meaning. Seeing them all suppressing their laughter, Han Ming asked, confused, what are you all laughing at? Before leaving, you glanced at the sticky note. If one day we could watch the snow fall together, would that count as growing old together in this lifetime? It turns out there are many devoted souls in this world. Back in the dormitory these past days, whenever Shiryu closed her eyes, a flash of white light would strike her, piercing her head with pain until it felt like it would split apart. In truth, she hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. She kept her eyes open, afraid to shut them. Ever since learning her true identity, an inexplicable dread had clung to her. She tried to suppress the thoughts, but the instant her eyelids drooped, it felt as if countless scalpels were slicing across her skin. It hurt so much. Why did this happen? Yet her mind was a blank void, holding no memory of that operation. Can't sleep. Is this insomnia? She didn't know if she was truly suffering from insomnia. But this phenomenon had only begun after she discovered she had been altered, and after her second uncle's passing. She fumbled under the bed for her phone, wanting to search the internet for answers. Glancing at her friends list, she suddenly tapped on Muchun's profile and opened their chat window. His status had been updated. A new line of text lay quietly in the signature field, the ink-colored characters shimmering faintly under the screen's glow. When the sudden rain first ceases, spring dew hangs upon the branch. Yes, fingertip hovered over the screen, hesitating to descend. That line was like a pebble silently dropped into the still lake of her heart, its ripples churning with the words Luo Li had spoken last night. She could almost instantly conjure the scene, Luo Li twirling a cherry-red ribbon around her finger, her gaze shimmering as she likened Muchun to the last drop of spring dew hanging from a branch after the sudden rain ceases, and now Muchun's signature was precisely caught at the moment of the dew falling. Was it a coincidence? The light of the phone screen illuminated her pale fingertips, a chill, like condensation seeping from between her fingers into her palms. She remembered how at the milk tea shop the cloying scent of Luo Li's cherry blossom perfume had tangled with the soap fragrance from Muchun's sleeves into an inescapable net. She remembered the rippling gaze in Luo Li's eyes as she interpreted his name, and she remembered Muchun's flat, unremarkable response. That's a novel interpretation. Novel. Or had he quietly tucked that metaphor into his signature? You suddenly felt her throat tighten, as if clogged with water-soaked cotton. She exited the chat window, her fingers swiping across the screen aimlessly until they stopped at the photo album. The latest photo was taken at the library last week. The edge of the frame blurredly captured Mu Chun's profile as he bowed his head over a book, the fine hairs on his ears edged with silver in the sunlight. It was from the night they worked hard together when he stayed with her to prepare for the competition and tutor her through her studies. And Luo Li. She was the school beauty standing in the sunlight, a kindred spirit, who could quote classics at will and laugh and chat with Mu Chun with ease. Because of regret it is beautiful. The gilded words on the milk teacup suddenly surfaced in her mind. Sure, you gazed at the heavy night outside the window, recalling the moon shattered into and Luo Li. She was the school beauty standing in the sunlight, a kindred spirit, who could quote classics at will and laugh and chat with Mu Chun with ease. Because of regret it is beautiful. The gilded words on the milk teacup suddenly surfaced in her mind. Sure, you gazed at the heavy night outside the window, recalling the moon shattered into silver scales in the bucket on the rooftop last night. Visible, tangible, yet ultimately just a reflection in the water. And now the spring dew falling, and Mu Chun's signature was just like that drop of moonlight, seemingly within reach, yet destined to shatter upon impact. She took a deep breath, exited the album, and turned her phone face down by her pillow. In the darkness, her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the pilled fabric of her school uniform skirt, where deep purple marks from yesterday's clenched grip still lingered. Nights of insomnia always feel interminably long. Sure, you stared at the bunk above her, replaying the scene from the milk tea shop in her mind, the red ribbon in Luo Li's hair, brushing past Mu Chun's hand, Han Meng's clicking tongue of admiration, and Mu Chun's phrase, "That's a novel interpretation." She suddenly remembered asking him if he would feel nervous seeing someone, and his pause before replying, "Maybe I would." But now it seemed that nervousness might never have been for her. Outside the window, the sky slowly began to lighten with the pale gray of dawn. The first ray of morning light filtered through the gap in the curtains, falling across her face. Sure, you blinked, and her dry eyes welled up with physiological tears. She slowly sat up, reached under her pillow, and took out a strawberry candy she had been saving. She unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. The sweetness spread across her tongue, yet it couldn't suppress the bitter, astringent taste rising in her throat. Her phone vibrated by the pillow. Sure Yes' heart gave a sudden leap, and she grabbed it almost instantly. It wasn't Mu Chun. It was a message from Luo Jiuchuan. "What's baby having for breakfast today? The cafeteria has new savory sauce pancakes." She stared at the message box, her fingers typing and deleting on the screen, before finally replying with just 2 words, "Anything's fine." Perhaps due to the insomnia, Sure You had no appetite. As she closed the chat window, she caught a glimpse of Mu Chun's avatar, still lit, the line in his signature, stabbing into her eyes like a needle. Sure You bit her lower lip, finally summoning the courage to type a line in her own signature field. After several rounds of deletions and revisions, she settled on the final version, where the broken jade sinks beneath the waves. I dare not ask of its fullness or flaw. The moment she hit send, she collapsed back onto the bed, as if she had just expended all her strength. Suddenly her phone vibrated. It was a message from Mu Chun. "Mu Chunum, you're up this early." Sure You stared at the message from Mu Chun. He had also liked her signature. Seeing his like, her heart was in turmoil again. Of all people, he had to be the first to like it. What? Did he like it? Did he understand? Or was it just a random tap? Most likely it was just a casual click. Sure You Mu Chun, good. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. He had no idea she hadn't slept all night. During class, Sure You was listless. She hadn't rested well the night before. "Sure You, please read the first paragraph." The English teacher suddenly called her name. Sure You, dazed and groggy, felt someone calling her, but she didn't stand up. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. Shen Yicheng looked at Sure You, noticing her lack of energy. He nudged her. Sure You, the teacher's calling you." He saw her pallid complexion. "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Shen Yicheng stood up. "Teacher, Sure You isn't feeling well." At Shen Yicheng's words, everyone turned to look. The teacher also approached and felt Sure Yes' forehead. "What's wrong? Are you alright?" Sure You shook her head. "I'm fine. You're not feverish, but your complexion really isn't good. Would you like to see a doctor?" The teacher asked, her voice laced with concern. No need. It's nothing serious." Sure You replied. The teacher nodded and went back to teaching. Shen Yicheng stared blankly at Sure You. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Sure You nodded groggily. Sure You continued to rest her head on the desk. Perhaps no one would have imagined that the top student, known for her icy demeanor, would also have a day of slacking off. After class, Sure You lay slumped over her open textbooks. Shen Yicheng paused mid-motion as he put away his pen. It was the first time he had seen her so utterly dejected, her spine curved into a fragile arc, her uniform collar askew. Seeing her state, he hurried to the school infirmary. Breathless upon arrival, he stammered, "Excuse me, could you?" For a girl student. After roughly describing Sure Yes' condition to the school nurse, he obtained some medicine. Then he rushed back, carrying the medicine and a bottle of warm water. On his way back, he happened to run into Luo Jiuchuan, who was coming to find Sure You. "Jiuchuan," he called out to her. Shen Yicheng. "What's wrong?" Jiuchuan, perfect timing. "Do me a favor and give this to Sure You." Shen Yicheng pressed the medicine box and water into her hands. "This is..." Luo Jiuchuan looked down at the items in her palms, her brow furrowing slightly. Sure you seems to be sick. Huh. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuchuan immediately ran towards Yes classroom, clutching the medicine. Sure you. Luo Jiuchuan sat down beside her, a little flustered, watching her friend lying face down on the desk. Jiuchuan. You're here. Sure you lifted her head to look at her. Oh my god. Sure you, what's wrong? Your face looks awful. Are you okay? Luo Jiuchuan reached out and touched her hand, the icy coldness sending a shiver through her own heart. I'm fine, maybe I just didn't get enough rest. They'll be okay after lying down for a bit. She tried to sit up straight, but swayed slightly due to a sudden wave of dizziness. No way, this is too risky. You should ask for leave and go home to rest. Luo Jiuchuan pressed her hand on Yes' shoulder. It's not that bad. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. You'll be fine after a short rest. You tried to argue, but was interrupted by a sudden sharp headache. Then take some medicine. Luo Jiuchuan handed her the medicine box and water, watching as you opened the packaging and shook out a pill. She noticed Yes' fingers trembling slightly, and a pang of sympathy ached in her chest. Medicine. You looked at the box in confusion, then raised her head to Luo Jiuchuan. It's from Cheng. He probably saw you were sick and got it for you. Chun? Oh, what's wrong? Not happy it wasn't Mu Chun who gave it to you. Luo Jiuchuan leaned in, her warm breath brushing against Yes' ear, her tone teasing. No, don't misunderstand. You quickly explained, her voice slightly louder than before. She swallowed the pill. Luo Jiuchuan watched her take the medicine, then reached out to tidy her messy hair. Stubborn. You took the medicine and swallowed it. Perhaps it was a placebo effect, but she did feel somewhat better. You touched her own face. Of course. Luo Jiuchuan pulled a small mirror from her pocket and handed it to her. You took it, looking at her reflection. Dark circles clearly visible under her eyes, her cheeks lacking their usual. You touched her own face. Of course. Luo Jiuchuan pulled a small mirror from her pocket and handed it to her. You took it, looking at her reflection. Dark circles clearly visible under her eyes, her cheeks lacking their usual rosy glow. I guess I do look a bit rough. No way, my Shiryu is the prettiest no matter what. Luo Jiuchuan consoled her. By the way, are you free this weekend? Shiryu asked. Weekend? I think so. Why? Come with me to get a haircut. My hair's gotten a bit long. Shiryu reached back to touch the long hair falling to her waist. The strands were soft but slightly unruly, mainly because her bangs were constantly getting in her eyes. No problem. I know this amazing salon. They give you a haircut that looks both stylish and natural. Jiuchuan, let's go for a walk. The classroom is feeling a bit stuffy. Shiryu suddenly stood up, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the classroom door, where a familiar figure was approaching. Mu Chun's tall silhouette was strikingly conspicuous in the sunlight. Remembering the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Luo Li yesterday, a sour ache swelled in her chest, and she quickly averted her gaze. Sure, let's get some fresh air. Luo Jiuchuan didn't notice Yes' subtle change in demeanor. Mu Chun reached the classroom door, glanced around, and scratched his head in slight confusion. Huh, that's rare. She's not in the classroom. Did she go to the restroom? He stood by Yes' seat, staring at the neatly stacked books on the desk. He waited for a while until Cheng returned to the classroom, but Shiryu was still nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Mu Chun turned to ask Cheng, who had just sat down, his tone casual. Don't know. Cheng genuinely didn't know. When he got back, Shiryu was already gone. He guessed Luo Jiuchuan must have taken her somewhere. I'll tell her I need to borrow her English notes for the next class. He added, her notes are really good. Cheng wanted to say something, but Mu Chun had already left. The class bell rang, and Shiryu returned to the classroom. Cheng hesitated for a moment before quietly relaying Mu Chun's message about borrowing the notes. Shiryu simply hummed softly in acknowledgement, placing her English notes neatly on the desk, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the notebook. After class, Shiryu hurried out again. Huh, where'd she go? Mu Chun was stunned. What was up with her today? She went out. Went out. That's rare. Well, it's good. Staying cooped up in the classroom all day would make anyone sick. Cheng watched Mu Chun's nonchalant attitude, feeling a surge of irritation, but he realized he had no real reason to be angry with him. Tell her I said thanks. With that, he took the notebook and left. Shiryu hadn't gone far. She watched from a distance until he had left before returning. Cheng stared at her dazed, then suddenly spoke. Are you avoiding him? Huh. No. Shiryu looked a bit guilty. Did something happen? Did he make you angry? Shiryu shook her head again. No. Cheng glanced at her signature, and he understood. All right. Thanks for the medicine. Shiryu suddenly remembered Luo Jiuchuan's words and thanked him. It's nothing. You look better now. Shiryu nodded, then took out a test paper and began to study it, her gaze fixed on the page. After school ended, Shiryu grabbed her books and made to leave immediately, but he was faster. Wait, Shiryu. Mu Chun's voice came from behind her. Shiryu's steps froze. She slowly turned around to see Mu Chun holding her notebook, waving it at her. Hey, erase your notebook? Thanks. He handed it back to her. Shiryu reached out and took it. Come on, let's go grab dinner together, he said. Shiryu froze, her expression complex. No. He'll just eat some bread in the dorm. Bready. Come on, we're still growing. That's not nutritious at all. The cafeteria has great food today. Let's go. She looked up to find him looking at her, and in that instant her heart was in chaos again. Alright. Shiryu followed behind Mu Chun, watching his back stepping on his shadow. He suddenly stopped, and Shiryu, unable to break in time, bumped directly into his chest. Mu Chun grunted softly from the impact, instinctively reaching out to steady her shoulders. The warmth of his palms seeped through the thin fabric of her uniform. Ah, sorry. Shiryu pushed away from him. It's fine. Mu Chun suddenly teased. Next time you want to throw yourself into my arms, give me a heads up first. Shiryu's face flushed crimson in an instant. No, I didn't mean to. I don't have any thoughts about you. She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Just teasing you. Look how nervous you are. You don't actually like me, do you? He spoke in a jesting tone, but his eyes were keenly observing her reaction. No, I don't. Shiryu shook her head. Is that so? Then is there someone you like? He shifted the topic abruptly, the seemingly casual question, laced with a subtle probe. Shiryu hesitated for a few seconds, then shook her head again. No. Really? Then what kind of boy do you like? He pressed on. I don't know. Her mind was beginning to blur. You don't know? Come on, you must have some idea what kind of boy you'd like. Mu Chun deliberately fixed his gaze on her. At this time in our lives, we should be focusing on our studies, not thinking about other things. He suddenly laughed, and Shiryu couldn't decipher the meaning behind it. That sounds strangely familiar. Oh, I remember now. In novels, that's exactly the line the female lead uses to reject the male lead. He raised an eyebrow. Shiryu was taken aback, a flicker of annoyance rising within her. What are you rambling about? If you keep this up, Senior Luo, Li will get angry. Huh? Why would she? Mu Chun looked at her, utterly confused, not understanding why Shiryu had suddenly become upset. You? Don't you like Senior Luo Li? And she? She likes you too. What? Where did you hear that? Don't spread rumors like that. If my brother found out, he'd kill me. Mu Chun was almost startled out of his wits, wondering where such a rumor had originated. Your brother? Why? Shiryu was equally puzzled. Because the person she likes is my brother, and he likes her too. We just happened to run into each other at the milk tea shop yesterday. Mu Chun explained. Shiryu was stunned for a moment, then looked up. Then why does she look at you with such tender and affectionate gaze? Her gaze. Oh, she's nearsighted. She looks at everyone like that. Mu Chun replied. So that was it. She had misunderstood all along. So, you don't like her? Even Shiryu wasn't fully conscious of what she was asking. A sudden impulse drove the question from her lips. Perhaps deep in her subconscious, she didn't want to share Mu Chun with anyone else. She hadn't realized she could be so selfish. How could I? She's not my type. Even if she were, it wouldn't work out since she's into my brother, he declared with a righteous air. Shiryu was taken aback, but a secret joy bloomed in her heart. So, she had been wrong all along. He suddenly narrowed his eyes at her. Where on earth did you hear such a rumor? I've never heard it myself. Shiryu was startled, a name flashing through her mind. Luo Juchuan. I heard it from Luo Juchuan. Luo Juchuan. Juchuan. Oh, I never thought she'd be such a gossip. This rumor nearly got me killed. I need to go back and tell her not to spread nonsense. Don't. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Mu Chun froze, feeling the chill of her small hand. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure, looking at her. Why not? No reason. I'll just go talk to Juchuan myself. You don't need to see her. Shiryu's mind was a whirlwind, as she couldn't believe she was saying these things to him. Alright, fine. Let's go then, I'm starving. Mu Chun said with a slightly drooping face. Behind him, Shiryu silently took out her phone and deleted her status signature. She followed him into the cafeteria, where the clatter of trays mingled with the aroma of food. Mu Chun navigated with ease towards a seat by the window, sunlight gilding the tips of his hair. Shiryu stared at the fine hairs on the back of his neck, suddenly reminded of the moon shattered into silver scales in the bucket on the rooftop the night before. Wait here, I'll get us some food. He headed to the counter and returned shortly. What are you spacing out about? Mu Chun slid the tray over the sweet and sour ribs piled up like a small mountain. Your favorite, I got you a couple of extra pieces. Thanks. No problem. What are friends for? Shiryu looked at the tray. Even though she knew Mu Chun didn't like Luo Li, she still couldn't muster a smile. Why wasn't she happy? She didn't understand it herself. You're pretty, he said suddenly. Huh. Shiryu was caught off guard by his unexpected remark. You lack confidence. He continued. I don't know what's happened to you, but I always feel like you sell yourself short. That's not good. Her hand froze, unsure how to answer. It wasn't that she lacked confidence, she simply couldn't afford to have any. Anyone who had been through what she had would likely feel the same. You were doing so well before winter break. Why did you come back acting like we just met again? Mu Chun could tell that Shiryu had initially been very distant, but had gradually warmed up. How could a single winter break revert her to that state? Before the break, Shiryu had indeed been happy because she had believed her secret would never be discovered. But things were different now. She wasn't reborn, as she was altered. If someone were to uncover her modification records, she was terrified. Terrified of what would happen if Mu Chun ever learned about her past identity. It wasn't that she was overthinking, after all, she had been genuinely abandoned by her parents. If she had been born a girl from the start, would there have been fewer troubles? But then she shook her head. If she had been born a girl, she probably wouldn't have survived to this day, given her suffocating family. Are you okay? He asked again. I'm fine, Mu-chan. Shiryu shook her head, calling his name again. Do you really want to know what happened to me? She didn't look up at him. I'm a bit curious, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Shiryu hesitated, biting her lip. I can tell you, but not now. If we're still friends on graduation day, I'll tell you then. That's a long way off, but alright. He replied. I mean only if we're still friends by then. Do you understand what I'm saying? Her eyes held a stubborn glint. I mean, we have to stay friends until graduation. Otherwise I won't tell you. Shiryu had made up her mind. If he agreed, she would stay by his side through high school. Mu-chan stared at her resolute expression, then reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The moment his fingertips touched her soft strands, he felt her entire body stiffen like a startled little creature. Got it, he said, pulling his hand back, the faint scent of shampoo lingering on his fingers. I won't lose you before. Shiryu nodded, as if making a promise to each other. After dinner, Mu-chan returned to the dormitory with a heavy heart. Before he could collect his thoughts, Han Meng burst in his face, brimming with uncontrollable gossip. Did you ask? Han Meng plopped down on the edge of the bed, his eyes wide, with an unyielding determination to get to the bottom of things. Mu-chan tossed his bag onto the table. I asked. She really doesn't have a crush on anyone. Han Meng jumped up. Bro, what do you mean she doesn't like anyone? Weren't you going to confess? No, wait. I feel like she'd reject me. Come on, you have no confidence in yourself. With that handsome face of yours, if I were a girl, I'd fall for you. Countless girls secretly admire you. If you just confessed, you'd succeed. I tried today. When I touched her, she pulled away. She seemed scared. Han Meng waved dismissively. That's a normal reaction. If a girl let anyone touch her, would she still be a good girl? He spoke with conviction, raising an eyebrow like a seasoned veteran. Mu-chan froze, his gaze softening into confusion. Of course he liked her, but where did this feeling originate? Was it the firm look in her eyes when she stood up for him against false accusations? His eyes. Mu-chan froze, his gaze softening into confusion. Of course he liked her, but where did this feeling originate? Was it the firm look in her eyes when she stood up for him against false accusations? Or the gentle image of her taking him in on that stormy night? Or the earnest expression she wore while patiently explaining problems during their countless tutoring sessions? Those scenes played on a loop in his mind, yet he could never define this emotion. After all, before meeting Shiryu, he had never been moved by any girl. But now the mere thought of being with her made his heart flutter. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by Han Meng. Listen, at last night's hometown gathering, I heard seniors talking about Shiryu. They're planning to make a move on her. If you don't confess, soon she might be taken away. Han Meng lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. Mu-chan jerked his head up, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but recalling Shiryu's aloof demeanor, he quickly calmed down. She's not that easy to win over. If you never know. She seems naive. Maybe if a guy confesses, she'll just go with him. Hey, maybe I should try confessing. Han Meng joked. Aren't you afraid Su Lu will kill you? I'm kidding. Seriously, Shiryu is really beautiful. If my heart weren't set on Su Lu, I'd pursue her. She's smart, pretty top of the humanities class, and has a great personality. Never seen her lose her temper. She's every guy's dream girl. Mu-chan stared at a wilted pot of ivy on the windowsill, sunlight slanting and casting tiny shadows under his lashes. Well, see, I give up on you. By the way, the school is organizing a spring outing next week. The whole grade will go. This is a perfect chance, you know what I mean, bro. What's with that reaction? No wonder you'll be single forever. Oh, he says girlfriend Luo Jiuchuan is pretty close to Shiryu, right? You could ask Luo Jiuchuan to subtly probe how Shiryu feels about you. Got it. Sigh, bro, you're really. Han Meng shook his head, disappointed. He grabbed the basketball from the table and thrust it into Mu-chan's arms. Usually you're so confident, but now you don't even have the courage to chase a girl. Well, yeah, he was usually confident. He used to think it was natural for all girls to like him, and that long-standing confidence had made him a bit arrogant. But now he dared not confess to her. The rubber texture of the basketball pressed into his palm. Mu-chan stared at the dusty surface of the ball, recalling the way she watched him play. It wasn't that he lacked courage, he just didn't understand Shiryu's feelings. At dusk after dinner, Shiryu would go to the library every evening to read. This day was no exception. She held a book by Camus. The Myth of Sisyphus explores the philosophy of absurdity and rebellion. Hello, are you Shiryu? A strange male voice sounded in her ear. She looked up to see an unfamiliar face. The boy was tall and thin, with round eyes behind black-rimmed glasses that curved into crescents when he smiled. His nose was straight, his lips clear, and a pair of shallow dimples appeared on his cheeks. A navy blue hoodie made his skin look clean. And you are? Shiryu tucked a bookmark between the pages, her spine still straight. She didn't recognize this boy. After all, she only knew two males, Mu-chan and Shin-cheng. Zhang Lianchao. We're in the same class. The boy placed his phone face down on the desk, the metal frame making a crisp sound. Shiryu tried to recall him, feeling a bit awkward. She only knew Shin-cheng in the class. Oh, huh. She pretended to remember. I remember you're also from Hailufeng. So we're fellow townsfolk. Hearing that, Shiryu's wariness eased a little. You're from Hailufeng too, she asked. Yeah, huh. Zhang Lianxiao scratched the back of his head, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. During New Year when I was a kid, my family lived right next to Mazu Temple. What about you? Oh, I live near Nanmen Lake. Sure, yes. Fingers unconsciously rubbed the spine of the book. Nanmen Lake, that's close to Peng Pai's former residence. Yes. Sure, you nodded, feeling they had found common ground. Do you always read here? No wonder you're so good at studying. The real top students are always secretly working hard. Zhang Lianxiao leaned forward to look at the book on the table. Not really, I just read things unrelated to studies. Sure, you closed the book, its black cover reflecting a cold light. It's a Camus book. I've read a bit of it too, but I didn't understand it. Zhang Lianxiao said casually. It's good that you didn't understand. Everyone's experiences and interpretations are different. Sure, you thought Zhang Lianxiao must be a very happy person because happy people can't understand Camus. Someone once said that if you can't understand a classic, it's because you're living too well. Oh, by the way, why haven't I seen you join our hometown group chat? Zhang Lianxiao suddenly changed the subject, his phone already unlocked with the group chat interface glowing blue. Oh, I probably forgot. In truth, sure, you wasn't interested. Then let me add you. They'll call you for future events. We're all from the same hometown. Ooh, I can't let you be left out, right? As he spoke, Zhang Lianxiao's fingers began swiping quickly across his phone screen. Sure, you hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. Then it'll trouble you. Her phone vibrated. Sure, you tapped the notification and the group chat interface came into view. Messages were scrolling by rapidly. Zhuemo, who is it? Is it a girl? Zhang Lianxiao, it's the top student in our class, he. Sure, yes, dog, the top student in your class. No way, could it be? Seeing this nickname, sure, yes, mouth twitched. Zhuemo, sure, yes, dog, your master is here, bark. Say hi to them, Zhang Lianxiao said beside her. Sure, you, hello, I'm sure you. Shunhe, oh, a top student, Zhuemo, welcome top student sister, Shunhe's sister, look how fierce I am. At first it was normal, but then suddenly they started spouting dirty jokes and posting vulgar images, leaving Shiryu dumbfounded. Zhang Lianxiao felt a bit awkward, unsure if she understood, but he thought a good girl like Shiryu probably wouldn't get it. Haha, don't mind them. They're just like that. Shiryu stopped looking at the group because she couldn't fit in. Indeed, he was much more normal. Friday, March 7th, which was Girls' Day. Zhang Lianxiao pulled out a delicately wrapped pink gift box from the depths of his backpack. The sparkling ribbon tied in a bow swayed gently with his movements, refracting tiny glimmers of light, like hidden thoughts that couldn't be concealed. Lianxiao, what's this? A gift for a girl? Which girl are you giving it to? Wu Weinan suddenly leaned over from behind, his bony fingers tapping the gift box, creasing his thin school uniform. Secret. Zhang Lianxiao smiled mysteriously. Wu Weinan immediately became intrigued, moving his chair even closer, its wooden legs scraping against the tiled floor with a harsh sound. Among the girls in our class who are worth looking at there are Dong Na Chui, Xiaoli Lin Shuqing, and that Ice Queen top student Shiryu. He lowered his voice, jerking his chin toward the front of the classroom. But don't even think about Shiryu. She's impossible to win over. As for the other 3, I think Chui Xiaoli might be possible. Following his gaze, Chui Xiaoli was lying on the desk arranging colorful hair ties, a slender neck exposed under her white hoodie with a pearl hairpin tucked in her hair ends. She suddenly turned to chat with her deskmate, and they both quickly averted their eyes. Zhang Lianxiao chuckled, but said nothing. Bro, what's with that expression? Wu Weinan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're not going to pursue Shiryu, are you? So what if I am? Zhang Lianxiao unconsciously twirled the tassel on the ribbon. Bro, are you serious? Wu Weinan's voice rose. How would I know if I don't try? And today I'm just giving her a gift, not confessing. I plan to confess on the day of the spring outing. Zhang Lianxiao calculated, seemingly having a perfect plan in his mind. To pursue a girl, one must understand her interests. Since she likes reading, give her a book. If you give something she doesn't like, she'll definitely reject it. Oh, not bad, bro. You're playing hard to get like a pro. Wu Weinan exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. Stop the nonsense. Help me out later. Zhang Lianxiao was actually a bit nervous, but ever since he talked to Shiryu that day, he couldn't forget her. Perhaps this was what they called love at first sight. Here she comes, here she comes. Wu Weinan suddenly tugged sharply at the corner of Zhang Lianxiao's school uniform. Shiryu had just sat down, the sound of her desk scraping against the floor, stirring hushed whispers in the back rows. Zhang Lianxiao abruptly stood up. Shiryu, happy Girls' Day. Zhang Lianxiao's voice rose a few notes higher than usual, his cheeks flushed with redness. Under his deliberately pressed down bangs, his eyes sparkled as he stared at her. I saw you like to read, Kimmo. I searched for a long time to get this limited edition of The Stranger, and it even comes with a bookmark. Oh, a group of boys behind him started to jeer, whether intentionally or not. Sure, yes, gaze fell on the pink gift box. Her fingertips gently traced the edge of the desk, but she didn't take it immediately. She could feel the eyes watching her from all around, the jeering sounds clinging to the air like fine raindrops, making her instinctively want to retreat into her shell. At that moment, Zhang Lianxiao's heart was racing wildly, though his outward appearance seemed calm. Shen Yicheng frowned slightly. He could sense Shiryu's embarrassment. He was about to help her out, but unexpectedly Shiryu spoke up. Thank you. Shiryu accepted it and placed it aside. She had initially wanted to refuse, but considering that a direct rejection might make Zhang Lianxiao lose face, she decided to accept it first and return it after class. Zhang Lianxiao watched her pale fingers withdraw, feeling as if the air itself had turned sweet and fresh. He walked unsteadily back to his seat, leaving the spilled pencil case untouched, just grinning foolishly at Sure Yes back, not even noticing his textbook fall to the floor. Wu Weinan exaggeratedly punched his shoulder. Oh, not bad. She actually accepted it. Zhang Lianxiao ignored Wu Weinan, his mind filled with the curve of Sure Yes eyelashes when she accepted the gift. During history class, he kept glancing at Sure Yu, who was reading seriously. Sure Yu pouted, placing her pen on the book, tilting her head as she listened to the teacher. The history teacher humorously remarked, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. Sure Yu also looked over, and Zhang Lianxiao instantly blushed, then pretended to be nonchalant. In the afternoon, just before school ended, the head teacher came into the classroom and mentioned the spring outing. Next Friday the school is organizing a spring outing. Remember to gather at the main playground at 8 o'clock on Monday. This time we'll be going with classes 1 through 4 and class 6, so everyone must follow the rules, understand? In the afternoon, just before school ended, the head teacher came into the classroom and mentioned the spring outing. Next Friday the school is organizing a spring outing. Remember to gather at the main playground at 8 o'clock on Monday. This time we'll be going with classes 1 through 4 and class 6, so everyone must follow the... The boy was fixing his hair by the window. Hearing footsteps, he hurriedly shoved the comb into the drawer, his ears instantly burning red. Sure you. Classmate Zhang, I thought about it, and this book is too valuable. I'd better return it to you. Zhang Lianxiao stared blankly at her retreating figure. The wind lifted the window curtain, causing the scratch paper on the desk to rustle. But he suddenly burst into laughter, his fingertips tracing the creases on the edge of the gift box. Sure you responded softly, holding the gift box with both hands, signaling for him to take it back. Zhang Lianxiao suddenly understood. You didn't refuse me earlier, just to save face. Sure you said nothing, placed the gift box in front of him, and then ran off. Zhang Lianxiao stared blankly at her retreating figure. The wind lifted the window curtain, causing the scratch paper on the desk to rustle. But he suddenly burst into laughter, his fingertips tracing the creases on the edge of the gift box. How interesting. As expected of the girl I've set my sights on. Not only is she beautiful, but she also considers others. But if she were too easy to win over, I wouldn't even care. This scene was exactly seen by Mu Chun. Mu Chun was taken aback. What was she just doing? Giving something to a boy? No way, that didn't seem like something she would do. What's the rush? Mu Chun's voice sounded beside Sure Yu. Sure Yu didn't know when Mu Chun had appeared next to her. Sure Yu called softly, her voice still carrying the unsteady breaths. Mu Chun's gaze passed over Sure Yu to look at Zhang Lianxiao in the classroom, not far away, her eyes sinking slightly. What were you just doing? A classmate gave me a book. I thought it was too valuable, so I returned it to him. Sure Yu responded. Oh, that's what he thought. How could she give something to another boy? Don't hang out with other boys. Mu Chun's voice was very small when she said this. What? I didn't hear you. What did you say? Sure Yu blinked. Nothing. Here for you. Mu Chun somewhat awkwardly changed the subject, handing over the chocolate in her hand. Sure Yu looked at the chocolate, stunned for a moment, then smiled and reached out to take it. Thanks. You're welcome. By the way, you're coming to the spring outing next week, right? Mu Chun asked. Huh. Is it optional? Shi Yu kicked a half brick at her feet, sending it tumbling into the roadside grass. Of course it's voluntary. No one's forcing you. He had expected a casual answer, but the response wasn't what he wanted to hear. Oh, then I'll pass. Shi Yu clasped her hands behind her back, nudging a stone with her leather shoe. Why, oi? A hint of urgency crept into his voice. I don't know many people. I'd just end up alone, so I might as well stay in the dorm and study. Maybe you'll get better grades. Shi Yu finished and looked at Mu Chun, waiting for his reaction. Oh. He fell silent for a moment. Well, you could. Mu Chun wanted to say I can keep you company, but Shi Yu spoke first. I'm heading back now. She gave the chocolate a little shake. Wait. He called out to her. Moi. You should come. Everyone's going. If you don't, you'll seem like a loner. He had wanted to say I want you to go, but instead he made an excuse. I've always been a loner. His throat tightened. He wanted to say I want you there, but the words just wouldn't come out. Shi Yu could sense Myokin's discomfort. It was the first time she had seen him so flustered. Was this the same confident, arrogant Mu Chun she used to know? She suddenly turned around. Final go. Myokin's eyes lit up. Really? Myokin's tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Alright. Are you free tomorrow? We could go shopping together. Tomorrow. Maybe not. Jiuchuan promised to go with me to get a haircut. A haircut? Oh. What about the weekend? The weekend should work. Great. See you this weekend then. Mu Chun offered a smile. Saturday's sunlight slanted across the glass door of Star Glow Salon, scattering into tiny prisms of light. Luo Jiuchuan accompanied Shi Yu for her haircut. Just a trim of her bangs, really. Once the bangs were cut, her entire aura seemed to elevate a few notches, even though she had been pretty before. After the cut, Luo Jiuchuan asked the stylist Tony to give Shi Yu a hair treatment. Miss, your hair quality is quite good, but have you not been taking care of it much? Tony asked, noticing some split ends. A treatment? She used to be a guy, as she had no idea about these things. Did hair even need special care? Isn't washing it enough? Though her hair was indeed in a bit of rough shape. She's just a bookworm. Studies all day, no time to bother with her hair. Seeing Shiyu's silence, Luo Jiuquan came to her rescue. I see. Sounds like you're under a lot of pressure. How about I do a simple treatment for you now? How much does that cost? Shiyu's budget was already tight. She wasn't familiar with women's hair care, but she'd heard it could be pricey. Often a few hundred yuan. Don't worry, it's our promotional day today. It's free. Free. Okay then. Shiyu nervously sat in the treatment chair. As the warm, nourishing oil seeped into her strands, her stiff shoulders finally began to relax. Luo Jiuquan leaned against the mirror near the coloring station, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting off her phone screen with a hint of a smile. She occasionally glanced over at the treatment area, her ponytail swaying with the movement. You know, Tony said, combing through the ends, the hair cuticle is like roof tiles. If you don't maintain it, it'll leak. Luo Jiuquan's phone suddenly rang. She frowned at the screen, then, with a flick of her ponytail, she turned and stepped out of the salon. As the glass door opened and closed, a wave of cold air mixed with the sound of cicadas rushed in. Just then the salon's glass door swung open with a dingling, bringing in a gust of late summer heat. Shiyu instinctively looked up and saw Zhang Lianxiao walk in, his hair slightly damp. He had swapped his navy hoodie for a plain white tee and was holding a basketball. Hey Shiyu, what a coincidence. Zhang Lianxiao was clearly surprised to see her there, his eyes brightening as he walked over to the treatment area. Getting a haircut too. Shiyu nodded a little awkwardly, the steam from the treatment machine blurring her vision. Just trimming my bangs. I just finished playing ball. My hair's all sweaty and uncomfortable, so I thought I'd get it cut short. Zhang Lianxiao wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze falling on her hair. You're getting a treatment. Looks pretty fancy. Tony started cutting Zhang Lianxiao's hair, and the two chatted casually. Oh, you know about the spring outing next week, right? Yeah. Shiyu nodded. Have you picked a group yet? If not, you can be in mine. Shiyu shook her head at that, then glanced towards the door where Luo Jiuquan was. I'm going with Jiuquan. Oh, I see. His gaze followed hers. All done. Tony turned off the machine. Feel it now, smooth as silk, right? Shiyu carefully touched her hair and startled by the silky texture beneath her fingertips. So this is what hair could feel like. Just then Luo Jiuquan pushed the door open, a few rays of sunlight catching on the collar of her white dress. As she stepped in, she noticed a boy staring at Shiyu and paused for a moment. Having been a girl for over a decade, Luo Jiuquan instantly knew what this boy was up to. But she simply walked straight over to Shiyu. Why, you look like a completely different person. With this look, Muchuan won't stand a chance. Luo Jiuquan deliberately mentioned Mukin's name, then watched his reaction. Zhang Lianxiao froze on the spot. Muchuan, the top student in the entire grade. Hey Jiuquan. Don't say that. We're just friends. Luo Jiuquan covered her mouth and giggled. Alright, just friends. Oh, by the way, the whole grade is going on this spring outing. You should dress up nicely. Maybe you'll see a few handsome guys. Isn't the spring outing supposed to be busy? If I'm all dressed up, won't it be hard to work? Silly. If you look gorgeous enough, the boys will line up to help you. Shiyu's thinking was still a bit stuck in her old male mindset. The idea of asking for help had never even crossed her mind. That doesn't seem right. We're still students. Luo Jiuquan blinked, then leaned in close to Shiyu's ear and whispered, what's wrong with it? Just think of it as giving the boys a chance to shine. She straightened up and played with the freshly cut ends of Shiyu's hair. Besides, the spring outing is supposed to be relaxing. If you're just thinking about work the whole time, where's the fun in that? Shiyu said nothing. She turned to the owner. Boss, how much? 50 will do, Tony replied. Fifth. Tai. You've got to be kidding me. 50 yuan, just for a bang trim. I could have done this myself. I should have just cut it at home. Rip off. Never coming here again. After paying, Shiyu left. Miss, you should come back for a treatment every couple of months. Tony called out before she left. Shiyu didn't even turn back, pretending she hadn't heard. Come back. In her dreams. The setting sun softened the asphalt beneath their feet, as Zhang Lianxiao watched Shiryu and Luo Jiuquan's receding figures. Who was that guy just now? As she asked, deliberately keeping her tone light. Oh, just a classmate of ours. He didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did he? She narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her manicured fingers unconsciously tracing the strawberry pattern on her phone case. No way. Nothing, he just doesn't seem like a good guy. Let's go. Luo Jiuquan linked her arm through sure yes, speaking with feigned nonchalance. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Muchuan asked me to go shopping with him. Do you want to come along? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuquan nearly choked on her own saliva, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. She thought to herself, is this girl crazy? Muchuan obviously wants to spend time alone with her. Me tagging along would make me a giant third wheel. Of course, unless Muchuan was a dense blockhead of a straight man who also invited He and Han Meng. She suppressed the urge to facepalm, biting her lower lip and shaking her head. Not going. Why? Sure, you assumed Luo Jiuquan wouldn't refuse given her love for shopping. Just then Luo Jiuquan's phone buzzed. The name, He flickered on the screen in the fading twilight. The moment she answered, sure, you heard a cheerful male voice crackle through the speaker. Chuan Muchuan said, tomorrow, we should all go buy supplies for the spring outing together. You're coming too, right? Luo Jiuquan. Huh, are you sure? Luo Jiuquan gritted out. Yeah, what's up? He's voice carried a carefree laugh. Muchuan said the more the merrier. Nothing got it. After hanging up, Luo Jiuchuan slapped her own forehead. She had thought Muchuan had finally wised up and was going to ask Shiryu out alone, but it seemed she had overestimated him. Shiryu timidly poked her arm. Jiuchuan, aren't you going? He'll go. She looped her arm around Shiryu's neck and ruffled her hair. After all, I need to keep an eye on some clueless guys to make sure they don't turn a date into a study group meeting. Sunday's sun carried the sticky warmth of early summer. Shiryu and Luo Jiuchuan were already waiting at the school gate as agreed. Luo Jiuchuan leaned against the mottled brick wall by the roadside with Shiryu idly kicking at loose pebbles with her canvas shoes, her pale pink skirt fluttering in the breeze. She squinted at Shiryu. Shiryu, what's the rush? We're girls, isn't it fine to make the guys wait a bit? Worried about them already. Her voice trailed off with a playful trill like a cat purring. Don't be silly. We agreed on a time, so we should be punctual, Shiryu said stubbornly. Fine, you win. Luo Jiuchuan tilted her head back with a sigh, revealing a star-shaped necklace on her swan-like neck. I wanted to sleep in, but I was up until 3 a.m. reading a novel. Before she could finish, familiar boisterous laughter echoed from afar. Han Meng in a gray-blue tracksuit dashed over, waving his arms, sweat still glistening on his hair tips, his black baseball cap. Ask you, hey, we're here. Muchuan and Heizei walked over side by side. Han Meng suddenly skidded to a halt, his eyes wide. Huh, Shiryu, you got a haircut. Shiryu replied politely. He reached out to touch, but quickly retracted his hand, scratching the back of his head with a grin. Nice, you look even prettier than before. Your hair looks so much smoother, like silk. I had a treatment done. Oh, a treatment? Shiryu is learning to doll up. Han Meng said, glancing at Muchuan. Is Su Lu coming? Luo Jiuchuan asked. Su Lu? She's busy. Muchuan's gaze lingered on Shiryu's newly trimmed bangs, which framed her fair forehead, her hair glowing softly in the sunlight. His Adam's apple bobbed as he wanted to say, it suits you, but he swallowed the words amidst Han Meng's boisterous chatter. Heizei nudged Muchuan's shoulder and whispered with a sly grin, stunned, huh? Muchuan snapped back to reality, a suspicious blush creeping to his ears, but he feigned composure and pushed him away. Let's go, aren't we supposed to buy stuff for the spring outing? Tisk, didn't think I'd see this side of you. How amusing. Shut up, or you're paying for everything today. The group headed towards the mall. Luo Jiuchuan deliberately lagged a step behind, nudging Shiryu with her elbow and gesturing towards Muchuan. Look at him, his ears are all red. Shiryu pretended not to hear. For supplies, we'll need sunscreen, right? Heizei scrolled through his phone's notes. And snacks, water, maybe even a picnic. We need a picnic blanket too. Preferably a big checkered one, it looks great in photos. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly sidled up to Heizei, her hair brushing against his arm, startling him so much he nearly dropped his phone. She winked, glancing at Shiryu and Muchuan. Shiryu has good taste, why don't you and Muchuan go pick it out? Before Shiryu could react, she was pushed forward by Luo Jiuchuan and Heizei from both sides. Muchuan walked stiffly, his canvas shoes scraping quietly against the tiled floor. So what do you need to buy? Muchuan forced a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual confidence. I don't need anything specific. Let's get the stuff for the group first. Didn't Heizei make a list? Let's follow that. Sounds good. The two turned into the home goods section, where shelves were stacked with colorful picnic blankets. The others headed to different areas. Do you think Muchuan will confess to Shiryu today? Han Meng asked. Probably not. If he really wanted to confess, he wouldn't have called us along. Ugh. Luo Jiuchuan sighed, then looked at Heizei. Muchuan's fingers unconsciously traced the texture of a coarse cotton blanket, his peripheral vision catching Shiryu pausing before a blue and white checkered fabric. You like this one? Not really, just curious. Shiryu's fingertips brushed the tassels on the edge of the fabric. The blue and white checkered pattern reminded her of the curtains fluttering in the breeze in her grandmother's courtyard last summer. Let's go with this then. Muchuan pulled out the blanket and placed it in the shopping basket. Let's head over there. Do you have sunscreen? Muchuan asked, immediately feeling foolish. Of course a girl would have sunscreen. And Shiryu was so fair, she must take good care of her skin. No, Shiryu shook her head. Then let's go take a look. The spring sun isn't as harsh as summer, but it's still good to protect yourself. It's fine, I'll have Jiuchuan help me pick one later. Let's look at other things first. Shiryu declined politely. In truth, she didn't know much about sunscreen herself. And two guys staring at sunscreen would probably be a headache. So she decided to just ask Luo Jiuchuan later. Alright, let's check out the snack aisle. Anything you like. Muchuan stepped aside to let her pass. Anything's fine, I'm easy. You're really easy to please. Muchuan joked, his gaze sweeping over the shelves before settling on the chocolate section. They had met because of chocolate. He swallowed hard, then grabbed a handful of chocolates from the shelf. Dove, Ferrero Rocher, Hershey's, even gold coin chocolates for kids. Shiryu was stunned. Noticing her daze, Muchuan said, You pick two, choose what you like, don't worry about the others. Oh, okay. Shiryu picked up some Pocky sticks and a few soft candies, placing them in the basket. Just candy. Nothing else you like? Actually, Muchuan wanted to know what Shiryu liked, but he felt it would be too forward to ask directly. Shiryu nodded. She wasn't sure why she liked candy, perhaps because her grandmother had a sweet tooth, and she had picked up the habit. Do you like cookies? Muchuan asked, scanning the cookie section. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's get some of these then. I don't know what girls like, but if you see something you like, just grab it. What do they like? Sure, you asked Muchuan. Those guys. Let's get them some dried squid broad beans. And potato chips. Muchuan said, tossing a few more snacks into the basket. We might need to start a fire tomorrow, so let's get some raw ingredients. Let's check out the barbecue section. Okay. The group pushed the shopping cart into the depths of the food section where the aroma of cumin and marinated meat from the barbecue area was thick in the air. Han Meng, like an excited puppy, made a beeline for the freezer. Chicken wings. And beef rolls. Muchuan, look. This bacon looks so good it's making me drool. He pressed against the glass door as if trying to climb inside his cap askew, and sweat dripping from his hair onto the cart handle. Seeing all these ingredients, Shiryu was suddenly reminded that she hadn't cooked in a long time. Back home she used to help her mother in the kitchen because her mother often came home late from work, and that's how she had learned to cook. At the thought she clenched her hand. What's wrong? Daydreaming again. Muchuan nudged Shiryu's shoulder. Nothing. What about you? What do you like to eat? Shiryu looked at the ingredients which all looked good. She was about to nod and say anything is fine when Muchuan interrupted her. Don't say anything is fine. Muchuan seemed to anticipate her response. No, I actually do like all of this. Barbecue was pretty standard after all. Alright, then let's get another serving. No, it's enough. I can't eat that much. The shopping basket was already overflowing. This should be enough. Let's go with this. Alright, let's check out then. Wait a sec. Shiryu walked over to Luo Jiuchuan, who was momentarily surprised. She glanced at Muchuan. What's up, Shiryu baby? Help me pick out some sunscreen, I don't know much about it. Luo Jiuchuan blinked, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Sure. She pulled Shiryu towards the skincare section and grabbed a milky white tube of sunscreen, its soft packaging printed with pale purple daisies. Look at this one, she said, pressing the sunscreen into Shiryu's hand, her fingertips brushing against Shiryu's cool palm. SPF 50 PA, waterproof, sweatproof, and good for your skin. I've already finished 3 bottles of this. She then bent down to pull out another one from the bottom shelf. And this one, it forms a film quickly and isn't sticky. I wore it all day on a hike last time and didn't get a bit tanned. Let's go with this one. Trust me, you can't go wrong. As they were about to check out, Muchuan's eyes landed on a pair of couple sunglasses, one blue for him, one pink for her. He picked them up. Morning light spilled like golden gauze across the grand playground. At precisely 8 o'clock, nearly 300 students from 6 classes stood in neat formation. A cacophony of chattering voices rose and fell. Just before departure, Muchuan suddenly walked over. The hem of his white school uniform was lifted by the morning breeze, and his tall, straight posture made him stand out among the boisterous crowd. Shiyu had been looking down, kicking at the pebbles underfoot, when she felt a burning gaze upon her. She looked up, her dark hair swept by the wind, revealing a fair profile. Muchuan, what's wrong? Shiyu's large dark eyes were full of confusion as she tilted her head slightly. Muchuan didn't speak. Suddenly he raised his hand and gently placed a pair of pink sunglasses on her hair. Shiyu was taken aback. This is... wear them, don't get sunburned. Shiyu was stunned again. She touched the sunglasses on her head and gave a soft, oh. Then Muchuan walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Shiyu blinked. What does he mean by this? Over by the boys' lineup. Hey, Chaoga, look, Shiyu's wearing pink sunglasses. I think Muchuan just gave them to her. Wu Weinan nudged Zhang Lianchao as he spoke. But Zhang Lianchao was currently lost in a daydream, imagining the scene where he would confess his feelings to Shiyu, and she would accept a silly grin plastered on his face. He didn't hear a word Wu Weinan said. A dense crowd of people made their way to the spring outing destination. Once there, the teacher dismissed everyone for free time. This was a scenic mountain and water area known as Lianhua Mountain. Within the Lianhua Mountain village was a resort, and during the summer people often came to swim here. Everyone be careful, don't wander off, and absolutely no going into the water. Well, all gather back here at 4 p.m. After the homeroom teachers and the discipline master had given their instructions, they let everyone go. Yes. Everyone dispersed in a flurry. Various small teams and groups set up their campsites. Shiyu waited for Luo Jiuchuan to arrive. It wasn't long before Luo Jiuchuan waved at her and jogged over. Luo Jiuchuan was taken aback by the pink sunglasses on Shiyu, which didn't seem to match her temperament at all. It was clear they weren't something Shiyu had bought herself. Hey, where did you get those pink sunglasses? I've never seen you wear them before. Muchuan gave them to me. Shiyu reached up to take them off, but Luo Jiuchuan stopped her. They look good on you. Come on, let's go check out the stream. Luo Jiuchuan grabbed her and pulled her along. The stream water surged between the blue stones, made turbulent by the heavy rains of the past few days. The murky current swirled with drifting branches. The water here is pretty nice, very clear. Have you been here before? Shiyu nodded. Yes. When she was little, her second uncle often brought her and her younger cousin Wu's away here to swim, so she was quite familiar with the place. Later someone stole their wallets, clothes, and all their documents, and they never came back. What about you? I've never been. Shiyu almost forgot that Luo Jiuchuan was an orphan. Then he'll show you around. Where are Muchuan and Heizei? They're busy getting things ready. Don't we need to go help? No, it's all just manual labor. Would just be in the way if we went now. We'll just head over and cook once they've set everything up. Oh, the two of them stepped on the damp moss as they made their way to the stream bank. The swollen water carried wild cherry blossom petals from upstream, crashing against the blue stones and churning up white foam. Luo Jiuchuan crouched down. The moment her fingertips touched the water, she yanked her hand back. So cold. She stared at the clear current and suddenly asked, "Hey, why aren't there any fish?" "Water too clear, and there are no fish," Shiyu said calmly. "And a person too shameless is invincible." Shiyu and Luo Jiuchuan looked at each other and burst out laughing. "It should be about time. They've probably got everything set up. We can head back now," Luo Jiuchuan said. Shiyu followed Luo Jiuchuan to where Muchuan and Hizei were. "You're here? Who among you knows how to cook?" Han Ming bellowed. Han Ming and Muchuan were both spoiled rich kids, so naturally they didn't know how to cook. As for Hizei, his family doted on him too much to let him get his hands dirty with such things. As for Luo Jiuchuan, she could cook, but only a few simple dishes. "I know a little, but don't be disappointed," Luo Jiuchuan said. "A little? Last time you roasted sweet potatoes, and they weren't even cooked through. I nearly broke my teeth trying to bite." "He'll do it," Shiyu suddenly spoke up. "Shiyu, you can cook." Hizei blinked in surprise. I might know a bit." Hizei and Han Ming hesitated. "A bit, huh?" They hoped she wasn't just as bad as Luo Jiuchuan. "Alright, well, that's still better than us who can't cook at all. It'll help you with the prep," Hizei said. Shiyu walked over to the makeshift stove they had set up and rolled up the sleeves of her white school uniform, revealing slender, yet capable-looking wrists. Han Ming came over carrying a bamboo basket full of live fish head just bought from a nearby farm. The fish flopped around in the basket, splashing water that soaked his pant legs. "Where did these fish come from?" "We didn't buy any fish yesterday," Luo Jiuchuan asked. "Just passed by and saw them." "Shiyu, these fish are still lively. How should we handle them?" Han Ming scratched his head and set the bamboo basket down on the stone slab. A few grass carp slapped their tails and almost jumped out. Shiyu didn't say anything. She simply took a somewhat dull kitchen knife from Hizei's hands and sharpened it on the whetstone with a rough scraping sound. A cold glint flashed off the blade in the sunlight. She reached out and pressed down on the plumpest grass carp. The fish struggled desperately, its tail slapping against the stone slab with a loud crack. Muchuan leaned against a tree trunk, not far away, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Shiyu. He had assumed she only knew simple home cooking, scrambled eggs, cold dishes, that sort of thing. After all, she was always so quiet at school. A girl like that, he figured, wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Hizei, on the other hand, rubbed his hands together and leaned in with a curious look, eager to see just how skilled Shiyu really was. And then Shiyu moved. Her left hand pressed firmly down on the fish's body. Her right hand gripped the knife. With a sudden burst of force from her wrist, the blade cut through the air, slicing across just below the gills. The motion was so fast its trajectory was nearly invisible. The fish didn't even have a chance to struggle before it went still. In the next instant she flipped her wrist, and the blade traced a clean line along the fish's belly. The innards were scooped out in one complete neat motion. Her technique was clean and decisive with not a hint of hesitation. Hizei's eyes widened, his jaw dropping as if it could fit an egg. Even Han Ming, who had been muttering nonstop, fell silent instantly. The water bottle in his hand hit the ground with a soft thud. "Holy shit," Han Ming blurted out, his eyes locked on Shiyu without blinking. This is way too badass." Shiyu acted as if she hadn't heard his exclamation. She tossed the cleaned fish into a basin of fresh water to rinse. Her fingers moved deftly in the water, scraping scales, removing gills, cleaning the cavity. Every step was as practiced as if she had done it 1,000 times. Muchuan stood rooted to the spot, his brow slightly furrowed. He had never seen this side of Shiyu. Not the girl who would freeze up when he handed her a pair of sunglasses, not the girl laughing by the stream with Luo Jiuchuan, but this butcher with sharp eyes and brisk, decisive movements. He watched the deft flicks of her wrist, the way she handled the fish without a moment's hesitation, and a sudden realization dawned on him. He had never truly known her at all. "Hey Muchuan, you look dazed," Hizei nudged him with his elbow. "Shiyu's cooking skills are even better than my family's chef, aren't they? I thought she could at most boil instant noodles." Muchuan remained silent, his gaze growing deeper and more profound. He watched as Shiyu neatly arranged the processed fish on a plate, then picked up another knife to slice ginger. The blade danced lightly under her hand, producing slices as thin as cicada wings, releasing a faint pungent aroma. It was an ordinary cooking scene, yet her decisive and deft movements made it exceptionally captivating. Han Ming was still muttering to himself, damn, Shiyu usually looks so silly and dazed, but this contrast is just too much." Meanwhile, something seemed to gently knock against Mukin's heart. He suddenly recalled the way she looked on the playground earlier, wearing her pink sunglasses, so docile and obedient. But now, with a knife in her hand and a sharp, unignorable aura in her eyes, it was as if she had transformed into a different person in an instant. This contrast inexplicably made his heart beat faster. "Just put the fish in the steamer, and then, well, start the barbecue. Let's get the charcoal ready first." I can do that, Han Ming volunteered eagerly. "Lighting charcoal is my specialty." Rolling up his sleeves, he rushed to the charcoal stove. He grabbed a handful of dry twigs and stuffed them into the bottom. The lighter clicked 3 times before catching, and as soon as the flame licked the dry bark, thick smoke erupted, stinging his eyes until they streamed with tears. Cough cough. Why won't this damn charcoal light? Han Ming rubbed his reddened eyes, grabbed a nearby newspaper, and fanned vigorously. Sparks scattered everywhere, nearly singeing Heze's trouser leg. Shiyu had just placed the ginger slices in the steamer when she turned to see Han Ming engulfed in smoke like a mobile chimney, his bangs singed into little curls. Without a word, she pulled a small bottle of cooking oil from her backpack, walked over to the charcoal stove, and crouched down. Oil. Can oil start a fire? Han Ming froze the newspaper, still fanning mechanically in his hand. Shiyu didn't answer. She simply unscrewed the cap, poured a thin stream over the dry twigs, then struck a match and tossed it in. With a whoosh, blue flames shot up instantly. The dry charcoal caught fire, crackling and popping, quickly glowing with red-hot embers. Whoa, Shiyu, that was so cool. Han Ming stared in awe, the newspaper slipping from his hand and flopping to the ground. How do you know how to do everything? You were so fierce with the fish, and now you're even this professional with fire. Shiyu brushed the ash off her hands and stood up, catching a glimpse of Muchuan, who had somehow appeared beside the charcoal stove, holding a skewer of chicken wings. His gaze landed on her fingers stained with spots of oil, then quickly darted away, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. The chicken wings need oil brushed on first. Shiyu pointed at the skewer in his hand. The charcoal is too hot and will burn them. You need to push the coals to the side and let the residual heat slowly roast them. Muchuan didn't say a word, just followed her instructions, pushing the charcoal to the edge of the stove. The flames subsided, leaving only the glowing red coals radiating their heat. He took the brush Shiyu offered, dipped it in cooking oil, and began brushing the wings. His movements were somewhat clumsy, oil droplets falling onto the coals and sending up tiny sparks. Have you cooked often before? Muchuan suddenly spoke, his voice slightly muffled against the crackling of the charcoal fire. Shiyu was placing corn on the grill rack. She paused at the question, then nodded. Sometimes when Mom. She trailed off, a pang of memory striking her. Sometimes when Mom came home late, I'd cook for myself. I'd tinker with little things now and then, and over time I just learned. Luo Jiuchuan ran over carrying a plate of washed strawberries. Seeing Shiyu and Muchuan standing side by side at the grill, a sly glint flickered in her eyes. Something's brewing. The midday sun filtered through the leaves, scattering golden specks of light evenly over the sizzling, juicy chicken wings. Grease dripped onto the charcoal, sending up wisps of fragrant smoke that drew glances from classmates at nearby tables. Wu Weinan was sprinkling cumin onto a burnt sausage, his nose twitching. Wow, that smells amazing over there. Wu Weinan and Zhang Lianchao both looked over and walked towards them. Zhang Lianchao stared at the golden brown wings. Smells great, Shiyu. Did you make these? He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, his Adam's apple bobbing with a swallow. Shiyu used tongs to turn the corn. Awesome. I wish I'd been in your group. Look at what we made over there. It's a total mess. She glanced over at the neighboring group, a foil-wrapped culinary disaster, oozing a strange green broth, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's got character. Better than the usual boring stuff. True. Hey, those sunglasses are really nice. Did you just buy them? Zhang Lianchao's gaze lingered on her pink frames. Muchuan gave them to me, she replied calmly. Hearing that they were from Muchuan, Zhang Lianchao's expression darkened. Oh, he shot a glance at Muchuan. Muchuan felt a flicker of pride as she used words. At noon, Chen Weinan nudged Zhang Lianchao. So, weren't you going to confess to Shiyu? Isn't this the perfect moment? Zhang Lianchao nodded and stood up, summoning his courage. Clutching the roses he had prepared, he walked toward Shiyu. Shiyu was holding a piece of corn, admiring her handiwork. Not bad, Shiyu. I didn't know you had skills like this. This food is absolutely perfect, Han Ming praised. You could practically set up your own barbecue stall. Heze was devouring a chicken wing, his praise flowing freely. Shiyu, baby, you're amazing. Shiyu watched them enjoy the food she had made, and a genuine smile lit up her face. Shiyu, Zhang Lianchao took a deep breath, his voice lower than usual. Can I talk to you for a moment? Shiyu looked up, her glasses slipping down to the tip of her nose, revealing her clear, yet slightly distant eyes. She handed the corn to Muchuan and followed Zhang Lianchao to the shade of a tree. Muchuan held the warm corn, his fingers unconsciously tracing the skewer. He saw Zhang Lianchao with his back to him, shoulders tense. Shiyu stood sideways to the light, her face expressionless, merely tilting her head slightly as she listened. The wind caught the ends of her hair, lifting them gently before letting them fall like a silent rhythmic beat. What's up? Shiyu asked. Zhang Lianchao took a deep shaky breath, his heart pounding violently. Shiyu noticed his strange behavior and looked at him with suspicion. Zhang Lianchao swallowed hard, finally mustering his courage. Shiyu, this might be sudden, but from the moment I first saw you, I've liked you. So, will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Lianchao held out the roses toward Shiyu. The air went completely silent. His excited voice had carried, drawing the attention of those around them. Combined with the conspicuous roses in his hand, it wasn't hard for anyone to guess what was happening. Hey, is someone confessing over there? Huh, isn't that Shiyu, the top liberal arts student? Oh my god, who's confessing to her? Who's that guy? She doesn't seem to be reacting much. Is she in shock? Whispers began to spread. Mukin's heart plummeted as if gripped by a cold hand. He watched Shiyu remain silent for a few seconds, and he too was frozen. He desperately wanted to go over and reject him for her. Han Meng was also rooted to the spot, wanting to urge Muchuan to intervene, but at that moment Mukin's hand was gripping his tightly, likely from sheer tension. Luo Jiuchuan was utterly astonished, thinking, damn, has someone beaten Muchuan to it? It was Shiyu's first time being confessed to, and she felt a bit at a loss. But she knew clearly that she didn't like Zhang Lianchao. At that moment Shiyu's lips moved, and Mukin's tension peaked. He wanted to rush over and cover her mouth to stop her from saying yes. Zhang Lianchao, thank you for liking me, but I'm not really looking for a relationship right now, she said, thinking this reason was the most appropriate. Hearing this, Muchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Good she didn't say yes. Zhang Lianchao's hand holding the rose froze midair. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the murmurs around him fell like fine drizzling rain. He could feel Mukin's gaze from behind, carrying an indescribable pressure. I see. His voice dropped low, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tried to force a smile. It's fine. I can wait. Shiryu gently shook her head and pushed the rose back. No need to wait. I mean it. Her tone was calm, yet laced with unwavering firmness. What are you two doing? A sharp female voice suddenly pierced the stagnant air. The homeroom teacher clicked over in her stilettos. Teacher, someone's confessing. A loud male voice burst from the crowd. Several mischievous boys whistled while some girls giggled behind their hands. The loose semicircle of onlookers unconsciously pressed forward, eager to catch every detail of the unfolding drama. Confessing? Are you out of your minds? The teacher's heels stomped heavily on the ground. How old are you? And you're already dabbling in romance. Do you even understand what love is before confessing here? And who's the girl? Her voice trembled with obvious anger, spittle flying with each question. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to Shiryu. The teacher followed their eyes, her own narrowing behind her glasses. She is pretty indeed. No wonder someone confessed. But that young lady isn't so easy to win over. All right, everyone disperse. She waved her hand. The crowd gradually melted away. Just then Luo Jiuchuan squeezed through the dispersing students. Shiryu. She grabbed Shiryu's hand. Shiryu responded softly. Are you okay? Luo Jiuchuan asked. I'm fine. Shiryu shook her head. Who is he anyway? Why would he just confess to you out of the blue? Luo Jiuchuan was a bit taken aback. She had already sensed ill intentions from that guy last time, and now had gone and confessed outright. Let me go grill something for you to eat. Shiryu seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter. Not far away, Wu Weinan and Zhang Lianchao stood under an old tree, its shade casting deep shadows over their faces. Rejected, huh? Wu Weinan's tone carried a hint of teasing as he nudged Zhang Lianchao's shoulder with his elbow. Zhang Lianchao let out a laugh that was hard to tell whether it was self-deprecating or contemptuous. It was expected, actually. But I'm not giving up. Instead of being discouraged by Shiryu's rejection, the flame of his pursuit burned even brighter. She said she doesn't want a relationship. You believe that? Wu Weinan remarked. Who knows? It's fine. We're in the same class anyway. There's plenty of time. Zhang Lianchao said confidently, though it was hard to tell if it was genuine or an act. True. A waterfront pavilion gets the moonlight first. Wu Weinan chuckled in agreement. Just then Muchuan walked over to Shiryu. Not bad. Quite the charm you've got. Muchuan said, forcing calmness onto her face. Heh. Shiryu gave an awkward laugh. This little episode had indeed caught her off guard. Earlier you said, you don't want a relationship for now. Was that serious, or just an excuse to reject him? Muchuan asked. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. A bit of both. Oh, Muchuan said no more quietly, sitting beside Shiryu, stirring the corn, seemingly lost in thought. Because of that little episode, the afternoon spring outing passed in awkwardness. It wasn't until after 4:30 p.m. that the outing finally ended. After being dismissed, everyone returned to their dorms. Back in the boys' dorm. Mugu, this is bad. Someone's gotten ahead of you. Han Meng's voice was laced with barely concealed urgency. He lunged over and slammed his hand heavily on the desk, making the lamp shake. Aren't you worried? Someone confessed to Shiryu today. How tomorrow there'll be a whole line of them. Didn't she say no? You're an idiot. Where there's a first, there's a second. Think about it. Before, no one dared to confess to her because there was no precedent. No one knew how she'd react. Now that someone's broken the ice, countless guys will come confessing. Han Meng explained. Muchuan was silent for a moment, a gentle breeze blowing through the window. It can't be that serious. So when do you plan to confess to her? I don't know. Shiryu said she doesn't want a relationship right now. Han Meng was momentarily speechless, wearing an expression that screamed him utterly defeated by you. Isn't the reason Shiryu rejects others because of you? Alright, enough about me. Have you won over Su Lu yet to be giving me advice? Muchuan chuckled lightly. Mine is different. Su Lu just doesn't like me. In your case, she likes you. Han Meng's voice trailed off as he indeed hadn't won Su Lu over. She likes me. That can't be possible. If she liked me, why would she flinch when I touch her? Han Meng must be talking nonsense. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, moonlight spilled like water through the window, casting a gentle glow on Shiryu's tidy bed. Luo Zhouchuan carelessly tossed her bag onto the bed and flopped down after it. Sure you am not going back today? I'm crashing here for the night. Oh sure. But you'll need to come with me to register with the dorm matron. Alright, let's go. After explaining the situation to the matron, Luo Zhouchuan was allowed to stay the night. Sure you do you always sleep alone? Luo Zhouchuan asked. Though she had snuck in before seeing Sure Yes' empty room again stirred a pang of sympathy in her heart. Sure you unscrewed a medicine bottle, took a pill, and nodded gently. I'm used to it. Her voice was calm as if she had long accepted this solitude. Sure you, what medicine is that? I see you taking it every day. Luo Zhouchuan snatched the bottle from Sure Yes' hand. It's nothing. Sure you took it back and put it away. Luo Zhouchuan suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes sparkling. Hey, how about I move in and live with you? Sure you turned around a bit surprised. Huh, where do you usually live? At home. My dad and grandma are gone, but they left me a house. Luo Zhouchuan said it casually, as if discussing something trivial, but a flicker of barely perceptible loneliness passed through her eyes. Sure you nodded thoughtfully. I see. Luo Zhouchuan patted the empty spot beside her, gesturing for Sure you to come sit. Once Sure you sat down, she suddenly leaned in a sly glint in her eyes. Sure you, let me ask you, do you like Muchuan? Off. Sure you nearly choked on the question. Did you reject that guy today because of Muchuan? Luo Zhouchuan pressed on relentlessly. Sure Yes' gaze darted away, her fingers clenching the bedsheet tightly, nails digging deep into the fabric. Because of Muchuan? She asked herself. Maybe. Every time she saw Muchuan, her heart, usually unmoved by anything, suddenly felt alive again. But then again, maybe not. After all, she used to be a boy. Someone like her. Did she even have the right to like a boy? I knew it. Luo Zhouchuan let out a soft sigh, reaching out to hold Sure Yes' ice-cold hand. That's not it. Don't talk nonsense. I just think we should focus on our studies right now. And besides, Muchuan probably thinks the same way. Alright, I get it. I get it. Sure you breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, as Luo Zhouchuan and Sure you were still lost in slumber, a sudden commotion of startled cries erupted from the neighboring dormitory. Where's my watch? It was on the table yesterday. A piercing female voice sliced through the morning calm, followed by the harsh scrape of a drawer being yanked open. What's wrong, dorm leader? Lulu responded, rubbing her eyes. My watch is gone. It was right here yesterday, Su Weiwei said, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. It was a bespoke luxury piece her father had gifted her. Gone. Are you sure? Maybe it just got misplaced somewhere. Lulu walked over to comfort Su Weiwei. Impossible. I put it in this exact spot every single day. I never leave it anywhere else, Su Weiwei insisted. The other 5 girls exchanged uneasy glances. Indeed, she was known to always place it there. Let's search again. Maybe it just fell down somewhere, Lulu suggested. Already did. It's not there, Su Weiwei replied, her face turning pale. Yesterday I think I saw Luo Zhouchuan in Sure Yes' room. Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly spoke up. Luo Zhouchuan. She's in our class, but isn't she a day student? Why would she be in the dorms? One of the girls asked. Who knows, Lu Xiaoqiao said, examining her nails nonchalantly. What's going on? Why all the noise so early in the morning? The dorm matron arrived, and other girls drawn by the ruckus gathered around like spectators at a show. Matron, did Luo Zhouchuan stay in Sure Yes' room last night? Luo Zhouchuan. Oh yes. She stayed over with Sure You last night. She registered with me. Why, what's happened? The matron asked. My watch has been stolen. I suspect Luo Zhouchuan took it. The matron was taken aback, her brow furrowing. Do you have any proof? No, but it's too much of a coincidence. It didn't go missing any other time, only when she came to our dorm building. Follow me. The matron knocked on Sure Yes' door. Sure You, are you there? Yes, Sure You replied, opening the door. The dense crowd of people instantly startled her. Matron, what's all this? Sure You looked at them in confusion. Someone suspects Luo Zhouchuan of stealing Su Weiwei's watch, the matron replied. What? I never even left this room yesterday, Luo Zhouchuan said, standing up. She found it utterly absurd. She was just crashing here for one night, and now she was being called a thief. She was indeed with me the whole night, and never went out, Sure You confirmed. Who knows if you two are in cahoots, Lu Xiaoqiao said with a sarcastic sneer. Lu Xiaoqiao, what? Are you here? The instant Sure You saw Lu Xiaoqiao, she sensed something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Catching a thief, of course. Hurry up and hand over the watch. Su Weiwei's watch is quite pricey. If we find it on you, you're looking at jail time. Lu Xiaoqiao declared with an air of smug confidence. Alright, fine. Go ahead and search, Sure You said, making a gesture of invitation. She bumped Luo Zhouchuan and whispered in her ear, call Hizei. Tell him to come here. Luo Zhouchuan, still in a daze, nodded and complied. The group of girls was momentarily taken aback by Sure Yes' calm composure, but their agitation overshadowed any hesitation. Search. Just as they were about to start searching, Sure You suddenly spoke up. However, if you don't find anything, you will have to apologize to Luo Zhouchuan in front of the entire school. And I will also pursue legal action against those responsible. After all, you have no authority to conduct a search. That's a power reserved for the police. The girls were stunned by Sure Yes' words. Indeed, according to the nation's constitution and Public Security Administration punishments law, searching a citizen's residence or personal belongings must be conducted by legally authorized bodies like the public security organs. Ordinary citizens, including students and dorm matrons, have no right to conduct searches arbitrarily. Doing so could constitute an infringement. Years of legal education in the country are meant to prevent people from remaining legally ignorant, thinking they can search others based on mere suspicion. Even teachers do not have that right. The girls who were about to act suddenly hesitated. They were only acting on suspicion, and if nothing was found, they could be the ones in trouble. Seeing them hesitate, Lu Xiaoqiao thought Shiryu was just intimidating them. What are you afraid of her for? She's just feeling guilty. Lu Xiaoqiao continued to stoke the flames. Fine then. You can search, or anyone else who wants to can search. Just don't end up with a criminal record for the sake of your so-called justice. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shiryu to be so sharp-tongued. After half a semester, she seemed like a completely different person. She used to be so easy to push around. Shiryu, however, was always a calm person and wouldn't be easily led by Lu Xiaoqiao. Of course, except when it came to a certain someone, she would lose a bit of her composure. Go on, search. Why stop? Or should we call the police to do it? Shiryu said with a light laugh. Shiryu, what does this have to do with you? We suspect Luo Zhichuan, not you. Why are you defending her? Lu Xiaoqiao was getting frantic. Shiryu met Lu Zikao's accusations heat in her gaze as cold as a frozen stream. She took half a step forward, positioning herself squarely in front of Luo Zhichuan. The collar of her white school uniform was sharply defined by the morning light. Luo Zhichuan is my friend. Accusing her without evidence is a direct insult to me. The dorm matron wrung her hands, trying to mediate. Now girls, let's just talk this through. Shiryu remained perfectly calm, while Su Weiwei was bewildered. She and Luo Zhichuan were the ones directly involved, so how did it become a standoff between Lu Xiaoqiao and Shiryu? You've got it all wrong. It's MY stuff that's missing. What are you two arguing for? Su Weiwei finally exploded. Exactly. Your stuff is missing, so why are you coming after us? Is someone deliberately steering you here? Su Weiwei froze, pondering Shiryu's words, and then her gaze shifted to Lu Xiaoqiao. It was Lu Xiaoqiao who said it. Su Weiwei said, looking at Lu Xiaoqiao. She wasn't particularly close to Lu Xiaoqiao, but they weren't on bad terms either, and she hadn't thought much about it at the time. What's wrong with that? An outsider suddenly shows up, and then something goes missing. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Lu Xiaoqiao was starting to feel uneasy. That's a fair point. But how did you know Luo Zhichuan came yesterday? Did anyone else know? Shiryu's comings and goings usually went unnoticed. It's not like someone would be so obsessed as to watch her dorm door day and night. The other girls shook their heads. And if Luo Zhichuan really wanted to steal something, why would she bother registering? That would just leave a trail of evidence against herself. She did register last night, the dorm matron confirmed. Lu Xiaoqiao. Who are you? Do I know you? How dare you slander me? She paused. Oh, I remember now. You were Shiryu's former deskmate. Luo Zhichuan's pupils constricted sharply. She had sensed Lu Zikao's hostility toward Shiryu back then. Not recognizing her. Just as she had guessed, Lu Xiaoqiao was targeting her. As for slandering Luo Zhichuan, it was probably meant to embarrass her. She had thought that after changing classes, she could avoid this conflict, but Lu Xiaoqiao refused to let her go. Why? Why did she have to oppose her? Had she taken something that belonged to her? Shiryu had previously thought Lu Xiaoqiao simply disliked her, but now it seemed things were not that simple. I didn't steal anything. It was you. If you hadn't come here to steal, why would you be here? Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly stepped forward, the tip of her canvas shoes almost colliding with Shiryu's white sneakers. What I'm doing here is none of your business. Luo Zhichuan quickly stepped in front of Shiryu. Alright, stop arguing. Shiryu, you believe that Luo Zhichuan didn't steal anything. Then let us search. If nothing is found, these two classmates will apologize to you. How about that? The dormitory matron said. As expected of a dormitory matron, Old Ginger is indeed spicier. She certainly had a knack for smoothing things over. If it had been before, Shiryu might have agreed to be searched, but now cold sweat trickled down her spine into her collar, and a suffocating sensation made it hard to breathe. She gently reached out and steadied herself against Luo Zhichuan. I have no problem with it, but what if she still denies it after the search? Wouldn't we have suffered in vain? Shiryu met Lu Zikao's gaze. She knew Lu Xiaoqiao well. She was a shameless liar with excellent acting skills. Lu Xiaoqiao, do you dare? You don't dare? You don't have the courage to admit it. You're a coward. Lu Zikao's face instantly turned deathly pale. She suddenly grabbed the glass on the table and smashed it fiercely on the floor. The crash made Shiryu's head buzz and memories seemed to surface. Something cold. A feeling. There were several people in white clothes. Amid the crisp sound of shattering glass, her scream pierced the eardrums. I am not a coward. You stole it. You? Lu Xiaoqiao. What? Are you framing us? Shiryu felt her temples throbbing, her breath strangled by an invisible hand. I'm not framing you. You stole it, you stole it. Lu Xiaoqiao repeated hysterically, her out-of-control emotions like a breached dam. She suddenly lunged forward, her nails scraping Luo Zhichuan's arm, and with the momentum, pushed Shiryu to the ground. The dull thud of Shiryu hitting the ground froze the air. The back of her head struck the ceramic tiles. Her pale face quickly lost all color, and blood oozing from her temple bloomed into eerie petals on the floor. Sure you. Luo Juchuan's scream and the dormitory matron's exclamation exploded simultaneously. Luo Juchuan's voice was choked with tears. She crouched down and gently cradled Sure Yes' head with trembling hands. The dormitory matron and the other onlookers were stunned. She had never expected things to spiral out of control. Young lady, how could you push someone? The matron scolded, her voice distorted. Lu Xiaocao, did you know Sure You is in poor health? Luo Juchuan glared at Lu Xiaocao, her eyes full of hatred. Lu Xiaocao stood frozen, the madness on her face long gone, replaced by fear and bewilderment. Only then did everyone remember that Sure You suffered from myasthenia gravis. Medicine, where's the medicine? Luo Juchuan quickly searched for it. She remembered that Sure You always carried her medicine. She fumbled over Sure Yes' body. Sure You, where did you put the medicine? Don't scare me. Meanwhile, Shen Yicheng was passing by the girls' dormitory on his way to the cafeteria. He saw many girls gathered outside. Although he was usually not one to meddle in such matters today, he found himself approaching for some unknown reason. He intended to walk around, but his canvas shoes inexplicably turned. Excuse me, what's going on? Why are they gathered? A girl with double ponytails spun around, her eyes blazing with excitement. Shen Yicheng, the second-ranked student in our grade. Her scream made everyone turn their heads. The tips of Shen Yicheng's ears instantly burned. Shen Yicheng looked at the girl awkwardly. Sorry, it seems Sure You was pushed down. The girl's voice suddenly dropped, barely concealing her excitement. What a... With that, Shen Yicheng immediately dashed up the girl's floor, ignoring the rules, and stormed straight into the dormitory. Sure you. Shen Yicheng's knees slammed heavily onto the ceramic tiles. His trembling fingers reached for the pulse on her neck. What happened? What's wrong with her? He asked. Sure You is unconscious, Luo Juchuan said, her voice trembling with tears, her blood-stained fingers clutching Shen Yicheng's clothes. He saw Lu Xiaocao slumped in the corner, staring blankly at her trembling hands. Who did this? His voice was cold enough to freeze, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. Don't ask now. Let's take her to the clinic first. Luo Juchuan suddenly grabbed his arm, her tears splashing onto the back of his hand. Only then did Shen Yicheng realize that Sure Yes' breathing was growing weaker, the rise and fall of her chest almost imperceptible. Okay, put her on my back. He quickly took off his jacket and laid it on the ground, gently turning Sure You over. Carefully lifting her knees and back, he heard a slight crack from his joints as he stood up. Shen Yicheng carried Sure You to the school clinic with Luo Juchuan closely following. Cold sweat beaded on Sure Yes' forehead, and her lips seemed to murmur something. Sensing her movement, Shen Yicheng slowed his pace. Late spring. She whispered softly, her breath as faint as a gossamer thread. Sure You, you're awake. What did you just say? How do you feel? Shen Yicheng asked gently. Late spring. Hearing those two words, Shen Yicheng's body suddenly stiffened, and his heart felt a sharp pang. Luo Juchuan noticed this, a mix of emotions swirling in her heart. Did he also like Sure You? But now was not the time to think about that. The fluorescent lights in the clinic hummed overhead. Shen Yicheng watched the regular waves on the electrocardiogram monitor, and his suspended heart finally eased a little. The bandage on Sure Yes' temple was snow-white, making her resemble a fragile pear blossom. Shen, you should go rest. He'll stay here, Luo Juchuan said, handing him a cup of warm water. It's fine. I want rest easy until she wakes up. What did the doctor say? When will she wake up? Shen Yicheng asked with concern. I'm not sure either. The doctor said her body was already weak and that she suffered some kind of shock, but Luo Juchuan found it strange. She wasn't shocked, she was pushed. Could the doctor have been mistaken? Shock? What do you mean? Wasn't she pushed? What happened? Shen Yicheng was confused. It's like this, I was suspected of stealing, and Sure You helped me. Then Lu Xiaocao pushed her. As for the shock, I suppose the doctor might have made a mistake. The acrid scent of disinfectant lingered in her nostrils as Sure You slowly blinked open her heavy eyelids, instinctively turning her head away from the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. Hearing the rustle of movement, Luo Juchuan hurried to her bedside in quick strides. Sure You, how are you feeling? Luo Juchuan asked with concern, gently holding Sure Yes' hand. Sure You gave a faint shake of her head. I'm fine. What happened? Did they give you a hard time? As she spoke, she struggled to sit up, but Luo Juchuan quickly pressed her back down. Luo Juchuan patted the back of her hand soothingly, while shaking her head in explanation. It's fine, it was a misunderstanding. Su Weiwei was too lazy yesterday, and left her watch in the bathroom, then forgot about it herself. Her roommates found it later. Then, what about Lu Xiaocao? Why did she insist it was us? Sure You assumed Lu Xiaocao had deliberately framed her. She said she saw me entering your dorm, and thought I stole it. She was just suspicious, that's all. Hearing this, Sure You understood. So that's what happened. Sure You, thank you for standing up for me. Luo Juchuan's voice suddenly dropped, her eyes filled with gratitude and empathy. When I fell on the ground back then, I was absolutely terrified. It's nothing. You're my friend, it's what I should do. Sure You smiled, though the smile was somewhat weak. If I had just watched you get wrongly accused, I would have felt truly uneasy. He'll treat you to something to eat another day. Luo Juchuan's lively demeanor returned, her eyes sparkling. Hot pot barbecue milk tea. You name it, whatever you want. Shiryu responded softly, her gaze drifting to a water stain on the ceiling, her thoughts wandering. By the way, Shiryu, what illness do you have? The doctor said it's quite serious. Can it be cured? Luo Juchuan suddenly leaned in and asked cautiously, her eyes full of worry. Probably not. Shiryu's heart sank, her throat tightening. If it could be cured, her uncle would surely have helped her. It was precisely because it was incurable that he hadn't. With that thought, she turned her head away, not wanting Luo Juchuan to see the dejection in her eyes. Then what are we going to do? Luo Juchuan fidgeted anxiously. It's okay. As long as I take my medicine on time, it'll be fine. Shiryu forced a smile, trying to comfort her instead. Don't worry, I'm used to it. Oh, then you must take your medicine on time. He'll remind you. Luo Juchuan nodded solemnly. Who carried me here? I vaguely remember someone carrying me on their back. Shiryu suddenly recalled a fragment from before she lost consciousness. The memory of a warm back stirred her curiosity. It was Shinicheng. Luo Juchuan answered promptly. Shinicheng. Why was he there? In Shiryu's impression, Shinicheng was like her, a quiet and reserved person. Not sure, maybe he was just passing by. Luo Juchuan scratched her head. But he was really anxious when he carried you to the infirmary. The wind from his running was whooshing. Oh, did you thank him for me? Shiryu lowered her gaze. Luo Juchuan nodded emphatically. He said don't mention it, and told you to rest well. A brief silence fell over the ward, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside the window. Over at the boys' dormitory, Muchuan slumped at his desk, idly poking the tip of his nose with a ballpoint pen, leaving dark ink spots on his skin. Hanming, can't you come up with something more reliable? Reliable? Okay, hey, race a crazy one, just transfer to the liberal arts class, become her deskmate, and let feelings grow over time. You'll definitely win her over. You already defied your parents to come to this school, so why not be rebellious one more time? Hanming said. Mukin's pen suddenly stopped, leaving a long ink streak across the draft paper. He stared out the window at the darkening sky as streetlights flickered on one by one, his thoughts drifting to the figure that was always quietly reading. That might not be a bad idea. His voice was so soft it seemed he was talking to himself. Hanming nearly choked on his potato chips and sat up straight. Dude, I was just joking. You're actually serious. He'll think about it. Muchuan slammed the pen onto the desk, the metallic cap clattering sharply against the surface. He leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, his gaze unfocused. Hanming scratched his head, recalling what had heard from Luo Juchuan, and spoke with some hesitation. But if you go, you probably can't sit next to Shiryu anyway, because Shinicheng sits beside her. I heard from Luo Juchuan that Shinicheng likes her. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence fell over the dormitory, broken only by the distinct whirring of the fan. Muchuan suddenly stood up, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. I'm transferring to the liberal arts class tomorrow. With that, he headed downstairs towards the administrative office. Back at the infirmary. Shiryu, how are you feeling? Luo Juchuan asked. I'm fine now. Let's head back. Shiryu replied. Are you sure you're okay? Luo Juchuan pressed again. Let's go back. Shiryu answered. All right. The next morning, sunlight slanted through the classroom windows, casting dappled shadows on the desks. As usual, Shiryu and Shinicheng were bent over their textbooks, discussing their coursework, the scratching of pens mingling with the classroom chatter. Suddenly, a soft footstep echoed from the doorway, and a familiar figure appeared in everyone's sight. Shiryu instinctively looked up. When she saw the person standing at the podium, she froze completely, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She thought she must be seeing things. Muchuan. A breeze from the corridor lifted the hem of his school uniform. The young man's eyes held a smile as his gaze cut through the bustling crowd in the classroom, landing directly on her. Muchuan smiled at her. Shiryu was puzzled, wondering what he was up to. On the podium, the homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses and cleared her throat, a hint of surprise in her voice, as if she herself hadn't fully processed this sudden class transfer. Let me introduce our new transfer student. Well, maybe an introduction isn't needed. I'm sure you all know him. That's right, Muchuan has transferred to our liberal arts class. No sooner had she spoken than the classroom erupted in chaos. What? You've got to be kidding. Isn't he the top student in the science track? Shinicheng coming to our class was already mind-blowing. How did Muchuan end up here too? A student in the front row exclaimed in shock. Why? Has the science prodigy lost his mind? The girls in the back row whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with disbelief. The murmurs spread through the classroom like dandelion seeds drifting in the wind. No one understood. Find a seat and sit down. The homeroom teacher tapped the podium, trying to restore order. Muchuan nodded, his tall figure moving gracefully down the aisle, walking straight to the seat beside Shiryu. He looked down at Shiryu, his voice clear and bright. Teacher, I believe this student excels in liberal arts. Since I just transferred here, and my foundation in this subject is weak, I was hoping she could tutor me. Would it be possible for this student to move back a seat? The teacher followed his gaze to Shiryu and broke into a gratified smile. Muchuan, you have good judgment. She is indeed the top student in our class for liberal arts. However, we'll need to ask for her opinion. The girl sitting next to Shiryu, hearing that Muchuan wanted to switch seats, blushed deeply and nearly sprang to her feet. No problem, I can switch with you. the girl said as she began frantically gathering her belongings, the sound of dropping books unable to mask her excitement. Thank you, Muchuan said politely, placing his bag on the desk with a smooth motion and pulling out the chair to sit down. And just like that, Muchuan was seated beside Shiryu. Shiryu sat there stunned, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. What does this mean? Why did he suddenly transfer to this class? The noise of the classroom seemed to be shut out. All she could hear was the wild pounding of her own heart. And just like that, Muchuan was seated beside Shiryu. Shiryu sat there stunned, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. What does this mean? Why did he suddenly transfer to this class? The noise of the classroom seemed to be shut out. All she could hear, aren't you going to pursue science anymore? Shiryu finally found her voice, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Science is boring. I think liberal arts is better. Muchuan replied casually, idly twirling a pen with his slender fingers, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips. That phrase sounded oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Shiryu abruptly turned to look at Shunicheng, only to find him staring intently at Muchuan. Then it hit her. Muchuan seemed to know Shunicheng. Could it be that Muchuan transferred to this class because of Shunicheng? Having conquered the science track, was he now seeking a new challenge in the liberal arts? Before she could dwell on it, she heard a soft chuckle from Shunicheng beside her. The laugh carried a hint of mockery, a trace of understanding, and a barely perceptible tension. Is that so? I suspect your intentions are anything but pure. Shunicheng spoke, slowly pressing the tip of his pen hard against the draft paper. Humph. Muchuan let out a cold snort, unwilling to argue with Shunicheng, for that was not his style. Shiryu was puzzled, sensing an uneasy tension in the air. Seated between them, she felt awkward, and even considered standing up to say, "Why don't you two sit together? I'll take my leave." "Shiryu, are you alright from yesterday? Did the fall hurt? Was it serious?" Shunicheng asked, his tone seemingly inquiring, yet also directed at someone else, as if questioning why no one had been present when Shiryu was injured yesterday. "I'm fine, and thank you for yesterday." Shiryu responded politely. "What? You fell yesterday. Are you okay? What happened? Why wasn't I told?" Muchuan fired off a barrage of 5 questions like cannonballs. Shiryu shook her head and gave an awkward smile. "It wasn't a big deal, and I'm already fine now. You should have told me anyway." Muchuan seemed slightly displeased. "Why, Shiryu asked. "Because." Muchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, why? She wasn't his girlfriend, so she wasn't obligated to tell him everything. Yet why did it feel so frustrating? The main issue was that Shunicheng knew while he didn't. Aren't we friends? As friends we should keep each other informed." Muchuan hastily conjured up an excuse. "Oh," Shiryu responded softly. "How did he find out about your fall?" Muchuan pressed further. "I happened to pass by." Shunicheng answered preemptively. Muchuan furrowed his brow. The class bell rang. It was English class. Halfway through the lesson, the teacher instructed the students to engage in free discussion. "Shiryu, can this word be used in its plural form?" Muchuan leaned over to ask. Shiyu's fingertip traced the word's annotation in the textbook, and she was about to explain. However, Shunicheng beside her slid his exercise book over first, his fingertip pointing at the grammatical analysis. "Uncountable nouns don't have a plural form. This usage is covered in the Unit 3 notes." His voice was low but carried an unyielding certainty, his pen tip making a soft scratch on Yukin's textbook. Muchuan raised an eyebrow and slowly withdrew his hand. "I see. As expected of my deskmate." He deliberately emphasized the word deskmate, and as he turned his head to look at Shiryu, a hint of slyness curled at the corner of his eyes. But Shiryu explains things more clearly. Yesterday, she went over the mind map for Politics Compulsory 3 and her logic was exceptionally clear. Shunicheng's fingers gripping the pen tightened almost imperceptibly, the letter S on the draft paper punctured by a small hole. Shiryu could feel 2 intense gazes converging above her head. These 2 were locked in their own rivalry, so why drag her into it? It felt like mortals suffering while gods wage war. The teacher was lecturing on history at the podium. Muchuan, reluctant to disturb Shiryu, who was attentively listening, found himself growing drowsy. He disliked the humanities because he found words uninteresting, preferring the sciences. Feeling bored, he suddenly noticed Shiyu's lovely hair and began toying with it. Sensing someone playing with her hair, Shiryu glanced at Muchuan. "What's wrong? Is there something with my hair?" she asked, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing," he replied, though he didn't let go. "Oh, are you finding the humanities too boring?" "That's how it is. You'll get used to it," Shiryu said, seeing that Muchuan was indeed bored, but there was no helping it. She continued, listening intently, while Muchuan resumed playing with her hair, even tying a small knot. During free discussion time, Muchuan suddenly leaned and pointing at a passage in the textbook about Wang Engshi's reforms in the Northern Song dynasty. With sparkling eyes, he asked, "Shiryu, the Green Sprouts law was clearly meant to help the people, so why was it eventually abolished? It seems like a well-intentioned policy." Before Shiryu could respond, Shunicheng snapped his history notebook shut with a loud thud, the pages vibrating the desk. He glanced sidelong at Muchuan, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You don't even understand that. The annotations on page 47 of the textbook are crystal clear. During implementation, local officials forced apportionment, interest rates became exorbitant, and the burden on the people actually increased. This is a basic knowledge point. Are you really the top student in the grade? Muchuan ignored him, instead looking at Shen Yiqing, as if he were a fool, knowing he was asking deliberately. Shiyu, tell me more about this, Muchuan said, deliberately leaning closer. Their proximity was such that Shiyu could feel his breath. Thump, thump. Their hearts raced in unison. Flustered, Shiyu stared at the dense print on the textbook, her fingers tapping the edge of the notebook in a rhythmic patter. Actually, apart from execution flaws, Shiyu forced herself to sound calm, her voice unconsciously softening. The Green Sprouts law encroached on the interests of large landowners and moneylenders. When the new policies were implemented, many wealthy merchants and gentry united to resist spreading rumors among the populace, which also made the people resistant to the law. I see. Muchuan suddenly reached out and propped his hand on the back of Shiyu's chair, leaning forward with a faint scent of cedar, bringing them even closer. Shiyu explains it so clearly, unlike some people who just read from the book. Shen Yiqing let out a snort, grabbed his pen, and spun it with a flourish, its silver arc glinting in the twilight. Better than someone who pretends not to understand even the basics. How about I move so you two can chat? No need, both said in unison. After school, Luo Jiuchuan ran over to find Shiyu pausing in surprise when she saw Muchuan sitting beside her. Whoa, Muchuan, did you really switch to the humanities class? Luo Jiuchuan blinked, her big eyes clearly incredulous. Could someone really disregard their own future for love? Muchuan replied flatly. Well, the student is teachable, Luo Jiuchuan said, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Perhaps this Muchuan wasn't completely wooden after all. Jiuchuan, what are you talking about? Teachable? Nothing, dear Shiyu. There's a comic convention this weekend. Want to go together? Luo Jiuchuan suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit. Comic convention? I've never been to one, Shiyu said. Not being an anime fan, she wasn't particularly interested. There's always a first time. It's fun. I think you'd look great cosplaying a silver-haired character. Luo Jiuchuan looked Shiyu up and down, already imagining how she'd look as a silver-haired cosplayer. Silver hair. At the mention, Muchuan and Shen Yiqing also began to picture Shiyu with silver hair. I think it sounds interesting, Muchuan suddenly said, perhaps wanting to see a different side of Shiyu. Hearing that Muchuan found it interesting, Shiyu paused for a moment, then nodded. Alright, they'll go check it out this weekend. On the weekend, Luo Jiuchuan and Shiryu headed to the anime convention together. Upon arriving, Luo Jiuchuan led Shiryu straight into the dressing room and handed her an outfit with a smile. Here, Shiryu, this is for you. Shiryu held the attire, her fingertips tracing the intricate lace and ribbons, murmuring, this outfit looks quite complicated. She had never seen such an exquisite cosplay costume. The layered skirts and silver thread embroidery shimmered faintly under the light. I'll help you put it on, Luo Jiuchuan said as she crouched down, carefully fastening the sash and adjusting the lace trim on the sleeves. The two exchanged outfits. Shiryu donned Amelia's snow-white gown with a silver wig cascading over her shoulders, while Luo Jiuchuan slipped into Rem's blue and white, made uniform the cat ear headband, accentuating her lively features. Watching Luo Jiuchuan kneel to adjust the hem of her skirt, Shiryu asked, why are you wearing a maid outfit? It's for the role, of course. Luo Jiuchuan winked, twirling the apron with her fingertips. When they emerged from the dressing room, Luo Jiuchuan froze. Shiryu stood before the full-length mirror. Her snow-white hair swayed gently with her movements, ice blue pupils reflecting her figure in the glass, the lace choker and leather gloves outlining a delicate silhouette. Wow, Shiryu, this suits you perfectly, Luo Jiuchuan exclaimed. You look like a character straight out of an anime. Really? Shiryu raised a hand to touch the silver hair. The silver-haired girl in the mirror tilted her head slightly, a shy smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, Muchuan appeared wearing Subaru's outfit. Luo Jiuchuan's sharp eyes spotted him. Who in the anime you two are a CP? She teased, watching Muchuan exchange glances with Shiryu. Shiryu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously twisting the lace on her skirt as her gaze involuntarily drifted toward him. Muchuan, clad in Subaru's iconic blue and white jacket, leaned against the exhibition booth with one hand in his pocket. His silver hair gleamed coldly under the spotlights, yet his obsidian-like eyes were locked firmly on her. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. He was a character who had stepped right out of the dimensional wall. Ahem. Shen Yiqing's voice suddenly came from behind. He wore a sharply tailored black suit. He had cosplayed Sebastian from Black Butler. The silver pocket watch chain swayed with a cold glint against his chest. So it turns out some people are not only good at math, but also have quite unique taste in cosplay. He deliberately stressed the word, unique, his gaze sweeping over Muchuan with subtle intent. Muchuan raised an eyebrow, walked straight to Shiryu's side, and naturally tucked her white wig hair behind her ear. As his fingertips brushed her reddened earlobe, his voice dropped low. After all, I need to match my partner. He deliberately leaned closer to Shiryu, the scent of cedar mingling with the faint perfume in the exhibition hall, making her heart skip another beat. Partner. Shen Yiqing chuckled, lightly stepping forward with an ornate cane that had appeared in his hand from nowhere. I think Shiryu would be better suited standing beside a butler. He gave a slight bow, his fingertips hovering just above the back of Shiryu's hand in an elegant invitation, though a trace of barely concealed provocation lurked in his eyes. Shiryu, flustered by the two of them, felt awkward but didn't know what to do. Jochuan found it amusing to watch the two of them vying for Shiryu's attention. She suddenly planted her hands on her hips and stepped between them, her rim-style rabbit ear headband bobbing with the movement. Grabbing Shiryu's hand, she declared, "Come on Shiryu baby, let's go check out the merch stalls. There are super cute dragon-made figures over there." Relieved, Shiryu followed Luo Jochuan as she swiftly escaped the battlefield, but as she turned she caught a glimpse of Muchuan and Shin Yicheng, both taking a step forward almost simultaneously to follow. The exhibition hall was packed with people, colorful balloons, and cosplayers' costumes, weaving into a flowing rainbow under the lights. Shiryu, somewhat clumsy in Amelia's long gown, wove through the crowd when she suddenly felt a grip on her wrist. Muchuan had somehow squeezed to her left, his fingers gently hooking onto her sleeve, while on her right Shin Yicheng casually used his cane to ward off the surging crowd, his gaze never leaving her. "Shiryu," Mukin's voice came from her side, carrying a hint of awkwardness. "This dress is too long, be careful not to trip." "Let me carry your bag," Shin Yicheng said at the same time, extending a hand to take the canvas bag from Shiryu's shoulder. Luo Jochuan turned back and saw the scene, unable to resist pressing a hand to her forehead. "You too." She stopped mid-sentence, then suddenly pointed ahead with bright eyes. "Wow, there's a Polaroid photo booth over there. Shiryu, let's go take pictures." The photo booth had a backdrop of artificial snow. Luo Jochuan positioned Shiryu in the center. On her left was Muchuan in Subaru's outfit, awkwardly striking a battle pose, and on her right was Shin Yicheng, one hand in his pocket, with a standard butler's smile curving at his lips. As Luo Jochuan raised the Polaroid camera and counted 3, 2, 1, Muchuan suddenly reached out and pulled Shiryu close by the shoulder, while Shin Yicheng, at the instant the shutter clicked, leaned in slightly toward her ear. Click! The image froze. Amelia's long white hair was sandwiched between Subaru and Sebastian, the snow light reflecting the trio's differing expressions. Yet in the moment Shiryu lowered her head with a soft smile, the frame overflowed with a wave of youthful tenderness and unspoken affection. The photo slowly slid out of the camera. Luo Jochuan snatched it for a look and let out a strange squeal. "Oh ho, this one's getting framed and hung by my bed." Shiryu saw the image of herself being taken advantage of by Muchuan, and her face flushed bright red. She reached to grab it, but Muchuan got there first. He held it up to the light, his fingertips gently tracing the hand that was wrapped around Shiryu in the photo, and finally a genuine smile curved across his lips. Shin Yicheng meanwhile flipped through the photos with feigned nonchalance, but his knuckles tightened slightly when he caught sight of Mukin's smile. Just then an announcement echoed through the hall: cosplayers participating in the stage interaction, please gather at the central stage. Luo Jochuan's eyes lit up. Let's go. There are games on stage, and winners get figures." She grabbed Shiryu and ran, while Muchuan and Shin Yicheng exchanged a glance and followed almost in unison. Amid the crowd, Shiryu suddenly felt someone gently tug at her wig. It was Muchuan. He leaned close to her ear and whispered just loud enough for her to hear, "Actually, the white hair suits you." The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Shiryu's head shot up. She met Mukin's obsidian eyes, which reflected her in Amelia's costume, and also a clear tenderness she had never seen before. Perhaps overwhelmed by nervousness, Shiryu stepped back and stumbled as her foot caught on a backpack someone had left on the floor. "Careful!" Muchuan hastily reached out and grabbed her hand, and whether by accident or design, he pulled her into an embrace. It was definitely intentional. No sane person would pull someone and then hug them like that. Ooh, the surrounding crowd erupted in excited murmurs as they saw the two pressed together. "Wow, it's Amelia and Subaru." Subaru hugged Amelia. "So beautiful, so beautiful. Take a photo." The commotion around them made Shiryu's ears burn red. She gently pushed Muchuan away. Not far away, Shin Yicheng watched their sweet interaction, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eye. The instant Shiryu was pulled into Mukin's embrace, the heat on her cheeks felt hot enough to ignite the lace on her skirt. She pushed him away in a fluster, the excited cheers of the cosplayers around her ringing in her ears, but her gaze inadvertently swept across the corner of the exhibition hall. A man in a black cap was staring at her through the crowd, his brim pulled low, his expression unreadable, revealing only a rigid jawline. An inexplicable tightness seized Shiryu's heart, and she instinctively leaned closer to Muchuan. The man seemed to notice her gaze, and immediately turned to melt back into the crowd, his black hoodie disappearing behind the merchandise stalls. "What's wrong?" Muchuan noticed her unease and followed her gaze, but only saw a sea of bobbing heads. Shiryu shook her head. Perhaps she was just being overly sensitive. Comic conventions were crowded and many people dressed strangely. She shouldn't be so suspicious. Luo Jochuan was already pulling her towards the stage. Hurry up! Hurry up! The stage interaction is about to start." An anime quote relay game was underway on the central stage. Luo Jochuan, with his deep familiarity with the anime world, was sweeping through the competition. Shiryu stood below the stage, but her gaze involuntarily drifted around her. She saw the man in the cap again. This time he stood in the shadows diagonally behind the stage, holding an old digital camera, its lens pointed directly at Luo Jochuan on stage. But Shiryu clearly saw that as she turned her head, the camera's angle shifted slightly, and a glint of reflected light flashed across her eyes. Sure you come up. Luo Zhouchuan called from the stage, waving at her. The final question needs a partner. Sure you took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in her heart, and ran up the stage holding her skirt. Muchuan and Shun Yiqing ascended from both sides, almost simultaneously, one standing to her left, and the other to her right, forming an invisible barrier. When the game ended, Luo Zhouchuan got his hands on the limited edition figurine, as had hoped. As the four prepared to leave the exhibition hall, the sky was already darkening. Sure you had changed her clothes and came out. Sure you baby, I'm going to change too, Luo Zhouchuan said, walking in. Sure you nodded. For some reason, she kept feeling like someone was watching her, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Sure you waited outside, and after a while the group returned to school, and sure you forgot about the feeling of being watched. Back at school, sure you lay in bed thinking about the day's events. Recalling Mukin's reaction today, he seemed a bit strange. It must have been her imagination. On Sunday, sure you planned to buy some daily necessities, as she was almost out of tissues. She had intended to ask Luo Zhouchuan to accompany her, but he had to accompany He today. So sure you went alone. On the way back, she had long forgotten about being followed yesterday. The evening breeze carried the lingering warmth of late summer, swirling the aromas from street food stalls past her ears. Sure you carried a plastic bag of daily necessities, her white canvas bag swaying gently at her side with each step. The road from the supermarket to school wasn't long, but she felt strangely distracted, a persistent sensation of a sticky gaze on the back of her neck like a spider's web she couldn't shake off. Streetlights flickered on one by one, spreading pools of warm orange light across the asphalt. She instinctively quickened her pace, her canvas shoes tapping out a more hurried rhythm on the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, a figure in a black cap maintained a distance of 3 to 5 pedestrians behind her. His brim pulled extremely low, the zipper of his black hoodie pulled up to his chin, revealing only a cold, hard line of neck. It was the man from the convention yesterday. Sure yes, heart skipped a beat, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the plastic bag handle, the thin plastic digging painfully into her fingers. What's going on? Why is he following me? Could I be dealing with a stalker? She pretended to look down, rummaging in her canvas bag for her keys, but actually used her peripheral vision to quickly scan her surroundings. Dense camphor trees lined the sidewalk, beyond which was the busy traffic lane, and in the distance, she could see the familiar round street lamp at the school's back gate, but it was still at least 200 meters away. The man's footsteps were unhurried, like a precise metronome, always maintaining a steady, non-threatening distance. Sure you turned into a narrow alley lined with ivy on both sides, a shortcut to school that was usually sparsely populated. Now only mottled tree shadows swayed on the walls. One of the street lights at the alley entrance was broken. In the dim twilight, only a faint light shone from the far end. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind her seemed closer, now mixed with the subtle sound of soles scraping against the ground, amplified infinitely in the silence of the alley. Sure you could feel that gaze almost piercing through her back, carrying a chilling scrutiny. She spun around suddenly, but the man stopped in his tracks the instant she turned, quickly lowering his head, as if looking at his phone. In the shadow of his cap, his expression was unreadable. What exactly do you want? Sure yes' voice trembled slightly, but she tried her best to sound calm. She tightened her grip on the keychain she used for self-defense in her bag, the metal edges digging into her palm. The man didn't respond, didn't even look up. A breeze blew through the alley, lifting the hem of his hoodie to reveal a faded black t-shirt underneath. He stood there a few steps away like a silent statue, the only movement the cigarette butt pinched between his fingers, glowing faintly in the twilight. Sure you didn't dare stay any longer. She spun around and ran. The plastic bag swung wildly as she ran, the tissue box inside clattering loudly. She could hear the footsteps behind her quicken too. The man was actually chasing her. Her heart pounded like a frantic drum in her chest, her breaths becoming ragged. She ran desperately towards the light at the end of the alley, her school skirt fluttering in the wind. Just as she was about to escape the alley, a rough hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, the force nearly crushing her bones. Let me go. Sure you screamed, instinctively swinging her plastic bag at him. The tissue box and shampoo slipped out of the bag, scattering across the ground. She kicked at his knee, but he dodged easily, instead yanking her backward, her back slamming hard against the cold wall. Don't scream. The man's voice was hoarse like sandpaper, the smell of smoke washing over her. He finally looked up, revealing bloodshot eyes under the brim, murky and greedy like a beast eyeing its prey. Pretty girl, let's be friends, his Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his murky eyes glinting strangely in the twilight. That white dress you wore at the con. Tisk tisk, stunning. His fingertips slid down Sure Yes' arm, the rough pad scraping against her school uniform, sending a wave of revulsion through her. For the first time, Sure You felt pure disgust towards a man. Mister, I think you have the wrong person. I never went to any comic convention, Sure You said, afraid to provoke him, fearing he might do something irrational. He suddenly leaned in and sniffed her. Sure You froze, feeling sick. She fumbled for her phone and pressed the emergency call button to alert the police. It was Sure Yes' first time calling the police, and she wasn't sure if it would even help. Hello, this is 110. She felt her phone vibrate, assuming the call had connected. She deliberately began to stall, speaking loudly. What convention? I was studying at school all day yesterday. Are you sure you have the right person? As she spoke, she quietly silenced her phone, the sweat on her palms making the device slippery. Dispatcher Li Wei gripped the red emergency line, her fingers flying across the keyboard to activate the location system. A 5-year veteran, she immediately caught the anomaly in the background noise. Mixed with sure yes voice were the rustle of plastic bags, rapid breathing, and the faint scuff of shoes on concrete in the distance, as if someone was deliberately creeping closer. Miss, where are you right now? Please speak slowly. Li Wei's voice remained professionally calm, her eyes darting to the loading cell tower data on her screen. Any landmarks nearby? I wasn't at any convention. Sure yes voice suddenly rose as if responding to someone unseen. You've got the wrong person. My name is Sure Yu. I'm a student at Nanching Middle School. You can ask them. This time Li Wei clearly heard the sound of fabric scraping against a wall, followed by a muffled gasp, as if she had been shoved into something. Crucially, Sure Yu enunciated Sure Yu in Nanching Middle School with deliberate clarity of forced emphasis. Li Wei immediately flagged the keywords in the dispatch system and gave her colleague a danger signal. Experience told her this wasn't a simple call. When a victim can't describe the danger directly, they often repeat key information, raise their voice, or create background noise to signal for help. Miss, don't worry, we're locating you now. As she spoke, Li Wei zoomed in on the street view map. The location showed Chongqing Lane, a narrow alley lined with ivy, usually deserted. She also noticed Sure Yes' speech pattern becoming erratic. Look, you've knocked my things over. If my parents knew someone was bullying me like this, they'd definitely call the police. The word police was drawn out, followed by the sharp clatter of a plastic box hitting the ground, and the fleeting sound of a man's muffled curse from the receiver. Li Wei sat bolt upright, grabbing her radio. Patrol Unit 3, proceed immediately to Chongqing Lane. A citizen may be experiencing stalking or harassment. Repeat, Chongqing Lane. The location dot on the screen flickered, and Sure Yes' voice came through again, tearful, yet resolute. My classmates are coming to get me right now. They know I take this route. This sentence confirmed her intent. She was informing the police she wasn't alone, hinting the attacker might have second thoughts. The man's footsteps in the background grew hurried, while Sure Yes' breathing became heavier, as if she were running. Backup is on the way, miss, stay on the line. Li Wei watched the patrol car icon approach on the map, when a scream burst from the receiver, let go of me. It was followed by the sounds of a struggle, items scattering, and a man's hoarse threat, shut up. Bang! A dull thud, as if someone had slammed into a wall. Li Wei's heart leaped into her throat as she shouted into the mic. Patrol Unit 3. Target is in the middle of Chongqing Lane, move now. Sure Yes' back slammed against the wall, forcing the air from her lungs, a metallic taste rising in her throat. The man's hand clamped around her wrist like a vice, his stench of smoke and sweat overwhelming her, causing her stomach to churn. Playing innocent, he roughly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up. Who were you trying to seduce in that white dress at the convention? Pretending you don't know me now? His murky eyes gleamed with sick excitement as his fingers ground into the skin of her jaw, leaving a red mark. Sure You bit her lip hard, and in his moment of distraction, she raked her other hand across his face. The sting of nails on skin made him roar in pain. As he swatted her hand away, Sure Yes' phone slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. You're asking for it. The man, now fully enraged, raised his hand to strike her. Sure You ducked quickly, and his slap hit nothing but air. Seizing the chance, she turned to flee, but she was carrying things and couldn't run fast, and strenuous activity was out of the question for her. Damn it. The man suddenly pulled out a knife. Glancing back, Sure You saw the man looking like a madman. Her pupils contracted in terror. She knew she couldn't outrun this frenzied attacker. She had heard the news stories. Schoolgirls targeted by degenerates stabbed 10 times for resisting. Thud. The plastic bottle connected with bone. Even though it was plastic, it hurt. The man grunted in pain and loosened his grip, the fruit knife clattering into the corner. You bitch. Sure You hurriedly kicked the knife away, but the man lunged. Thud. The plastic bottle connected with bone. Even though it was plastic, it hurt. The man grunted in pain and loosened his grip, the fruit knife clattering into the corner. You bitch. Sure You hurriedly kicked the knife away, but the man lunged and grabbed her by the throat. Sure You was lifted off her feet, a suffocating pressure closing in on her windpipe. Let go. She gasped, her legs kicking wildly. Trying to run. They'll choke the life out of you. His grip tightened, almost crazed. Help. Someone. Help. Sure You frail as she was, felt consciousness slipping away from the lack of air. Her face was deathly pale. Just then red and blue lights pierced through the ivy, and the screech of a patrol car's brakes grew nearer. 2 officers' flashlights blazing rushed into the narrow alley, drawing their batons. Hearing them, Sure You felt the pressure on her neck ease slightly, and she managed to break free. The moment she was released, she coughed violently. Get down. The officers moved swiftly, cuffing the man. Even in handcuffs, he cursed, glaring venomously at Sure You. You little bitch. They'll get you for this. He was cut off by a sharp command from the police and shoved into the back of the squad car. The moment she was released, she coughed violently. Get down. The officers moved swiftly, cuffing the man. Even in handcuffs, he cursed, glaring venomously at Sure You. You little bitch. They'll get you for this. He was cut off by a sharp command from the officer immediately pulled on transparent plastic gloves, bent down, and carefully placed the weapon into an evidence bag to seal, making a soft sigh sound. Miss, is this the tool the suspect used? He asked, holding up the bag with a serious tone. Sure. You lowered her eyes. Miss, are you sure you're not hurt? The officer asked again, worried about the fragile-looking girl before him. I'm fine. The officer's gaze lingered on the bruise on her neck, and he paused. Would you like to go get a medical examination? No, it's fine. Sure. You shook her head. All right, then please come back to the station with us to give a statement. The officer closed his notebook, his tone softening. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Sure. You nodded, silently following the officer with unsteady steps. The patrol car's lights flashed in the night, stretching their shadows long. Inside the station's interrogation room, the warm yellow light dispelled some of the chill. Miss, there's no issue left. Thank you for your cooperation. Now you can have a classmate pick you up, or we can escort you back just in case they have accomplices, Officer Zhang said, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, his tone carrying professional caution. Sure. You was in a bad mood, feeling a bit confused. Then, they'll have my friend come pick me up. She didn't want to draw attention by having the police escort her back to campus. Give me your classmate's phone number, and he'll call from the landline. Oh, sure. You didn't quite understand why the police couldn't just call directly, but she complied. She initially thought of Mu Chun but decided not to involve him, so she gave Luo Jichuan's number instead. After a few rings, Luo Jichuan, who was happily spending time with Hizei, was startled to see a call from 110. Damn, 110. Hizei, the police are calling me, she said, flustered. Hizei snatched the phone, frowning at the flashing caller ID. You haven't been up to anything shady lately, have you? No, what could I do? I've been with Shiryu these days, and yesterday, I went to the comic convention. Could it be you? Don't guess, just answer, and see what's going on. Luo Jichuan nodded, and answered the call. Hello. Her voice trembled slightly. Hello, are you Luo Jichuan? This is the South City Police Station. Your classmate Shiryu has been harassed. Could you come pick her up? What a... Luo Jichuan shot to her feet. Shiryu was harassed. Hizei, let's go. To the police station. She shouted into the phone. Officer, what's the address? South City Police Station. All right, we're on our way. After hanging up, Luo Jichuan and Hizei quickly arrived at the police station. Seeing Shiryu looking nervous, Officer Zhang handed her a cup of water. Here, drink some water. Thank you. Shiryu sat quietly. About 15 minutes later, Luo Jichuan and Hizei finally arrived. Luo Jichuan burst into the reception room with her jacket zipper crooked, followed closely by Hizei, who clutched 2 unopened bottles of water. Their eyes simultaneously landed on Shiryu, who was sitting on the corner sofa. Shiryu. Luo Jichuan rushed over and crouched down, reaching for her wrist, but pulling back at the last moment. Are you hurt? Did that bastard do anything to you? No, I'm fine. She lowered her gaze, avoiding their intense stares. Just got pushed around a bit. The police arrived quickly. Your neck. Luo Jichuan noticed the bruise on Shiryu's neck. Did he choke you? It's all my fault. If I'd known, I'd have gone with you, Luo Jichuan said, feeling guilty. Just then the door of the reception room was knocked, and Officer Zhang entered with 3 cups of hot tea, holding a file tightly under his arm. Miss, you can leave after signing the statement. Be careful next time, and try not to walk alone in remote areas. Got it. Thanks, officer. On the way back, Shiryu remained quiet, and Luo Jichuan assumed she was shaken. She tried to comfort her. Shiryu, it's my fault. I should have gone with you. She shot a glare at Hizei. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. All right, my bad, I'm terrible, Hizei said, making a gesture of offering a flogging. Shiryu shook her head. It's fine, I'm okay. Come on, don't be so down. Shiryu forced a smile to ease Luo Jichuan's worry. As they walked, Shiryu tugged at Luo Jichuan's sleeve. Jichuan, don't tell Mu Chun about this. Huh, I already texted him. He's probably on his way. What? Worried he'll be concerned. Luo Jichuan teased with a mischievous grin. Shiryu. A familiar voice called out just then. Shiryu looked up and saw Mu Chun running over in a panic. Mu Chun, she said softly. What happened? Luo Jichuan said you were harassed. Are you okay? Shiryu lowered her head slightly and shook it. I'm fine, it's resolved. How did you get harassed? Mu Chun pressed further. She was followed at the comic convention before, but luckily Shiryu was smart. The guy even had a knife. It was terrifying, Luo Jichuan quickly explained. He had a knife? Are you hurt? Your neck. Mu Chun noticed the bruise on Shiryu's neck. I'm fine, she said, shaking her head. Did he choke you? It's nothing, it's been handled. Stop asking. Mu Chun was taken aback. It was the first time he'd seen Shiryu lose her temper. Luo Jichuan quickly patted his shoulder. Mu Chun, stop asking. I know you're worried, but Shiryu's not in the best mood right now. Let's just drop it. Shiryu was equally startled. Sorry. Mu Chun, Alright, let's head back. Mu Chun, take care of Shiryu. Luo Jichuan raised an eyebrow, then dragged Hizei away. Once they were alone, the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. I want to grab something to eat. Mu Chun broke the silence. Sure. Then let's go. What do you want? Don't say anything. Shiryu glanced around, then pointed at a sign. Let's have that. I used to eat it as a kid. I wonder if it still tastes the same. She pointed to the 4 characters reading Hong Kong fish balls. Alright, let's go. Following Shiyu's gaze, Mu Chun spotted a neon sign reading Hong Kong fish balls. A folding table stood in front of the stall with plastic stools stacked neatly. Fish balls sizzled in the oil pot coated in a dark brown sauce. Boss, 2 skewers of fish balls, no spice, Muchuan said, scanning the QR code to pay. The metal skewers pierced the plump fish balls, clinking crisply against the paper bag. He handed one skewer to Shiyu and bit into a fish ball himself, hot juices bursting on his tongue. Still tastes like childhood, so chewy. Shiyu took small bites, sauce trickling down the corner of her mouth as she frantically searched for a tissue. Here. Muchuan produced a tissue from seemingly nowhere. Thanks. No problem. Muchuan watched the slightly bashful girl, realizing she had grown considerably prettier since last semester. Her looks were improving more and more. Was this what they meant by a girl's 18 transformations? A brief silence fell between them again. By the way, the first monthly exam of this semester is coming up. How's your preparation? Muchuan asked. Not bad, I guess, Shiyu nodded. Right, liberal arts is your strong suit. I tutored you in science before. Isn't it your turn to teach me liberal arts now? Muchuan raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Shiyu paused, then let out a soft laugh. If you don't mind my troublesome methods, then sure. No problem, I want to try your troublesome methods too. Let's meet tomorrow night at our usual spot. A sly, half-smiling grin of triumph spread across Mukin's face. Shiyu nodded. The usual spot was the classroom where they'd once watched movies during their tutoring sessions. Time had flown by. She had known him for nearly half a year now, and he was still that same carefree devil-may-care character. Shiyu sighed inwardly. Back at school, sitting in her dorm, Shiyu replayed the terrifying scene from earlier. She wondered if she'd still be alive to see Muchuan and Luo Jiuchuan if she hadn't reacted quickly enough, or if the police hadn't arrived. She had been a hair's breadth away from being strangled to death. She had truly experienced what it felt like to die. That sensation was like being transported back to that freezing night, memories stabbing into her scalp like needles, making it prickle. That was why she had been so emotionally unstable earlier. But she dared not reveal her vulnerable side in front of Muchuan and Luo Jiuchuan. Lost in thought, she drifted off to sleep on her bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom's Venetian blinds, casting slender patches of light on the desks. Shiyu walked into the sound of the morning reading bell, only to find Muchuan already seated. Morning. Muchuan waved at Shiyu. Morning. You're here pretty early. Shiyu sat down, her gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged textbooks on her desk. Muchuan, as if by magic, pulled a warm bottle of milk from his desk drawer, fine droplets of condensation clinging to its surface. I brought you some milk. Thanks. Shiyu took the milk, feeling the warmth seep through her fingertips, a faint warmth stirring in her heart. Just then Shen Yicheng walked in carrying a stack of homework, pausing for a moment when he saw Muchuan and Shiyu chatting. He sat down quietly and pulled a notebook from his backpack. Shiyu, the first monthly exam is coming up. I compiled the key points for the physics and chemistry exams. Not sure if it'll be useful for you. His voice was warm and polite as he gently placed the notebook in front of her. But she's in liberal arts now. What does she need a physics and chemistry notebook for? Besides, liberal arts exams are all just basic stuff, Muchuan scoffed, twirling his pen. Better than some people who do nothing at all. Or is someone afraid Shiyu might take their first place spot? Well, hasn't someone already lost it? Muchuan laughed, his smile carrying a youthful swagger. Shiyu, that milk isn't very nutritious. Drink less of it. You should have some soy milk instead. Shen Yicheng glanced at the milk in Shiyu's hand. His words seemed directed at her, but they were clearly meant for Muchuan. He pulled a beautifully packaged carton of soy milk from his backpack and set it in front of Shiyu. Muchuan frowned at the sight, about to grab it when Shiyu spoke up. Thank you, but I've already had milk today. I can't drink anymore. Shiyu waved her hand, declining Shen Yicheng's kindness. Oh, alright then. No problem. He'll just take it back. Soy milk goes sour if it sits out too long. Shen Yicheng took the soy milk away, a trace of dejection flickering in his eyes. Shiyu gave a slight nod. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward, especially feeling caught between the two of them. Shiyu thought for a moment, then proposed a seat change to Muchuan. Muchuan, you sit in the middle. He'll sit on the side. At Shiyu's words, both Muchuan and Shen Yicheng froze simultaneously. Then Mukin's eyes lit up instantly, secretly gloating to himself. If he sat in the middle, he'd have Shiyu all to himself. Shen Yicheng's face, however, darkened. He realized he'd be blocked by Muchuan, putting even more distance between him and Shiyu. Sure, he'll reluctantly sit in the middle then, Muchuan said, feigning reluctance. Even as he spoke, he swiftly shoved his backpack under the middle seat, afraid Shiyu might change her mind. Okay. Shiyu stood up and began gathering her things. Sure. You. Shen Yicheng watched her pack up, his lips parting slightly, but no words came out. What's wrong? Shiyu turned to look at him. Nothing. It's nothing. Shen Yicheng forced a bitter smile. Shiyu nodded, hugged her backpack, and moved to the seat beside. Muchuan sat down in the middle with a triumphant air. It looked much more proper to outsiders this way. After all, a girl sandwiched between two boys was a bit inappropriate. After class, Muchuan leaned in and whispered to Shiyu, raising an eyebrow. See you at the usual spot later. After class and dinner, he headed to their study spot. As night seeped through the window glass, the old classroom's fluorescent light cast a warm yellow glow into the empty corridor. You're here. Muchuan stood up and wiped the table, looking a bit goofy. Aren't you going to play basketball today? She thought. He played every day and Shed expected to wait for him, so she hadn't come early. Oh, you remembered I play ball. I made an adjustment recently. I figured the evenings are better spent studying. You're already so good, and you still work this hard. You're not leaving any room for others. Well, what if you surpass me if I don't work hard? She was taken aback. Is it that embarrassing if I surpass you? No, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. Seeing Shiyu a bit upset, Muchuan quickly explained. Just kidding. Shiyu smiled. Oh, you got angry twice today? I used to think you never got angry, Muchuan suddenly remarked. It's not that I never get angry. I just think it's unnecessary sometimes. Today I was just annoyed by all the questions. Don't take it personally. That wasn't me losing my temper at you. Muchuan opened his mouth, then seemed to think of something. True, I get it. Sometimes when my parents keep nagging me with question after question, I get annoyed too, and I can't help but lose my temper. But it's not out of malice. Anyway, alright teacher, sure, it's your turn to teach me now. Sure, you flipped open the history textbook lying on the desk. The yellowed pages gleamed faintly under the fluorescent light. Her fingertip traced the passage on the Xinhai Revolution, her voice carrying the crisp clarity unique to evening study sessions. Here pay attention to the direct trigger of the Wuchang uprising and also the shift in the constitutionalist stance. Mu Chun propped his chin on his hand, but his gaze wasn't on the book. When the girl lowered her eyes, her lashes cast delicate shadows beneath her lids. Her nose was small and elegantly upturned, and her lips pursed slightly as she spoke. He suddenly recalled how she had refused Shun Yicheng's soy milk that afternoon, decisive yet polite. Unlike how she was with him, where there was always a subtle, almost imperceptible indulgence. Mu Chun. Sure, you tapped his textbook with the tip of her pen. The key points are here, not on my face. Oh, haha. Mu Chun let out a soft chuckle. I was just thinking you explain things way better than our history teacher. At least you don't put me to sleep. He paused, then suddenly reached out and took the pen from her hand. But you should fix your grip. Your knuckles are practically digging into the paper. His fingertips brushed against the back of Sure Yes' hand. She instinctively tried to pull away, but he gently held it in place. Like this. Hold the pen with your thumb and index finger and support it with your middle finger. Sure, you froze. His voice was right by her ear, carrying that unique, slightly husky tone of a young man mingled with the faint chirping of insects from outside the window, stirring a flustered feeling in her heart. Got it. She yanked her hand back abruptly, pretending to tidy her tousled bangs. Next question. On the core propositions of the new culture movement. The old clock at the back of the classroom ticked steadily, and the projection screen on the wall bore mottled, shifting shadows. Mu Chun suddenly interrupted her. You mentioned wanting to change seats in class today. Is it because you feel uncomfortable squeezed between us? Sure, you was taken aback. She looked at Mu Chun and shook her head. No. So then you don't actually want to sit next to Shun Yicheng. Are you trying to use me as a shield? Sure, you. No, it's just that you two are too annoying, and it's affecting me. And are you even here to study? You keep interrupting me right when I've finally organized my thoughts. Mu Chun chuckled softly. He truly wasn't there to study, just looking for an excuse to be near her. Alright, I want to disturb you. Go on. Mu Chun dropped his teasing demeanor. He did stop interrupting her explanations, but instead started playing with her hair, which left Shiryu even more speechless. She couldn't pinpoint when it started, but she felt Mu Chun was becoming bolder with her. Before he'd hold back, but now he was getting handsy. My hair's dirty. Stop playing with it, Shiryu reminded him. No, it's not. I think it's fine. Mu Chun smiled, even showing her his palm to prove it wasn't dirty. Fine, Shed, just ignore him. Shiryu continued explaining the problems, unsure if he was even listening. This went on for 2 hours, with Mu Chun occasionally touching her, yet Shiryu didn't feel repulsed. Back when she was a boy, she never liked classmates touching her head. Even knowing it was a joke, she always felt it was humiliating for a guy to have his head patted. She suddenly thought of someone, her close friend from middle school, Lu Zhamping. That guy loved patting his head, and they'd even argued over it. She wondered how he was doing now. The school bell rang, signaling it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Hearing the bell, you felt a wave of relief. That's it for today? Are you coming again tomorrow? You asked. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Don't you find it boring? No, I think you explain things really well. Oh, nothing. I was just worried you might get bored hanging out with me. If you do, maybe we could go to the library instead. The library, huh? Sure, let's go there tomorrow. After leaving the teaching building, Mu Chun didn't head towards the boys' dormitory. Instead, he walked alongside Shiryu. Why are you going this way? The boys' dorm isn't over here, is it? Shiryu stopped turning around to ask when she noticed him following. I'm walking you back. Even though there aren't any bad people on campus, I'd feel better watching you get upstairs safely. The words were said casually, but they struck a chord. Shiryu's heart stirred. In the night, Mu Chun's profile was outlined by the soft glow of the streetlights, his stray hairs gently swaying across his forehead. Oh. The two walked in silence, Mu Chun stepping on her shadow until they finally reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Alright, we're here. Any further, and you'd have to come up with me. See you tomorrow then. After saying their goodbyes, they parted ways and Mu Chun returned to his dorm. Inside, he sat at his study desk thinking for a long time. Finally, he glanced at the calendar. Hanming, what do you think? If I confessed to Shiryu on April Fool's Day, how would that be? Mu Chun stared at the calendar. April 1st was just around the corner. Why April Fool's Day? Han Ming poked his head out from the top bunk. Aren't you afraid she'll think you're joking? Mu Chun kicked off his slippers and flopped onto his bed. The ceiling fan whirred overhead, spinning noisily and making his head throb. Exactly, because it's April Fool's Day, he said, pulling a pillow over his face, his voice muffled by the fabric. If I get rejected, I can just laugh and say gotcha and save face. Han Ming was stunned. What? Why do you think she'd reject you? That's not like you lacking confidence. It's not that I lack confidence. It's that she's too quiet. If it were any other girl, they wouldn't act like this around me. What if I confess and she just goes silent? Wouldn't that be super awkward? Besides, didn't she reject a guy before? Honestly, I think it's good that she's like that. No awkwardness if we stay friends. But I just don't want her to be with any other guy. Even though sure you always kept her distance from other guys. Man, you're such a jerk. You want it all. Scared of rejection, so you hide behind April Fool's Day, but you also want her to know you're serious. You can't have it both ways. But I remember asking her before, and she said she just wanted to focus on her studies. She used that same excuse to reject others. What if she uses it on me too? Han Ming hesitated. True. You two are in a lukewarm state right now. You do need a spark to ignite things. Maybe using April Fool's Day to test the waters isn't a bad idea. Han Ming glanced over at Hise, who was lying nearby with a goofy, knowing grin on his face. Damn it, why does he have a girlfriend, and we don't? I don't accept this. When is Lulu going to say yes to me? Han Ming suddenly wailed. Maybe you should try it on April Fool's Day too. Yeah, I think I might just do that. The results for the first monthly exam of the second semester were out. As expected, Mu Chun took first place, while Shunicheng came in second, just 2 points behind, and Shiryu secured third. Seeing the scores, Shiryu wasn't surprised. Actually, she had suspected that Shunicheng had held back last semester, which was why she got first. Now it was clear, he really had been holding back. Keep up the good work, Shin, Mu Chun said, patting Shunicheng on the shoulder. Shunicheng let out a cold snort. Though he couldn't stand Mu Chun, he had to admit that Mu Chun's grades were indeed better than his. April Fool's Day. The clamor of the holiday drifted from the hallway as several boys chased each other, pasting Emma fool slips onto others' backs. Shiryu watched their antics and couldn't help but chuckle. Boys were indeed so childish. This day held no special significance for Shiryu, but for those nursing secret crushes, it was indeed a perfect shield. As usual, Shiryu was still studying. She could accept getting third place this time. After all, she knew the strength of the two ahead of her. The sound of footsteps tapped closer, and a shadow suddenly fell over her workbook. Shiryu's fingers tightened around the pen. When she looked up, the hem of Zhang Lianzhou's white shirt had already brushed the edge of her desk. What's wrong? Her jet black hair shifted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Zhang Lianzhou. Shiryu, can you come out with me for a moment? I have something to tell you. Zhang Lianzhou's Adam's apple bobbed. Just say it here. Shiryu replied indifferently. She could probably guess what he was going to say given the experience last time. Seeing her cold expression, Zhang Lianzhou felt a bit awkward. He spoke softly. Oh well, it's still the same thing. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Having anticipated this, Shiryu showed little reaction this time, nor was she shocked. Classmate Zhang, I've made it very clear last time. We should focus on our studies now, not put our minds on this. I think that's an excuse. Zhang Lianzhou suddenly stepped forward half a step, bumping the desk with a dull thud. Shiryu's water cup wobbled, leaving a ring of water on the table. Your grades are already good, ranked third. If it weren't for Mu Chun and Shunicheng, you'd be first. So it's not about studying at all. Shiryu shook her head. It has nothing to do with ranking. I think students should act like students, not dwell on irrelevant things. Hey, you're lying. Zhang Lianzhou's voice suddenly rose. He continued, isn't it, because you think I'm not good enough for you that you rejected me? Shiryu looked at Zhang Lianzhou's persistent gaze, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the textbook. I didn't mean that. Shiryu lowered her eyelashes, her voice calm. I just don't want to consider these things at this stage. After saying that, she subconsciously glanced at Mu Chun's desk. So you do look down on me. Do you like Mu Chun? Shiryu's heart seemed to skip a beat upon hearing this. That's it. Yes, a man as outstanding as him. It's normal for many girls to like him. After all, he's handsome and studies well. But a guy like him, born to live in privilege, even if you two get together, do you think he will be sincere with you? After all, so many girls like him. If he meets someone better than you, he'll kick you away. Classmate Zhang, you're talking nonsense. I don't understand what you're saying. Really don't understand. Or are you deliberately playing dumb? You do like him, but you don't dare to confess because you're afraid of being rejected, just like me. At that moment, Wu Weinan walked over and grabbed Zhang Lianzhou. Lianzhou, you've gone too far. Let's go back. Shiryu, sorry, today is April Fool's Day. His mind is not quite right. He's just joking with you. He's usually like this, don't mind him. Wu Weinan hadn't expected Zhang Lianzhou to go crazy. He even felt embarrassed. Imperfectly clear-headed. Zhang Lianzhou broke free from Wu Weinan. Wu Weinan. Perhaps the commotion was too loud as the classmates all looked over, wearing expressions of eager spectators. What's going on? Is Zhang Lianzhou chasing Shiryu again? Wasn't he rejected last time? How could Shiryu accept him? They're not even from the same world. Harsh voices came from around. Actually, Shiryu had saved face for Zhang Lianzhou, giving him many outs, but he just wouldn't listen. Sure you am asking you again, can you be my girlfriend? Zhang Lianzhou's tone turned cold once more. Sorry classmate Zhang, I really haven't considered this issue now, and I don't. Haha fine I understand. What I just said to you was all a joke. Happy April Fool's Day. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. Sure you was stunned. She didn't laugh because she knew Zhang Lianzhou wasn't joking and the classmates also knew he wasn't joking. But as for the gossip, they only discussed in low voices. Sure you didn't know what they were discussing, but guessed it wasn't anything good. She bit her lip. She had never meant to hurt anyone. She had clearly rejected him already. At that moment Shinny Ching walked in from outside and sat down beside Sure you patting her shoulder. It's okay, don't mind it. This is not your fault. You've already rejected him, he doesn't appreciate it. If it were me, I would do the same. Shinny Ching had witnessed the whole scene outside. He had thought about coming in to help Sure you reject him, but what reason did he have to help her? What was his relationship with her? It's okay, don't mind it. This is not your fault. You've already rejected him, he doesn't appreciate it. If it were me, I would do the same. Shinny Ching had witnessed the whole scene outside. He had thought about coming in to help Sure you reject him, but what reason did he have to help her? What was his relationship with her? Unrequited love is doomed. Thank you. Sure you was grateful to have someone who understood her. At that moment Mu Chun walked in. Seeing Shun Yicheng sitting close to Sure you, he immediately sat between them to separate them. Shun Yicheng chuckled softly. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete with Mu Chun, but he knew that the person she liked was Mu Chun, so he respected her choice. Sure you, have you eaten? Mu Chun shook the steamed bun in his hand. I have. Perhaps because when he came in just now he saw Shin Yicheng sitting close to Sure you, which made him feel hostile toward Shin Yicheng. So until the day was over, Mu Chun suddenly remembered something. He forgot to confess. It was the Qingming festival. For Sure you, this day held a solemn significance, as she had two beloved souls to honor her grandmother, her second uncle, and her cat Huahua. Sure you, we have a 3-day holiday. Are you going home today? Mu Chuan asked. Sure you nodded. Yes. Oh, Mu Chuan scratched his head. What's wrong? Aren't you going back? Sure you looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Well, you never went back before. It's just a bit strange that you are now. To be precise, I have something to do this time. I need to pay respects at my grandmother's and second uncle's graves. They were very good to me, the ones who cherished me the most, so I must go. Sure you missed her grandmother and second uncle dearly. She also believed they must be missing her too. I see. Is your home far? Not too far, about half an hour by car. But I'm not going home, I'm going to the cemetery. My grandmother's and second uncle's graves are in Gongping town, so it'll be a bit of a detour. Having visited graves with her parents since she was young, Sure you knew her family had a communal cemetery. She guessed her grandmother and second uncle were buried there. Then, do you want me to come with you? Huh. Aren't you going home to tend to your family's graves? I don't want to. You know I ran away to this school to study. My family members definitely know about it. If I go back, I'll get an earful from my uncles. Imagine that scene, how awkward it would be. Sure you was taken aback by his words, and she actually began to imagine it. My boy, how could you stoop so low as to attend that kind of school? Xiao Chun, is there a girl you like at that school? There are plenty of fish in the sea. This kid has always been smart. Sure you pictured Mu Chuan being scolded and couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, what's wrong? Don't you want me to come along? Mu Chuan leaned closer to Sure you. She took a step back, lowering her head. It might be a bit troublesome because I'm going alone. How could she tell him that she was going secretly since her family had already cast her out? No problem, I wouldn't want to go if it were crowded anyway. Sure you hesitated, unsure how to refuse Mu Chuan. If she brought him along, he might see things and ask questions like who Wu Xian was. Mu Chuan, why do you want to come with me? Is it absolutely necessary? Sure you hadn't expected this, as it was all too sudden. I'm bored. He Zhe and Han Ming have all gone back. Was it just boredom? But did he know that his casual remark about being bored would put the girl before him in a difficult spot? Did he know anything about her past? And if he did, how would he react? Mu Chuan awaited Sure yes answer. She clutched the hem of her school uniform skirt. Oh, all right then. She steeled herself, thinking that perhaps things wouldn't turn out so badly. After packing their bags, the two set off for Sure yes' hometown. Throughout the journey, Sure you remained quiet. Mu Chuan sat beside her, watching her, occasionally teasing her, but she only offered a faint smile. Upon arriving in town, they took another bus to the cemetery in Gongping town, buying some bread and incense on the way. Since burning paper money wasn't allowed on the mountain, Sure you hadn't bought any. She looked at the boat-shaped paper money and was suddenly reminded of how she used to fold these little boats with her grandmother as a child. At the thought, her eyes reddened and welled up with tears. She missed her grandmother. Her eternal regret was not being able to see her grandmother one last time. She knew her grandmother must have been thinking of her at the end, yet she couldn't be there. She imagined her grandmother must have felt the same regret. The cemetery was halfway up the mountain, the path winding and muddy, made slippery by the recent rains. Whoa, so much mud. Mu Chuan suddenly stopped, frowning deeply. Be careful, don't dirty your shoes. Sure yes' gaze fell to the ground. She looked around, bent down to pick up a rain-soaked wooden board, and gently placed it over the muddiest part of the path. This way they won't get dirty. She straightened up, patting the mud from her hands. Indeed, they wouldn't get dirty now. Mu Chuan looked at the slippery slope and thought Sure you, a girl would surely struggle to climb it. This was his chance to shine. He'll go up first, then he'll pull you up. No sooner had he spoken than he shot up the slope like an arrow from a bow, his agile figure weaving effortlessly through the muddy path, reaching the top in the blink of an eye. Shiryu stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. Come on, come up. Mukin's voice came from above, his hand extended, palm facing up. Okay. Shiryu nodded and placed her hand in his. With his help, she used the leverage to push off and successfully climbed the slope, stumbling slightly as she nearly fell into his arms. Shiryu gently pushed away from Muchuin. Thank you. No problem. So where are your second uncle's and grandmother's graves? Muchuin asked softly, steadying her. I remember it should be the largest one in the middle. All this land here belongs to my hometown. Shiryu composed herself, her gaze sweeping over the dense array of tombstones before pointing towards a slightly more open area in the distance. Oh, Muchuin nodded. Let me lead the way. Shiryu walked ahead. Perhaps because no one had visited yet, the mountain was overgrown with wild grass reaching half a person's height and completely obscuring the path beneath. With every step, Shiryu had to test the ground with her foot, fearing she might step on something dangerous. Suddenly her ankle twisted violently, and she pitched forward. Ah! A startled cry pierced the silence as her knee struck a hard object, a sharp, fiery pain shooting up from her ankle. Muchuin reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand and steadying her. Shiryu, are you alright? He asked anxiously, his eyes fixed on her pale face. I'm fine, I think I hit a faucet. Shiryu bit her lip, enduring the pain. Be careful. Let me walk in front. Muchuin stepped forward. Shiryu tried to take a step, but a searing pain shot through her foot. She thought it was just her imagination, but when she tried to move again, she gasped sharply. What's wrong? Did you twist it? I don't know. It feels like I can't move it. It hurts when I do. Shiryu wasn't sure if she had twisted it. Without a word, Muchuin crouched down and carefully removed her mud-caked sneaker. Her fair, delicate foot was revealed, the ankle already swollen and bruised, an unnatural shade of purple. Shiryu watched him, his expression so focused, and her breath caught in her throat. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart pounded so loudly it seemed to echo in her ears. It seems like a bad sprain. Mukin's brow was furrowed with worry. Shiryu waved her hands, frantically struggling to stand, but the pain nearly brought her to tears. That would hurt you too much. Come on, I'll carry you up. Muchuin wouldn't take no for an answer. He pulled her arm over his shoulder. Shiryu waved her hands, frantically struggling to stand, but the pain nearly brought her to tears. That would hurt you too much. Come on, I'll carry you up. Muchuin wouldn't take no for an answer. He pulled her arm over his shoulder, wrapped his other arm around her legs, and gently lifted her onto his back, securing her firmly. Shiryu gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Mukin's neck, her cheek pressed tightly against his broad back. She could clearly feel his powerful heartbeat. It's just up ahead. Shiryu said, her face still flushed, pointing a slender finger forward. Muchuin trudged forward with her on his back, each step a careful negotiation around protruding rocks and muddy pits. As they drew closer, Shiryu's gaze was caught by a figure in the distance. It was a familiar, yet strange back. The figure stood tall before a tombstone, clad in a familiar black trench coat, its hem flapping in the mountain wind. Seeming to hear their footsteps, the figure slowly turned around. When Shiryu saw his face, she froze. Why was he here? Is he your relative? Seeing the man looking at him, Muchuin felt a bit awkward, especially since he was carrying someone from the man's side. No. Shiryu shook her head. The man walked over slowly, looked at Shiryu being carried by a boy, and smiled a gentle smile. Miss Shiryu, do you remember me? Chen Yanbai asked. Chen Yanbai exuded an air of righteousness. To Muchuin, he felt like an immovable mountain. I do. Shiryu nodded. And this is? Chen Yanbai asked, looking at Muchuin, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, noting their seemingly close relationship. Seeing the look in Chen Yanbai's eyes, Shiryu knew he had misunderstood. He's my classmate. His name is Muchuin. He came with me to pay respects. After saying this, she whispered to Muchuin, Muchuin, put me down. Oh. Muchuin gently set Shiryu down. Easy now. He carefully supported her. Officer Chen, why are you here? Shiryu asked, leaning on Muchuin, hobbling on one foot. I just came to see old Wu. What happened to your foot? Are you alright? Chen Yanbai had noticed Shiryu seemed off earlier. It's nothing, I just twisted it a bit when I came up, Shiryu replied. Is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? Chen Yanbai asked with concern. No need, thank you for your concern, Officer Chen. But why are you here to see my uncle? Are you and my uncle good friends? Chen Yanbai didn't answer her question, instead casting a scrutinizing glance at Muchuin before speaking after a few moments. Young man, could you excuse us for a moment? I have some things I need to discuss with her privately, and she's not in a position to move right now. Chen Yanbai said, glancing at Yes, swollen fair foot. Muchuin stood there dazed for a few seconds before it registered. Officer Chen, you're a police officer. Yes, hey, raise my badge. Out of professional habit, Chen Yanbai took out his badge and showed it to Muchuin. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just surprised that Shiryu would know a police officer. Muchuin scratched his head, wondering how Shiryu could know a cop. There are many surprising things in this world, young man. Chen Yanbai said with a smile, patting Muchuin on the neck. Hell, go ahead and give you two some privacy then. With that, Muchuin walked off to higher ground. Once he was out of earshot, Shiryu looked at Chen Yanbai. Officer Chen, what did you want to see me about? No need for formalities out here. And I'm not here as a police officer. Just call me Uncle Chun. Chen Yanbai's tone was gentle much like her uncle's. Uncle Chun, you wanted to see me? Wait. You knew I was coming. How? How did you know? Shiryu was puzzled. She hadn't told anyone about this, and coming to pay respects to her grandmother and uncle had been a spurofement decision. Your uncle told me. As he spoke, he pulled a letter from his coat and handed it to Shiryu. This is a letter he wrote to me before he passed. He said you were the person he worried about most in this world. He said he was sorry he couldn't protect you anymore, and he asked you not to blame him. He knew you were filial and would come to visit them secretly during Qingming, so he asked me to come and keep you safe. Keep me safe? What do you mean? You'll understand once you read it. Chun Yinbai patted Shiryu on the shoulder, then turned his back to her. Shiryu opened her uncle's letter. Brother, if you're reading this, I've already passed on. I never thought my time would come so soon. But I have no regrets because my child has grown up, even though I won't get to see him reach adulthood. I've failed my wife. I've left all my assets to them. If they're frugal, it should be enough to last until my son can start working. After that, it's up to him. It's my failing that I couldn't leave more for my son. But Zoe is a boy, and I believe he'll grow up to be a man of integrity. However, the one I truly can't stop worrying about is my nephew. She's a pitiful soul. She was inexplicably turned into a girl and then abandoned by my elder brother and his wife. You know what? That day they broke her head. It was heartbreaking to witness. How can there be such cruel people in this world? And he's my own brother. I truly can't comprehend it. Brother, I wanted to help her, but I was powerless. I had a wife and son to support, and I couldn't spare any more money. Even at the end I considered corruption, but I just couldn't do it. My conscience was tormented. So could I ask you to look after her? I know you're busy, and I wouldn't normally presume to ask. But on Qingming she might come to visit me and my mother. I don't want her to run into my brother. So on that day, could you be there to protect her? I don't want her to be hurt again. She's truly a filial child. Please. And one more thing, keep an eye on the boys around her. If she has a crush on someone, help her vet him. She's quite naive, and I'm afraid she'll be deceived. Uncle. Tears fell from Shiryu's eyes one by one onto the letter. Chun Yinbai turned around, pulled a tissue from his pocket, and handed it to her. She took it, letting out a quiet sob. Thank you. Chun Yinbai pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped it, and one stuck out. Smoke? Shiryu shook her head. No. Right, smoking on the mountain isn't really appropriate anyway. Had been about to light one, but thought better of it given they were in a public place. He put the pack away. Who's that kid? Chun Yinbai glanced towards Muchuan, who was walking up the mountain. He's my classmate, Shiryu replied softly. Oh. Chun Yinbai smiled. Looking at Shiryu so elegant and graceful, it was hard to believe she had ever been a boy. The transformation was seamless. If no one had told him she was once a man, he would have thought she was simply a perfect girl. He even felt a sudden urge to treat her like a daughter. Call him over. Wipe your tears, don't let him see you crying, Chun Yinbai said with a smile. Chun Yinbai looked towards Muchuan, who met his gaze and nodded in understanding before walking over. Chun Yinbai crouched down, picked up the incense, and placed the buns Shiryu had bought in front of the graves of Wu Qizhou and her grandmother. Uncle Chen, I can do that, Shiryu said, reaching out, but her foot was too painful to move. Take it easy, girl. Your foot isn't in any shape to be moving around. Just sit tight. Then she looked at Muchuan. Young man, you should pay respects to her grandmother and uncle on her behalf. Muchuan nodded. All right. He took the incense and knelt down with proper form. This is not right. Shiryu was stunned. He was just accompanying her to honor her ancestors. Having him do this on her behalf felt too informal. Girl, with your foot you can't kneel anyway. Let him do it for you, Chun Yinbai insisted. It's fine, Shiryu. Let me do it. Your foot is hurt, and I'm sure your uncle and grandmother would understand. Shiryu looked at Muchuan's bright, confident face. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Muchuan nodded and bowed 3 times before the graves. Okay, that's enough, Chun Yinbai suddenly said. Muchuan stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. We can't burn paper here. Well, wait for the incense to burn out before we head down. As he spoke, he looked towards the path down the mountain. Just as the words left his mouth, he seemed to see a group of people coming up from below. Shiryu looked up and glanced downward. When she saw that group of people, her expression shifted subtly. Chun Yinbai noticed the change in Shiryu's expression and immediately understood something. It's getting late, we should head back. By the way, you 2 little ones, do you have a place to stay? Both of them were taken aback. They truly hadn't considered that question. They had only thought about coming to pay their respects, not about where they would spend the night. Muchun certainly had nowhere to go as his family wasn't from the area, and Shiryu was likewise homeless. Seeing the look on their faces, Chun Yinbai understood. I see. In that case, I'll do you both a solid. You can stay at my place for the next few days. But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you and your family? Shiryu said, a little embarrassed. Since your second uncle entrusted you to me, I'm responsible for you. As for my family, don't worry. I live alone, so it's no trouble at all. Chun Yinbai had been devoted to his work for years and had never married or had children. Though his colleagues at the bureau constantly urged him to settle down, he was already approaching his 40s and had long lost any obsession with marriage. Besides, he was a workaholic. He felt that marrying would only hold someone else back. So he chose to remain unmarried. But his decision wasn't simply about staying single. It was multifaceted. First, he didn't want to burden anyone. Second, he genuinely had no time. Third, he had cracked too many cases that had crossed the interests of powerful people, and he didn't want his family to become his weakness. Thus, unless something unexpected happened, his entire life would be devoted to his country. Then, he'll be in your care. Follow me. Young man, can you carry her? I can. Mu Chun nodded, and was about to crouch down to lift her. Never mind, I'll do it. Before he even finished speaking, Chun Yanbai had already half-crouched, turning his back toward Shiryu. His movements Then, he'll be in your care. Follow me. Young man, can you carry her? I can. Mu Chun nodded, and was about to crouch down to lift her. Never mind, I'll do it. Before he even finished speaking, Chun Yanbai had already half-crouched, turning his back toward Shiryu. His movements swift, yet carrying an unyielding steadiness. He suddenly felt a surge of protective instinct toward Shiryu. Perhaps it was a father's innate nature. Climb on. The mountain path is steep and you can't walk with that injured foot. His voice carried the decisiveness of a seasoned investigator, yet at its tail end was a trace of gentleness barely perceptible. Shiryu froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at Mu Chun. Mu Chun was usually decisive and opinionated among his peers, but in front of an elder, he didn't know what to do either. Stop dawdling, young man. Help her up. Chun Yanbai patted his own shoulder. Mu Chun carefully guided Shiryu onto Chun Yanbai's back. As she was lifted up, the faint scent of soap and a barely there hint of tobacco lingered around her nose. A reassuring, distinctly adult masculine fragrance. Uncle Chennai, am I too heavy? Heavy. With that tiny frame of yours I could carry 2 more of you and still manage. Back in my police academy days I carried people heavier than you. Shiryu smiled at his words, suddenly remembering how her father had once carried her like this when she was little. Back then she had believed her father would shield her from all the storms of life. At that moment Wu Qizhong and a group, including her granduncle, were making their way up the mountain. As he watched Chun Yanbai and the others descending, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He was certain he had seen the person being carried somewhere before. Shiryu kept her head low and turned her face away, not daring to look up at him. Don't panic. He wouldn't dare try anything with Uncle Chen here. Chun Yanbai's voice was warm, and at that moment, she couldn't tell who her real family was anymore. Chun Yanbai carried Shiryu down the mountain and settled her into his car with Mu Chun following close behind and climbing in as well. After a little over half an hour they arrived at his home. It was an apartment allocated by the police dormitory back in the day, a benefit of a favorable national policy. Pushing open the door, despite the dwelling being over 2 decades old, it was kept immaculately tidy. A few simply framed landscape paintings adorned the walls, and an enamel mug sat on the coffee table, its rim chipped from years of use, a testament to its age and service. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the floor, lending the space an indescribable sense of tranquility. It must have been renovated at some point. The place is a bit old, but please don't mind. Chun Yanbai's voice came from the entryway. It's no trouble at all, thank you for taking us in. Have a seat, they'll get you some medicine. Kid, keep an eye on her, don't let her move around too much. Chun Yanbai set his gaze upon Shiryu filled with affection. Mu Chun quickly helped Shiryu settle onto the sofa, her eyes unconsciously sweeping across the room. Chun Yanbai soon returned from the inner room with a medical kit. When he knelt before Shiryu, his movements were far more gentle than they had been on the mountain. Roll up your pant leg, let me take a look. Shiryu obeyed without a word, revealing an ankle already swollen to the size of a small bun, mottled with an ugly bruised purple. Chun Yanbai frowned slightly. He first dabbed a cotton ball in iodine and gently cleaned the surrounding skin, his fingertips carrying a cool touch that unexpectedly didn't make her tense up. Tell me if it hurts, he said in a low voice, rubbing some anti-inflammatory ointment between his palms to warm it before carefully pressing it onto the swollen area. His pressure was just right, perfectly suited to promote blood circulation. Shiryu bit her lip and remained silent, but she secretly stole a glance at him. Chun Yanbai's profile was strong and defined, with faint lines etched at his temples, likely marks left from years of late-night casework. Yet in his eyes, focused intently on her injured ankle, there lay a gentle steadfastness, as steady as a mountain. Uncle Chun, did you used to treat injuries often? Mu Chun, watching from the side, was somewhat captivated and couldn't help but ask. Back when I was on the force, bumps and bruises were common among the brothers. This is all basic stuff. Chun Yanbai's hands never stopped, but his reply was natural. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? They'll go boil some noodles, just something simple to fill the stomach. The moment Shiryu heard the word simple, she instantly understood what he meant. She guessed Chun Yanbai wasn't much of a cook either. She frowned slightly. If it were just one person, a simple meal would be fine, but with 3 people here, it couldn't be rushed. Uncle Chen, I know how to cook. Let me do it. But your foot. Are you sure it's alright? Better to rest for a while. It's fine, it feels much better after applying the medicine. It doesn't hurt much now. What vegetables do you have in the fridge? Shiryu slowly straightened up, using the sofa arm for support. A dull ache shot through her ankle, but it was already significantly better than it had been on the mountain. After all, staying as a guest in someone's home, doing something to help would put her mind at ease. There's nothing fresh in the fridge, just a few eggs and a bunch of greens. Chun Yanbai said, opening the refrigerator door. It was indeed mostly empty, holding only a lonely egg carton and some greens wrapped in plastic wrap. I usually can't be bothered to cook for just myself. I either eat at the station's cafeteria or just grab something quick. Shiryu peered in and smiled. That's enough. Egg and vegetable noodles will be perfect. I'll even add a fried egg for you. She hopped towards the kitchen door on her good foot, and Muchuan quickly followed. Need any help? No need, I can handle this little bit myself, Shiryu said, supporting herself against the wall as she walked into the kitchen. Chun Yinbai watched her cautious, yet earnest back and suddenly felt as though this perpetually cold and quiet house had come alive. He had initially wanted to stop her, but the words died in his throat. Watching Shiryu skillfully tie on an apron, an inexplicable warmth welled up inside him. So this is what having a little girl feels like. How wonderful. If only she were his own daughter. So well-behaved and thoughtful. Shiryu first put a pot of water on to boil. While waiting for it to bubble, she started washing the vegetables. Her movements were light and her fingertips damp with water shimmered faintly in the sunlight. When she began to chop, she deliberately slowed her pace, wary of her unsteady footing. Strands of hair fell across her forehead, obscuring half her face, revealing only her tightly pressed lips and focused gaze. Sitting in the living room, Muchuan watched the small figure at the kitchen doorway, then glanced at Chun Yinbai sitting silently beside her, puffing on a cigarette. She suddenly felt the scene resembled a family. Wisps of smoke curled upwards from between Chun Yinbai's fingers, his gaze fixed on the kitchen. The softness in his eyes was something Muchuan hadn't seen at all back on the mountain. The water's boiling, Shiryu called out softly, dropping the noodles into the pot. As the noodles neared doneness, she started a separate pan to fry the eggs. She flinched slightly as oil splattered, but she still managed to flip the egg with a steady hand, its golden edges turning perfectly crispy and looking utterly appetizing. That smells amazing, Muchuan couldn't help but inhaled deeply. Shiryu tossed the greens into the pot and added seasonings to each bowl. Uncle Chen, do you eat spicy food? Just a little bit is fine. Shiryu added a small amount of chili oil to Chun Yanbai's bowl, then ladled the cooked noodles into the bowls, topping them with the vibrant greens and perfectly round fried eggs. Finally, she poured the steaming broth over everything, and the aroma filled the air instantly. Time to eat. She carried the bowl out, and Muchuan quickly stood up to take it from her. Chun Yanbai also picked up his own bowl. The three of them gathered around the small dining table, and the setting sun outside the window seemed to land right in their bowls, dyeing the noodles a warm orange hue. This is really good, way better than anything from outside. Not bad at all, little girl. Chun Yanbai took a bite of the fried egg, its exterior crispy, and the interior tender, the yolk still perfectly runny. Shiryu felt a bit shy from the praise and lowered her head, taking small bites of her noodles. I'm just glad you don't mind it. Muchuan was also wolfing down her food, mumbling with her mouth full. It really is good. This is the second time I've had Shiryu's cooking. Watching the two children eat with such relish, a long-missed feeling of contentment suddenly surged in Chun Yanbai's heart. He had been a policeman for most of his life, having witnessed too much darkness and evil, and had long grown accustomed to solitude. But at this moment, looking at the three steaming bowls of noodles on the table, and listening to the soft chatter between Shiryu and Muchuan, he felt that this was what life was truly supposed to be like. Sit still, I'll do the washing. Chun Yanbai held Shiryu down to keep her from moving. Due to her sprained ankle, Shiryu couldn't go out, and had to stay at Chun Yanbai's home to recover, mainly because Chun Yanbai wouldn't let her leave. Fortunately, Shiryu was someone who could sit still. She quietly watched TV at home, realizing it had been a long time since she last watched it. Hearing the familiar sound of the TV, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Uncle Chen, do you have the day off today too? Shiryu suddenly turned to ask Chun Yanbai. She wasn't sure if police officers had days off, as she had always imagined them to be on duty 247. Yes. Would you like some tea? Chun Yanbai was brewing tea. Sure. Shiryu nodded. She hadn't had tea in a long time. In their hometown, drinking tea was a daily ritual for everyone regardless of age or gender. But after going to school, there was nowhere to brew it. Shiryu glanced at Muchuan, who had been unusually quiet all day. This didn't match his usual boisterous demeanor. Seeing him so reserved was quite unfamiliar. Was it because Chun Yanbai was present? Although my house isn't big, I was lucky to have 3 rooms back then. Chun Yanbai suddenly spoke, placing the brewed tea before the two of them. Tonight each of you will have your own room. Don't worry, the quilts and beds are new, and I aired them out in the sun recently. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Shiryu held the teacup, the warmth spreading from her fingertips to her heart. The tea's aroma seemed to carry the scent of sunshine. Uncle Chun, this is pure tea. Oh, not bad, young lady, you know your tea. Chun Yanbai praised her. Not really. When my grandfather was alive, he often took my grandmother to the tea house, and they always drank this kind of tea. The taste is familiar, so I recognized it immediately. Then your grandmother must have doted on you. It's getting late, let's get some rest. Before entering her room, Shiryu glanced at Muchuan. Good night, she said softly. Good night, Muchuan replied. Shiryu lay in bed, unable to sleep. Muchuan's unusual silence today troubled her. It was out of character, so unlike him. Had he discovered something? She clutched the quilt. Meanwhile, Muchuan lay in bed, thinking all night, unable to sleep. Finally, he got up and walked to Chun Yanbai's room. Officer Chen, are you asleep? Muchuan knocked on the door. Not yet. A low voice came from within, slightly hoarse, as if pulled from deep thought. Can I come in and ask you a few questions? Sure, come in. As he pushed the door open, the smell of tobacco mixed with tea rushed to meet him. Chun Yinbai sat in a rot-tan chair by the window, a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, its ember flickering in the darkness. Have a seat. Chun Yinbai gestured with his chin towards the wooden stool opposite him. A thin layer of ash had accumulated in the ashtray. Muchuan nodded and sat down. He clutched the hem of his clothes, pondering how to begin when Chun Yinbai spoke first. It's about Shiryu, isn't it? The young man's head shot up, meeting the officer's calm, steady gaze. How did you know? Chun Yinbai didn't answer. Instead, he took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke that obscured his expression. Are you wondering why Shiryu's surname is Shir, but her second uncle's surname is Wu? Muchuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. And also, why doesn't Shiryu go to the memorial with her family, but instead chooses to pay her respects secretly on her own? Muchuan was stunned again. Yes. What do you think the reason is? Chun Yinbai threw the question back. I think maybe Shiryu doesn't get along with her family. But Shiryu is so well-behaved, she doesn't seem like the rebellious type. So it must be her family's problem. Also, does Shiryu take her mother's surname? A bit clever, but not much. However, I won't tell you. This is something Shiryu has to tell you herself. I don't have the right to make that decision for her. Or you can ask her yourself if she's willing to tell you. Chun Yinbai said calmly. I've asked, but she wouldn't tell me. Chun Yinbai was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Are you very concerned about her past? Yes, I want to know what happened to her. Why, is her past so important? Shouldn't people look forward? I want to understand her past to know why she's always so insecure. And when I first met her, she seemed to have injuries on her as if she had been hit. Oh, you care about her that much. Do you like that girl? Mukin's pupils contracted sharply. Answer me, don't hesitate. Chun Yinbai's gaze turned serious as he looked at Muchuan. If you're a man, be brave enough to own your feelings. Yes. Do you truly like her? Or is it just a fleeting fancy? Seeing Muchuan hesitate, Chun Yinbai shook his head. You hesitated. I'm disappointed in you. I truly do like her. Mukin's voice suddenly rose. Then why haven't you told her? Or is it that you don't like her that much? You just think she's pretty cute. No, it's because I'm afraid she'll reject me, and then we can't even be friends. How do you know without trying? If you don't even have the courage to confess, will you also back down when faced with difficulties in the future? Chun Yinbai was deliberately testing Muchuan, wondering if he was truly reliable. If you can't take on the responsibility, then leave her now. Don't let her think you'll bring her happiness. Before Muchuan could reply, Chun Yinbai continued. Do you know who I am? You're a police officer. A police officer? Do you think a police officer would meddle in this kind of personal affair? Muchuan shook his head. Then why do you think I'm involved in this? I don't know why. Because I was entrusted by someone. She is a niece of a friend of mine. Chun Yinbai almost blurted out niece, but quickly corrected himself. Child, he entrusted her to me. So I have to be responsible for her. Do you understand? I understand. Under Chun Yinbai's imposing presence, Mukin's usual flamboyance faded into obedience. Such was the aura of the head of the criminal investigation unit. She probably hasn't told you her secret, has she? Chun Yinbai's tone softened, noticing Mukin's tension. No, but she said she would tell me after we graduate from high school. That's right. You're not yet worthy of knowing her secret. Anyway, don't be too hard on yourself. I can see that she has some feelings for you too. If you truly like her, you can give it a try. She has feelings for me. Really, Officer Chun? Chun Yinbai frowned. Two fools. Muchuan gently opened the door, ready to step out, his mind still mulling over Chun Yinbai's words. Does she really like me? Could it be that she likes me too? Then why didn't she say it? He didn't look up as he walked, his gaze fixed on the tips of his shoes. Just as he opened the door, Shiryu walked in, and Muchuan's hand accidentally bumped into her head. Ouch! That hurts. Shiryu cried out in pain, startling Muchuan back to reality. Shiryu, why are you out? Are you alright? Rubbing her forehead, Shiryu shook her head, her sleepy eyes resembling a newly awakened kitten. I'm fine. Muchuan, what's wrong? I heard you shout just now from my room. What happened? Nothing, Muchuan replied, his gaze shifting as he caught sight of a shadow in the corner fabricating a lie. I just thought I saw a cockroach scurry by. It's nothing now. Hearing this, Shiryu suddenly burst into laughter. What? You're actually afraid of cockroaches? Are you saying you're not? Muchuan deliberately leaned in closer to her. What's there to be afraid of? I see them all the time and just step on them. Brave of you, but you shouldn't step on cockroaches. Otherwise they'll only multiply. Why? Because when you crush them, eggs are released, and those eggs hatch into even more cockroaches. Muchuan explained. Oh, no wonder they kept increasing. Well, as long as you're okay, they'll head back to sleep. Shiryu, wait. Muchuan suddenly grabbed her hand. Shiryu froze, staring at him as her hand was tightly held. Wah! What is it? Shiryu's hand ached from his grip. I have something to tell you. Muchuan looked at her earnestly. What? Let go of my hand. It hurts. Realizing his sudden impulse, Muchuan released her hand. Sorry. Did I hurt you? Is your foot better? Emma, much better. Then how about we go out for a walk tomorrow? I'd like to explore this place. You can be my guide. Sure. Alright, get some rest then. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window like honey. Sure, you stood at the entrance waiting for Mu Chen. Up so early. Going in the morning means no entrance fee. But since it's a holiday, it's open to the public anyway. Oh, you already have a place in mind. After explaining to Chun Yinbai, they walked and chatted, heading to the renowned Honggong Red Square. The most famous landmarks here are Honggong Hongchang and the Martyrs Cemetery. Did you know? There are only 2 red squares in the world, one in Russia and one here in Haifeng, China. Sure, you turned to face Mu Chen. You've heard of Honggong and Hongchang, right? Yes, I've always wanted to visit, but never. Oh, do you know its history? Yes, it's the birthplace of the first county-level Soviet regime. I read about it in history textbooks. Peng Pai led the peasants in revolution here back then. She said softly, as if afraid to awaken the sleeping history. He piled up the landlord's land deeds and burned them in Hongchang, the flames lighting up half the sky. Mu Chen listened intently to her introduction. He himself was a landlord's son. My middle school was near his old home, which was open for visits. I even went inside. That's like a cross-time encounter with a great figure. See that bronze statue? That's Peng Pai. Handsome, isn't he? A true man of indomitable spirit. Mu Chen followed her gaze to the statue. Peng Pai's figure stood tall in the morning light, the folds of his clothes seemingly still shaped by the wind of that era. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. He truly is an indomitable spirit. I don't think I'd be as brave as him. He's a man worth celebrating. Let's go inside. It's rare that it's open for free on holidays. Usually you have to pay. Sure, you pushed open the wooden door of Honggong, a creak like a sigh seeping out of old times. The red walls inside seemed heavier than they appeared from outside, with bits of brick embedded in the mottled surface. Sunlight cut diagonally, casting window lattice shadows on the floor, dust motes swirling slowly in the beams. This used to be a school, later converted into the office of the Soviet regime. Sure, yes, fingertips lightly traced the display case along the wall, where yellowed mimeographed documents were exhibited. Look at this. It's the land reform program from back then. The characters were written with brushes, later printed in lead type. Mu Chen leaned in to look. The edges of the document were curled, ink smudged, but the words, "all land to the peasants," were still legible. When I was a kid, the school organized trips here, and the teacher made us recite Peng Pai's farmer's son curses the landlord. Sure, you suddenly laughed, her voice crisp like wind chimes. Back then I thought the lines were tongue twisters. Now thinking about it, the farmer's son plows till he dies, the landlord sits home eating white rice. Every line is soaked in blood. Mu Chen followed her gaze to the oil painting at the end of the hall. It depicted farmers holding hoes gathered in Hongchang, the fire blazing red in the night sky, flickering lights dancing on everyone's faces. He suddenly turned and asked, "Did you feel scared coming here as a child?" "I did." Sure, you nodded, unconsciously tracing the edge of the display case. "Back then I thought the eyes of the martyrs in the photos were always watching me. Later my grandfather said they weren't watching me. They were watching the days we live now. Look at the sky outside, so clear and bright, people walking on the streets with smiles. That's what they wanted." Mu Chen said nothing, just staring at the flames in the painting. Morning light fell from the high window, landing right on his eyelashes. Sure, you suddenly noticed a tiny mole under his eye, like a mark scorched by fire. "Let's go to Hongchang," she said, tugging his sleeve. Her fingers hesitated for a moment when they touched his wrist, then quickly withdrew. Hongchang was more spacious than imagined. The bluestone pavement was polished, shiny, and a red flag fluttered atop the central pole, snapping in the wind. Nearby, an elderly man was flying a kite with a child. The kite's string glinted silver in the sunlight, soaring higher than the eaves of Honggong. "This is where the land deeds were burned." Sure, you pointed to the open space beneath the flagpole. "Now it's a square dance venue. Lots of people come here to dance in the evening." She suddenly crouched down and picked up a fallen phoenix flower petal. "See, the phoenix flowers bloom every year as red as the flames back then." Mu Chen crouched, as well, looking at the petal in her palm. Its edges were serrated a red so vivid it seemed to bleed, yet softened by the morning light into a warm glow. "Sure, he began, his voice carried away by the wind. "Do you think a person can endure many years for a single thought?" Sure, yes, fingers tightened around the petal as she looked up at him. The sunlight fell right into Mu Chen's eyes, bright, as if stars were dancing. "Maybe," she said, placing the petal on the stone slab, watching the wind roll it away. Like Peng Pai. He could have been a rich young master, but he chose to burn the land deeds, all for the thought of land for everyone. Mu Chen gazed at her profile, the morning light casting a tiny shadow under her nose like a resting butterfly. He suddenly smiled, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. "How about we visit the Martyrs Cemetery? I heard the trees there are very tall." Sure, you also rose, brushing the petal fragments from her hand. The pines and cypresses were planted back then. They're almost too thick for 2 people to embrace now. I shall store away the past, weave a beautiful dream. Perhaps it will only lead to greater pain in the end of false joy, yet what does it matter with no one to share it? Love's wound. The Martyrs Cemetery had 4 gates. Sure, you led Mu Chen through the eastern gate, above which were carved the characters' loyal souls, the strokes vigorous and sharp, like a blade polished by time. "The eastern gate is closest to the monument." Sure, yes, voice lowered slightly, her footsteps on the bluestone slabs making barely a sound. When I was in middle school, the school organized tomb sweeping trips on Qingming Festival, and we always entered through here. The teacher said walking through the eastern gate lets the martyrs see the sun rise in the east first. Mu-chan looked up. The eastern sunlight filtered through the layers of pine and cypress leaves, scattering golden specks like fragments of sunlight onto the walls of martyrs' names on both sides. The wall was densely covered with names, some blurred by wind and rain. Yet Shiryu pointed at a line and whispered, "This is Uncle Li's grandfather. He was only 19 back, then followed Peng Pai in the peasant movement, and when he died he still clutched the undelivered leaflets in his arms." Mu-chan leaned in to look. The name was not deeply carved, as if chiseled stroke by stroke with a small knife ending with a tiny t. Perhaps the carver's hand had trembled. They were all so young. Mu-chan's fingertip hovered before the wall, afraid to touch, fearing it would brush away the time clinging to those names. Yes, Shiryu walked deeper, her steps light, as if afraid to disturb something. "Over there is an unknown tomb burying 7 soldiers who left no names. My grandfather said they came from elsewhere, wore straw sandals, and followed the army, and in the end no one even knew where their homes were." Before the unknown tomb lay a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums, petals still glistening with dew. Perhaps someone had come this morning. The tombstone was simple, inscribed only with the words "Tomb of Unknown Martyrs." Behind it stood an old pine, its trunk wrapped in several coils of red silk. When the wind blew, the silk fluttered like the tattered red flags of those soldiers. Shiryu crouched down, gently brushing away fallen leaves from before the tombstone, her movements familiar, as if she had done it many times. "When I was little, I was always afraid of this place. The pine trees were too green, the silence too unsettling. Later my grandfather said they weren't afraid of people coming. They hoped people would come. They hoped we would know that the reason we can now walk on bluestone slabs under the sun is because they fought for it in mud and water." Mu-chan also crouched down, watching her slender fingers trace the rough surface of the tombstone. Suddenly he recalled how she looked yesterday when she spoke about Peng Pai burning the land deeds. The light in her eyes was the same, as now, carrying both reverence and tenderness. Back then, did people all believe in the future? Mu-chan asked, his voice scattered by the wind. A future they themselves would never see. Shiryu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she took out a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and placed it on the stone platform before the tomb. The wrapper was transparent, and the sunlight made it sparkle like a tiny sun. "My grandmother said that when she was little, my great-grandfather told her that before setting off, the soldiers would encourage each other, saying after victory, 'Well, let our children go to school and fill the ridges with rice.' What they believed in was probably just that. Actually, when I was little, I didn't know what the martyrs' cemetery meant. I thought it was just an ordinary square because no one told me it was a place of historical significance. And look outside the cemetery, many elderly men are taking walks, children are chasing and playing, and there are exercise equipment. Who would imagine this is a solemn place? But then again, isn't this exactly what the ancestors wanted to see? To see children growing up happily chasing freely. That's what they wanted to see, isn't it? Yes. Seeing the children so happy, their sacrifices become meaningful. They were truly great, using their lives to create a world of peace and prosperity for us." The two walked slowly along the pinyon-suppressed path. Suddenly a grasshopper leaped out from the roadside. Shiryu was startled and leaned half a step closer to Mu-chan, then quickly steadied herself, her earlobes flushed red. Mu-chan pretended not to notice, but secretly slowed his pace. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not scared. I was just startled," Shiryu quickly explained. Indeed, she was startled. Though she wasn't afraid of insects, she could sometimes be frightened by her own shadow. Mu-chan looked at Shiryu's flushed face and suddenly recalled Chen Yanbai's words. So her blush meant shyness. Mu-chan thought back to the moments he had spent with Shiryu, and suddenly realized she had been hinting at him all along. So did she really like him? But why didn't she tell him? Mu-chan prided himself on being good at understanding girls' feelings. After all, girls who wanted to pursue him, he could tell at a glance, and they often confessed to him proactively. But if Shiryu had feelings for him, why didn't she confess like other girls? Sometimes her behavior was too indifferent, not like the attitude of a girl who wanted to pursue him. So Mu-chan fell into a dilemma. Shiryu's thoughts were truly unfathomable to him. If not for Chen Yanbai's words, Mu-chan would have been certain that Shiryu had no interest in him. But ever since yesterday, when Chen Yanbai told him that Shiryu actually had a soft spot for him, he had started trying to test her. Shiryu checked the time. They had set out at 7:30 in the morning, and it was already 9:30. Time flies so fast. 2 hours have passed without us noticing, and we've only visited 2 places. This place doesn't look big, but it actually takes quite a while to walk around. Mu-chan replied. Yeah, no wonder some people can shop all day long. Shiryu's casual remark sent Mu-chan into thought again. Some people. All day long. Was she hinting that she wanted him to accompany her for an entire day? Actually, Shiryu hadn't meant that at all, and she didn't even like shopping. The two grew tired and sat down on the sidelines to watch a group of people playing soccer. The players looked very young, probably middle school students. There were several larger fields, but they were sandy and grassless. Yet they played with great enthusiasm. That was the joy of children. As they sat watching the game, Mu-chan stole a glance at Shiryu. Up close, she was truly beautiful, especially those big eyes and that delicate face. Mu-chan swallowed hard, his heart suddenly pounding. For the first time, he felt a flutter for a girl. This natural reaction of youthful hormones was beyond his control. Shiryu had been deliberately keeping her distance from Mu Chun. The space between them could fit another person. Mu Chun deliberately moved closer to Shiryu. At that moment, a wicked thought arose in his mind. He wanted to hold her in his arms and tell everyone she is my girlfriend. No, Mu Chun, you can't do that. Shiryu will be angry. What's wrong? Shiryu happened to look at Mu Chun and saw him making strange movements. Nothing. Nothing. A ladybug landed on your shoulder, and I brushed it off. Well, thanks. Shiryu's reaction was once again beyond Mu Chun's expectations. Though he was lying, she didn't seem afraid of bugs. Most girls would have jumped at the mention of a ladybug. Goal. The players on the field suddenly cheered. Nice. That boy plays really well. That volley shot. Shiryu clapped along. Mu Chun was taken aback, then a bit displeased. He quickly said, really? I think it's just average. I could have scored that goal too, and probably even better. Shiryu didn't argue because she believed Mu Chun could indeed do it. How do you think I look when I play basketball? He suddenly leaned closer. Huh. Pretty good, I guess. Shiryu looked at him strangely, not understanding why he was suddenly asking about his basketball skills. Then why didn't you cheer when I scored? Oh, that's different. Basketball and soccer have different scoring frequencies. In basketball, you can score dozens of times in a game. If I cheered for every shot, my voice would be gone. In soccer, you only get 1 or 2 goals per game, or even none, so cheering is normal. Mu Chun furrowed his brow. Though he was satisfied with her explanation, he still felt annoyed that she had cheered for another guy. You can cheer for me sometimes then. Huh. Is that not okay? Well, why? It's not like you lack people cheering for you. I think you don't need my cheers, right? It's different. I want to hear you say it. Suddenly a few flashily dressed middle school girls approached. They looked younger than Shiryu, at least in age. Wow, that handsome guy is so hot. A few bold girls walked over and stared at Mu Chun with adoration. The moment they approached him, Shiryu froze. She had forgotten that Mu Chun was someone girls often chased after. Maybe because she had been around him for so long without any girls hitting on him, she had forgotten. Seeing these girls flirt with Mu Chun, Shiryu recalled when she used to be a guy and was also approached by girls. When she was a boy, she was quite handsome, fair-skinned and delicate, almost a school heartthrob in middle school. Sometimes girls from other classes would deliberately stop her in the hallway. Some even wrote letters confessing to her, but for certain reasons she rejected them. Handsome guy, handsome guy. Shiryu hadn't seen girls hit on him in a while. She wondered what he would do. She watched his reaction quietly from the side. Sister, you're pretty too. Are you two siblings? Mu Chun suddenly grabbed Shiryu's hand, gazing at her tenderly. No. Oh, so you're brother and sister then. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? The girl continued. Shiryu was stunned. So in others' eyes they looked more like siblings. Mu Chun's fingertips gently brushed the back of Shiryu's hand. The warmth of his palms seeped through the thin fabric like a sun-warmed stone in spring. He looked up at the girls, his voice carrying a hint of subtle amusement, but each word was clear. Neither. The girls hesitated. One with a high ponytail leaned in then. She's my girlfriend. Mu Chun tightened his grip on Shiryu's hand. Huh. Shiryu stared at him stunned. But Mu Chun looked proud, as if proclaiming something momentous. Oh, so you're a couple. You two look great together. Sorry, sister, but you didn't seem very close, so I thought you were siblings. Indeed, Shiryu had been keeping a distance from Mu Chun, so they didn't look like a couple. The girls finally took the hint and left. After they were gone, Shiryu was completely dazed. Mu Chun secretly watched her expression, looking for any change. Sorry about that. I just said you were my girlfriend to stop them from pestering me, or they would have kept bothering me. It's annoying. You're not mad, are you? Shiryu shook her head. It's fine. I figured as much. At that moment, a pair of sharp eyes were fixed on Shiryu and Mu Chun. Shiryu, is there a big shopping mall around here? Preferably one with an arcade and an entertainment center. Mu Chun turned his head, a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Shiryu beside him. Shiryu raised an eyebrow and gave a light click of the tongue. As luck would have it, there is one, the Blue Sky Plaza. Why you want to go? Would you accompany me? Sure, I've got nothing better to do. Shiryu agreed readily. Hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Mukin's lips. Funny enough, that place is less than 100 meters from us. There's a shortcut through a small path that's pretty close. Shall we take the small path? The Blue Sky Plaza was located about 100 meters to the left of the Martyrs Cemetery. Alright, let's go. You lead the way. The two exited through the main gate of the cemetery and followed a narrow path toward the plaza. Old locust trees lined both sides of the path, their dappled shadows scattered across the ground. As the wind blew, the leaves rustled softly. They hadn't walked far before encountering a traffic light. While waiting, Mu Chun gazed at the faint outline of the mall ahead, a flutter of excitement rising in his chest. When the light turned green, they crossed the street and soon arrived at the Blue Sky Plaza. On the ground floor outside the plaza, the yellow McDonald's sign was particularly conspicuous, flanked by several jewelry stores whose window displays glimmered under the lights. Peering further in, one could see a multitude of shop signs bustling with activity. Mu Chun couldn't help but marvel. It's much bigger than I imagined. Of course, this is the biggest mall in our town, 6 floors in total. I recall the entertainment center is on the 4th floor. Do you want to take the escalator or the elevator? Shiryu asked. Let's take the escalator so we can see what each floor has to offer, Mu Chun replied. Alright, let's enter through the main entrance. Muchuan followed Shiyu into the mall, and as they approached the escalator his gaze fell upon the floor directory beside it. Huh, there's a cinema here too. He noticed the cinema label on the 6th floor and felt a pleasant surprise. I think so. Why? Shiyu turned to look at him. How about we catch a movie together after we're done playing? Sure that works. Shiyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Great, let's head up to the 4th floor first. As the escalator ascended they observed the sights on each level. The 2nd floor was the women's fashion section with racks full of various clothing. The 3rd floor featured men's and children's wear interspersed with a few sports brands. Soon they reached the 4th floor. Stepping off the escalator, they entered the entertainment center. The lighting here was dim with colorful neon lights flashing across various arcade machines accompanied by a cacophony of game sound effects and the laughter of patrons. Inside, many stylishly dressed young men and women were gathered in groups around the machines, thoroughly engrossed in their games. Shiyu pointed to the token exchange counter nearby. The tokens here seem to be 1 yuan each, which is pretty pricey. And you can't just pay directly to play, you have to buy tokens first. Even the roller coaster and skiing games require their tokens. Muchuan smiled nonchalantly. No worry, since we're here, let's have a good time. He walked straight to the token counter and said to the attendant, please exchange 100 tokens for me. With that he pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Huh, why so many? Shiyu looked at him in astonishment, her eyes widening slightly. What's wrong? Is 100 a lot? Muchuan asked, a bit puzzled. Of course it is. When I came with my cousin before we only used less than 20 tokens in an entire afternoon, sometimes not even 10. Shiyu explained. What did you guys play to use so few? Muchuan asked curiously. Watched others play arcade games, or played a bit myself. Shiyu's voice lowered. Arcade games. Didn't expect a girl to be into that. Muchuan looked at Shiyu with a hint of surprise. A slight blush crept onto Shiyu's cheeks, and she let out a soft averting her gaze. Come on, let's go play bumper cars. Muchuan tugged at Shiyu's arm, changing the subject. Oh, Shiyu responded, following him towards the bumper car area. As soon as they arrived, a female attendant enthusiastically greeted them. Are you two taking a couple's bumper car, or riding separately? It's 10 tokens per person for singles, and 15 tokens for two on the couple's car. Both options give you 15 minutes of playtime. I'm not playing, he is. Shiyu quickly waved her hand, and took a small step back. Muchuan was momentarily stunned. He had intended to play with Shiyu. Without her, what was the point? He hastily grabbed Shiyu's hand, his tone urgent. She's playing, she will. Muchuan, forget it. It's pretty expensive to go in there, 10 yuan per person. I'd rather just watch you play. I don't really feel like playing anyway, no need to waste the money. Shiyu tried to pull her hand free, saying softly. Then let's do the couple's car. He'll pay. Muchuan's tone was firm. It doesn't seem right. Shiyu hesitated, a look of embarrassment in her eyes. Come on, consider it payment for being my tour guide, how about that? Muchuan persuaded with a smile. Shiyu thought for a moment, then mumbled, the couple's car is indeed cheaper. Alright then. Muchuan nodded in satisfaction and handed 15 tokens to the attendant. The attendant smiled, took the tokens, and opened the railing to let them in. Pick any car you like. The red one was just serviced, but steering wheel is especially smooth. Muchuan directly led Shiyu to the red bumper car. The car had a crookedly painted heart on its side, which looked somewhat endearing under the flashing lights. Shiyu had just sat down and hadn't even fastened her seatbelt when the surrounding cars suddenly started with a loud vroom, startling her into gripping the steering wheel tightly. Don't worry, we won't get hit. Muchuan turned the key and the car gave a slight jolt. See that guy in the blue shirt over there? He's been ramming into everyone. Let's team up and corner him later. Before Shiyu could react, a yellow car slammed into them from the diagonal rear, causing the car to shake violently. She instinctively leaned closer to Muchuan. The man in blue suddenly looked over at them and drove his car charging towards them. Muchuan swiftly turned the steering wheel with quick reflexes, and the red bumper car spun around agilely, causing the man in blue to nearly crash into the guardrail. Damn it! How dare you hit me? The man in blue cursed. Nice move. Shiyu couldn't help but laugh, tapping her fingers lightly on the steering wheel. So what's the plan now? Hold on tight. Muchuan stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, circling the arena. Under Muchuan's control, the red bumper car darted about with the agility of a fish, sometimes surging forward to shake off the yellow car in pursuit, sometimes executing a deft turn to evade an oncoming rival. Shiyu initially gripped the steering wheel tightly, her palms damp with nervous sweat, but as she watched the focused lines of Muchuan's profile and heard his occasional soft laughter, her heart gradually began to ease. Turn left. Muchuan suddenly called out. Shiyu instinctively spun the wheel, and the red bumper car swerved with a whoosh, narrowly brushing past a blue car. The driver in blue cursed under his breath and began to turn around, but Muchuan had already floored the accelerator, gently bumping the rear of the opponent's car. The blue car wobbled and careened straight into the side railing, drawing a chorus of laughter from the crowd. So you're quite good at this, Shiyu said, turning her head, the lights reflecting a shimmering glint in her eyes. Muchuan raised an eyebrow. Came a few times with my brother before. He always said I ram people like I bore them a grudge. Before he could finish, they were suddenly slammed from behind, jolting them both forward. Sure yes, elbow accidentally knocked against the steering wheel, and she let out a hiss of pain. Are you okay? Mu-chan immediately grabbed her wrist. I'm fine. Sure you pulled her hand back and rubbed it, then a sly smile crept onto her face. That was the green car that hit us, right? Want to get back at them? Mu-chan was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a grin. Just what I was thinking. He threw the car into reverse, and the red bumper car shot back like an arrow from a bow, slamming into the still-spinning green car with a loud thud. The two guys in the green car yelped in surprise. Sunlight slanted in through the skylight of the entertainment center. Mu-chan glanced at the small figure beside him, and suddenly felt the steering wheel in his hands mattered far less. The 15 minutes flew by. When the chimes sounded, Mu-chan felt the time had passed too quickly, that he hadn't yet savored the joy of being with her. Sure you, still buzzing with excitement, patted the steering wheel. I never knew this was so much fun. I always thought it was for kids. Want to come again, next time? Mu-chan unbuckled his seatbelt and reached out to help her down. Do you know how to ski? As Mu-chan got out, he spotted the ski area nearby. No, I've never tried. Sure you shook her head. It was true, she had never skied. Growing up too poor, she had never had the chance to enjoy such expensive pastimes. And being constantly oppressed by Wu Qizhong had left her out of step with her classmates, breeding a deep-seated inferiority complex. But Mu-chan was different. He always encouraged her, giving her hope for life. I know how. I can teach you, Mu-chan said with a raise of his eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. No, it's fine. If you want to ski, I'll just watch you. Sure you didn't want Mu-chan to see her make a fool of herself. Come on, give it a try. Look, it never snows in the southern part of the city. This is a rare chance to experience skiing. It'd be a shame to miss it. But I can't even stand steadily. It's okay, I won't let you fall, Mu-chan said with unwavering certainty, the sincerity in his eyes making sure you waver. He turned and walked towards the ski resort's reception desk. Would like to ski. How long can we go for? The receptionist, a sweetly smiling young woman, looked them over and replied enthusiastically. 8 tokens for 15 minutes, 10 tokens for 30 minutes. Is this handsome young man here with his girlfriend? No, I'm not his. Sure you hastily waved her hands in denial, but her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Yeah, is there a discount for bringing a girlfriend? Mu-chan interrupted her, casting a sly glance at Shiryu. Yes, there is. For the couples package, we only charge for one person and the girlfriend gets in free, the receptionist said with a knowing smile, her eyes darting between them, as if enjoying the show. Mu-chan looked at Shiryu. See, it's 10 tokens for one person or 10 tokens for 2. It's a no-brainer. Well, alright, since it's free, I guess we can try it. This was the 3rd time today she had inexplicably been his girlfriend. Still, if being a fake girlfriend could save him some money, at least she was useful for something. The ski area featured a simulated slope with a soft white synthetic snow carpet underfoot, giving a surprisingly realistic feel of snow. Mu-chan first helped Shiryu into the heavy ski boots, then secured her onto the snowboard before swiftly gearing himself up. Relax your body, bend your knees a little like this. Mu-chan stood behind her, his hands hovering near her waist, guiding her posture. Keep your center of gravity low. Don't be afraid to fall. I'm right here. Shiryu's body was as stiff as a board, her hands clenched tightly around the ski pole's knuckles white. She stared down at the snowboard beneath her feet, feeling as if both feet were nailed to the ground, wobbling violently at the slightest movement. Mu-chan wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Feeling her soft body against his, he swallowed hard, his face turning bright red, though Shiryu didn't notice. Shiryu's breath hitched. She could clearly feel Mu-chan's warm breath on the back of her neck. His hands on her waist provided just the right amount of support, steadying her swaying frame without feeling intrusive. Her ears turned red and her voice came out strained. I'm really going to fall. If you fall, I'll catch you. Mu-chan's voice was right by her ear, the playful lilt tickling her earlobe. Now lift your right foot. Good, now shuffle forward slowly. His palm rested against her side, and through the thin fabric of her clothes, he could feel her body tense up instantly. Shiryu's waist was so slender he could almost encircle it with one hand. Mu-chan's fingers involuntarily curled before he forced them to relax, concentrating on the task of teaching. Bend your knees a bit more, like you're sitting on a small stool. Shift your weight forward. Shiryu bit her lower lip, carefully following his instructions. She managed to take half a step before her body suddenly lurched backward. She let out a startled yelp, but the expected fall never came. Mu-chan's arms tightened instantly, pulling her back securely, bringing their bodies even closer. Her back pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear the steady thumping of his heart, each beat echoing against her own. Steady now, Mu-chan's voice was low with a barely perceptible huskiness. He could smell the faint fragrance of her shampoo, a scent that mixed with the cacophony of the arcade stirred his thoughts. Shiryu hastily straightened up, trying to pull away from his support, but stumbled, and ended up leaning into him even more heavily. Her cheek brushed against his jawline, a jolt of warmth shooting through them, both leaving them frozen for a second. Don't move, Mu-chan said, his hand pressing on her shoulder, the warmth seeping through the fabric. Follow my rhythm. Left, right, left. Yes, just like that. He took her hand and guided her slowly across the snow carpet. Shiryu's ski poles nearly jabbed his feet several times, but he dodged them with quick reflexes. Her hands were small, her knuckles white as she gripped the poles. Mu Chun let go of her waist and gently took her wrist instead. Relax. The board is parallel, you're not going to twist your ankle. Shuri's wrist was so slender he could encircle it with one hand, her skin as smooth as fine porcelain. Mu Chun's heartbeat quickened. His gaze fell on their clasped hands and his Adam's apple bobbed. See, you're moving now. He tried to keep his tone light to mask the strange feeling stirring inside him. Shiryu kept her head down, her long lashes veiling her eyes. She could feel the warmth of his palm and the careful, gentle way he held her, and something inside her felt gently tickled, a curious, pleasant sensation. The earlier tension had melted away, replaced by a strange calm, and the snow carpet underfoot didn't feel so slippery anymore. Try turning this way. Mu Chun guided her to the side, but Shiryu lost her balance and tumbled sideways. With a quick reflex, Mu Chun caught her around the waist, pulling her into his arms. This time there was no space left between them. Shiryu's face was buried against his chest, and she could smell the clean scent of his laundry detergent mixed with a hint of sunshine. Her heart pounded like a drum, and she forgot to breathe, the only sound being the frantic beating in her ears. Mu Chun's arms were wrapped tightly around her. She felt impossibly soft, like a cotton candy, as if a little more pressure would melt her into him. His breath hitched. He looked down at her reddened earlobes, his Adam's apple bobbing again, almost unable to stop himself from saying something. Sorry. Shiryu suddenly pushed him away, stumbling back 2 steps, and with a slip she really did fall onto the snow carpet. Thankfully the carpet was soft enough not to hurt, but she was so mortified she wished she could disappear into the ground. Are you okay? Mu Chun quickly crouched down to help her up, his fingers accidentally brushing her knee, feeling her body stiffen instantly. I'm fine. Shiryu turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. I don't think I can learn this. Let's just forget it. Who gives up right after starting? Mu Chun took her hand and pulled her up. One last try. If you fall, I'll catch you. He didn't care if she learned or not. If she couldn't, that was perfect. It meant he could keep teaching her with a clear conscience. He kept his tone light, but his hold on her was even steadier. This time, he was practically carrying her as they moved slowly along the slope, most of her weight leaning on him, letting her feel the strength in his arms. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the chime sounded, Shiryu was startled. As Mu Chun let go, she felt a strange emptiness around her waist, a sensation she wasn't used to. See, it wasn't that hard, was it? Mu Chun looked at her, a smile in his eyes. Shiryu lowered her head, letting out a barely audible mm. The intimate touches from earlier felt branded onto her skin, leaving her whole body feeling feverish. Mu Chun watched her flushed cheeks, secretly delighted. She didn't seem as resistant to him as before. At least she was more receptive than Zhang Lianxiao had been. He pretended to adjust his snowboard to hide his smile. He had deliberately slowed their pace while holding her up and may have accidentally let her fall a couple of extra times. Maybe I can bring you here again sometime, he asked, feigning nonchalance, but his eyes were fixed on her reaction. Shuri's head shot up, surprise flickering in her eyes before she looked down again and gave a soft A little figure inside Mu Chun's heart did a triumphant leap. Perfect. Next time he'd have another excuse to hold her hand, to put his arm around her waist. This ski area was a hidden gem. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. As she stepped out of the ski resort, Shuri's cheeks still carried a faint flush from the exercise, her nose tip turning slightly pale under the cold wind. How about hitting the arcade? Mu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. Huh. Shiryu was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Mu Chun. Didn't you say you know how to play arcade games? Shiryu froze. She had only mentioned it casually, never expecting him to remember. Well, I mean I could, but I don't think we should go, Shiryu said, glancing toward the arcade hall. Why? Mu Chun followed her gaze and spotted a group of delinquent-looking youths with dyed yellow hair dressed in tacky outfits. They're all hoodlums over there. And you're carrying that many tokens. They'll definitely come asking you to borrow some. Shiryu explained. Borrowing tokens. Put nicely, it was borrowing. Put bluntly, it was robbery. The tokens never came back. Mu Chun understood instantly after hearing her words. He wasn't afraid for himself, but he was worried Shiryu might get harassed. Pride versus his girlfriend's safety, which mattered more. Obviously his girlfriend's safety came first. And Shiryu, having gone through that stalker incident last time, felt she shouldn't always think with a man's logic. Alright, fine, let's skip it then. Mu Chun scratched his head. Shiryu replied softly. So what do you want to do? Mu Chun was also on his first solo outing with a girl. He had no idea what to do either. I don't know either. Let's just walk and see. Okay. Mu Chun followed behind Shiryu. As they strolled along, they came across a row of coin pusher machines in the middle, their screens flashing with colorful lights, and the crisp sound of coins tumbling down ringing out. These looked like they could actually drop something. Shiryu stopped, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the mountain of coins piled inside the machine. Those silver coins were stacked layer upon layer. Just one more coin, and the ones teetering at the edge looked like they could tumble down into the chute below at any moment. Alright, let's give it a shot. Mu Chun fished a few game tokens out of his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal. He glanced at Shuri's curious gaze, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. He dropped one in. The coin clattered into the machine with a sharp ring, sending a slight tremor through the internal metal plate. The stacked coins wobbled, but didn't fall. Doesn't seem that easy. Shiryu leaned in closer, her nose nearly touching the glass, casing her long lashes, casting a tiny shadow under the lights. Muchuan watched her pressed against the glass. The way she looked was utterly adorable, and he had the urge to reach out and ruffle her. Look at that one at the bottom. It looks like it's about to drop. Muchuan followed her pointing finger, and sure enough a coin was wedged diagonally at the edge, looking like it could fall any second. He dropped in another token. This time the metal plate jolted harder and the coin wobbled, but still stubbornly held its ground. One more. I can feel it's gonna drop. Shiryu's voice carried a hint of excitement, and Muchuan smiled as he obliged. The instant the third coin landed, a faint chain reaction rippled through the machine, but still nothing fell. Let me try. Shiryu grew a bit anxious watching the coins teeter on the edge without dropping. Sure. Muchuan handed the tokens to Shiryu. Shiryu stared at the machine, adjusted her angle, and dropped the coin in. Clatter clink. And then the coin wedged at the edge finally gave way, tumbling out after the others and landing in the collection tray below. It dropped. Shiryu's eyes lit up as she reached to catch the coins, her fingertips meeting the cool metal, and she couldn't help but laugh. It actually works. Muchuan watched her profile. The light cast a soft glow across her face, making the little dimples at the corners of her smile clearly visible. Oh, you're pretty good at this. Here, try again. Muchuan handed Shiryu another token. It dropped and the metal plate jolted, and a few more coins cascaded down with crisp ringing sounds. Another drop. She turned back to look at Muchuan, the light in her eyes like crushed stars, dazzlingly bright. Muchuan's heart felt like something had gently knocked against it, melting into a soft mess. He hummed in acknowledgement, his voice unconsciously softening. You're better than me. I didn't expect it to be this easy. I never won anything when I played before. Today's so weird, everything's dropping. As Shiryu held the silver coins that had tumbled from the machine, Muchuan leaned in. Really? So what do you think's different about today compared to usual? Muchuan teased her deliberately. Shiryu looked at him without saying a word. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Muchuan today. The two stood there before the coin pusher, watching token after token go in and coin after coin come out, listening to that crisp clattering symphony. It wasn't until the last token was spent that Shiryu straightened up. So did you have fun? Yeah, I guess. Just that everything I won is gone now, Shiryu said, looking at Muchuan with a sheepish grin. That's normal. These machines give you a little taste of sweetness, then gobble it all back up. No worries, just think of it as buying yourself some joy. If you like it, we can come again next time. Muchuan looked at her, the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowing. Let's go. How about catching a movie? Muchuan figured the timing was about right. Shiryu obediently followed behind Muchuan as they made their way to the cinema on the 6th floor. As the two were browsing the film listings trying to decide what to watch, Shiryu's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it's Zhang Yixing. He actually has a new movie out. You're a fan of his? Muchuan asked, looking at Shiryu. Shiryu nodded. I gotta know him from the old Nine Gates. I thought he acted really well playing Eri Wehong. Have you seen it? No, I rarely watch TV dramas. Oh, so do you want to watch his movie? In truth, Muchuan had originally wanted to watch a sweet romance with Shiryu, because maybe, just maybe, after watching it she'd feel like falling in love. I'm fine with anything if you don't have a particular movie in mind. Alright, let's watch Zhang Yixing's then, Silent Love. He'll go get the tickets. Wait here. With that, Muchuan bought the tickets and swung by the concession stand to grab a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of soda. When he returned, he saw Shiryu standing before the movie poster, her fingertip gently tracing Zhang Yixing's name, a wistful smile in her eyes. It hasn't started yet. Want to go sit over there for a bit? He shook the drinks in his hand. Sure. Did you used to watch movies often? Shiryu held her soda and took a small sip. Muchuan sat down beside her, his fingers tapping absently on the edge of the popcorn bucket. He shook his head at her question. Not often. I've been a few times before with my brother, mostly to action movies. He tilted his head, watching the fine specks of light dancing on Shiryu's eyelashes, and added, but this is the first time I've watched one with a girl. Muchuan noticed that whenever he brought up matters of romance, Shiryu would grow silent. It wasn't shyness, but a kind of instinctive resistance. The loudspeaker crackled with the announcement for the film to begin. Muchuan stood up and picked up the popcorn bucket. Let's go. Time to head in. Shiryu hummed in acknowledgement and followed Muchuan into the theater. A13, A14, our seats are here, Muchuan said, checking his ticket. After finding their seats, Muchuan placed the popcorn bucket on the armrest between them. The movie began. It was about a deaf-mute woman who was swindled by her boss, who withheld her wages, believing she was easy to fool and that no one would know. But the woman needed money to live, so she tried to reclaim what was hers. Yet she was falsely accused, and no one believed her. She only wanted her pay, but her boss called it theft. Unable to speak, she wept in despair, and the police even put handcuffs on her. The opening was oppressive, a stark prologue. It was a conversation between a police officer and a hearing-impaired person. The hearing-impaired person asked, "Do you know how to spot a deaf person at a glance?" The officer replied, "Huh." The hearing-impaired person said, "I've lived with deaf people all my life. Their presence filled my childhood. Their quiet way of expressing love is easily overlooked by this bustling world, but in my heart it speaks louder than 1,000 words." The story then centered on a deaf-mute man and his adorable young daughter. The mother had returned to claim custody. But having been away from the deaf world for so long, the mother's sign language was inaccurate. She intended to say she could provide a better life for their daughter with money, but her signs conveyed a transaction. I give you money, you give me my daughter. The deaf-mute father saw this as an insult and refused, leading to a custody battle. The female lawyer in the case deceitfully told him it would be extremely difficult to win a different ruling because his circumstances were lacking and the daughter would be better off with her mother. Furthermore, if the father had a history of violence, the law was more likely to side with the mother. The verdict drove the father to the brink of desperation, for he could not bear the thought of selling his daughter. Throughout it all, it was clear the father cherished his daughter deeply. Sure, yes, fingers unconsciously tightened around her cold drink, condensation beating on her fingertips. She envied it. She envied that kind of father. Why won't they listen to his side of the story? Sure, yes' voice was so soft as if afraid to disturb something. Mu Chun shifted closer to her, the popcorn bucket rustling softly. Because he can't speak, he said, watching the receding street scenes on the screen. It's like the world thinks a voice is the most powerful piece of evidence. Is that so? Her gaze suddenly grew distant. But she had explained herself to her own father. Why hadn't he believed her? Because he can't speak, he said, watching the receding street scenes on the screen. It's like the world thinks a voice is the most powerful piece of evidence. Is that so? Her gaze suddenly grew distant. But she had explained herself to her own father. Maybe she'd be playfully bickering with him right now. But she wasn't that lucky. Mu Chun saw Sure Yes' silence and turned his attention back to the film. As the movie reached its climax, Sure Yes' eyes were red. She had always cried easily, especially when seeing others in pain. It was why she had felt compelled to adopt Hua back then. Unfortunately, Hua had only been with her for 3 months. She never got to fulfill the promise she'd made to it. The movie ended with the trial scene, a part that resonated deeply with Shiryu. The deaf-mute father was framed in an insurance fraud scheme, and unable to communicate was coerced into confessing. Even though the deceitful lawyer finally had a change of heart. Some might call the writing foolish, but Shiryu had lived through it. She understood. Reality was like this. The movie was great, very realistic. Although the ending was frustrating, it showed the perspective of someone who can't speak. Especially the daughter saying her father wasn't a bad person, and the father breaking down, trying to protect his daughter at the end. Great summary. As expected from our class top liberal arts student. I just described the plot, that's all. Let's go. Are you hungry? We can grab something to eat, Mu Chun asked. I'm a little. As Shiryu was about to leave with Mu Chun, she spotted a familiar figure, who was also staring right at her. Shiryu's body went rigid as if struck by an invisible ice pick. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Chun asked, noticing her pale expression. Mu Chun, I need to go to the restroom. Her voice trembled slightly. Okay, want me to come with you? No. I'm fine. Alright. I'll wait here for you. Shiryu nodded and headed towards the emergency exit. Once inside the emergency stairwell, Shiryu looked in shock at Wu Zuwei. He seemed to have been waiting for her. Zuwei? What are you doing here? Shiryu froze, staring at Wu Zui's newly dyed yellow hair. This? Why did you dye your hair blonde? Sister, I'll wait. Should I call you sister, or should I call you brother Xian? Wu Zuwei let out a light chuckle. At his words, Shiryu's heart skipped a beat, and her already fair face turned even paler. Say, Zuwei. Wah. What do you mean? I don't understand. You know exactly what I mean. The innocent look was gone from Wu Zui's face, replaced by a cold unfamiliarity. Was this the same pure boy who months ago had told her sister, if you're sad, have some candy? I was wondering why brother Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Turns out he became a woman, Wu Zuwei said, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She looked at his dyed hair and the unfamiliar thuggish air about him. Was this really the obedient cousin she used to know? What? Had he become a delinquent? Zuwei, I still don't understand what you're talking about. She forced herself to stand straight, but her trembling knees betrayed her panic. Enough, drop the act. It's not fun. Brother Xian, I know everything. I found your records while sorting through Dad's belongings. He burned a lot of things the day before he died, but he missed one. And the silver lock you're wearing, it's grandmother's silver lock. Shiryu's mouth fell open slightly. He knew. Away, it's not what you think. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Oh really? Then why didn't you tell me? My dad got cancer from obsessively researching your situation for 4 months, barely eating or sleeping. He's gone. He was great, but what about me? Shiryu froze, her words caught in her throat. This news hit her like a fatal blow. So Uncle had gotten sick because he was looking into her affairs. It really was her fault. She had caused Uncle's death. It was all her fault. I'm sorry. Away. I'm sorry about Uncle. If it weren't for me, he'd still be alive. Sorry. Is sorry supposed to fix this? Brother Xian, I always thought you were the one who cared for me the most, but how could you do this? My dad was so good to you. And you kept this from me. Do you have any idea how much I missed you after you disappeared? Wu Zui's emotions were spiraling out of control. Sure, you could understand his outburst. Anyone who lost their father would feel the same way. Away. I'm sorry. I just didn't know how to say it. How to even start. I was afraid you'd think I was crazy or a freak. I tried telling my parents before, but they didn't believe me. I was scared you'd reject me like they did. But I never meant to deceive you. I was forced to become a girl. It wasn't my choice. Wu Zuwei sneered. Is that so? I don't believe you. His eyes were full of suspicion as he looked at her. Being looked at with such distrust by her own cousin was painful, but she couldn't blame him. He was uncle's son, the son of the uncle who had loved her the most. What was she supposed to do? Was this her fault too? She was the victim here, so why did everyone make her existence feel like a mistake? Zuwei, I really don't understand. Can you just tell me what you're thinking? Wu Zui's gaze shifted towards Mu Chun, who was waiting outside. He's your boyfriend, right? I saw him. He treats you well. If you didn't really see yourself as a girl, why wouldn't you resist? And honestly, you look like you're enjoying it, especially when he holds you. That's nonsense. I don't. Have brother Exine never used to yell at me. Now you're yelling at me over a man, Wu Zuwei said with a cold laugh. Sure, you was taken aback, unable to tell if he was angry or not. Zuwei, I'm sorry I spoke too loudly. But it's not what you think. Have brother Exine never used to yell at me. Now you're yelling at me over a man, Wu Zuwei said with a cold laugh. Sure, you was taken aback, unable to tell if he was angry or not. Zuwei, I'm sorry I spoke too loudly. But it's not what you think. He's just a good friend. Wu Zuwei raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling at his lips. A good friend. Does he know about your past? That you used to be a guy? He doesn't know. Sure, you bit her lip, leaving a faint red mark, her voice barely a whisper. Oh, I wonder how he'd react if he found out. A malicious grin spread across Wu Zui's face, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Zuwei, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Sure, yes, heart tightened, and she quickly reached out to grab his arm. Relax, I won't tell him, Wu Zuwei said, shaking off her hand effortlessly, his tone unreadable. After all, I'm Wu Kiz's son. I'm not despicable enough to use someone's secret as a weapon, and ID never hurt brother Exine. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Sure Yes' tense profile, but something felt lodged in his chest, suffocating him. Sure You let out a sigh of relief, her rigid shoulders slumping. Wu Zuwei watched her, a surge of inexplicable irritation rising in his chest. The brother who had always protected him was now trembling with worry for another man. A sensation like a fine needle pricking his heart relentlessly. It used to be me he protected. Brother Xin. Do you like him? He blurted out, the sourness in his voice unnoticed even to himself. Huh. No. Sure You jerked her head up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Liar. If you don't like him, why are you so nervous? Wu Zuwei pressed on, his sharp eyes boring into her. Zuwei, you're still young. You wouldn't understand. Sure You averted her gaze, her voice dropping. Right, I guess a man falling for another man is pretty twisted. Wu Zuwei drawled, his eyes dripping with undisguised mockery, but then they softened. Brother Xin, even if you turned into a woman, you wouldn't like men, would you? Sure Yes' body trembled violently. She shook her head frantically, her lips quivering, but no words came out. Brother Xin, you seem a lot more timid than before. You flinch at everything. Is it because you became a girl? Sure Yes' eyes snapped open. No, Zuwei, be normal. I know you're not a bad kid. He'll protect you. Can you dye your hair back? Auntie would be heartbroken if she saw it. No. Why? None of your business. Sure You. Just then Mu Chun approached. She was startled. Mu Chun, why are you here? I saw you were gone for a while, and didn't come back, so I came to check. Who is he? Mu Chun's eyes swept over Wu Zuwei, whose dyed yellow hair made him look like a troublemaker, yet there was something indescribable about him. Oh, I'm her cousin. What's the matter, big brother? Jealous? Wu Zuwei smiled at Mu Chun. Away. Don't be rude. Sure You tugged at Wu Zui's hand. Oh, I see. Cousin used to always help me, but now she's siding with an outsider, Wu Zuwei said, feigning hurt. Away. Sure You looked at him. Why had her once obedient cousin become like this? Sensing the tension, Mu Chun stepped forward. Sure You, there's a special offer on ice cream over there. Let's go check it out. Mu Chun pulled Sure You to the ice cream shop. All the way there, Sure You remained silent, lost in thought. She wondered why her cousin had changed so much. She blamed herself. If her uncle knew what his son had become, he would be devastated. How could she set him right? Mu Chun pulled Sure You to the ice cream shop. All the way there, Sure You remained silent, lost in thought. She wondered why her cousin had changed so much. She blamed herself. What's wrong? Not happy? Mu Chun asked. Sure You shook her head. Is he really your cousin? Mu Chun asked, uncertain. Yes. Sure You nodded. Did he bully you? Mu Chun pressed. No. My cousin is a good person, just like my uncle. He wouldn't bully anyone. Sure You bit her lip. She had grown up with Wu Zuwei, no one knew him better than she did except his parents. A good person. I get the feeling your family isn't that kind to you. Mu Chun noticed that whenever Sure You encountered her so-called family, she became sullen. For instance, after her last visit home, she returned in low spirits, and now seeing her cousin had dampened her mood again. Also, he remembered she had bruises when they first met. No, they're good to me. And my cousin wasn't like this before. He was very well behaved. Maybe it's because uncle left that he changed. Sure You was deeply worried about Wu Zuwei. He was not only her childhood companion, but also the son of the uncle who had doted on her the most. He's your uncle's son. Sure You nodded. Can you tell me what happened? Sure You shook her head. She dared not tell Mu Chun, not because she didn't trust him, but because she had no confidence in herself. Honestly, I'm curious. You always get gloomy after seeing your family, yet you say they're good to you. I really want to know what's going on. Mu Chun, didn't we agree you'd tell me after graduation? They fell silent for a moment. Fine. You'll wait until you graduate to hear what happened. Thanks. It's getting late. Let's head back. Mu Chun glanced at the time and spoke softly. Okay. Sure, you stood up, and they left Blue Sky Plaza. Brother, how they're coming out, a crouching lackey suddenly announced. Damn, finally out. I've been waiting for ages. Let's go. Hey, that chick is really pretty. And well, shake down that punk too. The man called Brother How licked his lips. As they stepped out of the glass doors of Blue Sky Plaza, the evening wind, carrying the noise of the night market, swept over them. Before they could steady themselves, a few sleazy boys suddenly emerged from the shadows nearby, blocking their path like a wall. Yo bro, having a good time with your girlfriend? The ringleader, a yellow-haired guy, lounged with a cigarette dangling from his lips, a cocky smirk spreading across his face as Ash fluttered down. Sure, you who had been looking down snapped her head up at the sound. Seeing the thug, she froze for a second and instinctively moved closer to Mu Chun. Mu Chun stepped forward half a pace, shielding Shiryu behind him, and asked calmly, something wrong? You're a pretty cocky kid. You just hit me with your car, didn't you? He even reached out and patted Mu Chun's face lightly. Car? Oh, you're the guy in the blue shirt from earlier. What's the matter? Remember now, eh? The yellow-haired guy snorted, poking Mu Chun's cheek with his finger. Man, you scared the hell out of me. I can't get over it. How about you pay me 3,000 and we'll call it even? Otherwise. His gaze crawled like sticky spider webs, lingering on Shiryu, who was hiding behind Mu Chun. Your girl here is pretty cute. She can hang out with us for a while, and that'll settle the debt. Mu Chun realized that their target with Shiryu asking for money was just a side business. It couldn't be helped. His girlfriend was too beautiful, which made her a target for envy. Alright, Mu Chun said, flexing his wrist joints. Suddenly a crisp slapping sound exploded in the night sky. The yellow-haired guy and his lackeys behind him were all stunned. The arrogance on their faces instantly froze into shock. No one had expected this seemingly gentle and refined boy to suddenly throw a punch. Fuck your mother. How dare you hit me? The yellow-haired guy roared, clutching his burning cheek. I was going to let you pay to avoid trouble, but now I have to cripple you. Get him. Shiryu was stunned. When she had been with Wu Zuwei before, she had encountered many thugs. When she came to her senses, she wanted to help Mu Chun. Without a second thought, she raised her foot to kick the nearest green-haired guy, but Mu Chun grabbed her shoulder. The next second, Shiryu was completely stunned. The gentle and calm Mu Chun from moments ago now had eyes as cold as ice, his movements so fast only after images remained. He grabbed the yellow-haired guy by the collar, drove his knee into the guy's stomach, and while the guy bent over in pain, he clamped his left hand on the guy's nape and swung his right hand left and right. Several loud slaps landed on the yellow-haired guy's face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Blood instantly gushed from his nose, smearing all over his face. Still not satisfied, Mu Chun flipped him over and pressed him to the ground, his knee digging into the guy's back, while twisting his arm behind him, causing the yellow-haired guy to yelp in pain. Fuck your mother. Let me go? Damn you. Shiryu stood there, mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. She had known Mu Chun for so long, but never knew he was this skilled in combat. It was as if he had become a different person. She had always thought Mu Chun was just good at studies and handsome. She never expected he could fight. The yellow-haired guy's underlings were terrified by this sudden turn of events. Just as they were about to step forward to help, they met Mu Chun's gaze. They were so frightened by his look that their feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. Possibly the sound of the fight had attracted the attention of the mall security guards. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there. The sharp sound of a whistle rang out as several men in security uniforms rushed over with batons, flashlight beams darting in the darkness. Mu Chun, run. Shiryu reacted first, grabbing Mu Chun's wrist and pulling him into a nearby alley. Mu Chun stumbled 2 steps before following her. They stumbled and dashed through the maze-like alleyways, the shouts of the security guards and the curses of the yellow-haired guy gradually fading behind them. They ran for who knows how long until they saw the familiar apartment building of Chun Yinbai. Only then did they lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Shiryu's heart was pounding as if it might explode. She turned her head to look at Mu Chun, noticing that his bangs were damp with sweat clinging to his full forehead. His usually gentle eyes still held a lingering trace of ferocity. You? Shiryu was about to ask something, but Mu Chun cut her off. Let's go up first and talk later. Shiryu nodded. Uncle Chun, we're back. Shiryu knocked on Chen Yinbai's door. Hearing the sound, Chen Yinbai opened the door, looked at the two, and paused. What's going on? You're all sweaty from running. Where did you go to play? His tone was like that of a parent looking at his own child. Nothing, just on the way back we were chased by a dog, Mu Chun replied. A dog? Chen Yinbai frowned. Was it a pet, or a stray? Was it on a leash? If not, that's illegal. It's fine, it must have been a stray dog, Mu Chun answered. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and said no more. As long as you're okay. Chen Yinbai nodded. I have some matters at the station, so I need to go first. What would you like to eat tonight? They'll bring something back for you. No need, Uncle Chun. We're not hungry. You go ahead and take care of your work. Shiryu quickly waved her hand. Alright then, I'll head to the station now. Okay, Uncle Chin, take care. As soon as the door closed, Mu Chun turned around and scanned her with his eyes. Are you hurt? No, they didn't touch me. What was that about earlier? You were about to kick someone. Mu Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. With your soft, weak strength, what could you do? You'd probably be pinned to the ground before you even lifted your foot. What do you mean pinned to the ground? I just wanted to help you. Sure, yes, cheeks flushed with heat, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Help me. Mu Chun let out a low laugh, drawing out the last syllable. Well, at least you didn't hold me back. Wait. Sure, you suddenly grabbed his arm, her eyes fixed on his forearm. Your skin seems scraped. Several dark red abrasions snaked across his fair skin like twisted earthworms. Oh. Mu Chun glanced down, his tone as casual, as if he were talking about someone else. Probably from hitting too hard earlier. I didn't even notice my back hit the wall. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I often get hurt playing basketball. No. Sure, yes, voice suddenly rose, then she hurriedly lowered it. If it's not cleaned, it could get infected. What if it becomes inflamed? Let me apply some medicine. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Sure, you turned and fetched iodine and cotton swabs from the first aid kit, her fingers still trembling slightly. The lingering fear of running through the alley hadn't yet dissipated, and the fierce image of Mu Chun's actions flashed before her eyes, overlapping with his usual gentle demeanor, leaving her heart with an indescribable feeling. Come closer, she said softly, gesturing for Mu Chun to sit on the sofa. Mu Chun sat down as instructed and rolled up his sleeve, revealing the abrasions on his arm. They weren't deep, but a few red streaks were embedded with dust, looking rather glaring. Sure, you picked up a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and carefully applied it to the wound. When her fingertips touched his warm skin, both of them paused. Does it hurt? She asked, looking up and met Mu Chun's gaze. The ferocity in his eyes had long dissipated, leaving only his usual gentleness, even tinged with a hint of a smile. No, it doesn't hurt. Mu Chun shook his head. But your face was pale from fright. By the way, you just did vigorous exercise. Are you okay? Huh. Sure, you didn't catch on, and the cotton swab left a small dent on his wound. Don't you have that myasthenia gravis condition? Mu Chun's fingertips tapped lightly on the sofa armrest. You suddenly ran such a long distance. Didn't your chest feel tight? Are you okay? Sure, yes, heart skipped a beat. Looking at his serious expression, a mischievous idea suddenly came to her. A little dizzy. Maybe because I ran too. She deliberately drew out the words, swaying her body, as if she were about to collapse, her eyelids half closed like a reed about to snap in the wind. Mu Chun was indeed flustered, reaching out to support her waist. Sure, you. Are you alright? Do you want to lie down for a while? Sure, you slightly opened her eyes, looking at Mu Chun. I'm fine, just kidding. Sure, you burst out laughing, and the dust on her eyelashes fluttered down with the movement. Mu Chun was taken aback. His hand still on her waist, a smile crept onto his lips. You've learned to deceive people, huh? He slowly withdrew his hand, his fingers lightly closing in the air, as if still feeling the texture of her clothes. Learned it from someone. Sure, you chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. I never taught you to deceive people. Mu Chun quickly defended himself. I didn't say it was you. Then who are you talking about? Whoever admits it. Time spent in memories consumed the night, a desperate hope that this dream might linger a while longer. I have my moments of weakness, my reasons for despair, but those are all just excuses. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing Public Security Bureau, a young police officer was reporting on his work. Director Chun, regarding the human experimentation case, the public prosecution will be filed in June next year. The victim may be required to appear in court. Wang Haiming said, holding a file. Hearing this, Chen Yanbai's brow furrowed. Is it really necessary for her to appear? Isn't it a public prosecution? In such cases, the victim doesn't need to be present, right? That's true, but if the victim is present, it would serve as strong evidence. Wang Haiming replied. Chen Yanbai fell silent for a moment. Let's discuss that later. Was there something else you called me here for? Alright. We've apprehended a drug user. Wang Haiming's expression suddenly turned serious. Drug user? Yes, heroin. Heroin. Who's so bold? With the country's crackdown on drugs, who would dare sell heroin? Don't they want to live? Chen Yanbai felt a wave of pressure. Someone selling drugs in his jurisdiction was a dereliction of duty he as the director couldn't escape. If the higher-ups blamed him, his position would be at stake. Well, you might know this person. He's the father of the victim in that case, Wu Qizhou. Wang Haiming answered. What him? How could it be? Where is he now? He's in custody inside. Chen Yanbai frowned. How could this happen? Why him of all people? He hoped it wouldn't exceed the threshold for the death penalty. Chen Yanbai abruptly stood up from his chair, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the desk. Take me to see him. Wang Haiming was taken aback for a moment, then quickly followed. Director Chen, please don't get too agitated. We just finished interrogating him. The amount on him isn't much, not enough for the death penalty, but it's enough for a few years. I hope so. Chen Yanbai sighed, then glanced at Wang Haiming. By the way, it's best if fewer people know about sure yes situation side. At the observation window outside the interrogation room, Chen Yanbai looked at the man curled up in the chair inside. Wu Qizhou seemed drained of all vitality, his hair withered like straw, cheekbones jutting out sharply, eye sockets sunken into dark hollows. The man who had clung to his so-called pitiful self-respect had now ended up here. How did he get involved with this? Chen Yanbai's voice was as heavy as a water-soaked stone. According to his confession, last year he failed at some investment scheme someone taught him and ended up deep in debt. When creditors were hounding him, someone kindly gave him this, saying it would ease his worries. He got hooked, and his temper has been volatile ever since. Learning investments. With his intellect, he's not even half as smart as his younger brother. Those without real skills always love to cut corners. Wang Haiming flipped through the interrogation records. Later, when he ran out of money, he started running errands and delivering goods for them. This time he was caught red-handed during a transaction. Inside the observation window, Wu Qizhong suddenly shuddered, as if insects were crawling through his bones. He hunched his back, his fingers twitching neurotically as they clawed at the chair's armrest, a guttural wheezing sound escaping his throat. Chen Yanbai's gaze fell upon his trembling hands. Seeing someone approach, Wu Qizhong jerked his head up. When he recognized Chen Yanbai, a flash of hope crossed his face. You? I know you. You're Kiz's friend. Tell them they've made a mistake. I didn't sell drugs. They've got the wrong man. I'm innocent. You may leave now. I have some things I need to ask him alone. Yes, sir. After Wang Haiming left, Chen Yanbai let out a long sigh, looking at Wu Qizhong. Brother, do you have any idea how many people you've hurt by doing this? Can you face your younger brother? Can you face your family? You shouldn't have touched drugs. Don't you realize you're not just harming others, but destroying yourself as well? Wu Qizhong flinched as if pricked by a needle, a flicker of panic flashing through his murky eyes before being swallowed by despair. Do you regret it? Did you ever think about your family before you did this? At the mention of family, Wu Qizhong's anger flared instantly. Family? I haven't had a family for a long time. My son is dead. My brother is dead. My wife is perpetually depressed. Even my well-behaved nephew has turned into a delinquent. What family do I have left? Looking at Wu Qizhong's miserable state, a complex emotion stirred within Chen Yanbai. But wasn't this all his own doing? The pitiable often have something hateful about them. That saying fits perfectly here. Don't paint yourself as such a victim. Isn't all of this your own fault? If you had been more open-minded back then, and could have accepted, sure, you would things have come to this. You've been living in your own fantasies. What era is it now? Still clinging to that outdated preference for sons over daughters. Do you know how many people in this society desperately want a daughter? And you don't cherish yours. Wu Qizhong remained silent. Are you still so stubbornly unrepentant? Put away your so-called male pride. Do you know that child has been waiting for an apology from you? Late last night, passing by Sure Yes room, Chen Yanbai had overheard Sure Yes murmurs. Dad, when will you forgive me, accept me, and tell me, child, I'm sorry. How old is that child? How could you bear to abandon her, leaving her with nowhere to go? Do you know that day she came home full of anticipation, and what you did? Was that the act of a human being? That day I was high on drugs, and I did hit her. Plus I'd been scammed in that investment, and lost money, so I was full of pent-up anger. She disappeared for a month, then came back, changed from a boy to a girl. How could anyone accept that? I've told you she didn't do it willingly. And I've already caught the mastermind behind the human experiments. I've explained it to you clearly. She was forced, not willing. Forget it. It's come to this. Even if I get out, there's no point. I confess. Officer Chen, how long will I get? Chen Yanbai was momentarily stunned. The man who had been so stubbornly defiant had finally softened. I don't know. It depends on the actual sentencing. But I'm afraid it'll be at least life imprisonment. Life? What difference is that from the death penalty? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Not necessarily. Though it's called life imprisonment, it actually has a term. If you have a good record during your sentence, you could be out in 13 years. But that's the minimum. There's no further reduction. Of course, the final sentence isn't up to me. 13 years. By the time I get out, her kid will be old enough to run errands. Do you want to see her? Chen Yanbai asked. Wu Qizhong shook his head. No. Better to leave her with a good impression of me. You? Is this ridiculous pride of yours really so important? Once you're in there, you'll never see each other again. This is your last chance to meet. Even if you just apologize to the child, tell her you forgive her, that you accept her. This is her unresolved trauma. Do you want her to live her entire life in the shadow of being hated by you? Stop talking. Just consider me dead. You? How can you be such a cold-blooded father? Meanwhile, at Chen Yanbai's home, the news was playing. Recently, police have cracked a drug trafficking case. The suspect has been apprehended. Sure, you casually glanced up at the television. When she saw the hooded figure, her body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Wu Chuan asked. Nothing. I must have seen wrong. Sure, you thought to herself, he couldn't possibly be involved in drug dealing. He would never do something like that. After all, he hated drugs more than anything. At the crossroads, who will walk with me down the path of stubborn delusion or drift along with fleeting romance? At the crossroads, who will turn back with me to revisit dreams long forgotten, though they are too distant to reclaim? The crossroads. When she was young, Wu Qizhong had said to her, Wu Xian, if you ever dare to use heroin, even if you die out there, your father won't spare you a single glance. Do you understand? As a naive child, Wu Xian didn't understand what heroin was, but she knew it must be something utterly terrifying, so terrifying that her father could disregard her even in death. So Wu Xian kept her distance from that thing. In their region, many people used heroin. The neighboring city was even a hub for drug manufacturing. A few years ago, a film was even made with this village as its inspiration. The irony was that the anti-drug bureau chief, who oversaw the operation, turned out to be the biggest protector of the trade. Mu Chun glanced over. Junkies. We had them back home too. One was beaten to death once, and the police said it was an overdose. Though they deserved to die anyway. Where did this heroin come from? Why are they so obsessed with it? Not sure, never looked into it. But I heard from folks back home that no one who uses heroin stays normal. They either go crazy frequently or end up pale all over. So sometimes when people see a skinny frail boy they tease him, saying, "Kid, you haven't been using heroin, have you?" Sure, you froze. It seems someone had indeed said that to her before. She too had been fair-skinned and delicate as a boy. And I heard that after using heroin people become extremely irritable, fantasize about all sorts of unrealistic things, and even abuse their own families. I've never tried it, so I don't know what their world is like. What's wrong? From your expression, did someone you know get busted? Sure, yes, hands clenched slightly. No, I must have misseen. She shook her head. Oh, that's good then. If you have friends like that, better stay away from them. Those people are never up to any good. By the way, Mu-chan, are you hungry? Let me make you something to eat. Sure. Mu-chan adored sure yes cooking. What do you want? I want cola chicken wings. Can you make that? I'll give it a try. Let me go buy some wings and cola. Hope they're still open at this hour. Will come with you. Sure, you nodded. Together they went downstairs to the market. Young lady buying groceries. Come take a look. The vendors at the market were always so warm and welcoming. Perhaps that was their way of getting by. Uncle, are these wings frozen? Sure, you didn't reach out to touch them? No, missy, these were just cut fresh. Haven't seen you around before. Did you just move here, or are you visiting? Oh, I'm just visiting. I see. Missy, these wings are really fresh. Want some? The vendor was eager. They do look fresh. Give me a caddy. All right, is one caddy enough? How many people are eating at home? 3. How much is one caddy? How many pieces in a caddy? 12 per caddy. Around 12 to 15 pieces. Then 2 caddies, Mu-chan said generously. 2 caddies. Isn't that too much? 12 pieces are enough for the 3 of us. No worries. I can eat 10 by myself. If I eat them all, you two won't have any. Fine, 2 caddies it is. Coming right up, missy. The vendor weighed them with practiced ease. Exactly 2 caddies, 28 pieces. He'll throw in 2 extra for you. The vendor generously tossed them in. Thank you, boss. Come back again if they taste good, missy. I will. Besides wings, what else do you want? Sure, you instinctively linked her arm, through Mu-chan's unaware of how unusual it was. She used to do the same when shopping with her mother. It had become a habit. Perhaps she had subconsciously mistaken Mu-chan for her mother. Mu-chan too was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shiryu to initiate such closeness. What else can you cook? How about some soup? Chestnut and lotus root with pork ribs. That sounds great. You can make that too. You're amazing at cooking. Whoever marries you would be incredibly lucky. Shiryu lowered her eyes without a word. After buying lotus root, chestnuts, and ribs, they headed toward the convenience store. Only at the store's entrance did Shiryu release Mu-chan's arm. There's so much. Should we get a big bottle? Probably more cost-effective. Sure. Okay. Do you want any snacks? Shiryu shook her head. Mu-chan grabbed some chocolate, still remembering that Shiryu liked it. In truth, Shiryu didn't particularly care for chocolate. She only liked it because he had given it to her. And Shiryu in turn believed that Mu-chan himself was fond of chocolate. Let's go. They returned home, and Shiryu began preparing the meal. Need any help? No, I've got it. Shiryu tied on an apron and placed the chicken wings into the sink to rinse. Water cascaded over the wings as she carefully scrubbed away the remaining traces of blood. When her fingertips touched the cold raw flesh, her fingers curled slightly. After draining them, she picked up kitchen shears and made 3 shallow cuts on each side of every wing. Then she filled the pot halfway with cold water, dropped in the wings, scattered some ginger slices and cooking wine, and turned the heat to high. As the water came to a boil, fine foam rose to the surface. She quickly turned off the heat, scooped out the wings with a slotted spoon, and ran them under cold water. The skin tightened instantly, taking on a faint pale sheen. At the cutting board, she poured cola into a large bowl, added 2 spoonfuls of light soy sauce, 1 of dark soy sauce, and a pinch of sugar, then stirred. The sauce traced down the edge of the spoon, pooling into a deep brown puddle at the bottom. The gas stove clicked to life with a soft pop as blue flames licked the bottom of the pan. She poured in some oil, and once it began to shimmer with a faint wisp of smoke, she laid the wings in one by one. With a sizzling hiss, the wings slowly browned at the edges, releasing a rich aroma of oil and caramelized crispness. Mu-chan leaned against the kitchen doorway watching. When she poured in the prepared sauce, thick bubbles surged up, immediately coating every wing. Shiryu gently turned them with a spatula as the sauce thickened, glossing each wing in a translucent amber glaze. The air filled with a sweet, faintly caramelized cola fragrance. In the clay pot on the other burner, the ribs had already been blanched and set aside, stewing with lotus root cut into rolling chunks and shelled chestnuts. She lifted the lid. The soup bubbled with a gentle, steady murmur. The powdery fragrance of lotus root blended with the rich depth of the pork ribs. She skimmed off the foam with a ladle, added a pinch of salt, and as she replaced the lid, she could hear the chestnuts softly clinking against one another in the broth. Finally, she plated the cola chicken wings on a white porcelain dish, drizzled the remaining sauce over the top, and sprinkled a few chopped scallions. Green, white, and red collided in a lively burst of color on the plate. The soup in the clay pot was ready as well. As she ladled it into bowls, the lotus root was so tender it nearly dissolved on the tongue. The chestnuts were sweet and glutinous, and the rib meat slipped cleanly off the bone at the lightest touch. Done. Shiryu untied her apron, a fine sheen of sweat on her brow, and wiped it away with the back of her hand. Muchuan, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat. If not, wait for Uncle Chen to come back, and we'll eat together. Let me try a piece first. Muchuan picked up a piece of chicken wing, but the moment his fingertips touched the edge of the porcelain plate, he recoiled from the heat. Shiryu chuckled softly at the sight and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Use these. He picked up the chicken wing with the chopsticks and took a small bite. The caramelized skin was crisp yet chewy, and the moment his teeth pierced the surface, the sweet and savory sauce seeped out along the meat's texture. The chicken was so tender it practically melted, releasing its juices. The sweetness of the cola intertwined with the umami of the soy sauce tangling together on his tongue, the flavor even permeating the very bones. Delicious. Shiryu, where did you learn to cook so well? My family used to be very busy, so sometimes I taught myself to cook. The first time I tried it wasn't bad, and I found it interesting. Of course I failed at first, but over time I got the hang of it. That does sound like you. At that moment Chen Yanbai was on the stairs, uncertain how to tell Shiryu about her father. Shiryu was a good child, he could tell from their time together over the past couple of days. Just as the two were chatting, Chen Yanbai pushed the door open and walked in. Chen Yanbai's mood had been somber, but the aroma in the air made him pause. He looked at Shiryu and smiled. Forget it, perhaps it's better she doesn't know. She probably wouldn't go back to that home anyway. That smells wonderful. Has little Shiryu been cooking again? Chen Yanbai immediately put on a cheerful smile and walked in. Uncle Chen, you're back? Come, let's eat. Alright, let me just wash my hands. Chen Yanbai chuckled and headed into the bathroom to wash up. After washing his hands, Chen Yanbai entered the dining room. Seeing the cola chicken wings on the table and the steam rising from the clay pot, the tension that had gripped him all afternoon eased by half. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the glistening chicken wings before landing on Shiryu's slightly red nose. Looks like you put some real effort into this. Shiryu handed him a bowl of rice, her fingertips still carrying the warmth of the kitchen. Muchuan wanted some, so I tried making it. Uncle Chen, have a taste, and see if it's too sweet. Those who cook always love asking others if the food is good, perhaps seeking a bit of validation. Chen Yanbai picked up a piece of chicken wing with his chopsticks, the sauce trailing a thin, delicate thread. As he took a bite, the sweetness came first, followed by the tenderness of the chicken and the savory depth of the sauce. It was indeed sweet, but perfectly so, as if all the bitterness of life had been steeped in honey. He chewed the meat, the lines around his eyes softening. Not too sweet, just right. Tastes even better than what you'd get at a restaurant. He then noticed the soup on the table. Oh, you made soup too? It's been a while since I've had home-cooked soup. I've been craving some. Muchuan said he wanted some, so I made it. A girl, don't be too good to him. You can't spoil a man, once spoiled they go bad. It's fine, Uncle Chen. Actually, if it weren't for him, I don't think I'd be this happy. And it's been so long since I've had a meal at home like this. Thank you, Uncle Chen, for not minding having me. Don't say that. Your uncle entrusted you to me, so I'm responsible for you. Chen Yanbai frowned slightly, glancing at Muchuan. You lucky boy. I hope you don't let Shiryu down. After dinner, Muchuan let out a burp and lay down on the sofa, and Chen Yanbai did the same. Girl, don't bother cleaning up. They'll do it later. That was too delicious and too full to move now. Chen Yanbai looked utterly content. Yeah, I think Shiryu is going to fatten me up over this 3-day holiday. Muchuan chimed in with a laugh. It's alright, Uncle Chen. Think of it as us paying our rent by staying here. Otherwise we'd be out on the street. Are you, girl? Well, it's nice to have some peace and quiet for a change. Chen Yanbai looked at Shiryu, and Muchuan suddenly feeling that life was truly beautiful. He had fought on the front lines for over 20 years, rising from a young patrol officer at 24 to the position of police chief, and never once had he felt so relaxed. He suddenly yearned for a daughter like Shiryu. But beautiful moments are always fleeting. After Shiryu finished washing the dishes, she walked out, her expression serious, as she looked at Chen Yanbai. Uncle Chen, could you come to my room for a moment? I have a question I'd like to ask you. Chen Yanbai was taken aback. He glanced at Muchuan, then at Shiryu. His years of police instinct sent a chill of foreboding down his spine. He nodded. All right. Chen Yanbai stood up and walked into the room. As soon as they entered, a heavy silence fell between them. Shiryu twisted the hem of her shirt, her throat bobbing as she struggled to find the words. Chen Yanbai, seasoned by years on the force, was the first to break the stillness. Xiaoyu, what did you want to ask? Seeing Chen Yanbai speak, Shiryu followed his lead. Uncle Chen. My dad. Is he okay? Chen Yanbai was stunned. So she was asking about her father. That means she already knows. But how? He steadied himself, trying to keep his tone casual. Why the sudden thought about your dad? I saw a news report on TV today. Shiyu's voice trembled. It was about a man involved in drug trafficking and use. He had a hood on, but I thought he looked a lot like him. Chen Yanbai's lips parted slightly, but the words died in his throat. Shiyu watched his expression, her heart sinking bit by bit. Seeing her distress, Chen Yanbai quickly spoke. Xiaoyu, listen to me, he said, softening his voice. Your father just made a mistake. You're not well, please don't get upset. Shiyu's body gave a violent shudder, her fingertips turning icy cold. So, it really is him. Her face was a mask of disbelief, the light in her eyes dimming with each passing second. Yes. Chen Yanbai nodded with great difficulty. He knew that Shiyu had already figured it out in her heart. She was merely seeking confirmation from him, even if that confirmation cut like a knife. Shiyu lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisting together in front of her, her knuckles turning white. Then, how long? How long will he get? Will he die? It's not clear yet. Shin Yanbai's voice was steady, his gaze deliberately avoiding Shiyu's eyes, so she wouldn't see through him. In truth, he knew well that given Wu Kitong's actions, a life sentence would be lenient. The death penalty was even a possibility. But how could he say that to Shiyu, who was already frail? When did he start using? Shiyu's voice was as faint as a sigh. About half a year ago, Chen Yanbai sighed. The addiction started small and was well hidden. No one noticed until he got caught trafficking drugs. It might have stayed hidden otherwise. Half a year. Shiyu murmured, a flicker of days crossing her eyes before she asked urgently, when he was arrested, did he say anything? Did he mention me? Did he say that he's accepted me? Chen Yanbai shook his head silently, his voice rough. He said, to just consider him dead. Shiyu's head snapped up again. So he'd rather die than forgive me. That's not it. Chen Yanbai's voice was heavy. He just couldn't swallow his pride. Your father, his whole life was bound by that pitiful self-respect of his. Shiyu sniffled, then suddenly remembering something asked that day. When he hit me, was that because of the drugs too? Yes. Shiyu gazed out the window, watching the sunset slowly fade into a grayish blue. Xiaoyu. Chen Yanbai wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to begin. Shiyu turned back, her eyes eerily calm. Uncle Chun, if he really gets a life sentence, will I never get to hear his apology? Chen Yanbai was taken aback. Poor child. Even after all this, she still longed for her father's approval. Before he's transferred to prison, you can visit him, Chen Yanbai said. But, given his nature, even if you do, he probably won't apologize. Shiyu sniffled and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I understand. I want to see him. Not to beg for an apology, not to hope he'll accept me. I just don't want any regrets. Are you sure? Chen Yanbai looked at her pale face with concern. Shiyu nodded, her tone so calm it was heartbreaking. Uncle Chen, I know how dangerous drugs are. Forget a life sentence. Someone like him won't even survive 5 years. I missed my grandmother's last moments. I don't want to miss his. Her words were steady, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her composure. Chen Yanbai was stunned. How could he have forgotten? Once someone gets hooked on drugs, quitting is easier said than done. Most end up destroyed by the addiction, burning out until there's nothing left. Shiyu continued, this isn't blind filial piety. Even if he hurt me, he's still my biological father. And I have so much I want to say to him. Even if I know it's pointless, I still want to say it. Looking at her forced bravery, his heart ached. In the end, it dissolved into a single sigh. All right, I'll arrange the meeting. Thank you, Uncle Chun. And please don't tell Muchuan about this. I don't want him to know my father is a drug addict. He might hate me for it. Don't worry, I won't tell him. Get some rest, don't be too upset. He'll take you to see him tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Chun. The next morning, Chen Yanbai came to inform Shiyu that the meeting was arranged for that afternoon, since she was returning to school the following day. In the afternoon, in the visiting room of the detention center, a cold pane of glass separated two entirely different worlds. Wu Qizhong wore a drab prison uniform, his hair cropped so short it made his prominent cheekbones stand out even more. Yet his eyes seemed somewhat clearer than the last time they'd met. When his gaze landed on Shiyu, he froze for a moment, his lips moving soundlessly. Shiyu spoke first. Don't you have anything to say to me? What's there to say? Wu Kitong's voice dripped with sarcasm. You're just here to laugh at me, aren't you? Well, are you satisfied now? What are you talking about? Shiyu frowned. Did I put you in prison? Who else? Wu Qizhong raised his voice. I worked my fingers to the bone. For who? Wasn't it for you and your mother? For me, eh? Shiyu calmed down. Chen Yanbai gently patted her arm to soothe her, then turned to Wu Qizhong and said sternly, Wu Qizhong, watch your tone. Fine, let's say it was for me. Shiyu took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions. Then why did you take drugs? Didn't you say you hated drugs the most, that I should never touch them even if it killed me? Where did that so-called pride of yours go? Shut up. Shut up. Wu Qizhong slammed the table. Who do you think you are to lecture me? You think just because you're sitting out there you can boss me around? Wu Qizhong. I'm warning you again. Watch your temper. Chen Yanbai's voice turned colder. I'm leaving. I'm not talking to him. Wu Qizhong turned his head away, refusing to engage. Dad, I didn't come here to fight with you. Shiyu's voice softened, tinged with exhaustion. I just want to tell you, I don't blame you. I know your whole life has been shackled by that so-called dignity. Maybe it has something to do with Grandpa, but he's long gone. No matter how badly he treated you, that's in the past. Are you going to live in that shadow forever? Among your generation, you're the eldest. No one dared defy you. If you hadn't gone down this path, you'd have been a respected, honorable elder of the family. But you've cut off that road with your own hands. She paused, her gaze fixed on Wu Qizhong. Do you know why you never made good money? Because you were unkind to Mom, unkind to your family. Haven't you heard the saying, he who cherishes his wife prospers, he who wrongs his wife finds no wealth? You? Wu Qizhong was choked speechless, then snapped, spouting all these fancy lines. Who do you think you are to judge me? Shut up. Don't talk. Shiyu finally exploded, her voice carrying the fury she'd suppressed for so long. Wu Qizhong froze. It was the first time he'd ever seen Shiyu dare to yell at him like that. and being yelled at like that he actually didn't dare speak. I've been holding back all this time to give you a chance because you're my dad. I thought even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Shiyu's voice trembled slightly, but was resolute. But now there are no more chances. Dad, you know that once you're hooked on this stuff, it's almost certain death. I just want to ask you one thing, do you still acknowledge me as your son? Son, look at you now. Wu Kithong's voice was dry as he studied Shiyu with a complicated expression. What's wrong with how I am now? In today's society, are women really inferior to men? Frankly speaking, with a family like ours, would any girl even look our way? Wu Qizhong was stunned again, clearly not expecting her to say that. After a moment, he let out a sneer. How long have you been a woman, and already you're taking their side? You really are a spineless thing. Wu Qizhong, mind your words. Chen Yinbai interjected coldly again. Forget it. Maybe this is all fate. Wu Qizhong seemed deflated, muttering. I know my sins are grave. Heaven must have had enough of me, so it's punishing me, cutting off my line. Go now, Dad. You really want to acknowledge me? Shiyu's voice cracked with sobs. Shiyu, let it go. Chen Yinbai took her hand, his eyes full of anguish. A man like him doesn't deserve to be a father. If you want have you, I will. From now on, he'll be your father. Shiyu was stunned, staring at Chen Yinbai as her eyes instantly reddened. Come on, Shiyu. Chen Yinbai gently tugged her. There's no point in continuing this. Some people are just destined to be their own worst enemy. The 3-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. After bidding farewell to Chen Yinbai, he finally returned to school. Through the days and nights spent together, the bond between Muchuan and Shiyu had quietly deepened, as if they had crossed an invisible boundary. Shiyu sat at her desk, her fingertips tracing the edge of her textbook absent-mindedly, her thoughts drifting back to yesterday's conversation with Wu Qizhong. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and everything that needed to be done had been done. A gentle knock landed on her arm. It was Mukin's knuckles. The second monthly exam is coming up soon. Shiyu replied absent-mindedly. So, think you've got what it takes to leave us all in the dust this time? Muchuan raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. I don't know. She kept her eyes lowered, her tone flat. Shen Yicheng watched Muchuan and Shiyu, noting how close they sat, nearly touching. He frowned slightly. It was just one holiday. How had their relationship grown so much closer? He cleared his throat and deliberately raised his voice. Hey, you two, don't you think you're sitting a bit too close? Anyone would think you two are dating. Shiyu froze at the remark, only then realizing that half of Mukin's body was leaning over her desk. Muchuan, you. It's fine, Muchuan said, shifting his chair as if oblivious. Your side is by the window. The breeze is nice and cool. The first class was English, and the teacher was lecturing animatedly at the podium. Yet Shiyu suddenly remembered something urgent. Her scholarship from last semester still hadn't arrived, and her medication was almost gone. If it didn't come through soon, she wouldn't be able to afford her medicine. Should she find a part-time job on the weekend? But then she remembered she wasn't even 16 yet. If she got caught, wouldn't she drag the employer down with her? Better to ask the teacher about it first. The moment the bell rang, Shiyu rose from her seat. Shiyu, where are you going? Muchuan looked up and asked. Just need to ask the teacher about something. Oh, all right. Shiyu nodded and headed toward the office. Inside, she clutched the hem of her clothes and asked softly, Teacher, when will the scholarship from last semester be dispersed? The teacher glanced up at Shiyu, pushing her glasses down slightly, and paused to think. The scholarship? Hard to say. Based on previous years, it usually takes about 2 or 3 more months. Check again at the end of the month. All right. Okay, thank you, teacher. She nodded and turned to leave the office. Shiyu returned to the classroom. The moment she walked in, Muchuan immediately leaned over. You're back. In the days leading up to the second monthly exam, Shiyu poured all her energy into studying. When the results were announced, she indeed secured 3rd place. Everything was within expectations. No surprise, no disappointment. Then came the even more intense preparation for the midterm exams. Shiyu anxiously checked her phone for any notification, but still no news of the funds arriving. But the text message about the scholarship never lit up her screen. Staring at the mere 50 yuan left in her wallet, a chill crept through her fingertips. If the money didn't come soon, she would truly run out of medication. She hadn't even taken her dose this morning. Her chest felt heavy, as if something was lodged there, a suffocating dull ache. She lay on her desk, burying her face in the crook of her arms, her very breath carrying exhaustion. Shen Yicheng noticed something was off. Shiyu always sat with perfect posture. She rarely slumped like this. Shiyu, are you all right? He ventured cautiously. There was no response. Was she asleep? That wasn't like her. He frowned and gently patted her shoulder. Shiyu? Shiyu. Still there was no movement. He leaned in for a closer look and his heart lurched. Something's wrong. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew something was off. Without a second thought, Shen Yicheng hoisted Shiyu onto his back and rushed toward the school clinic. He barely made it to the hallway when he collided with Muchuan, who was returning with a bottle of water. Shiyu? Mukin's pupils contracted sharply as he sprinted over. What happened to her? Not sure. She seems to have passed out. We need to get her to the clinic. Let me. Muchuan took Shiyu without hesitation, cradling her in his arms and charging down the stairs, leaving Shen Yicheng frozen in place, surrounded by the murmurs of curious classmates. At the clinic, the school doctor looked at the girl being carried in and said knowingly, this one again. What is it this time? She suddenly passed out. Please take a look. Mukin's voice trembled with an urgency he hadn't even registered himself. Lay her on the bed. The doctor felt she used forehead. No fever. Then checked her eyelids. I can't find anything wrong. Does she have any medical history? She has myasthenia gravis, Muchuan said urgently. Has she been taking her medication on time? She should have. Muchuan fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a pill bottle only to find it empty. Why is it empty? Muchuan froze on the spot. Does she have any spare medication? The doctor pressed. He'll go check the dorm. Don't bother. He'll give her Inforf first. The doctor quickly prepared the solution. The moment the needle pierced her skin, Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered faintly, but her eyes didn't open. Doctor, will she be alright? Mukin's voice was tight. Let's stabilize her first. Stopping medication for myasthenia gravis is too dangerous. Didn't she know that? The doctor muttered while adjusting the drip rate. Mukin's throat bobbed, but no words came out. He came from a well-off family and had never once considered the possibility of not being able to afford medicine. I don't know either. Good thing you found her in time, or there could have been serious trouble. Doctor, how long until she wakes up? Good thing it was caught early, or the consequences would have been severe. The doctor glanced at him. You need to go get her medication right away, or she'll still be in danger. All right, doctor, I'm going. Muchuan grabbed the prescription and turned to run. Wait, this is a prescription drug. Without her medical records, they won't dispense it. Do you have her records? No. Then he'll write one so you don't make a wasted trip. Thank you, doctor. Muchuan clutched the prescription the doctor had written, his fingertips trembling slightly. As he charged out of the clinic, Shin Yicheng was waiting at the end of the hallway for news. Seeing the panic on Mukin's face, he immediately hurried over. How is she? Is she you? I'm going to get her medicine. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Mukin's voice was urgent, and before the words even faded, he was already gone. Shin Yicheng watched his figure disappear down the stairwell, then turned to look at the closed clinic door. A weight pressed against his chest, an inexplicable suffocation. Shin Yicheng gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, his footsteps as soft as he could manage. The doctor noticed him and glanced over. Student, is there something you need? No, I'm her classmate. I just came to check on her. Shin Yicheng spoke with quiet composure. The doctor nodded. All right. He pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, his gaze settling on Shiyu's pale face. I never had the courage to say goodbye. I loved with every fiber of my being, even though her heart never lingered for me. Yet without this parting, how could I have learned to shoulder the blows and grow through the pain? Adapted from my sky. Sure, you stirred, and as she opened her eyes, she found herself in the school infirmary once again. It seems I fainted again, Mu. Sure, you saw a figure from behind, somewhat blurry and indistinct, and instinctively called out Mu Chun's name. Hearing the voice, the person turned around. Sure, you froze for a moment upon seeing his face. It wasn't Mu Chun, but Shin Yicheng. Chun? Shin Yicheng. Sure, you felt embarrassed, relieved she hadn't blurted out Mu Chun's name. Sure, you're awake. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me, I just passed out. Sorry to trouble you again. You? I heard from the doctor that you fainted because you didn't take your medicine this morning. Did you run out? Sure, you didn't know how to answer Shin Yicheng. She couldn't afford the medicine. Maybe I just forgot. Wait a moment. Mu Chun has already gone to buy medicine for you. He should be back soon. Sure, you nodded slightly. The two fell into a long silence again. Sure, you finally spoke. You should head to class. He'll be fine on my own. Don't let me hold you back. It's all right. If anything happens, I can help. Shin Yicheng said gently. I'm fine, there's a doctor here. Also, if all three of us are absent from class, the teacher will ask questions. Could you tell the teacher we're out? That way the teacher won't worry. And take notes, then I can borrow them when I get back. Shin Yicheng wasn't as assertive as Mu Chun. He tended to listen to Shiryu. All right. If you say so. Take care of yourself. Doctor, please look after my classmate. Shin Yicheng glanced at Shiryu one last time before leaving. About half an hour later. Back, Shiryu. Mu Chun walked towards her with the medicine, panting heavily from running. Mu Chun. This. I went to get your medicine. Why didn't you tell me you ran out? He sounded anxious and a bit tense. Thank you. Shiryu's nose tingled with emotion. Take it now. Okay. After Shiryu took her medicine, Mu Chun looked at her. Do you not have the money to buy medicine? He asked abruptly. Shiryu's body stiffened. I noticed you seemed eager about the financial aid. Mu Chun had guessed that her family wasn't giving her money. Why won't they give you money? They just give birth and don't raise. Why? I don't get it. It's illegal, you should sue them. Shiryu shook her head. No need. Sue them. That would expose her identity. Besides, legally she was no longer their child. But then what will you do? I have no connection with them anymore. Mu Chun looked at Shiryu, a pang of sympathy in his heart. All right then. In that case, they'll cover the cost of your medicine from now on. How can I accept that? Shiryu looked up at him. You can't just keep fainting every day, right? It could be life-threatening. But this isn't a small amount of money. Over time it could add up to a lot. And you're just a student. It's nothing. It's just for you on a day, 120 a month. That's less than what I spend on milk tea in half a month. Although Mu Chun had gone against his parents' wishes, his family hadn't abandoned him, and they still sent him money every month. Then thank you for now. Once my financial aid comes through, we'll pay you back. It's just a small amount, don't worry about it. How are you feeling now? Any better? Much better. Good. Midterms are coming up soon, we can't let illness hold you back. If only I didn't have this illness, then I wouldn't be so much trouble. Don't lose hope. Maybe one day they'll find a cure for it. Shen Yiqing returned to the classroom, but he couldn't focus on the lesson, his mind preoccupied with Sure Yes' situation. After class, he went to the library to research the illness. It was this very act that changed the course of Shen Yiqing's life, setting him on the path to becoming a top doctor in the country. Before the midterm exam, Sure You studied with Mu Chun, though it was Mu Chun who had made excuses to study together. For the midterm physical education exam, the girls had to choose between the 100-meter sprint and the long jump. Due to her condition, Sure You was exempted from the test. She watched everyone else taking their exams, a look of envy in her eyes. Mu Chun walked over and waved his hand in front of her face. What are you thinking about? Daydreaming again? Nothing, it's just a pity I can't take the exam with them. Tisk, what's there to pity? I wish I could skip it too. I'd rather not have this illness. Sure You lowered her eyes, feeling a pang of disappointment. Oh, that's not what I meant. I understand what you meant. No need to explain. See, talking to a smart person is easy. It's almost my turn. Make sure to cheer for me. What event are you doing? The 400-meter run, 1 lap around the track. That should be easy for you. Good luck, getting first place shouldn't be a problem, right? Alright, with those words from you, you'll definitely win first place. Sure You smiled. She never doubted his abilities, especially after seeing him handle those thugs. Mu Chun walked towards the competition area. Sure You was watching him intently, when suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around to look. Stop staring, or your eyes might just pop out. Huh. Jiuchuan, what are you doing here? This period is self-study, so I snuck out. Luo Jiuchuan said with a smile. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know I can't compare with you top students. Is Mu Chun getting ready for his race? She changed the subject. Luo Jiuchuan followed Sure Yes' gaze to the track. Mu Chun was standing by the starting line, stretching his wrist, the sunlight casting a long shadow of his tall, upright figure. Mu Chun, go, go. Suddenly a girl screamed, and then other girls started screaming too. Mu Chun smiled, probably used to it. He looked toward Sure You. Sure You whispered a soft go. Mu Chun saw the shape of her words. I wish you could cheer for me as loudly as they do. The moment the starting gun fired, Mu Chun shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His stride was incredibly fast, quickly pulling away from the other runners. By the curve, he was already leading by a significant margin. The race was clearly his, but Sure Yes' nerves remained taut, fearing a sudden comeback from behind. With the final 50 meters, Mu Chun suddenly glanced back towards the stands, his eyes meeting Sure Yes. It was as if he had been injected with a surge of new energy, sprinting across the finish line with a final burst of speed. Fweep. Look, first place. See that? Luo Jiuchuan clapped excitedly. He definitely looked back on purpose, just for you. 52 seconds. Mu Chun took first place with the best time, likely the finest among all universities, a record that wouldn't be beaten anytime soon. He walked over slowly. So did I disappoint you? He said with a smile. No, you did well. She seemed unsurprised, as if she had expected it. Time flies. Half the semester's already gone, Luo Jiuchuan said, stretching lazily. Midterms passed in a flash and finals followed. The semester finally ended. It had been a peaceful one for Shiyu, free of trouble and smooth sailing. Likely because Mukin's presence kept both boys and girls at a distance. Meanwhile, Shen Yiqing continued quietly researching Shiyu's condition. The bond between Mu Chun and Shiyu was quietly deepening. Shiyu, where will you stay when you go home? Still at Officer Chen's place? Mu Chun asked. He invited me. After all, aside from Chun Yanbai's home, she had nowhere else to go. Perhaps she could return to that house now that the man was in prison, but would that woman accept her? Clearly not. She had been rejected on her birthday. As she prepared to leave for the break, Shiyu spotted a group of girls at the school gate smoking. The sight made her freeze. Then she noticed a familiar figure among them, Lu Xiaoqiao. She frowned. What were they up to? Those people didn't look like students. Shiyu had heard that some students liked to hire thugs to beat people up during holidays, thinking they could get away with it by running off afterward. Suddenly a girl stepped forward, and before she could react, the group forcibly dragged her away. Later it was said she suffered a concussion, cerebral hemorrhage, and a broken hand. Shiyu spent the entire summer at Chen Yanbai's home. Chen Yanbai genuinely cared for her, and it was likely the happiest time she had ever known. Shiyu's living expenses were secured, though she didn't take the money for nothing. She cooked all the meals for those 2 months. As a result, Chen Yanbai's palate grew spoiled, and his colleagues wondered why he stopped eating at the police station cafeteria. He said he couldn't get used to it, that nothing tasted as good as his daughter's cooking. His colleagues were utterly astounded. Before long, it was already the second year of high school. By tradition, the class with the lowest average score from the previous year had to be disbanded, so Class 13 was dissolved, and its students were scattered into the top 12 classes. Many new classmates joined, but some also left, likely due to dropping out. As if fate were playing a cruel joke, Lu Xiaoqiao ended up in the same class as Shiyu again. Lu Xiaoqiao's face stiffened when she saw her, and Shiyu was equally taken aback. Were their fates bound together? Some people, however, were just lucky. What's wrong? You know her, A classmate beside Lu Xiaoqiao nudged her, likely one of her close friends. Lu Xiaoqiao had always been good at making friends. Xiyu recalled the incident before the break when the thugs Lu Xiaoqiao associated with had beaten that girl. She wondered if Lu Xiaoqiao had taken part, but since she hadn't been expelled she probably hadn't. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoqiao turned and sat on the other side of the room. The girl beside her however lit up when she spotted Muchuan. Oh, so you're looking at the handsome guy. Hey, he looks familiar. That's Muchuan, right? And Shiyu's here too. Wow, even Shinicheng. Oh my god, what an incredible class this is. Lu Zikao's face suddenly turned cold. What are you screaming about? They're just a bunch of bookworms who only know how to study. What's there to admire? The girl was taken aback, confused by Lu Zikao's sudden anger. Lu Xiaoqiao had been humiliated by Muchuan before, so she harbored a grudge against him. Her feelings toward Shiyu were equally strained. As for Shinicheng, it was guilt by association. He was too close to Shiyu. You have a grudge against them? Lin Chen asked. No. Shiyu was distracted throughout the entire class. Muchuan kept poking at her arm, playfully teasing her. Sometimes she'd shoot him a glare when she got annoyed, but he'd just start again moments later. Don't you have arms of your own? Muchuan chuckled softly, his fingertips lingering on her arm with a playful stubbornness. Yours are softer. Pay attention in class. How is it that you barely listen and still get good grades? Maybe I'm just a genius. His shameless remark made the corners of Shiyu's mouth twitch almost imperceptibly. She swatted his mischievous hand away. Geniuses still need to listen. Watch out, you might drop in the rankings next exam. Drop where? No one can surpass me except you. Don't get cocky. There's another top student right beside you. Muchuan raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, his gaze lingering on Shiyu's profile with an undeniable smile. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, weren't you in the science track before? Why did you suddenly switch to liberal arts? Won't it affect you? Don't your parents care? Muchuan froze for a moment, then looked at her seriously. You really don't know why I switched classes? Shiyu shook her head. I see. I thought you'd figured it out already, so I didn't say anything. So what do you think the reason is? I don't know. It can't be because of him, can it? Shiyu glanced at Shunicheng, who was drinking milk. He nearly choked on it. What could it possibly be? Because of me. Shiyu's voice faded, the last word nearly swallowed entirely. She herself found the idea absurd, her fingers curling inward unconsciously. But Muchuan seemed to have been waiting for this very moment. A grin spread across his face, tinged with playful triumph. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a feather-light whisper. Who else? Shiyu snapped her head toward him, her heart skipping a beat. This? What? This is insane. Aren't you afraid you won't get into college? It makes no difference to me. I'm actually decent at liberal arts. I just don't like listening to teachers drone on in that flowery way. As long as it doesn't hurt you. Deep down, Shiyu felt a flicker of joy, but also a pang of worry. He had made such a sacrifice for her. What would he think if he ever learned her secret? Muchuan, why did you do it? It wasn't just a whim, was it? What do you think? That's why I'm asking. Because, Muchuan suddenly leaned in. Cough, cough. Shin Yicheng coughed abruptly. Because he's jealous of me, Shin Yicheng cut in, seizing the moment. So it really was because of you, Shiyu believed him. Shin Yicheng lowered his voice and whispered in Muchuan's ear. If you tell her now, you'll only scare her off. And she might even feel guilty. Muchuan found the words wise. He still didn't know Shiyu's true feelings for him. He had the right to touch her, sure, but their relationship wasn't defined yet. Right? He always scores 1 point less than me on exams. I'm afraid he might overtake me, so I'm keeping an eye on him. Immature. Shiyu rolled her eyes at his words. Have you ever loved your deskmate, yet never dared to confess? A song by V was written for the farewell. Hey classmate. How childish, Muchuan drawled playfully. This period was English class. The English teacher hadn't moved up with them, a new one had been assigned. The new teacher, Mr. Li, wore thin-framed glasses and spoke with a gentle scholarly warmth. Who was the English class representative? Mr. Li asked, flipping through the roll book, his fingertip pausing on a page. The classroom fell silent for half a second before dozens of gazes unanimously drifted toward the third row. Shiryu was staring blankly at the magnolia tree outside the window. Pale pink petals caught by the wind tapped against the glass like forgotten fragments of a troubled heart. Suddenly an elbow nudged her arm. Muchuan lowered his voice to remind her, sure, you stop daydreaming. The teacher is calling you. Huh. She snapped back to reality, her pen scratching a crooked line across her notebook. Yes, teacher, I'm here. Sure, you stood up abruptly, still holding a pen, its barrel leaving a faint imprint on her palm. The English teacher pushed up his glasses, lifting his gaze from the lesson plan. So you're the class rep. You'll be in charge of leading the morning reading sessions this semester. Any problem with that? Low murmurs rippled through the surroundings. Some newly transferred students didn't know who Shiryu was. Lin Chen poked Lu Zikao's arm. So she's the English rep. She seems so quiet, but I didn't expect her to be so impressive. Lu Xiaoqiao stared at the words in her textbook, her pencil point digging a tiny pit into the paper, and said nothing. Shiryu steadied herself, her voice a bit brighter than usual. No problem, teacher. As she sat down, someone gave a light tug to the hair at the nape of her neck. She glanced at Muchuan. Class rep, make sure to wake me up during morning reading. Shiryu shot him a glare. Hey, cut it out. Don't mess with my hair. Shiryu sat in the classroom pondering. Since fate seemed determined to make things difficult for her, she had to resolve this matter herself. When class ended, she stood up. Muchuan watched her. Where are you going? To handle something. With that, Shiryu walked over to Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao was startled to see her, as she hadn't expected Shiryu to approach her willingly. Oh, if it isn't the top student Shiryu. I was wondering who it could be. Lu Xiaoqiao wore the same sneering expression as always. Beside her, Lin Chen was munching on a snack, looking like an eager spectator as the two girls' gazes nearly sparked with tension. Lu Xiaoqiao, come outside for a moment. I need to talk to you. What for? Just come. Shiryu grabbed Lu Zikao's hand and led her toward the girls' restroom. Once inside the restroom, Lu Zikao's face was flushed with anger as she wrenched her hand free from Shiryu's grasp. Are you crazy? Yes, I am. And it's incurable. Lu Xiaoqiao blinked, staring at Shiryu. I meant your brain. Shiryu let out a light laugh. You're still the same as ever with that sharp tongue. None of your business. Who do you think you are? Even my mom doesn't dare discipline me. Lu Xiaoqiao, I didn't come here to fight with you. I want to tell you something. I have no grudge against you, so stop targeting me from now on. Targeting you? Are you joking? Who do you think you are? If that's really the case, then let's just shake hands and be friends. Shiryu extended her slender fair hand. Tisk, who wants to be friends with you? Someone like me wouldn't dare to befriend top students like you all. Lu Xiaoqiao didn't take her hand, remaining unmoved. Shiryu then reached out, grabbed Lu Zikao's hand, and shook it forcefully. Lu Xiaoqiao was stunned. You. Lu Xiaoqiao, I know you're not a bad person. I don't want our misunderstandings to create a rift between us. If you don't want to be my friend, that's fine, I won't force you. But please don't treat me as an enemy. Shiryu voiced her thoughts. Lu Zikao's hand was squeezed so tightly it ached as if caught in a vice impossible to break free. She stared at Shiryu's calm profile, suddenly feeling that this person was even more inscrutable than last year. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoqiao yanked her hand back, red marks appearing on her skin. She took a step back, bumping against the edge of the sink. The chill of the ceramic against her skirt sent a shiver up her spine, making her inexplicably uneasy. Shiryu looked at her reddened wrist, then withdrew her hand into her school uniform pocket. I'm not crazy. Lu Xiaoqiao, you know there was someone like you once. He ended up in jail. I don't want that for you. What? Lu Xiaoqiao looked at her, baffled. During the summer break I saw you with a group of delinquents. You hurt someone. Lu Xiaoqiao let out a cold laugh. So you're scared? Scared you'll get someone to beat you up. Is that why you're here to make nice? You're overthinking it, Lu Xiaoqiao. She paused, then continued. My situation is more complicated than you can imagine, so no, I'm not scared. I just want to tell you, don't hang around with them. It's not good for you. Mind your own business. Fine, I won't interfere then. But stay out of my way too, and let's just pretend we never knew each other. Like I ever wanted to know you. Shiryu looked at Lu Zikao's furious expression and smiled. Suddenly she reached out and touched Lu Zikao's face. Mind your own business. Fine, I won't interfere then. But stay out of my way too, and let's just pretend we never knew each other. Like I ever wanted to know you. Shiryu looked at Lu Zikao's furious expression and smiled. Suddenly she reached out and touched Lu Zikao's face. She shook her head. Where's Shiryu? Luo Zhuchuan poked her head into the classroom, holding a bag, and scanned the seats. She just stepped out, a nearby classmate said, looking up. Did you need her for something? A sly smile curved Luo Zhuchuan's lips, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Haha. It's a secret. She even winked at the classmate, her fingers tapping lightly on the bulging bag. It wasn't long before Shiryu returned. Shiryu, what is it, Zhuchuan? She turned to see Luo Zhuchuan offering the bag to her like a treasure. Look at this, Tada. Luo Zhuchuan untied the bag and revealed its contents. It's a JK uniform. I really want to see you wear it. Shiryu blinked, gently touching the fabric with her fingertip. Isn't this a bit too cute? I don't think it suits me, and it seems a little flashy to wear out. No, not at all. Luo Zhuchuan quickly waved her hands. You have such a great figure, you'd look amazing in it. Just then Muchuan chimed in from the side, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhuchuan went out of her way to buy it. It would be a shame not to wear it, right? In truth, Muchuan was also curious to see her in it. Shiryu looked at Luo Zhuchuan's sparkling eyes, then glanced at Muchuan, who was trying to act nonchalant. She let out a soft sigh and took the bag. All right, thank you, Zhuchuan. Luo Zhuchuan immediately turned to Muchuan, winking at him, and whispered, see, your words carry more weight. Looking forward to your mid-autumn festival piece. Luo Zhuchuan made a heart gesture with his hands, and then left. By the way, Shiryu, are you still going to participate in this semester's math competition? Muchuan suddenly asked. I've chosen the liberal arts track now, why would I join a math competition? That's true, but if you're interested you could always give it a try. Muchuan's gaze held a hint of expectation. No need, I'm fine with how things are. Shiryu didn't want to stand out. The last time she participated it was because a teacher had forced her to, and her results hadn't been great, proving that the path of competitions wasn't for her. It wasn't that girls shouldn't be too conspicuous, but her experiences dictated that she couldn't afford to be too high profile. Alright then. What about you? Are you going to participate? Shiryu asked with a blink. Probably. He answered lightly, but his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Well, good luck then. Muchuan felt a pang of loss. He had secretly hoped Shiryu would join the competition, giving them a reason to study together, but he couldn't force her. He suddenly missed the days in their freshman year when they reviewed together. He watched Shiryu's earnest expression, feeling an urge to reach out and touch her face. Hey, excuse me, does that Shiryu from your class have a boyfriend? A new transfer student at the back asked the girl sitting next to him. Don't know? Probably not. Never heard of one. The girl replied casually. As a prominent figure in the class, if Shiryu had a boyfriend, news would have spread long ago. I see. Well, thanks. Suddenly the boy walked over to Shiryu. Shiryu looked at him. Hello, Shiryu. Are you the English class representative? Could I get your contact info? I'd like to ask you questions directly if I have any. Before Shiryu could answer, Muchuin stepped in front of him. Hey, go back to your seat. Don't get any funny ideas. The new boy was taken aback, clearly not expecting the interruption. He looked Muchuin up and down, raising an eyebrow. But upon a closer look and recognizing who it was, he turned and walked away. Shiryu looked at Muchuin strangely and laughed. What are you doing? You scared him off. That guy clearly had bad intentions. Have you forgotten Zhang Lianxiao? Don't give anyone any chance, understand? Otherwise they'll get the wrong idea. After the boy left, Muchuin kept staring at Shiryu. He was thinking that if Shiryu absolutely had to have a boyfriend, it had to be him. After all, they had known each other for over a year. He understood her well, and in every aspect he was the most qualified to be her boyfriend. If he became her boyfriend, maybe those weird guys would stop bothering her. Shiryu looked back at him a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Are you free this Saturday evening? Probably. I don't have any plans. Then could you come out with me this Saturday night? Where to? It's Mid-Autumn Festival that day. The moon will be full. I want to take you to see it. Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, okay. Alright. Mukin's heart pounded. He had decided to confess to Shiryu on Mid-Autumn Festival. On the day of the festival, Shiryu wore the JK skirt Luo Zhouchuan had given her. The evening breeze carried the sweet scent of osmanthus, as Shiryu waited at the school gate for Muchuin, her skirt hem fluttering gently. The cream-colored sailor collar was adorned with a small bow, and the pleated skirt ending at her knees accentuated her slender calves. The streetlight cast a warm glow on her hair, softening even her usually distant expression. When Muchuin saw Shiryu, his steps faltered abruptly. He was still clutching a bag of freshly bought osmanthus cakes, the oil paper crinkled under his tight grip. His gaze traveled from her downcast lashes to the dancing shadows on her skirt, and he swallowed hard, feeling the confession he had rehearsed all night suddenly stuck in his throat. You're wearing this. Muchuin walked over, his voice a little strained. It looks really nice. Really? It was Zhouchuan who chose it. You look very sweet in it. Muchuin looked at her straight legs and fair neck, feeling nervous and at a loss for words. They walked side by side towards the river, occasionally passing children carrying lanterns, their laughter like scattered candy. Halfway there, Muchuin suddenly stopped. Shiryu, there's something I want to tell you. He looked at her with sudden seriousness. Shiryu paused, as well, her skirt still settling from the breeze. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the half-light of the street lamp. The sweet scent of osmanthus seemed to intensify, weaving through the subtle distance between them. Go ahead. Her voice was softer than usual, her fingers unconsciously twisting the cuff of her sailor top. Muchuin took a deep breath, his grip on the osmanthus cake tightening, causing the oil paper to rustle. He had rehearsed this moment countless times on the way here from, I've liked you for a long time, to, would you like to try being with me? But standing before her, the words suddenly felt clumsy. What's wrong? Muchuin swallowed again, his gaze fixed on her hair, tousled by the wind. He reached out, gently tucking a strand behind her ear. The moment his fingertips grazed her earlobe, they both froze. Shiryu's ears flushed pink as if burned, and she instinctively shrank back, but Muchuin gently held her by the nape of her neck. Shiryu, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. His voice dropped, carrying the mellow intoxication of osmanthus wine in the night wind. I was afraid you might reject me, but I've thought it over recently. I'm scared that if I don't say it now, I might never get the chance. He paused. I like you. Would you be my girlfriend? Suddenly the sound of fireworks erupted, drowning out his hard-earned confession. Shiryu's lashes trembled. The light of the fireworks exploding in the night sky reflected in her eyes, flickering like shattered stars. She didn't catch the last part of his confession. She only saw his lips move, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously, and the oil paper around the osmanthus cake squashed in his hand. What did you say? She leaned in half a step, the wind blowing loose strands between them. It was too loud just now. Mukin's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might crack his ribs. Looking at her face, so close, he suddenly felt all the rehearsed lines were unnecessary. He reached out, tucking all her windblown hair behind her ears, his fingertips deliberately lingering on her burning earlobe for an extra half-second. Then he leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear, his voice clear and distinct, wrapped in the sweet scent of osmanthus, as if carved into the night breeze. I said I like you. I've liked you since freshman year, watching you nod off like a little chick pecking at rice, while you kept me company studying. What? Muchuin, don't joke with me. Shiyu's hands fluttered nervously in front of her. I'm not joking. Mukin's voice grew deeper than before, carrying an earnestness that brooked no doubt. I've been holding this in my heart for a long time. I was afraid you'd reject me, so I never dared to say it. But I've thought it over and over, and I still feel I must tell you today, so that every Mid-Autumn Festival from now on, when you look up at the moon, perhaps you'll think of me. Shiyu bit her lip. Though this wasn't the first time a boy had confessed to her, she still found it unbearably awkward. What should she do? She didn't dislike Muchuan, but was it a bit to start dating a guy? Was it a bit too sudden? Muchuan. Are you serious? Shiyu lifted her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly, her voice still laced with lingering bewilderment. I'm serious. Mukin's gaze fell straight upon her face, bright, as if sprinkled with starlight. Shiyu opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What's wrong? He pressed a trace of barely perceptible nervousness hidden in his voice. And nothing, it's just that this is too sudden. I haven't had any time to prepare mentally. Shiyu lowered her head, staring at her fingers clasped together in front of her. So does that mean you agree? Muchuan said, a hint of excitement creeping in. Shiyu was taken aback by his question, instinctively stepping back half a pace, the hem of her skirt brushing against her ankles and stirring a faint tickle. I don't know. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Why? Is there some concern? Or is it that you don't like me yet? Muchuan moved half a step closer, a note of urgency creeping into his tone. It's not that, Muchuan, actually Shiyu paused, her lashes drooping even lower, veiling the emotions in her eyes. What is it? Tell me. Muchuan waited patiently, even his breathing growing softer. I don't know how to tell you. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that I have a rather unpleasant past, more complicated than you could imagine. So her voice carried a hint of difficulty, as if confessing a secret buried deep in her heart for a long time. It doesn't matter. Muchuan cut her off, his tone resolute. Shiyu, I don't care about any of that. Shiyu was stunned. Shiyu suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide as saucers like a startled fawn with a dazed look of disbelief. You really don't care? I don't. He said it with extraordinary firmness. But. No buts. Muchuan leaned in closer, throwing all caution to the wind, his mind and eyes filled with nothing but the desire for an answer. Will you be my girlfriend, okay, Shiyu? Let me think about it. Muchuan was taken aback for a moment, then the disappointment in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of hope. At least she hadn't rejected him outright, which meant there was still a chance. All right, I'll wait for you. He breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed to the fireworks piled not far away. Want to set off some fireworks? Sure. Shiyu's voice was still a bit distant. Baby, suddenly a clear, bright voice cut in. Luo Jiuchuan, like a nimble swallow, pounced over and hugged Shiyu's arm, her hair ends brushing across her cheek, carrying a faint scent of gardenias. Jiuchuan. Shiyu swayed from the impact, but her taut nerves inexplicably relaxed, and her tone softened. Why are you here too? Muchuan had long since arranged with Luo Jiuchuan and Hizei that if his confession succeeded they wouldn't show themselves, but if it failed they'd come out quickly to smooth things over and avoid an awkward atmosphere. By the way, Hizei and I have prepared mooncakes. Come on, let's go to Hizei's place to celebrate the festival. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly grabbed Shiyu's hand. Right now? Shiyu, pulled by her sudden enthusiasm, staggered slightly and instinctively turned her head to look at Muchuan. Muchuan met her gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. In the end he managed a gentle smile. Go ahead, it's better that we all celebrate together. Oh, alright then. As the group walked into Hizei's luxurious mansion, Shiyu couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. Jiuchuan, is this really Hizei's home? She asked softly. Yeah, what do you think? Surprised, aren't you? Luo Jiuchuan raised her chin, a hint of smugness in her voice. MMID heard Hizei's family was well off. Shiyu looked at the imposing decor before her and replied with a smile. What are you smiling about? Luo Jiuchuan tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. Why, I'm happy for you, of course. Shiyu's smile deepened. What? Do you mean? Luo Jiuchuan blinked. Think about it, if you marry Hizei in the future, wouldn't you become a ready-made young mistress? Luo Jiuchuan's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She reached out and gave Shiyu's arm a gentle pinch with a hint of playful reproach. Who's going to marry him? You girls are always so insincere, clearly liking someone in your heart, yet you pretend not to admit it. Muchuan chimed in with a laugh from the side. Mind your own business. Worry about your Shiyu first. Luo Jiuchuan shot him a glare. She's not mine yet. Mukin's voice trailed off, carrying a hint of barely noticeable dejection. Alright, come have some mooncakes. After we eat, let's head to the courtyard to admire the moon. Luo Jiuchuan quickly intervened to smooth things over, pulling Shiyu towards the living room. She opened the mooncake box and used a small knife to cut the mooncakes into pieces. The sweet fragrance of lotus seed paste mingled with the faint scent of osmanthus in the air. Shiyu picked up a piece and took a small bite. The delicate filling melted on her tongue, sweetly perfect. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed Muchuan still standing where he was, the osmanthus sugar cake in his hand, untouched, his gaze fixed intently on her. Aren't you eating? She held out the mooncake in her hand. This lotus seed paste one is pretty good. Is that so? Let me try some. It's indeed quite good. I'm glad you like it. Would you like some wine? Hizei held up a bottle of red wine. Muchuan instinctively glanced at Shiyu, remembering that she seemed not to drink. I can have a little, but Shiyu probably can't. Shiyu's body had a peculiar reaction to alcohol, not merely an allergy, likely related to her modified physique. In the past Shiyu hadn't had this issue. Forget it then. No drinking. Underage kids shouldn't drink anyway. Stick to soft drinks, Luo Jiuchuan interjected. Alright. Hise put the wine back and brought over soft drinks instead. Do you have any plans tomorrow? Where are you thinking of going? Luo Jiuchuan asked again. After all National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival fell together, making a rare extended holiday. Muchuan and Shiyu exchanged glances. No plans. How about going to the beach? Luo Jiuchuan suggested. The beach? Muchuan raised an eyebrow, a sudden image flashing through his mind. Shiyu in a bikini. Sure. He nodded, a hint of anticipation hidden in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely noticeable smirk. I've had such a great time today, Shiyu. Don't go back to school tonight. Sleep with me, okay? Huh, that's not really. What's not okay about it? We're both girls. What could I possibly do to you? But I might, Shiyu thought silently. Muchuan, you stay too. Just crash at Hise's place, oh, and we'll head out tomorrow. Muchuan paused, looked at Shiyu, and seeing no objection replied, okay. Hise's house had plenty of guest rooms. Luo Jiuchuan led Shiyu into one warmly and elegantly decorated with a small bundle of dried lavender on the nightstand. What do you think of this room? I had Hise prepare it specially. Isn't it cozy? Luo Jiuchuan spun around excitedly. Shiyu touched the soft bedding and smiled, nodding. It's very cozy. Thank you, Jiuchuan. Don't be silly. Luo Jiuchuan patted her shoulder. By the way, about what Muchuan said to you today, what are you thinking? Huh? How do you know about that? I guessed. Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she avoided Luo Jiuchuan's probing gaze. I don't know. It's too sudden. What's so sudden about it? He's like you for almost a year. He just said it today? Geez, I'm getting anxious for you too. Like me for a year. Shiyu murmured, a complex ripple stirring in her heart. Yeah, you silly goose, don't tell me you never noticed. To say she hadn't noticed at all would be a lie. She just never dared to dwell on it. Those extra attentions, those unusual cares. She always subconsciously filed them under friendship. After all, someone carrying secrets like hers had to be cautious even in breathing. How could she dare to yearn for such fiery affection? Shiyu, there's something I don't know if I should say. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly turned serious. What? Shiyu looked up at her. Well, I always feel you're a bit odd. You clearly seem to like Muchuan too, but it's like you're afraid of something. Shiyu's fingers paused on the dried lavender, the rough texture of the petals mirroring her mood. I'm not afraid, she said softly, her voice so light it seemed to fear disturbing the dust in the air. It's just, some things aren't what you think. Luo Jiuchuan sat down beside her, the edge of the bed sinking slightly. Then what are they, Oi? She tilted her head, her hair brushing the pillow with a faint scent of gardenias. You always say you have secrets, but we're friends. Aren't friends supposed to share burdens? Shiyu's lashes trembled. Moonlight fell into her eyes like a thin layer of frost. Jiuchuan, she suddenly turned her gaze, meeting Luo Jiuchuan's directly. If someday you find out I'm not me anymore, would you be scared? Luo Jiuchuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What do you mean by that? You're not saying you're an alien, are you? She reached out and pinched Shiyu's cheek, the warmth of her fingertips making Shiyu flinch. No matter what you are, you're still my little Shiyu. Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Luo Jiuchuan's sparkling eyes, which reflected her own image, clean and pure. But the things she hid in her heart were like poison-tipped needles, and once spoken they might shatter all of this. It's nothing. She lowered her head, burying her face in her knees. I just feel that dating is too far away for me. How could it be far? Luo Jiuchuan moved closer, their shoulders gently touching. Muchuan is so great. Attentive to you, good grades, and the key is when he looks at you his eyes shine like stars. Are you really not the least bit moved? Can I really say yes to him? Shiyu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly turned her around to face her. Why not? Shiyu, do you think you're not good enough for someone? Or do you think love has to be passionate and dramatic? Shiyu was stunned by the question, her lips moving, but no words coming out. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, at least you tried, and won't regret it, right? But, I don't want to become strangers with Muchuan. Shiyu, what are you saying? How can you be so sure you'll break up? Muchuan and Shiyu. Look at how well your names match, like you're destined for each other. She took Shiyu's hand, her tone unusually earnest. Give him a chance. Trust me, there are plenty of girls chasing Muchuan, but he hasn't looked at any of them. He only has eyes for you. What does that tell you? It means he truly cares about you. Really? Shiyu looked up, seeking confirmation. Of course. Shiyu clenched her palms, her fingertips tingling. Meanwhile, in another room, Hise received a text from Luo Jiuchuan. Luo Jiuchuan, done deal. Shiyu agreed. Tomorrow have Muchuan confess to her again, and it's in the bag. Hise, okay. Muchuan was absorbed in flipping through Hise's childhood photo album when Hise snatched it away. Stop looking, young master. I've got good news for you. What? Muchuan hadn't yet recovered from the embarrassing photos. Shiyu agreed to be your girlfriend. What? Really? Muchuan jumped to his feet, his eyes blazing with excitement. See, with my Chuaner on the case, there's nothing she can't handle, Hise said, waving his phone. Muchuan grabbed the phone, read the message, and grinned from ear to ear, spinning on the spot. Great. Did Shiyu really? Wait, where are you going? Seeing him about to dash out, Hise quickly grabbed him. To see her? She already said yes. No. Hise held him tight. Are you crazy? If you run over right after Chuaner told you, Shiyu will think we set her up, and then she might change her mind. He patted Mukin's shoulder, lowering his voice. Tomorrow pretend you don't know anything and confess to her properly again. Don't sell us out. Makes sense. I was too hasty. Muchuan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he sat back on the bed, his cheeks still flushed with excitement. All right, time to sleep. That night the lights in both rooms stayed on late. Shiyu lay in bed, the scent of lavender lingering in her nose, Luo Juchuan's words and Mukin's starry eyes replaying in her mind. Muchuan meanwhile tossed and turned in the guest room, rehearsing his confession 100 times in his head, a smile never leaving his lips. Both lay awake, staring at the ceiling until the moonlight outside faded, and wrapped in hazy anticipation, they drifted into a light sleep. At the faint light of dawn, Shiryu woke first. The curtains weren't drawn tight, and a slanted beam of pale golden light fell upon the tips of Luo Juchuan's hair scattered across the pillow. She was sleeping deeply, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. Shiryu stared at the strand of hair dyed amber by the sunlight for a moment, then gently lifted the covers and got out of bed. The corridor was silent, with only the faint sound of running water coming from the kitchen. She tiptoed over and saw Mu Chun standing at the sink, clumsily washing strawberries. Morning light streamed in from the window behind him, stretching his shadow long across the floor. His hair tips were touched with a hint of moisture, and the profile of his face appeared exceptionally soft in the gentle glow. Morning, Shiryu said softly, her voice as light as if she feared shattering the tranquility of the moment. Mu Chun's hand trembled, and a strawberry plopped into the water with a soft thud. Shiryu walked over, bent down, and picked up the strawberry. Here, Emma, Mu Chun replied, taking it. Why are you preparing strawberries so early in the morning? Shiryu asked, tilting her head. We plan to go to the beach today, so I thought we'd bring some fruit. Oh, need any help? Before Mu Chun could respond, a voice came from behind them. You two are up quite early. It was Luo Juchuan. She stretched lazily, and then walked over. They'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. We'll all head to the beach together in a bit. Luo Juchuan winked at Shiryu, who didn't understand her meaning. She just nodded in reply. After preparing everything, the four of them set off together. Hise called his driver to take them to their destination. The drive was over an hour long. As the car left the city, the scenery outside the window gradually took on the breath of the sea. Palm trees by the roadside stretched their leaves in the wind. The distant horizon slowly merged with the sea line, and the pale blue mist carried a salty, humid breeze. In the car, Shiryu and Mu Chun sat in the back. Shiryu stared listlessly out the window at the passing landscape. An hour later. We're almost there. Luo Juchuan pressed against the car window, suddenly pointing ahead and shouting excitedly. Shiryu followed her gaze and saw a stretch of golden-brown sand, as if ironed smooth by the sun, spreading along the coastline. At its edge, the water churned with white waves, blue like a piece of shattered glass. The reefs of Honghai Bay stood by the shore, their edges worn smooth by the waves, yet still retaining a stubborn, rugged strength. When the driver parked in the lot, the sea breeze rushed in, carrying the sound of the surf. Luo Juchuan was the first to push open the car door. The hem of her dress, carrying the scent of gardenias, was lifted by the wind. She turned back to wave at Shiryu. Come on, come on. The wind here even smells like the sea. Shiryu followed her out of the car. The fine soft sand seeped through the canvas of her shoes, carrying the warmth of the sun. Mu Chun followed behind her, carrying a picnic basket full of fruit. His gaze kept drifting to her wind-tousled hair tips. As she bent down to take off her shoes, her exposed ankles gleamed white as jade in the sunlight. There are quite a lot of people today. I guess holidays bring in the crowds, Luo Juchuan remarked, looking at the many people on the beach. Shiryu, have you ever been to the beach before? She suddenly asked. Shiryu shook her head. She rarely came, because the beach represented longing. Come on, Shiryu. Luo Juchuan suddenly grabbed her hand. Where are we going? Shiryu asked, puzzled. To change into swimsuits. Swimsuits? Why do we need to change? To swim, of course. Come on. Without further ado, Luo Juchuan dragged Shiryu towards the changing rooms, with Mu Chun and Hise following behind, carrying their things. Luo Juchuan had already prepared swimsuits. She pulled a blue one-piece swimsuit from her bag, adorned with tiny shimmering sequins that sparkled in the light. What do you think of this one? I brought it especially for you. Isn't it cute? Shiryu looked at the swimsuit, her fingertips feeling warm. She wasn't really used to wearing such revealing clothes, especially thinking that Mu Chun might see her in it. Never mind. He'll just wear my own clothes. Oh, come on. You have to enjoy yourself when you're out. This is much easier for swimming. Luo Juchuan pushed the swimsuit into her hands. Hurry up and change. He'll wait outside. Shiryu hesitated for a moment, but still took the swimsuit and went into the changing stall. The fabric was thin, and she could see her own knuckles turning white through it in the light. She stared down at the lace trim on the neckline. Even though it had been over a year since she became a girl, this was still the first time she had worn such a revealing outfit, and it was hard to get used to. When she came out after changing, she instinctively gathered the hem of the skirt. The swimsuit had a backless design, and the skin on her back was dazzlingly white in the light. The skirt barely reached her upper thighs, making her legs look particularly long and slender. Luo Juchuan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but let out a whistle. Wow, Shiryu, you look amazing. What about you? Why aren't you changing? Shiryu asked. She wasn't about to be the only one getting teased. Oh, she wanted to see Luo Zhichuan's too. I already changed at home, Luo Zhichuan said, taking off her outer layer. Underneath she wore a goose yellow bikini with two fluffy little ducklings adorning the chest, making her skin look as fair as snow and radiating vibrant energy. She twirled around proudly, her skirt hem lifting in a graceful arc. Well, isn't mine super cute? Sure, you watched her bright sunny demeanor, and her mind suddenly went blank. Huh. Sure, you, why is your nose bleeding? Sure, you quickly raised her hand to cover her nose, her fingertips instantly stained with warm liquid. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It's nothing. She mumbled hastily, lowering her head. Her long hair fell forward, obscuring half her face, but her ears were so red they looked like they might drip blood. She secretly glanced up at Luo Zhichuan, who was still spinning around excitedly. The goose yellow bikini was dazzling in the light, and the heat in her nose surged again. Are you feeling dizzy from the heat? Why is your face so red? Luo Zhichuan leaned in, reaching out to feel her forehead, but sure, you dodged away. I'm really fine. Just felt a bit hot all of a sudden. Maybe it's internal heat. But this doesn't look like it. It's nothing, let's go. As they rounded the corner of the changing rooms, they ran straight into Mu-chan and Hizei. Hizei let out a whistle, his gaze sweeping over Shiryu. Oh ho, sure, you finally decided to show off that great figure you've been hiding. Sure, yes, face turned even redder in an instant, and she instinctively hid behind Luo Zhichuan. Ignore them. Let's go over there, Luo Zhichuan said, pulling Shiryu towards the beach. Mu-chan's gaze lingered on her exposed back, his atoms, apple bobbing almost imperceptibly. He quickly looked away, but his fingers curled up quietly. Tisk, look at that. Shiryu really has a great figure, Hizei deliberately said in front of Mu-chan. Shiryu and Luo Zhichuan were together arranging the picnic mat. Suddenly a few boys not far away cast glances in their direction. Hey, look at those two cuties over there. Just the two of them alone. Think we can go over and chat them up. They're definitely easy on the eyes and great figures too. Let's go. Dragging footsteps trudged across the sandy ground, carrying a lazy ruffian air. The boys swaggered over, their gazes like sticky spiderwebs sweeping over the two with undisguised intent. The one leading, a bleached blonde youth, let out a whistle and deliberately edged closer to Shiryu. Hey there, beauties, all alone. How about some big brothers keep you company? Shiryu instinctively moved to shield Luo Zhichuan, a leftover reflex from when she used to be a boy. Luo Zhichuan, however, merely smiled faintly, glancing up at them with a sharp, thorny tone. We have company, thanks. No need for your concern, brothers. Oh, interesting. Come on, little miss, tell me which clueless bastard dared to compete with us over you. As he spoke, he reached for Luo Zhichuan's hand. Don't touch her. Shiryu was quick, slapping his hand away with a sharp crack, her palm carrying unmistakable force. The blonde's hand recoiled, his flippant smirk freezing for a second before twisting into angry embarrassment. Oh ho, little bowtie's got some fire, huh? The boys behind him joined in with jeering laughter. Shiryu pressed her lips tight, her face rigid as she said stiffly, I suggest you leave now. If my boyfriend gets here, you're done for. He's seriously strong. One punch each, and you'll all be flat on the ground. Luo Zhichuan blinked at Shiryu. Did she just admit that? The blonde laughed as if had heard a great joke, exaggerating his amusement. Boyfriend? Where? Huh. Bring him out, and let us take a look. I'd love to see which coward dares to interfere with our business. He reached out again, this time with ill intent, aiming to pinch her chin. Shiryu dodged sideways, her brow furrowing deeper. She unconsciously scanned her surroundings, searching for Mu-chan, and spotted him, and Hizei standing near a rocky outcrop, not far away, apparently deep in conversation. What? Can't find your savior. The blonde pressed forward, his tone growing more lewd. I think you're better off not waiting. Come with us, I promise way more fun than any so-called boyfriend. Luo Zhichuan was riled by his attitude, stepping forward to block. Shiryu, watch your mouth. Could go anywhere with you. Get lost now. Oh, this little pepper's even feistier. One of the boys behind the blonde grinned slyly. But I like M with some spirit. They started to lunge forward, and Shiryu panicked, kicked out at the blonde's shin. She didn't put much force into it, but it still made him stagger. You fucking kicked me, eh? The blonde was livid, rolling up his sleeves for a fight. Just then a chilling voice cut through. Stop. Mu-chan had appeared without warning, his face dark and intimidating, his eyes like ice fixed on the blonde. Hizei followed behind him, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a grim seriousness. Seeing Mu-chan, the blonde's bravado instantly deflated, but he still blustered. Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble? Mu-chan ignored him, walking straight to Shiryu, and pulling her behind him, his gaze sweeping over the boys, his voice icy. Get lost before I make you. Pretty boy trying to play the knight in shining armor, huh? Let's see if you've got the guts. Knight in shining armor. No, to be precise, I'm protecting my girlfriend. He glanced at Shiryu. Girlfriend? Bullshit. I can tell you two don't even know each other. Is that so? Shiryu, are you my girlfriend? He looked at her earnestly. Taken aback by the sudden question, Shiryu froze. She looked at the tense line of Mu-chan's jaw, then caught the blonde's smug expression, waiting for a joke, and her inner panic was suddenly replaced by an inexplicable surge of courage. She shuffled half a step forward, reaching out to clutch the hem of Mu-chan's shirt, her fingertips whitening from the grip, yet her voice was unusually clear. Yes. Hearing her response, Mu-chan was secretly pleased. He didn't actually need to prove anything to anyone about Shiryu being his girlfriend, but had done it on purpose. After all, how could he pass up such a perfect opportunity to get her to admit she was his girlfriend? You heard her. Now get lost. He barked, his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed smugness. And her. The blonde seemed unwilling to give up. She's mine. Ise stepped forward, squinting as he swept his gaze over them, his tone casual yet oppressive. What's the matter? You dare touch my people? Aichi. Young master, he. The blonde's face turned pale instantly upon recognizing him, his voice trembling. Ahem, get out of here. Ise waved a hand dismissively, not bothering to look at them again. Why wise? You know him? Mu-chan asked. Nope. Ise rubbed his chin, looking serious. Probably because I'm just too handsome. You're right. Mu-chan suddenly leaned closer to Shiryu, sneakily taking her hand. The scent of sea breeze mixed with his presence enveloped her unexpectedly, and Shiryu's fingers, still clutching his shirt, tightened abruptly. Shiryu instinctively stepped back a few paces. You just said yes earlier. He leaned in slightly, his voice low with a hint of playful stubbornness. Said yes to what? Shiryu turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. To being my girlfriend. I was just reacting in the moment. A reaction still counts. Mu-chan refused to let it go, the smile in his eyes impossible to hide. Right. Shiryu, just say yes. Luo Zhochuan had somehow appeared beside them, egging her on. Mu-chan is genuinely a good guy. Just give him an answer. So what do you say? Will you be my girlfriend? Mu-chan leaned in once more. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Mu-chan's mouth. Suddenly Shiryu noticed his gaze shift and realized he was staring at her body. What are you looking at? Ahem, nothing. Let's go swimming. Mu-chan pulled a lifebuoy from behind his back and slipped it over Shiryu's head. Shiryu. What's this for? In case you run out of energy. Better safe. Shiryu felt a bit embarrassed wearing a lifebuoy, but then she thought since she was a girl now it probably wasn't that strange. Oh, let's go. Mu-chan unabashedly took Shiryu's hand, and the two slowly made their way to the seaside. The sand beneath their feet was cool, with seawater waves rolling continuously onto the shore before reluctantly retreating, leaving trails of glistening foam. Mu-chan stopped, turning to look at Shiryu. You go in first. Or should I? He'll go first. Shiryu took a deep breath and waded tentatively into the water. The shallow waters were crowded with people playing, and adults and children with lifebuoys were everywhere, their bright colors bobbing in the sunlight. She glanced down at the one around her own chest, and suddenly felt it wasn't so embarrassing after all. He sprinkled snow upon her head, foolishly dreaming of growing old together with her. Shiryu had just dipped her feet into the seawater when the icy sensation crept up her ankles, causing her to instinctively curl her toes. Mu-chan followed behind her, his gaze lingering on the faint curve where the lifebuoy pressed against her, a glint of mischief hidden deep within his eyes. Is the water cold? He asked deliberately, leaning closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Shiryu's body stiffened, and just as she was about to nod, she felt something gently hook her ankle. She let out a startled cry and stumbled half a step forward, seawater instantly surging to her knees, her skirt clinging wetly to her legs. Turning around, she caught Mu-chan slowly withdrawing his foot, raising an eyebrow with an innocent expression. What's wrong? Did you slip? Mu-chan expected Shiryu to get angry or something, so he intentionally teased her, yet Shiryu remained remarkably calm. Shiryu gazed at the barely concealed mischief in his eyes, and a sudden understanding dawned upon her. Suddenly Shiryu placed her hand on the water and splashed it towards Mu-chan. The spray carrying the salty tang of the sea flew at him. Clearly not expecting such a move, he instinctively turned his head to dodge, but his shoulder still caught a large wet patch. Water droplets clung to Mu-chan's eyelashes. He froze for a second before a low chuckle escaped his lips. He wiped his face with his hand, and the gaze that slipped through his fingers was as warm as sun-heated seawater. Daring to splash me? You've grown bold. As he spoke, he shifted his foot in the water, kicking up a spray several times larger than Shiryu straight at her face. Shiryu felt like she had gotten water in her mouth. The lifebuoy wobbled in the water, making her stumble as she nearly fell backward into the sea. She coughed a couple of times, wiped the seawater from her face, yet a smile began to bloom in her eyes. Relying on the buoyancy of the lifebuoy, she retreated 2 steps into deeper water, bent down to scoop up a handful of water, and splashed it at Mu-chan again. Who told you to tease me first? Look at them, aren't they wonderful? Luo Zhochuan said to Ise, watching Shiryu and Mu-chan. Ise responded. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you as lively today? Luo Zhochuan squinted at Ise, feeling he was acting a bit strange today. Nothing's wrong. What, usually you find me annoying, and today I'm not bothering you, so you're not used to it. Not that. Usually you're so goofy, but today you're too serious. Luo Zhochuan looked at Ise with curiosity. Then I'll show you some goofiness. As he spoke, Ise suddenly reached out and tickled Luo Zhochuan's armpit. Caught off guard, she burst into breathless laughter, stumbling backward until she accidentally stepped on a slippery shell and felt herself starting to fall. With quick reflexes, Ise wrapped an arm around her waist, steadying her. Her back bumped against his chest, and through their soaked clothes, she could feel the warmth of his body, her cheeks flushing a deep red. What are you doing? She broke free from his grasp, took 2 steps back, and patted her hot cheeks, her voice tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. Hise, however, wore a triumphant grin, deliberately shaking his wet hair and flinging droplets onto Luo Zhichuan's face. Who told you to call me serious? This is me not being serious. Luo Zhichuan wiped the water from her face, and seeing the sly glint in his eyes, her annoyance began to dissolve. She bent down, scooped up a handful of fine sand, and catching Hise off guard, flung it at him. The sand scattered over his hair and shoulders. He let out a tisk, ready to retaliate, but saw Luo Zhichuan had already turned and run off, her skirt fluttering in the sea breeze like a delicate butterfly. Luo Zhichuan ran towards Shiryu and Mu Chun, but Hise didn't follow. Mu Chun was lazily pushing Shiryu's swimming ring. Shiryu could feel herself drifting. You don't have to push, Shiryu said, gripping the handle of the lifebuoy and looking back at him. I can float on my own. Mu Chun lowered his head, his gaze falling on her skirt, thoroughly soaked by the seawater, the white fabric clinging to her legs and outlining her slender figure. His Adam's apple bobbed. He looked away towards the distant horizon, his voice scattering in the wind. Afraid the waves will carry you away. Shiryu let out a scoff, about to retort that she wasn't that weak when she saw him suddenly release his hand, take a half step back, and dive into the water. His blue figure cut a clean arc through the clear sea like a swiftly swimming fish, and in an instant he had circled around to her back. Hey! Shiryu felt the lifebuoy being gently tugged from behind, and her whole body lurched backwards, startling her into gripping the edge tightly. Mu Chun stopped messing around. The water splashed with a whoosh as Mu Chun surfaced beside her, water dripping from his hair, his forehead fringe plastered wetly against it. His usually cool features were washed even clearer by the seawater. He wiped his face with his hand, but the smile in his eyes was undeniable. Scared, Shiryu shot him a glare and was about to splash him again when he caught her wrist underwater. His palm was cool from the sea, and his fingertips brushed against her skin, sending an inexplicable shiver through her. Still daring to splash me? Who taught you that? Shiryu's wrist was held in his grip, the chill seeping from his skin into her very heart. I learned it from you. Mu Chun let out a low chuckle, loosening his hold on her wrist, but not letting go, instead gently pulling her towards him. Shiryu's body leaned forward, the lifebuoy bobbing in the water, creating ripples that spread outwards. You've learned to be bad. After swimming for a while, they returned to the shore. Shiryu's foot seemed to step on something, and she moved it aside. Is this a seashell? Shiryu bent down and carefully picked up the object near her foot. It's normal to find seashells by the sea. If you like it, you can take it back. I've heard that if you hold a seashell to your ear, you can hear the sound of the ocean. Listen. She held the shell up to Mu Chun's ear and leaned in close herself, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Mu Chun didn't move, letting the small shell rest against his cheek. The sea breeze carried the sound of the waves, mingling with the salty scent of the sea in Shiryu's hair, which felt more real than the faint echo inside the shell. He waited for 2 seconds, and seeing Shiryu still tilting her head waiting for an answer, he suddenly turned his head, his lips brushing against her fingertips. I heard it. Shiryu burst into laughter at his reply. Haha, I was kidding. You actually believed me. You said you heard it, but you're lying. Mu Chun looked at her, smiling eyes, the corners of his own mouth curving up in response. The warmth from her fingertips still lingered on his own. He didn't argue, only reached out to brush the damp hair from her cheek, his fingertip accidentally grazing her jawline. Lied to me. Then listen again. With that, he leaned his ear close to Shiryu. I spent a lifetime's worth of longing just waiting for you to appear. Shiryu pushed away Mu Chun's face that leaned in too close. For the first time, she felt the softness of his hands as he reached out and gently caught her wrist. You noticed? Mu Chun smiled, openly showing no trace of embarrassment at being caught. Shiryu gave a light snort. I never thought you'd be such a rogue. Why do you say that? When we first met, I thought you were the kind of aloof guy who's hard to approach, someone who wouldn't bother with these little games with girls. She tilted her head, reminiscing. Guess I was wrong. Men are all the same after all. It depends on who it's for. Mu Chun tightened his grip, his voice lowering. With my own girlfriend, I can't exactly keep up the cold facade. But you've changed a lot too. You used to be so quiet, always staying in the corner. Now you're much more outgoing. Hearing this, you felt a wave of emotion. Yes, if she hadn't met him, she might still be alone right now. You looked at him and whispered, thank you. For what? Nothing. She shook her head, gazing seriously into his eyes. Mu Chun, thank you for appearing in my life, and thank you for being willing to like me. You thought if she hadn't gone to that place that day, would they have missed each other forever passing by? Or if she hadn't become a girl and come to this school, would she never have met him at all? But there is no if. Everything is fate's design. Why the sudden sentimentality? Mu Chun noticed her emotional shift and asked softly, hey, you two done being lovey-dovey? Luo Zhichuan's voice called from a distance. Hise ordered the local specialties. You go get changed, we're heading out to eat. Okay. You nodded. He'll go get changed. She turned and ran into the changing room, putting on the JK uniform Luo Zhichuan had specially prepared last time. The light blue plaid skirt fell to her knees, shimmering softly under the lights, and the bow at her collar was tied neatly. She smoothed the skirt in front of the mirror, her heart inexplicably beating a little faster. When she walked out, Mu Chun was already dressed. A white shirt paired with casual pants made him look even more striking. Let's go eat. He naturally extended his hand, his eyes brimming with a warm smile. The four of them walked side by side toward the restaurant with the wooden sign reading Old Fisherman Seafood House. As they reached the door, they were met with a salty, briny evening breeze. Luo Zhouchuan, familiar with the place, lifted the curtain and called out about the private room Hise had booked. Sure, you half shielded by Mu Chun stepped inside and was immediately greeted by a rich aroma of garlic. Come sit. Hise was gesturing at a basket of lively shrimp and crabs and waved them over. This place's blood clams are shucked fresh and the mackerel fish balls just came out of the pot. You're in luck. Don't just stand there, have a seat. Sit. As soon as Shiryu sat down, a waiter brought over a coarse ceramic bowl. Plump fish balls floated in the milky white soup, glistening with a fine sheen of oil. Mu Chun ladled her a small bowl first. Try this. The owner said the mackerel was pounded for 2 hours. When she bit into the fish ball, it was springy enough to make her tongue tingle. The savory juice mixed with scallion flavor burst in her mouth. Sure, yes, eyes lit up, but before she could compliment it, Luo Zhouchuan stuffed a blood clam into her mouth. The purplured shell was pried open, the meat still tinged with a hint of blood. Dipped in vinegar and bitten into it was crisp and tender, like holding a piece of sea-flavored agate in her mouth. Slow down. Mu Chun wiped a bit of vinegar from the corner of her mouth, his fingers accidentally brushing her flushed cheek. There's also salt and pepper mantis shrimp. Sure, what do you think of the owner's cooking? How does it compare to yours? Mu Chun suddenly asked. He had tasted Shirye's cooking several times and still thought hers was better. Hard to say. Each has its own merits. Shiryu said modestly. I still think yours is better. Oh, so you're saying you've secretly eaten Shirye's cooking before? Of course. Last semester during Qingming Festival. I had some of Shirye's dishes. Oh, I see. Shiryu, you're so mean. You secretly cook for Mu Chun, but not for me after all I've done for you. No, it's just that he came back with me that day. And he had nowhere to stay, so we stayed together. Of course not in the same room. Oh, so you've been to Shirye's house. Let's not talk about me. Let's eat. Shiryu quickly changed the subject. She didn't like being the center of discussion. As she spoke, Shiryu picked up a mantis shrimp. The moment her fingertips touched the rough, spiky shell, Mu Chun gently pressed her hand. Don't get pricked. Let me. No, it's fine, I can do it. I've been eating these since I was a kid. I'm probably more skilled than you. Shirye's family lived by the sea, so she had eaten plenty of seafood. Come on, Shiryu, give Mu Chun a chance to show off a little. Luo Zhouchuan suggested from the side. Right? Otherwise he'll feel like a useless boyfriend. It's not that bad. But Mu Chun didn't give Shiryu a chance to argue. He had already picked up the mantis shrimp, his fingers nimbly gripping the edge of the shell. With a gentle twist along the ridges, the spiky armor came apart like it had been unlocked, revealing the translucent white meat inside. The young man's eagerness to impress and make the girl dependent on him was understandable. He removed the vein, dipped it in vinegar, and offered it to Shiryu. Try it. See if it's any worse than what you peel yourself. Shiryu instinctively opened her mouth. The sweetness of the shrimp mixed with the tang of vinegar spread on her tongue. After chewing a couple of times, she realized Mu Chun was watching her with a smile. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly picked up a blood clam and stuffed it into his mouth. You eat too. Who knew? Someone can be quite smooth. Luo Zhouchuan raised an eyebrow at Mu Chun. Sure, you thought so too. Turns out everyone has flaws. No one is perfect. Not even him. The holiday slipped away like sand between one's fingers, and before long it was time to return to school. Late spring seemed to cling to Shiryu deliberately, always finding excuses to stay close to her. She was at her wit's end with him, yet she couldn't bring herself to be truly angry. For university, have you decided where you want to apply? He asked abruptly. Shiryu's hand holding the pen jerked to a halt, and a blot of ink bloomed on the scratch paper like a flower that blossomed and withered in an instant. Outside the window, magnolia petals were still fluttering down light as love letters crumpled by time, drifting everywhere and blanketing the whole world. I haven't really decided yet. It's still early. I thought I'd think about it in my third year, she said softly. It's not early. Set a goal first so you can charge toward it later, Late Spring insisted. What about you? Shiryu turned the question back to him, her gaze settling on his face. The south is close, but universities in the north have snow. I want to go north to see it. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if holding a sky full of stars. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat at his words, and her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. So he likes snow too. She also wanted to see snow. Snow? Do you really want to see it that much? Her voice was as light as a feather. Yeah, I've never seen snow in the south. I want to go see it with my own eyes. His longing was almost overflowing. Shiryu also wanted to go north to see the snow, but could she really leave? She didn't have that kind of privilege. Without her family's support, she had no right to ask Chen Yanbai to fund her college education. Come to think of it, whether she could even attend university at all was still uncertain. What about you? Do you want to go north? Seeing her silence, Late Spring pressed on. I do want to. The words slipped out almost instinctively, but what he said next made her feel her own thoughts were utterly ridiculous. Is that so? Then which one do you want to get into, Tsinghua or Peking University? Shiryu froze, clearly caught off guard by his question, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. So all along when he said, universities in the north, there were only ever these two options. And those two universities were for her stars she could never reach. It was only because they'd spent so much time together that she had foolishly begun to think she could stand on the same level as him, even fantasizing about getting into the same university. Sheer wishful thinking. After all, those two schools weren't the kind you could get into with hard work alone. She hadn't even touched the passing line yet. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking again? Late Spring's voice pulled her back. Nothing. She tried to appear calm, her tone as natural as if she truly had the right to discuss this topic. So which one do you want to get into, Tsinghua or Peking University? Only she knew this was nothing but self-deception. Either is fine, I can get into both, but I prefer Peking University a bit more, he said with an airy ease as if talking about the most ordinary thing. Sure, you nodded, and said nothing more. She had always held one principle: never make promises you can't keep. So she didn't dare voice her answer, for if she failed in the future it would only make her look more foolish. Maybe. She could give it her all. But could hard work really get her into those two universities? She didn't know. Back in the dormitory, Shiryu inexplicably looked up Peking University's admission cutoff scores from previous years. When that string of cold numbers came into view, her heart sank instantly. Indeed, there's no chance at all, she murmured, her voice so faint it seemed about to be carried away by the wind. In the days that followed, she was like one possessed. Because of that casual remark from Late Spring, she threw herself headfirst into her books, pouring every moment into her studies. Even when Luo Zhochuan asked her out to clear her mind, she gritted her teeth and refused. She suddenly felt like a fool, but she didn't want Late Spring to look down on her. There was still a year and a half, maybe if she worked hard enough she could make it. Let's get into the same university together. When the results of the first mock exam of the second year were announced, Shiryu's name was followed by 638 points. This score was still far from the minimum admission line for Peking University. This score was still a huge gap from the lowest admission cutoff Peking University had seen over the years. Shiryu stared at the numbers on the report card, her brows furrowed into a knot, unable to muster a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Why aren't you happy? Shen Yicheng asked from the side. Nothing, it's just not ideal, she said, her voice muffled. 638 points, Shen Yicheng clicked his tongue. That's a pretty good score. You can get into any of the top 985 or 211 universities in the country. But Shiryu looked up at him with unusual seriousness. Shen Yicheng, do you know roughly what the minimum admission score for Peking University is? Around 690 something, that fluctuates by a few points each year, he answered after a moment's thought. Then do you think in a year and a half it's hard to raise my score by 60 points? Shen Yicheng was taken aback, then seemed to understand something. Are you trying to get into Peking University? Shiryu let out a soft Is it because of Late Spring? He pressed. Shiryu's throat tightened, and she didn't answer directly. Does he know you're aiming for Peking University? That question left her stunned as well. Yet did he know? But that earlier remark about getting into university together, wasn't that implying they'd go to the same school? Judging by Shiryu's reaction, Shen Yicheng figured he probably didn't know. Shiryu, you need to think this through. Studying is your own business. You can't torment yourself just because you like someone. Shen Yicheng's description was apt. She was indeed tormenting herself. I want to try again. I want to go north and see the snow. Hearing this, Shen Yicheng fell silent for a few seconds. He actually wanted to persuade her to give up. Not because he looked down on her, but because if she was determined to get in, she'd have to work incredibly hard, and that would be very tough on her. Her health was already fragile. Could she withstand such intense studying? If it were her own wish, he would support her unconditionally, but he felt it wasn't worth doing all this for a guy whose future with her was uncertain. Yet seeing the stubbornness in her eyes, he swallowed his words back. It wasn't his place to say that. Good luck, he finally smiled. You can do it. Just then Luo Zhochuan suddenly walked in from outside. Her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen, but her voice was eerily calm. Sure, you come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat, sensing something bad, and followed her out immediately. They walked one after another to the empty sports field. A gentle breeze lifted Luo Zhochuan's hair and chilled Shiryu's heart. What's wrong, Zhochuan? What's happened? She asked hastily, as this was unlike her usually carefree friend. Luo Zhochuan turned around, her voice trembling with a barely perceptible quiver. Shiryu, I am leaving. Shiryu felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What? Going where? Aboard. Aboard? What do you mean? Why suddenly go abroad? Shiryu, do you remember when I told you about my family? My dad and grandpa are gone, but I still have a mom. She's back. And she wants to take me with her. Shiryu's hands clenched unconsciously, her nails digging deep into her palms. She wanted to say, so what if she's your mom? Has she ever taken care of you? But the words got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. She had no right to say such a thing. After a long silence, she asked softly then, do you want to go with her? I don't know, Shiryu. Luo Zhochuan's tears finally fell. I don't really want to go, I really don't. But she's my mom after all. Looking at her red-rimmed eyes, Shiryu felt something clog her chest, a dull ache that wouldn't go away. Does he know about this? She asked hesitantly. Luo Zhochuan shook her head, her voice even lower. No, I haven't told him yet. Shiryu, what should I do? Don't panic yet. You don't necessarily have to go. Maybe you can talk to your mom, ask her why it has to be abroad. Because she found another man and that man said I should go abroad to get better educational resources. Then, Jiu Chuan, sure you hesitated, a hint of probing in her tone. Maybe you should talk to Hizei about this. Perhaps he can come up with a solution. Him? What could he possibly do? Luo Jiuchuan lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath them, his tone laced with uncertainty. Doesn't his family have good connections? Sure, you coaxed gently. I think with his family's influence he might actually be able to help you. Huh? What? Luo Jiuchuan looked up sharply, his eyes full of confusion, as if he didn't grasp the connection. What I mean is, since his family has the financial foundation, they must have some connections and capabilities. Sure, you explained patiently, he might genuinely be able to think of something for you. Is that so? Luo Jiuchuan lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his school uniform. Jiuchuan, what do you think yourself? Do you want to go with your mom? I don't know. Jiuchuan, you've been independent since you were young. You should be more decisive than me. No one can dictate your choice. If you don't want to go, we can help you. Silence stretched between them for a moment before Luo Jiuchuan looked up, his eyes slightly reddened. I want to hear Hizei's opinion. Alright, do you want me to come with you? Sure, you asked softly. Luo Jiuchuan sniffled, tears still clinging to his lashes, but he shook his head firmly. No need, I want to talk to him myself. Then I'll wait for you here. Sure, you softened her voice, seeing his reddened eyes. Luo Jiuchuan nodded, turned, and ran toward the teaching building, the wind catching the hem of his uniform. Luo Jiuchuan stood at the entrance of Hizei's classroom, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. Hizei, who was pondering a problem, looked up to see him. His pen paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Chuan, why are you here? He put down his pen, his tone carrying a natural familiarity. Hizei, I need to tell you something. Luo Jiuchuan stood at the door, his back ramrod straight, yet his voice was lower than usual. Oh, what is it? Hizei raised an eyebrow, smiling as he stood up, assuming it was something trivial. It's something very important. Luo Jiuchuan glanced at the curious gazes around them, pressing his lips together. Come with me, it's not convenient to talk here. Seeing Luo Jiuchuan's pale face and reddened eyes, Hizei's heart sank. He followed without a word towards the stairwell. The wind in the corridor carried the chill of spring, whipping Luo Jiuchuan's hair wildly. His hand, clutching his uniform, trembled slightly. He stopped at the corner of the second floor and turned around. What's wrong? Hizei's voice held a barely perceptible tension. He rarely saw Luo Jiuchuan like this, like a startled fawn, even his breathing betraying his panic. Luo Jiuchuan took a deep breath, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with cotton. It took immense effort to squeeze out a single sentence. My mom is back. Hizei froze. He instinctively raised a hand to touch his shoulder, but stopped midair, asking softly, then. That's a good thing, right? She wants to take me away. Luo Jiuchuan's voice suddenly tightened and tears fell without warning. She's taking me out of the province. No, abroad. That man said there are better schools and a better life overseas. Which man? Hizei's brow furrowed instantly. Her new husband. Luo Jiuchuan turned his face away, not wanting him to see his tear-streaked face. Hizei, I don't want to leave. I've lived here for over a decade. My friend's my. He paused, not finishing the sentence, but the unspoken words hung in the air like a fine needle pricking the space between them. Hizei's heart felt as if it were being squeezed, a dull ache spreading through his chest. He was silent for a few seconds, but his voice was exceptionally steady. Go with your mom. What? Luo Jiuchuan's head shot up, the light in his eyes shattering, his lashes trembling violently as he stared at Hizei in disbelief, as if he hadn't heard the words clearly. You heard me right, Chuan. He avoided her gaze. Maybe going abroad is a good choice for you. Why? Aren't you? Luo Jiuchuan had expected Hizei to persuade him to stay. He thought he would grab his hand and tell him not to go, but instead he pushed him away. Chuan, listen to me. Hizei's fingertips turned white. You've never had your mother's love since you were a child. Now that she's back, she can give you a better life. This way you won't have to. You won't have to force a smile for everyone anymore. What about you then? Luo Jiuchuan's tears finally fell, splashing onto the floor and leaving a small dark stain. If I leave, what will happen to us? It's fine. He forced a smile that looked worse than a cry, but his voice softened. The internet is so advanced now. We can video chat every day. It's not like you're never coming back. When you do, we'll be just like before. Luo Jiuchuan bit his lip until he tasted a faint hint of blood before releasing it. I understand. He sniffled, his voice as cold as ice. So that's how you feel. And here I was foolishly coming to ask for your opinion. With that, he turned and left, his back straight, but unable to hide a slight tremble. Hizei stood rooted to the spot, his hand frozen in midair, unable to even make a move to reach out. In truth, Luo Jiuchuan knew that if he really left, he and Hizei would never be possible again. Saying wait for you to come back was all a lie, because long-distance relationships never end well. He understood this truth better than anyone. So the moment Hizei uttered those words, they were destined to part ways. Hizei watched Luo Jiuchuan's retreating figure. Chuan, I'm sorry, I have my reasons. My dad is about to go to war with their family. I don't want you caught in the middle. So leaving now might be the best choice for you. Once this is all resolved, they'll come find you, Chuan. Sure, he was looking down, stepping on her shadow, when she looked up and saw Luo Jiuchuan running out with red eyes. She hurried over. Jiuchuan, Luo Zhouchuan ignored Shiyu and just kept running forward. Sensing something was wrong, Shiyu followed suit. Zhouchuan. Shiyu chased for half a lap, but couldn't catch up. Gradually she began to feel unwell. She wasn't supposed to engage in strenuous activity. Zhouchuan, wait for me. As if struck by a sudden thought, Luo Zhouchuan whipped her head around to look at Shiyu, her voice urgent, as she called out Shiyu. She hurried over and steadied the panting Shiyu, the warmth of her palm, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Zhouchuan, what's wrong? What happened? Shiyu asked, holding onto her arm, her chest still heaving from the run. It's nothing, Shiyu. Luo Zhouchuan gripped her hand tightly, her knuckles turning white, yet she forced a calm tone. How can it be nothing? Shiyu refused to let it go. What did Hise say to you? Tell me. He wants me to go abroad. As the words fell, Luo Zhouchuan's voice was as light as a feather. Shiyu was momentarily stunned, the shock in her eyes almost spilling over. This answer was completely unexpected. But why? Didn't he say why? No. Luo Zhouchuan lowered her head, her voice muffled in her throat. I guess. He probably doesn't like me anymore. And it makes sense. How could a young master like him ever stay fond of someone like me? Shiyu was rooted to the spot by these words, and it took her a moment to find her voice. Zhouchuan, don't jump to conclusions. I don't think Hise is that kind of person. You wouldn't understand. Luo Zhouchuan looked up, a sheen of moisture veiling her eyes. If Muchuan asked you to go abroad, what would you think? Long-distance relationships never end well. As time passes, any feeling will fade. Shiyu was taken aback by the question, instinctively clutching the cuff of her school uniform. Still, she found it strange. Hise, who was always clinging to Luo Zhouchuan, would never ask her to leave. There must be some misunderstanding. How about I go ask him for you? Shiyu suggested softly. Maybe he has something he finds hard to tell you directly. Perhaps asking through someone else might get some answers. No need. Luo Zhouchuan's tone carried a stubborn streak. She never accepted charity from others, even if it was out of concern. I'm sorry, Zhouchuan. I'm useless, I can't help you at all. Shiyu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Luo Zhouchuan had helped her so many times, but now that she was in trouble, Shiyu couldn't do anything for her. She suddenly felt utterly useless. Luo Zhouchuan shook her head, wiping her face haphazardly with the back of her hand, smearing tears across her cheeks. It's not your fault, Shiyu. Seeing her like this, Shiyu's heart ached, as if it were being twisted. It was the first time she had seen Luo Zhouchuan cry so sorrowfully. All her usual pride and carefree spirit had shattered into fragile pieces. She patted Luo Zhouchuan on the shoulder. Luo Zhouchuan was her only female friend, the one who had been kindest to her aside from Muchuan. Do you want to stay? Shiyu asked cautiously. I do. Luo Zhouchuan's voice hitched, but the next second, she shook her head vigorously. Forget it, I don't. The person I miss the most right now is you, Shiyu baby. She sniffled, tears falling harder. After I leave, you have to take good care of yourself. Shiyu's voice was thick with tears too. Zhouchuan, when do you plan to come back? Luo Zhouchuan shook her head. Luo Zhouchuan shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. Maybe a year, maybe 3. Who knows, maybe I won't come back at all. How could you not come back? Shiyu bit her lip, convinced that she was just saying it out of spite. Shiyu baby, my biggest worry right now is you. Without me around, I don't know if someone might bully you. Those boys are all unreliable. They'll be fine, Zhouchuan. Shiyu fought back her tears. They'll take care of myself. It's just, I really will miss you so much. Actually, I don't really want to leave either. Luo Zhouchuan's words got stuck in her throat, ultimately dissolving into a long sigh. I understand. Shiyu nodded gently. Then, will you at least finish this semester? Luo Zhouchuan shook her head again. Probably not. Is that so? Shiyu bit her lip, tasting a hint of saltiness. That's such a shame. Over the next few days, Shiyu spent almost every day with Luo Zhouchuan. But the shadow of parting hung over their heads like a dark cloud, and even the air was thick with an unshakable gloom. Neither of them could find any joy. Finally, the day of Luo Zhouchuan's departure arrived. Shiyu specially asked for leave to spend the last day with her. They wore identical outfits, standing together like 2 flowers blooming from the same stem. They went to the amusement park. Haha, this feels a bit weird. Luo Zhouchuan suddenly laughed, breaking the silence. What's weird? Shiyu turned her head to look at her. It feels like a date, Luo Zhouchuan said half-jokingly, but a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. A hint of a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Shiyu was taken aback for a moment, then a smile curved at the corners of her lips as she looked at her seriously. You can think of it that way. Haha, I'm not into girls though. Luo Zhouchuan laughed loudly to brush it off, as if trying to hide something. Come on, we don't have much time today, and there's still so much to do. Shiyu took her hand, the warmth of her fingers seeping through. The two arrived at the carousel. Luo Zhouchuan chose a white unicorn, while Shiyu sat in the pumpkin carriage beside it. As the music began, the horses turned slowly. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting patterns on Luo Zhouchuan's face, as she threw her head back and laughed, her hair swaying gently with the motion. But Shiyu could see the fleeting melancholy in her eyes. Look, that cotton candy over there is huge. Luo Zhouchuan suddenly pointed to a stall not far away, her voice overly bright, as if forced. Shiyu followed her gaze and smiled, nodding. "Want to get one?" The pink cotton candy was like a fluffy cloud. Luo Jiuchuan took a big bite, leaving sticky sugar strands at the corner of her mouth. "When I was little, I always wanted to eat cotton candy. I thought it was the most delicious thing in the world. Come on, let's go on the roller coaster." Shiyu pulled her by the hand and ran towards it. The two arrived at the roller coaster, passed through the ticket gate, and walked in. After getting on the roller coaster, Luo Jiuchuan suddenly turned her head and asked, "Shiyu, are you scared? If you are, hold on tight to me." Shiyu shook her head, her gaze firm. "Not scared." The roller coaster started slowly climb to the highest point and then plunged down with a rush. In the moment of weightlessness, Luo Jiuchuan screamed. The sound carried all the grievances, unwillingness, and reluctance of these past days, as if she wanted to shout out all the pent-up emotions in her heart. Shiyu watched her and suddenly understood. Some people like riding roller coasters not for the thrill, but because they need an outlet, a moment to let their emotions pour out completely. Luo Jiuchuan glanced at Shiyu. "Want to go to the haunted house, Shiyu?" Shiyu looked at the dark building with the haunted house sign, not far away, a skull decoration swaying gently in the wind from the eaves. Okay. The two headed to the haunted house together. They entered after the ticket check. Just as they stepped over the threshold, the door behind them creaked shut automatically, plunging them into thick darkness. Only the occasional eerie green light overhead faintly outlined the winding passage ahead. The air was filled with the smell of damp mold and a faint, elusive trace of blood. From deep within the passage came a muffled sobbing sound, like someone with cotton stuck in their throat. Luo Jiuchuan suddenly pressed closer to Shiyu, their shoulders bumping together with a soft thud. The sound effects are way too realistic. Her voice was low, but her tone trembled at the end. As they turned a corner, a female ghost, with disheveled hair, suddenly dropped upside down from the ceiling, its pale face nearly touching Luo Jiuchuan's nose. But the two seemed unfazed. Seeing that she hadn't scared them, the ghost walked away bored. Perhaps because they had already guessed it was all fake, neither of them was afraid, so they charged through the haunted house, as if conquering every obstacle. The moment they burst out, the afternoon sunlight hit them square in the face, making them both squint and instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Luo Jiuchuan looked at Shiyu's bangs tousled by the wind and suddenly reached out to smooth them for her. Her fingertips carried a warm, damp heat as they brushed across her forehead. "Shiyu, let's take a photo." They stood before the Polaroid stall at the amusement park entrance, with the colorful Ferris wheel slowly turning in the background, slicing the golden sunset into shimmering pieces. Luo Jiuchuan pulled a small mirror from her bag, hastily tidied her windblown hair, then reached over to brush a bit of cotton candy fluff off Shiyu's shoulder. The warmth of her fingertips lightly touched the fabric like a feather brushing against the heart. "Smile, Shiyu baby." Luo Jiuchuan raised the camera, a smile curving her lips first, but the light in her eyes didn't follow. Instead, it seemed like the moon veiled by a thin layer of mist, hazy and bittersweet. Shiyu tried hard to lift the corners of her mouth, but the muscles in her cheeks felt stiff. She could feel Luo Jiuchuan's arm gently encircling her waist, the pressure lighter than any of their usual horseplay, as if afraid of breaking something. The moment the shutter clicked, Shiyu suddenly turned her head and quickly planted a kiss on Luo Jiuchuan's cheek, tasting faintly of sweet cotton candy. Luo Jiuchuan froze the camera in her hand, hovering midair, surprise rippling through her eyes like a stone dropped into a still lake. Shiyu, however, had already turned her reddened face away, staring at her own shadow on the ground, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Just a memento." As the photo slowly developed, neither of them spoke, until the image revealed two girls in matching white shirts, one with eyes wide in shock, the other blushing with lips pressed together. In the background, the Ferris wheel happened to be at its highest point, like a silent witness. Luo Jiuchuan carefully tucked the photo into the pocket of Shiyu's school uniform. As her fingertips touched Shiyu's warm skin, her own ears turned red. "Keep it safe," she whispered, as if giving an instruction of great importance. The evening breeze grew cooler, making the ends of their hair tremble. They sat on a bench in the amusement park, watching the sunset gradually sink behind the distant high-rises, painting the sky the color of orange soda. Suddenly, Luo Jiuchuan pulled a small music box from her bag, wound it up, and a tinkling melody spilled out. It was the old song they had listened to together in middle school. "This is for you." She pressed the music box into Shiyu's hands. "Listen to it whenever you miss me. Shiyu, play a game with me." She crouched down and slowly drew a few circles on the ground with a piece of chalk, the edges crooked, as if swayed by the wind. "Let's see who can jump the farthest." Luo Jiuchuan stepped into the first circle, the hem of her blue and white school uniform skirt lifted by the wind, revealing her slender ankles. She took a deep breath, her chest puffing out as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration she had been holding in her heart. She turned back to smile at Shiyu, her eyes bright, as if they held crushed stars. But Shiyu clearly saw that the moment she turned back, the shadow cast by her lashes trembled slightly, like a butterfly's wings afraid of being seen. Shiyu walked slowly to the circles. She turned back to smile at Shiyu, her eyes bright, as if they held crushed stars. But Shiyu clearly saw that the moment she turned back, the shadow cast by her lashes trembled slightly, like a butterfly's wings afraid of being seen. Shiyu walked slowly to the circles, gently touching the chalk dust on the ground. The powder fell softly onto her fingertips, carrying the warmth of the late summer sun. She was never good at this, even running fast made her nervous. But now she wanted to follow Luo Juchuan's lead and play with her wholeheartedly. "He'll try," she murmured, shuffling forward on her tiptoes as if afraid of crushing something. She jumped carefully and landed in the second circle, her heel still hovering over the edge like a bird that hadn't quite found its footing. "That doesn't count." Luo Juchuan ran over and grabbed her hand, her palm slightly sweaty and sticky. "You have to jump with all your might, like you are leaving all your worries behind, and just charge forward." She was pulled back by her and stood ready again. Luo Juchuan gave her a gentle push on the back, the force as light as a feather, yet it seemed to give her a surge of inexplicable courage. This time she gathered all her strength and leaped her canvas shoes, landing firmly in the center of the third circle, sending a puff of chalk dust drifting gently in the sunlight. "Great!" Luo Juchuan clapped her hands and laughed, her voice crisp and clear like a spring stream just breaking free from the ice, babbling merrily over the stones. She looked at the crooked chalk circles on the ground and suddenly felt they were like the days they had marked, full of laughter and play, and also the unspoken reluctance hidden in the silence. "Shiyu, turn around." Shiyu, take care." Shiyu's shoulders stiffened and a wave of heat crept up from the corners of her eyes. Instinctively she started to turn back, but Luo Juchuan suddenly called out to stop her. "Don't look back." Her voice was urgent, tears streaming down her face, her sobs laced with a hint of pleading. "Shiyu, just like this, let's run together. Let's see if you reach the classroom first, or I get into the car first." The wind blew past her ears, carrying the distant noise of the sports field. Shiyu stood still, listening to the sound of footsteps growing fainter behind her, light like an unfinished farewell.